The stars have realigned, the old ones awaken, and human civilization teeters on the brink of collapse amidst unfathomable horrors. Enshrouded in thick mist, the servitors of the old ones roam and hunt, while investigators confront the ancient rulers in a desperate attempt to preserve the flickering flame of humanity. Amidst the ruins, a painter clad in white meticulously captures the visages of these eldritch sovereigns, sealing them within his gallery to harness their formidable powers. In a modest rented room within the old district of Jiangqing, white foam food containers are carelessly stacked in an unattended corner, while countless torn canvases lie strewn across the floor. A sudden headache jolts Bai Luo awake as he rises from the couch, gazing vacantly at the eerily familiar yet foreign surroundings. I've crossed over, and it's still a world where the stars have realigned and the old ones have returned. Flashes of memory cascade through his mind, as Bai Luo swiftly absorbs a wealth of pertinent information, confirming his current predicament. In his past life, he was a deranged painter in an orphanage, shunned for his penchant for depicting gruesome violence, which deterred potential adoptive families. Only after achieving fame as a world-renowned artist did people begin to appreciate his art. Yet just moments ago, while introducing a gallery to a wealthy patron, a chandelier fell upon him, and upon awakening, he found himself in this new realm. 70 years prior, the old ones from the Cthulhu mythos had begun to awaken in succession, unleashing a dense fog that rapidly polluted the globe. Countless servitors emerged from the mist, causing human civilization to falter. The original occupant of this body shared his name and passions, but unlike Bai Luo, he lacked his extraordinary talent and at the age of 20 was still producing subpar works. Ultimately, unable to bear the exorbitant extortion fees demanded by the gang, he resorted to suicide this morning by ingesting rat poison. Bai Luo set aside the canvases, feeling a twinge of headache. According to the gang's regulations, each household is required to pay a protection fee of 1,500 per person each month, but there's only 56 yuan and 28 cents left in the house. He harbored no doubt that the gang would dispose of him. The gang leader, Shen Yi, was known for his ruthlessness, and for over a decade, no one dared to cross him in the old district. Those unable to pay the fees were destined for death. Knock, knock, knock. A loud series of knocks reverberated, causing Bai Luo's heart to skip a beat as he pressed down the doorknob, and a head popped through the gap. "Old Bai, it's me?" Bai Luo rummaged through his memories to identify the visitor. Zhang Jianan, his closest confidant, who reportedly lost contact with his parents after they left Jiangqing for another city, was raised by his grandfather, and their families had always maintained a good relationship. Upon entering, Zhang Jianan gasped for breath. "Shen Yi. Shen Yi he." Bai Luo asked, puzzled. "Shen Yi is dead?" Zhang Jianan coughed violently, correcting him. "No, the person who owed Shen Yi money is dead. I thought Shen Yi was dead, and we wouldn't have to pay. Don't get your hopes up." Once he caught his breath, Zhang Jianan, eyes wide with fear, exclaimed, "Do you know how he died?" Bai Luo remained silent, returning to the couch to listen to the unfolding tale. Zhang Jianan continued. "He tossed old Deng from the street into the fisherman's lair. You know old Deng, right? That burly man, a master fisherman. Shen Yi threw him into the fisherman's lair last night. This morning, all that was left was a skeleton." Bai Luo recalled old Deng, a prominent figure among the coastal dwellers in the old district of Jiangqing. Unfortunately, during a foggy incident, he lost a leg to something lurking within the mist and fell into despair, unable to pay the protection fees. In his memory, old Deng had always been honest and kind, making his gruesome fate at the hands of the old ones all the more shocking. Zhang Jianan, hands resting on his knees, exclaimed in terror, "Old Bai, what should we do? If we can't gather the protection fee, we'll end up in the fisherman's lair too." The fishmen, servitors of the old ones in the area, typically dwell in the ocean or dark caves, emerging only during fog to hunt. Their claws can easily slice through flesh, and their teeth can crush skulls in a single bite. Most terrifying of all, they possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Some have even witnessed a fishman reconstituting itself after being severed in half. It was clear that if they were thrown into the fisherman's lair, death awaited them, and the following day, Shen Yi would display their remains as a grim warning. Zhang Jianan was visibly distressed, and Bai Luo suddenly interjected, "Why not kill Shen Yi? That way, we wouldn't owe him a single cent." The air fell silent as Zhang Jianan stared at him, incredulous, doubting his own hearing. Kill Shen Yi? Bai Luo nodded slightly, but Zhang Jianan abruptly sprang to his feet. Absolutely not. Old Bai, have you lost your mind? Do you even understand what you're saying? Bai Luo shrugged. Well, he's already driven people to this extent. If you don't resist, you might as well await your demise. Zhang Jianan sat back down beside him, trying to soothe him. Brother, please don't do anything foolish. If we act impulsively, what will happen to those around us? Think about your family. Bai Luo watched him intently, bemusement etched on his face. Damn, why did I have to bring that up? Zhang Jianan felt like slapping himself. His family had perished, leaving him utterly alone. Bai Luo gently patted his shoulder, saying, I was just joking. Did you really take that seriously? Zhang Jianan's lips twitched. That joke nearly sent me to an early grave. As their conversation continued, a distant bell tolled, resonating like waves crashing far away, reaching the residential homes of the old district. Zhang Jianan waved goodbye. The fog bell has rung. It will soon be foggy. Take care of yourself, and please don't dwell on that crazy thought. After seeing him off, Bai Luo firmly shut the door and sealed the windows with metal sheets, casting the room into a dim light. His earlier words were no jest. If push came to shove, Bai Luo would indeed carry out that plan. He firmly believed that the pinnacle of human artistry lies in the madness faced in moments of despair regardless of the cost. Eliminating all obstacles in his path would yield the most exquisite masterpiece. Securing the room, Bai Luo sat on the floor, gazing at the yellowed calendar hanging on the wall where a line read, 2025. The stars have realigned, and the servitors of the old ones emerge from the mist. Since then, every foggy occurrence has been accompanied by the emergence of unspeakable monsters, a phenomenon that has persisted for 70 years. Humanity constructed the fog bell as a warning system to alert people when fog was imminent, reducing casualties. Bai Luo felt the temperature around him plummet, and eerie footsteps echoed outside the door, indicating the servitors were on the prowl. What is this? Bai Luo contemplated alternative strategies to deal with Shun Yi when he noticed a flurry of tiny crimson text materializing before him. They moved like fireflies in the night, visible yet elusive. As a line of text approached, Bai Luo finally discerned its content. Current painting progress, 0. What is this? Bai Luo reached out to touch it, and the colors of the world around him began to shift rapidly, soon transforming before his eyes into a palette of dyes. Detected significant presence of old ones in the vicinity, loading the old gallery. Loading complete. In less than 10 seconds, the chaotic hues faded, and Bai Luo felt his consciousness being drawn into a peculiar space. He opened his eyes, stunned into stillness. Isn't this my gallery? Chapter 2. The old gallery, adorned with walls as brilliant as gold, is intricately etched with countless interwoven petals, extending endlessly in all directions. Even the chandelier that once met its demise by crushing Bai Luo still hangs securely from the ceiling. This was the private gallery of Bai Luo in his past life. However, unlike before, not a single painting, each worth at least $1 million, remains. Only the empty frames lining the walls. Is my golden finger the gallery from my previous life? Bai Luo pondered, bewildered. What use is this? To gaze upon the creations of the past. As he turned his head, he made a new discovery. To his left stood a notice board, which should have detailed the viewing process, but instead bore several lines of crimson letters. Welcome to the old gallery. Due to the escape of the ancient ones, our collection is now devoid of contents. Please re-encase them within the paintings, allowing the ancients to rest eternally within the canvas. Upon completing each artwork, you may seal the beings imbued with the essence of the ancients, and in turn, acquire random skills pertaining to those creatures. Bai Luo stared at the 3 lines of text for a considerable time, piecing together the painting progress he had observed prior to entering the gallery, gradually forming an understanding of its workings. In simple terms, through the act of painting, once the progress reached 100, he could seal life forms infused with the powers of the ancients and thereby gain their abilities. Moreover, the notice suggested that as long as he could depict his target accurately, he might even seal a true ancient one. The surrounding colors became chaotic once more, and soon Bai Luo regained consciousness within his body, still surrounded by numerous indicators of painting progress. 10 minutes elapsed, and the dense fog outside seemed to thicken, while the crimson letters multiplied. With the gallery as his safety net, the plan for a suicidal attack could be shelved. First, He would seek an ancient's minion to test how detailed his painting needed to be for sealing. Bai Luo grasped his sketch paper and brush and approached the door, peering through the gap in the iron door. Outside, amidst the white haze, several indistinct figures roamed. They were bizarre in shape, although their true forms were obscured. Their mere silhouettes evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Suddenly, all shadows were overshadowed by a creature, entirely bare and humanoid in shape. Bai Luo widened his eyes, palms clammy with sweat. The fishman. The fishman bore a resemblance to a human in physique. Its skin covered in scales, a deep blue hue enveloping its form. However, unlike humans, it sported a fish head perched upon its shoulders, its vacuous, eerie eyes fixated on the distance, and below that, its gill-slit neck. Fishmen are known to frequent coastal regions, especially in seaside cities like Jiangxing, making their appearance whenever the fog rolls in. With sharp teeth and claws suited for dismembering prey, they have become the nightmares of the old city. Now, it stood but a door's width away from Bai Luo. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, laying his paper on the ground as his brush began to glide. The distance was just right. The fog wouldn't obscure his view, while the white mist provided a natural backdrop. Under the skill of a painter far beyond this era, a rough outline emerged. Upon lifting his gaze, the crimson letters indeed transformed. Painting progress. 10. Feasible. Not daring to delay, Bai Luo hurriedly applied himself to the paper, fearful of the creature's potential escape. In no time, half of a vividly lifelike painting was completed. Painting progress. 95. However, as he prepared to glance up at his model, an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. A pair of vacant fish eyes locked onto his own. The scaled body crouched low, its cold teeth bared. Discovered. Bang, bang, bang. The fishman, realizing someone was behind the door, pounded violently against it, the resounding noise shattering the tranquility of the fog. Bai Luo's back was drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead, enduring the proximity of the monstrous creature as he continued to paint. Though the fishman's intelligence was low, it would not easily relent its prey if Bai Luo had remained hidden. Perhaps he would have been safe, however. Now that he had been detected, the fishman would surely find a way to break in. The fate of the old man Deng replayed in Bai Luo's mind, and he uncontrollably envisioned the monster clawing open his skull to devour his brain. Every frame of that horrific scene rendered him restless. Bang! Bai Luo suddenly jerked his head up, realizing that the dilapidated door had been violently forced open, the fish head thrusting through, as he neared the brink of becoming a meal for the ancient's minion. At the moment those scaly claws clasped his shoulders, the crimson letters shifted once more. Painting progress. 100. Before disaster struck, Bai Luo completed his artwork. The fishman, sensing something amiss, displayed an unusual fear in its vacant eyes, hastily retreating. But it was too late. The claws that had captured Bai Luo's shoulders abruptly transformed into a two-dimensional form, followed by half of the fishman's body, its legs, and finally the fish head, all dissolving into the distorted dyes of the two-dimensional realm. The dyes swirled into a vortex and vanished into the white paper. It dissipated like ash. Simultaneously, an image flashed in Bai Luo's mind. Within the old gallery, a blank canvas suddenly revealed vibrant colors. The completed masterpiece was vividly depicted upon it in the lower left corner. The title was inscribed, "The Fishman Between the Door Jambs. Congratulations, you have successfully sealed an ancient's minion and acquired the skill Deep Sea Blessing." Deep Sea Blessing. Enhanced physical attributes, including increased strength, agility, and defense, along with remarkable regenerative speed. These enhancements double when submerged in water. Bai Luo felt a profound transformation within his body. His previously frail form, weakened by years of malnutrition, now burgeoned with muscle. His eyesight sharpened to a level that could meet military standards. Moreover, the surrounding fog seemed to possess an innate allure for him. No, it was more precise to say it was water. Anything associated with water felt intimately familiar. His fists could shatter thick wood, movements agile as a rabbit. His body felt entirely foreign to him. With newfound strength, he promptly closed the door again, barricading it with debris. This entire series of actions, which previously would have left him breathless and exhausted, was now accomplished in less than half a minute without a hint of fatigue. Astonished, Bai Luo mused. To have gained such a powerful physique from sealing but one minion. What might I acquire from sealing a complete ancient? The fishman is merely a minion, its limits finite. Yet if I could encapsulate Cthulhu within my art, what incredible abilities might I unlock? Upon returning to his room, Bailuo examined the changes brought forth by the deep-sea blessing. He sliced a small incision into his index finger with a fruit knife, and in mere moments, the cut visibly healed. His punching power rivaled that of a professional boxer, and his agility had increased at least threefold. His healing speed matched that of the knife cutting through his skin. His breath-holding capacity had extended. At rest, he felt no exhaustion from oxygen depletion for up to 10 minutes, and while submerged, he believed he could remain beneath the surface for half an hour without surfacing. These assessments were made solely on land. In water, Bailuo was confident that his capabilities would become even more terrifying. Chapter 3. A path to profit. No wonder the fishman left the residence of Jiangxing in a state of unease. Given such abilities, I too would find it impossible to sleep. Amidst the excitement, Bailuo sensed a notable depletion of his mental energy. When he picked up the brush again, his state was evidently diminished. It appeared that the sealing process was not an infinite resource. It would incur some expenditure. Gurgle, a sound from his stomach interrupted Bailuo's thoughts, a wave of hunger sweeping over him. Instinctively, he searched for the meager remnants of food in his home. But all he found was half a bottle of rat poison. With the fog sealing him in, even with the deep-sea blessing, he dared not venture outside in search of sustenance. There were undoubtedly far more terrifying entities lurking within the mist than the fishmen. With no other option, Bailuo resigned himself to waiting for the fog to dissipate. Approximately 3 hours later, as the sun approached its zenith, the fog finally cleared. He stepped outside, and the inhabitants of the old city resumed their daily activities. The earlier fog resembling merely an intermission in a performance, leaving their lives largely unaffected. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. The architecture of the old city bore a striking resemblance to the brick houses of his former rural life. With crimson tiles adorning the rooftops and the exteriors wrapped in layers of iron sheeting, each entrance guarded by posts entwined with barbed wire, a sudden question arose in Bailuo's mind. Could these barriers truly deter the minions of the ancients? He was certain that if he were determined to invade a dwelling, no one in the old city could stop him. If that were the case, could a few layers of iron truly impede the ancients' minions? He made his way to the market, selecting a small pile of minced meat and several bundles of vegetables. After this, his remaining funds were depleted. "Old man, do you know if anyone is hiring help around here?" Bailuo suddenly inquired of the vegetable vendor. With no money and no food, although he could resort to theft, such actions felt too crude for an artist like him. The old man glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, just look at those fishermen over there. They are always in need of hands. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Dying at sea is better than starving." Fishing? Bailuo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Jiangxing is a coastal city, especially the old district, which sits by the sea. With fishmen and various unknown creatures lurking in the waters, every trip out to sea for fishermen is a gamble with death, with fatalities far exceeding those in other industries each year. But Bailuo was different. He had just acquired the deep sea blessing, as long as the fog did not pose a threat. The ocean was not as perilous for him. Over the years, humanity had determined through investigation that during non-foggy periods, the minions of the ancients seldom attacked without provocation. Bailuo inquired, "Good sir, what is the current price of fish?" The elder, lighting a cigarette, seemed to regard the young lad with a hint of mockery, as if contemplating whether this little fellow truly intended to venture into the sea. "Humph, for the most common varieties of fish. You would be looking at several hundred per gene, and as for deep-sea fish, if you managed to haul one up, finding the right buyer could keep you in luxury for years," he lamented, shaking his head at the youthful ignorance of the younger generation. The times have changed. It is no longer like decades ago when one could simply seek refuge in another's home during fog on land. At sea, it is a matter of waiting for death. Thus, the further and deeper one goes into the ocean, the more astonishing the value of the catch point. 10 years ago, there was a daredevil who managed to capture a bluefin tuna, which allowed him to squander wealth for 5 or 6 years. Yet, the crux of the matter was that the man returned alive, and for a brash boy like Bailuo, whether he could even swim was another story altogether. Such exorbitant prices? Bailuo's eyes sparkled with greed. To him, the ocean was indeed a treasure trove, capable of filling his belly and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, netting a few remnants of bygone days. Wouldn't that grant him new skills? In this perilous world where one could lose their life at any moment, Bailuo would never scoff at acquiring more skills. Thank you, good sir. As he watched Bailuo dash back home with his groceries, the elder panicked, calling out, Hey, I was merely jesting. You are still young. Do not do anything foolish, however, until Bailuo's figure vanished at the market's end. His warnings went unheard. The elder, in a flurry of anxiety, began to pace. Finally unable to restrain himself from cursing, Damn you, Shen Kuan. If it weren't for your protection fees, would our old district be facing such high prices? Look at how you're driving the young ones. At that moment, the surrounding stallholders displayed expressions of terror, hastily silencing the elder. They glanced around, ensuring no spies from Shen Kuan were in sight, before slowly exhaling in relief. Upon returning home, Bailuo did not rush to the sea. Instead, he first indulged in a hearty meal and then repaired the broken door. The hammer clanged against the door frame, while anguished howls echoed from the neighbor's house. Soon, a body wrapped in bloodied cloth was carried out. Without needing to be told, Bailuo understood that the unfortunate family had likely encountered remnants of the past, and the corpse was probably beyond recognition. Such occurrences were commonplace in today's world. When a household was breached, having even one survivor was considered a stroke of luck. The bereaved family emerged, their faces pale and numb, supported by friends. To his surprise, one of them was Zhang Jianan, who had sought Bailuo's assistance not long ago. The three men approached him as he was fixing the door. Bailuo rubbed his hands together and offered his condolences. My mother passed away at the beginning of the year, and my father drank too much and died in the fog at night. Today, my uncle died protecting me, and I could only hide in the cupboard. Listening to the sound of his bones being crushed, Lin Yuan said with a bitter smile that it's fine. I've grown accustomed to it. Bailuo fell silent, choosing not to respond. Zhang Jianan, filled with rage, exclaimed, The frequency of fog this year is abnormal. I remember it used to be months before fog would appear, but now it happens every few days. Zhao Zimo sighed. What can you do? Fight against the remnants. If I had their strength, I'd surely slay a few fishmen whenever the fog rolled in. Zhao Zimo nonchalantly retorted. Come on, are you going to abandon your grandfather for that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianan fell silent, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Lin Yuan shook his head, stopping the conversation, and said, Instead of speculating, we should discuss serious matters. The day after tomorrow is the deadline that Shen Kuan mentioned. Have you prepared the money? Zhao Zimo lamented. My father took off with the money a few days ago to escape Shen Kuan. Zhang Jianan shrugged. I'm even poorer. You all know I have to take care of my grandfather. We barely have half a bag of rice left, and if we absolutely cannot pay, I'll have to borrow. The three of them exchanged resigned smiles, glancing at Bailuo, who had put down his hammer. Bailuo replied calmly, $2. Zhang Jianan twitched his mouth in disbelief. Old Bai, you really should stop painting. That won't lead anywhere. Zhao Zimo chimed in. Yeah, it's not 70 years ago. Nobody wants to see your art. If I had half your looks, I'd definitely find a rich woman in the new district who would not only provide a home unreachable by the remnants, but also regularly send me money. $2? Buddy, even Shen Kuan would leave empty-handed if he came to your house. Bailuo quickly waved his hands. There's no need for that. Keep the steel wool for yourselves. I've already found a way to make money. Indeed, the wealth that comes from enduring hardship was not meant for Bailuo. He merely uttered those words and immediately felt a chill beneath him. You have a way to make money? The three exclaimed in unison. In today's world, finding a job was no easier than it had been in Bailuo's previous life, especially with the need to pay protection fees. They were all part of a group that merely got by without stable incomes, relying on their parents to provide for the family. Now, with many of their fathers gone, it was their turn to worry about the future. Zhang Jianan nudged Bailuo. You're quite capable. No wonder when we sought you out this morning. You seemed so composed and unhurried, just waiting for me here. Zhao Zimo crossed his arms and urged, Quickly tell us, why hide such a lucrative opportunity? Chapter 4. Into the sea the three men leaned in excitedly toward Bailuo. Their ears perked up, as this could determine whether they would still be alive 2 days hence. Bailuo calmly shared his plan to venture into the sea, yet the three of them exhibited expressions akin to those of the old man at the market. Their faces a mix of disbelief and horror. Into the sea. No, old Bai, you can't be serious. You're not joking, are you? Zhang Jianan's eyes widened in inquiry. He had heard Bailuo's previous jest about killing Shinkuin and thought he was merely being humorous again. However, the gravity of Bailuo's expression conveyed a clear answer. Zhao Zimo hastily shook his head. No, Bailuo, you are far too naive. Do you think the ocean is just any place? It is the ancestral home of the remnants. Lurking beneath the waves, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even without fog, there are dangers for vessels sailing above. Upon realizing Bailuo's intentions, they wasted no time in resolutely disapproving. Who doesn't he know that banks have money? Have you seen anyone robbing them? Going out to fish is a thought anyone could have, yet there are but a handful of fishermen left in the old district. Why? Do you think they don't want to eat fish? Just as they were passionately dissuading him, Bailuo countered. Or do you have any other alternatives? The three exchanged glances, their voices seemingly caught in their throats. Bailuo had lost his family, yet their circumstances were similarly dire. One had a runaway father, while another needed to care for his grandfather. But no matter what, as long as we are alive, there is always hope. I believe you could try other methods these next 2 days, Lin Yuan suggested. Zhao Zimo added, yes, even if it means borrowing money or kneeling to Shinkuin. Anything is better than dying at sea, right? Zhang Jianan proposed. You could try borrowing. In response to their encouragement, Bailuo chuckled. Everyone is offering ideas? Yet no one has proposed a feasible solution. The three were left speechless. Kneeling to Shinkuin would spare you? Then so many people wouldn't he have died all these years? We're merely neighbors. Why would anyone lend you money? Let us not even mention that if Bailuo were to ask, how much could these three lend him? Besides, compared to the remnants, Shinkuin is nothing. Bailuo was truly uneasy relying on a few iron sheets for protection. He needed to swiftly enhance his strength to prepare for the next fog. The ocean was dangerous, but it was far preferable to the perils of Fog, the juncture where the old district meets the new. A stark contrast in scenery unfolded. On one side stood modern high-rises, while the other was lined with lowly tin and brick houses. Within a courtyard leaning toward the old district, a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache embraced a voluptuous woman clad in black silk. Counting the accounts in his notebook, TSK, this month's earnings have increased by 30,000. The woman, puzzled, asked, isn't that just an additional 30,000? To the man before her, 30,000 was merely the result of collecting a few extra protection fees, nothing substantial. Shinkuin firmly squeezed the woman's ample rear, chuckling, you don't understand, do you? This great fortune is built step by step from small gains. That's why I insist this motley crew of paupers pay their protection fees every month. I know that as long as one of them survives to the next month, they will harbor a false sense of security, thinking it's all right to skip a payment. For such people, I cannot instill the concept of gratitude, so they must be thrown into the fishman's lair for the fishmen to deal with. Or rather, to savor. He laughed heartily. The woman, seemingly understanding, nestled closer to the man, purring like a kitten. Suddenly, Shinkuin's earlier jovial expression froze as he glanced at the 4 young names in his notebook that had not been marked with a check. This indicated that 4 individuals had yet to pay their protection fees this month. Glancing at their residences, Shinkuin sneered, interesting, they are still neighbors. The woman leaned in closer, teasing, darling, didn't you say no one in the old district dares to defy you? Shinkuin scoffed, with 2 days left before payment is due. Let them wait. If they fail to pay, I will ensure they learn the price of owing me. For over a decade, Shinkuin had reigned as the local tyrant of this area, unless a significant figure from the new district intervened. His word was law. He allows anyone he wishes to perish and takes whatever sum he desires. They must comply with his demands, regardless of their descent. In this dilapidated district, Shinkuin reigns supreme. When the day of debt collection arrives, should these 4 little rascals dare to withhold payment, he will see to it that they are cast into the sea to feed the fish. The screen of an old model Onjian phone illuminated, displaying an incoming call from one of his underlings. Master Shun, for delinquent brats on Shuanghua Street have gathered together. 3 of them are seeking to borrow money, while one intends to venture out to sea. Should we intercept him? Venture out to sea? On land, it is Shinkuin's domain. Over the years, there have been those who, unable to pay their protection fees, attempted to flee by boat. Just recently, a limping fisherman tried to escape, only to be retrieved and stuffed into the fisherman's lair. Upon hearing the names of the 4, Shinkuin's eyes gleamed with interest. How fortuitous to have just seen the names of these disobedient children. And now a call comes in. The three seeking loans to pay their protection fees are quite obedient. Yet that one who wishes to set sail, regardless of whether he intends to fish for profit to settle his dues. I find him rather unappealing. Shen Kuan is aware that fishing is a perilous endeavor, but for him, living individuals are the source of profit. As long as they are alive, they must pay up. But if they perish, I stand to gain nothing. Thus, over the years, Shen Kuan has developed a disdain for those fishermen who venture out to sea. Should they die, it would mean one less payer of protection fees. On the other end of the line, the voice inquired, "So what do you mean? Isn't he planning to go out to sea? You wait for him by the shore, as long as he returns with fish. Bring me some to taste. But if he shows any inclination to escape, inform those fishermen that they will all have to dive into the sea, and not a single one shall escape." After ending the call, Shen Kuan's large hand caressed the head of the woman beneath him, relishing her service. After a while, the woman rose, spitting out phlegm and shyly wiping away the drool from the corner of her mouth. Shen Kuan yanked her closer, grinning, Your skills are quite commendable." The woman, pleased, cast a flirtatious glance. "Then you should hurry and take me to enjoy the good life. Your kindness needs to be demonstrated through action." "Fear not, it shall be soon." Shen Kuan gently kissed her forehead. "My invited guests are arriving shortly. Once they pass inspection, we shall be able to enjoy a prosperous life in the new district next year." The vast expanse of the old district, without the backing of those from the new district, would not be so easily consumed by Shen Kuan. After years of effort, he has garnered attention from the higher-ups, and they are prepared to offer him an opportunity, a chance to enter the new district. The woman, intrigued, asked, "What will happen to the industries in the old district?" Shen Kuan playfully pinched her nose, chuckling, "Newcomers will come to take my place. I hear they will raise the protection fees to over 2,000 monthly, and you, me? Ha, young master who has promised me at least that amount every month." He extended 5 fingers, proudly raising his head like the sun at its zenith. The woman intertwined her fingers with his, her hair nestled against his chest. Shen Kuan laughed heartily. Our good days are yet to come. Chapter 5. The fisherman never goes empty-handed. The azure sky merges seamlessly with the boundless sea. Yet the calm surface of the water is devoid of any seagulls soaring or calling. The entire area is shrouded in a deathly silence, a vessel, modified for speed and now twice as fast as a typical fishing boat, races across the ocean's surface. Soon, it halts at a resource-rich location and begins to cast its nets, as the stars align. The fishermen, fearing the lurking creatures and thick fog, have desperately modified their boats. This vessel may appear unremarkable, but in a previous life, its speed could have secured it a place in competitions. After some time of casting nets without any unwanted catches, Captain Sun Jie finally felt at ease, and the other 3 crew members sighed in relief. "Brother Sun, this kid claims he is here to fish, yet he does nothing at all." One crew member quietly approached Sun Jie, whispering while glancing at a young man lounging in a chair on the deck. Soaking in the sun. Due to a chronic shortage of manpower among fishermen, they would accept anyone willing to come aboard, but most were there to earn money. Did this sunbathing slacker really believe he could receive payment without lifting a finger? Sun Jie frowned at the remark. Initially, he thought Bai Luo was quite decent, as he had helped organize many items during their outing to sea. Yet now, it seemed his true colors were showing. "I'll go have a look. We won't keep idle hands on our boat. If he wants to laze around, he might as well head back to land." Another crew member chimed in quietly, "Perhaps he is too scared of Master Shen, thinking he can hide out at sea and be safe." Sun Jie chuckled softly, "That kid is quite naive." The other crew members laughed in agreement, their meaning clear. Before setting sail, they had all received warnings from Master Shen, advising them not to assist Bai Luo in escaping, or else their families would face the wrath of the gang. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, reclining on a chair with a newspaper from several years prior, was blissfully unaware of the tension. He lay back, relishing the sun, finding it to be the last form of entertainment in the vast, dull sea. Simultaneously, this was a splendid opportunity for Bai Luo to gain insight into this world. As a private investigator, Bai Luo knew he could not rely solely on fishing for sustenance. After much searching, he discovered a suitable profession, investigator. This career was intriguing, although the newspapers reported extensively on their affairs. It often felt like they were concealing something. The salaries were outrageously high, divided into official and private investigators, tasked with probing all supernatural events.
What qualifies as a supernatural event? Naturally, it pertains to the Old Ones. For Bai Luo, this profession was perfectly tailored for him. High salary, substantial returns, perhaps with some risk, but under the auspices of the Old Ones, it was not insurmountable. As long as he avoided diving into the fog, he would be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare sunbathe out at sea. Bai Luo, we need to talk. Sun Jia approached, crouching beside Bai Luo with a serious and sincere expression. Captain Sun, what guidance do you have? Sun Jia patted the back of the chair, stating, you should be aware of your current predicament, right? You must remember why you came out to sea. You need to understand the challenges before you, or else you will be as lost as a seagull in the fog. I won't hide anything from you. Every move you make is under Master Shi's watchful eye. He has instructed us to ensure you do not escape. You have no choice. Do not think that being on this ship grants you safety. You must rely on yourself to survive, as a fisherman who had long been bullied by Master Shun. Sun Jia felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Luo. However, sympathy did not equate to the ability to alter his fate. Everyone in the old district had endured a similar struggle. They could not defy Master Shin. A man with connections in the new district. Hearing this, Bai Luo chuckled lightly. Brother Sun, worry not. I am well aware of my situation. Look, am I not striving for a better future? He gestured towards the fishing rod by the ship's railing. A solitary line disappearing into the sea. Sun Jia's lips twitched. You plan to catch fish with that thing? Why not? Impressive. After pondering for a while, that was the only response he could muster. The other fishermen, overhearing their conversation, burst into laughter. Did this little brat truly think he could catch fish with a rod? How much could he possibly reel in? Was he not concerned about the rod being devoured? They say the lord of the new district has a penchant for fishing. If he goes out for 3 days without catching anything, they refer to this situation as empty-handed. Just based on that, he might as well be dreaming. In the face of their mockery, Bai Luo merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Sun Jia, disappointed, rose and left. Take care of yourself. Bai Luo continued to recline in his chair, basking in the sun's warmth. Ever since arriving at the sea, perhaps due to the favor of the deep ocean, his spirits had remained high. For others, it was a perilous, unknown territory. For him, it felt no different from returning home. The rhythmic crashing of the waves was akin to the most exquisite music, the undulating ocean resembling a cradle gently swaying, with every drop of water seemingly cherishing Bai Luo from his perspective. He could discern every fish within 100 meters, and there was no need for him to be as busy as the crew. He simply needed to bask in the sun and enjoy this world. Nothing more to say. Praise Cthulhu. During this voyage, Bai Luo did not bring much, save for a tattered suitcase and a fishing rod borrowed from Zhang Jianan. Despite the abundance of fish, the old ones remained elusive. It appeared that, as rumored, as long as the fog did not roll in, the ocean was mostly safe. Suddenly, Bai Luo's fishing rod twitched. Woohoo caught one. The surrounding crew members stared in astonishment as Bai Luo lifted his rod. So soon? Is he the son of the sea god? No, that title is ill-fated. In no time. He reeled in a plump fish, weighing approximately 7 pounds. Upon witnessing this, Sun Jia murmured, lucky day, but a crew cannot rely solely on luck. And so, 1 fish, 2 fish, 3. In the span of merely half an hour, Bai Luo caught 7 fish, the smallest weighing 3 pounds and the largest over 10 pounds, nearly snapping the rod in two. Sun Jia's expressions grew increasingly animated, until one crew member leaned in to inquire, should we try our hand at fishing too? Sun Jia's lips twitched. Fishing? Do you possess his luck? You might just reel in an old one instead. Bai Luo counted the fish on the deck, feeling joy alongside a hint of dissatisfaction. Joy, for he no longer had to worry about money or food. Dissatisfaction, as he had yet to spot a single old one. The favor of the deep sea truly lived up to its name, as marine life exhibited an inexplicable kindness towards him. Go feel the ocean's ebb and flow is one thing. To pinpoint the bountiful spots for fish, as Bai Luo expertly does, is another. Yet, the fish themselves seem to sense the divine favor of the deep sea as they willingly offer themselves, which is a different matter altogether. Who dares to claim that Cthulhu is an evil deity? This Cthulhu is simply magnificent. As he tears open the fish's belly to extract its roe and slices into its tender flesh, the exquisite taste of the fish fills his mouth. Unfortunately, as it is not yet time to haul in the nets, the poor crew can do nothing but watch enviously as the newcomers indulge in this culinary delight. Once more, The fishing rod bends and sways, prompting Bai Luo to hastily set down the sashimi and reel in. Could it be another catch? One of the crew is nearly driven to madness. Sun Jie, with a wry smile, advises, "Stop staring. Fate is not for us to dictate. Let us just focus on our work." Bai Luo attempts to lift the rod, but the weight beneath causes him to furrow his brow. This is excessively heavy, far too hefty to be merely a fish, given his enhanced physical abilities bestowed by the deep sea's grace. He can still feel the weight. Whatever lies below must weigh at least several dozen pounds. Chapter 6. The Dead Man's Mouth. I can't quite grasp you yet. Bai Luo exerts himself, the fishing rod bending like a shrimp's line as the creature finally breaks the surface. "Come on up." With a sudden surge of strength, he yanks, only to hear a sharp crack as the rod snaps. Damn it, a shoddy product. Without hesitation, Bai Luo seizes the broken front half of the rod and pulls with all his might. Engaging in a fierce struggle with the ocean, at last, he manages to haul the fish onto the deck. But when Bai Luo lays eyes on it, his expression freezes. A newcomer with such extraordinary luck. This voyage has certainly paid off. Sun Jie approaches, a smile on his face, but it quickly morphs into a look of shock mirroring Bai Luo's. The fishhook and line are entwined in the soft, pink flesh, creating a visible trail of blood, revealing a woman draped in a linen dress, her long hair cascading as if she were a slumbering beauty on the deck. Bai Luo sighs. "I've heard of the dead man's mouth, but this is my first encounter with a dead woman's mouth." The woman is entangled in seaweed, her skin as pale as snow, her slightly parted lips inviting, with vast areas of her skin exposed, the wet dress clinging to her figure, outlining perfect curves. Bai Luo cautiously checks for breath. There's still life. Sun Jie calls over several crew members to inquire about the identity of the woman, but none have any idea. How could there be a woman in the sea? Was she abandoned by her family due to poverty? Sun Jie is utterly perplexed. This doesn't add up. A woman of such beauty would not be so cruelly cast aside by her family. They could easily sell her for a high price at a shipwreck, but I haven't heard of any recent incidents. A chill runs down Sun Jie's spine as he forces himself not to dwell on the possibility. If it were true, their situation would be dire. Meanwhile, as the others ponder, Bai Luo has already begun to administer aid. With both hands pressed against her chest, he applies a series of frantic compressions. The woman's chest rises and falls violently, her bosom seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. Sun Jie exclaims, "Cardiopulmonary resuscitation." He had heard of such techniques used by doctors to save dying patients. Yet he never imagined that Bai Luo, who couldn't even afford protection money, would know this. "Have you studied medicine?" Bai Luo stops to shake his hands. "No." Sun Jie, perplexed, queries, "Then who taught you this?" "I just sort of pressed randomly. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate." Sun Jie is taken aback. "I thought it was medical knowledge. Turns out it's just luck." After several presses, Bai Luo grows weary. Since the woman was already on the brink of death, he decides to abandon subtlety, delivering 3 vigorous slaps to her face. Sun Jie questions hesitantly, "Is that part of first aid?" Of course, to Bai Luo, the life or death of this woman holds no significance. His motivation to save her stems from a lack of personal loss. It's merely an experiment. If she doesn't survive, it's just her misfortune, not his fault that a miracle occurs. After receiving the slaps, the woman suddenly coughs violently, turning to the side to expel a mouthful of seawater, followed by a medley of seafood and sand. Bai Luo mutters, "She certainly has a hearty appetite." Upon waking, the woman gazes blankly at the sky, her entire being seemingly drained of energy. Regardless of what Sun Jie says, she remains unresponsive. Let us take her back to the cabin. Noticing her dazed state, Sun Jie initially intends to have 2 crew members assist her back. But upon seeing their eyes gleaming with desire as they fixate on her wet body, he curses, "Damn it, have you never seen a woman before? Pathetic." He then turns to Bai Luo, "You saved her. So you take her inside. Once we're ashore, we can find out whose daughter she is. As for what happens next, he can't concern himself with that. Saving a life is already a stroke of luck. In this era, merely surviving is no small feat. No one would willingly seek trouble." "Bai Luo?" Sun Jie notices Bai Luo's gaze drifting across the horizon, fixated on the deck. "What are you looking at?" Bai Luo withdraws his gaze, smiling faintly. "Nothing. I'm just wondering when we can haul in the nets." Sun Jie calculates the time, probably in another 2 hours. The key to fishing is not to be greedy. Take what you can get. Bai Luo nods, saying little else, yet his attention remains glued to the deck. No, to be precise, his focus is directed toward the bottom of the ship in his line of sight. A line of blood-red words hangs ominously on the deck before him, painting progress. 0, the old ones. Since the woman came aboard, this ominous presence has been closely following, only becoming apparent after he revived her. With a smile, Bai Luo retrieves a harpoon from the corner of the deck. Now that he has this single weapon, the timing is perfect. To refrain from action would be a disservice to the ocean's bounty. Sun Jia, observing this, begins to suspect that something beneath the surface is luring Bai Luo's attention, prompting him to lean over to peer into the calm water below. Hey, Bai Luo, what are you looking at? There's nothing down there. Suddenly, 3 tentacles, thick as a man's forearm, leap from the water, resembling fishhooks eager to drag their prey below. The moment a human enters the water, they become lambs to the slaughter. Sun Jia's eyes widen in terror, cold dread washing over him. Get back! Bai Luo shoves him aside, expertly thrusting the harpoon into one of the tentacles. With a resounding bang, the harpoon strikes, driven downward from above, embedding itself firmly into the deck, pinning the tentacle in place with the railings acting as a barrier. Underwater creatures thrash violently, sending waves crashing against the fishing boat, which sways precariously like a leaf in a storm. It's the old ones. Hurry! Sun Jia, a seasoned fisherman with over a decade of experience at sea, immediately issues commands as soon as they escape danger. Almost simultaneously, all crew members spring into action, raising the anchor and cutting the nets in one fluid motion. Fish can be caught again, but a life lost is irreplaceable. Bai Luo senses the turbulence in the sea. The waters beneath the boat churn violently as if boiling. Without hesitation, he releases the tentacle he had been controlling. Just then, a crew member, knife in hand, attempts to cut through the fishing net to retreat, but 5 or 6 water spikes rise from the surface without resistance. Bang! The boat is pierced by a solidified water spike. One of them punctures the deck from the side, impaling the crew member, who stiffens and falls into the sea. A gash opens on Bai Luo's face as water lashes against him, and as he catches the harpoon that had been flung aside by the tentacle, he stumbles back 6 or 7 steps, in an instant, the blood on his face, before it can even drip, miraculously heals, leaving no trace of injury. The extraordinary self-healing ability granted by the deep sea's favor. Yet, in that moment, Bai Luo does not feel particularly at ease. The recent water spike had pierced the side of the boat, and had it struck at a different angle, he might have been left in the depths of the sea. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thuds reverberate from the side, akin to someone climbing the iron walls. As a shadow sweeps onto the deck, cold sweat breaks out on everyone aboard. The old ones have boarded. Chapter 7. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Bai Luo surveys the true form of the underwater creature, unable to suppress his admiration. What a work of art! It exudes artistry from every angle. Were the circumstances less urgent, someone aboard would undoubtedly voice a rebuttal. This old one, with a body sprouting 8 tentacles, utilizes them as legs to support its form, climbing aboard by adhering to the iron walls with the suckers on its appendages. The most horrifying aspect is the gray human head, covered in the ash of death and enveloped by what resembles seaweed. Its pair of lifeless eyes menacingly fixed on Bai Luo. Its overall appearance resembles a spider with legs replaced by tentacles and bearing a human head, an entity that would never be associated with art in the eyes of an ordinary person. Yet to Bai Luo, this creature can indeed be considered art, a rare and priceless masterpiece. Bai Luo weighs the harpoon in his hand, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Now, even if I don't catch anything else this dive, I must claim you. You perfectly align with my artistic vision. With that, Bai Luo plants his feet on the deck and launches himself toward the target. Bai Luo, be careful, Sun Jia shouts, panic-stricken and drenched in sweat. What a madman! Does he think he is a god of the sea, charging at the old ones with a harpoon? Furious at the audacity of a mere mortal, the old one lashes out, 3 tentacles extending toward Bai Luo, but he deftly evades them, countering with a thrust that pierces through half its face. Dodge it! Sun Jia exclaims, frozen in shock. Indeed, how did he evade that? Bai Luo and Sun Jia are not thinking on the same wavelength. To Bai Luo, the harpoon should have penetrated the creature's head, as the 3 tentacles he dodged twist around. One ensnares his ankle, and in an instant, the world flips upside down as he finds himself thrown like a rag doll. As Bai Luo lost his balance, the power of the Ancient Ones diminished by half, and the heads of the Old Ones erupted into a cacophony of terrifying, mocking laughter, turning to ensnare him with all their writhing tendrils. Sun Jie, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily grabbed an object to assist, but before he could arm himself, a resounding splash echoed. Turning around, he beheld the sight of Bai Luo and the Ancient Ones plunging into the depths of the sea. This was dire. The native Ancient Ones were already formidable beings, and even several adults might struggle to subdue one. Submerged in the ocean, they would undoubtedly thrive. On the deck, Bai Luo could still contend with them using sheer human strength. But once in the water, it would become a hopeless predicament. The crew in the cabin joyfully reported, "Brother Sun, the engine is functioning perfectly. Our vessel is intact." This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. The earlier assault by the creature had not struck any vital areas, merely causing superficial damage to the side of the ship. Another crew member urged, "Quickly, start the engines. We must depart." "No." Sun Jie resolutely refused. "We must wait a moment longer." The two sailors, perplexed, protested, "Brother Sun, this is the perfect opportunity to flee. If the Ancient Ones return." Sun Jie frowned and insisted, "One more minute. If it weren't for Bai Luo, we would all perish here." The two men, frantic, paced nervously, but no amount of persuasion could sway their captain, who remained steadfast. He could not possibly return alive. Ultimately, the two were forced to confront this harsh reality. To engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Ancient Ones in the sea and emerge victorious was a feat no one in the old city dared to undertake. Not even a group of robust men capable of subduing the Ancient Ones on land would stand a chance in the ocean. For 70 years, the sea had ceased to favor humanity. "Brother Sun, we must leave now." Sun Jie said nothing, silently retrieving a tightly wrapped bundle of soil from his pocket. In Jiangxing, 70 years ago, every fisherman would carry a handful of earth from their home whenever they ventured out to sea. This tradition had persisted through the ages. Years prior, during my first outing, I encountered a maritime disaster, and it was the captain of this very ship who saved me, though he was subsequently devoured by the ravenous wolves of the deep. Sun Jie cast the soil into the ocean, his weathered hands, accustomed to decades of fishing, pressed against his chest as he closed his eyes in prayer. Humanity has been deprived of the sea's protection for over 70 years. In an era where our fishing yields dwindle, that young man has managed to catch great fish. If only the sea had not completely forsaken humanity, I beseech you, Mother Ocean, grant your protection and ensure his safe return. Underwater, the pressure closed in from all sides, the suffocating embrace of 8 tendrils rendering the ocean an inescapable tomb for humanity. Bai Luo felt at least 5 ribs fracture as he expelled a multitude of bubbles. The jubilant laughter of the Ancient Ones reverberating in his ears as they reveled in the hunt. From Bai Luo's assessment, this Ancient One did not possess overwhelming strength, at least on land. He felt he had an 80% chance of defeating it 1-on-1, as for in the water. His confidence swelled. With a sudden spray of crimson mist, the Ancient One glanced down in horror at its abdomen, where a harpoon had penetrated, twisting mercilessly under Bai Luo's control like a meat grinder. Then, it caught sight of Bai Luo's eerie grin. Did it think it had the advantage underwater? Did it believe I was as easily subdued as the fisherman it had once hunted? Oh, dear creature, you are gravely mistaken. Once, it was the fisherman against the sea. Now, it is my dominion, effect of the deep sea favor. All attributes double while submerged. Bai Luo noted with intrigue that, unlike the fishmen, this Ancient One seemed devoid of the same skills, perhaps due to its unappealing appearance to Cthulhu. Had he been trapped on land, Bai Luo might not have escaped the grip of those 8 tendrils. But in the depths, his strength surged exponentially. In that moment, he transcended the limitations of humanity, effortlessly wrenching apart the tendrils that could strangle an ordinary fisherman and thrusting the harpoon deep into his foe's body. The Ancient One panicked, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape Bai Luo's grasp. Yet, the roles had reversed. It was now the hunted, its limbs bound like ropes. Bai Luo clung fiercely, thrusting the harpoon repeatedly. Soon turning the surrounding waters a vivid crimson, as he beheld the progress of his gruesome masterpiece, he began to envision the Ancient One leaping onto the canvas, gurgling, the grayish head expelled a bubble, its pupils reddening with blood, and suddenly, the Ancient One unleashed a furious roar beneath the waves. Bailuo snapped back to reality, an ominous premonition creeping upon him. In an instant, the waters erupted violently. Bailuo's pupils dilated as he felt the piercing water stab through him from all directions. Hee. The gray head erupted in laughter once more, akin to a child reveling in victory at a kindergarten contest. Trampling the audacious little ones beneath its feet, IT was confident that as long as its opponent remained human, they could not possibly survive being pierced by its water spikes. This time, even the internal organs were penetrated. The vessel above began to shift slowly, and the Ancient One, sensing this, immediately turned and swam toward the surface, its tendrils flailing like a pendulum propelling it at great speed. "Where do you think you're going?" Bailuo scoffed inwardly, seizing one of its tendrils and feeling the strength of the suckers grip him. The Ancient One gasped in disbelief as it turned to look back. Its previously shattered form rapidly regenerated after the water spikes dissolved. The blood flow staunched, and its insides restored in the blink of an eye. Having lived for so long, it never imagined it would be killed by a mere human in the depths. Taking a deep breath, the dizziness was expected. Chapter 8. Single-handedly slaying the Ancient One. Not dead? The gray head was filled with terror. Its 8 tendrils flailed wildly as it abandoned the hunt. Damn it. To escape from a situation that should have been fatal, who was truly the Ancient One here? In its eyes, Bailuo had transformed into an even greater monstrosity. The tendrils that once ensnared prey were now gripped in Bailuo's hands, who seized the bifurcated harpoon and thrust it forcefully into its throat. Previously, it had only suffered superficial wounds on one side of its face, but now the blade had torn through its neck, blood spilling profusely from the gaping wound. Struggles and howls bore no fruit. As Bailuo's elbow locked tightly around the Ancient One's neck, he repeatedly drove the harpoon into a small section of the sea, staining it red. Ultimately, the Ancient One, which had attacked countless fishermen, lost its vitality, its tendrils falling still. Bailuo dragged the lifeless body to the surface, banging forcefully against the side of the departing vessel. "Lower the ladder." Originally prepared to flee, Sun Jie shuddered and turned to look down, where a blood-soaked young man was waving at him. It was Bailuo. He was still alive. He had slain the sea monster. Before long, the drenched Bailuo returned to the deck with a thud as the corpse hit the ground. The fishing vessel's engine roared to life, gaining speed as the fishermen cut their nets in vain. Apart from the helmsman, Sun Jie, and one other crew member, who were both astonished by Bailuo's miraculous survival from the depths, they were even more shocked to see him return with the body of an Ancient One. The monster, he is the true monster. The crew member's legs trembled, and his initially displeased expression had transformed. Sun Jie shot him a glance, silencing him. Bailuo shook the water from his hair and explained, "It wasn't as formidable as you imagined. Generally, 3 adult men could handle it without entering the water. Well, one must be cautious of the water spikes it releases." After this battle, Bailuo realized that neither the fishmen nor the spider-like sea monsters possessed the terrifying prowess that legends suggested. If on land, with firearms and teamwork, the likelihood of humans hunting them was not negligible. Yet, this also made Bailuo aware that the world shrouded in mist was far more perilous than anticipated. If all Ancient Ones were of this caliber, humanity would have eradicated them by now. Much like the spider-like sea monsters, the only threat was their ability to condense water into lethal spikes. Their raw strength was no greater than that of a professional boxer, perhaps even less than that of a peak-conditioned human. There were undoubtedly far more terrifying life forms lurking within the fog. Sun Jie dismissed it as Bailuo's modesty, patting his shoulder with a smile. "You're being too humble. With skills like yours at such a young age, it's no wonder you dared to venture out to sea for fishing." In Sun Jie's eyes, Bailuo was a tough character who trained regularly without flaunting his prowess. Not only had he saved those on the ship, but he had also eliminated the primary threat. "You will become a new legend in our old city. Perhaps even my grandchildren will hear tales of your exploits." This was no mere flattery. Entering the sea to slay a sea monster and bringing its corpse aboard was deemed an impossible feat in the eyes of the old city folk. Undoubtedly, Bailuo would become a living legend, revered by neighbors and friends alike. Following the prior scare, the 3 survivors retreated to the cabin, while Bailuo remained on deck, retrieving painting supplies and waterproof cloth from his bag. preparing to create art, with the ancient one laid face up, its horrifying visage captivated by Luo. Art. Oh, magnificent art, truly a work of divine craftsmanship. Gripping the brush in excitement, he made his first stroke on the rocking ship, followed by a second and a third, as the indescribable creature sprang to life on the paper. Painting progress, 20. With each stroke, Bai Luo's painting speed was no longer as swift as when he sketched the fishman through a crack in the door. Instead, he meticulously pondered each line, fearing he might fail to capture the model's true form. Painting progress, 50. Halfway through the artwork, Bai Luo grew increasingly fond of his creation, wishing he could cradle the corpse and admire it, even neglecting to ponder whether the deceased ancient one could grace the walls of the old gallery. In his eyes, there existed only pure artistry. At this moment, he was the most genuine artist in the world. Painting progress, 80. Bai Luo was ecstatically putting brush to canvas, his focus so intense it surpassed even that of his battle-hardened self. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a distant corner of the sea. Causing his painting pace to slow, behind a speeding fishing boat, a vast expanse of crimson dots was advancing towards him, resembling fish swimming closer in the ocean. Old companions. And in a multitude, Bai Luo glanced towards the cabin. The image of a woman he had caught flashing through his mind. In less than 5 seconds, his tumultuous emotions settled into tranquility, redirecting his focus back to the brush. Suddenly, a piercing sound emanated from beneath the hull, and a hoarse scream echoed in his ears. The crew in the cabin, upon hearing this sound, seemed to have their souls scattered in fear. Any resident of the old district, even those who were not fishermen, could recognize the owner of that voice, the old companions, the fishmen. Bai Luo. Sun Jie rushed out, his lips pale as he cautioned. We've encountered the fishmen, and a massive horde at that. Damn it. We've never faced such bizarre occurrences before. First the spider sea monster. Now a swarm of fishmen foraging. If I weren't so clear-headed, I'd think we were in a fog. Bai Luo remained unperturbed, continuing to paint, akin to a student engrossed in their work just 5 minutes before an art examination. I understand, keep the boat steady. You needn't concern yourself with the rest. Sun Jie was taken aback. But no buts. Return to steering and do not disturb me. Bai Luo's tone brooked no argument, his strokes as steady as a mountain. Had he not witnessed the other's capabilities, Sun Jie would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of exasperation upon this insufferable artist. What was the time? They were on the brink of being overwhelmed by the fishmen. And he was still painting. Yet, having seen the other's prowess, Sun Jie felt an inexplicable trust in Bai Luo, which was strange indeed, considering he was considerably older. Oh, right. Bai Luo paused his brush to inquire. Has that woman regained consciousness? The girl he had rescued had remained in a dazed state, teetering on the edge of life and death, and the crew had brought her to the cabin to rest following the encounter with the old companions. Sun Jie, listening to the fishman's howls, anxiously scanned the area. It's almost done. I just poured her a glass of water, and she can now engage in some basic conversation. Bai Luo resumed his work. Good, you may return now. Sun Jie seemed to want to say something, but just then, there was a sudden crash, and a fishman leapt onto the nearby deck. The captain felt as if faced with a formidable enemy. Every hair on his body standing on end, he instinctively sought Bai Luo's assistance, only to find the latter's demeanor utterly calm. One hand continued painting, while the other swiftly retrieved a harpoon from the ground, channeling his strength to launch it like a bolt from a crossbow. Buzz! Before the fishman could regain its footing, it was struck in the chest by the harpoon, slipping and tumbling back into the sea. Bai Luo did not even glance at the commotion, his brush dancing across the canvas. Sun Jie swallowed hard, speechless, and fled back to the cabin. With the final stroke complete, Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction. Painting progress. 100, Chapter 9. A snap of the fingers to slay the fishman. Bai Luo aimed his painting at the corpse on the deck, just as he had done when sealing the fishman for the first time. The monstrous form of the spider sea monster swiftly transformed into a chaotic array of two-dimensional colors, diving into the artwork. Images of the old corridors flashed through his mind, and to the right of the fishman frame, a painting entitled The Death of the Sea Spider materialized. Congratulations, you have successfully sealed a member of the Old Companions and gained the skill Oceanic Piercing. Oceanic Piercing condenses surrounding water molecules into sharp projectiles to penetrate the target, Initially, it was believed that dead members of the Old Companions could not acquire skills to it. Seems I underestimated the power of the gallery. Acquiring this skill was within Bai Luo's expectations. During the battle with the sea spider, he had noticed that it lacked the protection akin to the deep sea blessing. The only distinct feature it exhibited was the momentary release of water spikes, and it had not unleashed a second special skill before its demise. Suggesting that it was likely its sole ability, Bai Luo methodically packed away all his painting tools, while the crew in the cabin was nearing frantic despair, as the incessant sounds from beneath the speeding fishing vessel indicated imminent danger. Any misstep would result in a swarm of fishmen pouncing upon them, tearing them to shreds. Bang! With a deafening crash, the speed of the fishing boat plummeted. Sun Jie cursed, "Damn it, they're damaging the propeller." This vessel, having undergone modifications, boasted several more propellers than a typical fishing boat, not to mention a terrifyingly powerful engine. However, if all were to be rendered inoperative, they would be left to await death upon the ocean. Bai Luo, clutching an old suitcase, turned towards the cabin. Since that woman had boarded, the Old Companions had not ceased their disturbances. She must possess some extraordinary quality, so unique that the Old Companions would dare to reveal themselves even in clear weather. Sounds of banging echoed from the side of the boat as the fishmen, endowed with formidable strength and sharp claws, began to climb aboard. With a powerful push from their limbs, countless grotesque figures prepared to leap onto the deck. Clap! Just before Bai Luo entered the cabin, he casually snapped his fingers. Buzz! The sea surface froze in an instant, and the furious waters transformed into countless sharp projectiles, impaling the airborne fishmen, rendering them as pincushions. This spectacle unfolded in less than 2 seconds, too swift for even Sun Jie in the cabin to react. By the time he peered through the glass at the rear of the boat, the ocean was stained crimson with blood. Consequently, all fishmen vanished. Their fate remained unknown, yet it was certain that they encountered no further surprises on their return journey. Only the swiftly moving fishing vessel left a straight red line upon the azure canvas. At the harbor of the old district in Jiangcheng, the sun had passed its zenith, marking the hottest part of the day. Even as early autumn approached, the heat still graced the earth. Beneath an open sunshade, Zhao Bin lounged with his legs crossed, savoring an ice pop with one hand while the other brandished a substantial wad of cash. In the unshaded area before him stood 3 rather youthful individuals. Their faces etched with rage, yet they could do nothing but stand there, awaiting his judgment. Not bad. Zhao Bin bit down on the final piece of ice, carelessly tossing the wooden stick at their feet. Akin to a master discarding leftover bones to his dogs. Wouldn't it have been simpler to have just handed over the money? Why endure this torment? Next time, remember to repay Lord Shen promptly. Do not entertain thoughts of evasion or fleeing. Don't think we can't find you. The 3 individuals, drenched in sweat under the glaring sun, were far more terrified of the man before them than they were of the heat. Zhao Bin, a thug under Lord Shen, had gained the elder's trust with his impressive physique and ruthless heart at a young age. Any debt deemed uncollectible, once Zhao Bin intervened, would be recovered within 3 days. However, their so-called debts encompassed various fees, including protection money, with a minimum monthly requirement of 1,500, where underpayment would lead to additional charges and overpayment would not be refunded if one failed to meet the payment. They had myriad methods to deal with you. Thank you, Brother Bin, for your care. I will trouble you to look after my grandfather's shop from now on. Zhang Jianan, veins bulging, suppressed his fury as he spoke. Zhao Bin detected his anger but chose not to expose it, instead chuckling lightly. Of course. The encounter among the 4 was fortuitous. Originally, Zhang Jianan, Lin Yuan, and Zhao Zimo had come to await Bai Luo. But fate had thrown them into Zhao Bin's path. Zhang Jianan had promptly returned home to deliver a total of 3,000 in protection fees from himself and his grandfather, but Zhao Bin insisted they stand in the sun until their skin broke. We Haven team missed the deadline. There's still a day left until next month. In response, Zhao Bin casually replied, I know, otherwise I wouldn't keep you standing for just a few hours before letting you go. Remember for next time. Pay your dues early to rest easy. Keep your wits about you. The wrath of the ants is most amusing, as they can only seethe while being utterly powerless. Ultimately, this fury became a delightful seasoning in Zhao Bin's life. In truth, he saw no issue with a 1-day delay. He simply found it entertaining to watch these youths, who clearly wished to thrash him but lacked the strength. stand there reluctantly as punishment. Can we go now? Lin Yuan swayed side to side, drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse. No, Zhao Bin replied with a grin. The other two may rest. But you, stand for another 3 hours, until sunset. Lin Yuan glared furiously. On what grounds? Having lost his uncle to protection duties the day before, he had not slept well for 2 days. Standing for another 3 hours would surely lead to his demise from the heat. Zhao Bin leisurely replied, Who told you not to pay your protection fee? If everyone were like you, would Lord Shen still be able to eat? You, Lin Yuan, instinctively moving forward to throw a punch, was hastily restrained by his 2 friends. If he truly swung, he would have no place left in the old district. Oh, grown some backbone. Zhao Bin rose with a kick. Had it not been for Zhang Jianan and Zhao Zimo's assistance, that kick would have left the dehydrated Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Pa, you bastard, son of a dog, dare to lay hands on your grandfather Zhao. Zhao Bin spat on Lin Yuan's face. The coldness of the saliva reminiscent of the only thing that had provided relief from the heat that afternoon. Remember this. From now on, do whatever I tell you without question. Don't ask why. If you dither overpaying, your parents will die, all because of your dilly-dallying. Zhang Jianan immediately stepped in to mediate, forcing a smile as he said, Brother Zhao, old Lin is young and inexperienced. Please forgive his transgressions. Zhao Bin shot him a glare. What are you to dare lecture me? I doubt should you dare to utter another word against me, I shall descend upon your grandfather's establishment and wreak havoc upon it come tomorrow. The mention of the last remaining relative ignited an uncontrollable fury within Zhang Jian. Zhao Bin, unable to suppress a laugh, remarked, Indeed, that is the very expression. What do you intend to do? What can you possibly do? Come at me and give me a beating. Do you even stand a chance against me? Zhang Jian, what are you even worth? I could easily pin you down with one hand. You wish to kill me? Come forth, I shall hand you the knife. Go on, slay me if you dare. Do you have the courage? Unless you are willing to disregard your grandfather, be prepared to witness that old man tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 10. The Riddler? Just a good beating will suffice. Zhao Bin produced a small knife, the gleaming blade swishing back and forth across Zhang Jian's face, his gaze seemingly challenging him to act. Useless. Another swift kick sent Zhang Jian tumbling to the ground, his head bowed, obscuring his expression as he sat there for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Zhao Zimo firmly restrained the oncoming rage of Lin Yuan, fearing that another confrontation with this demon would double next month's protection fee. Zhao Bin burst into laughter, thoroughly relishing the spectacle. He found immense pleasure in recalling such moments. Brother Sun has returned. A chorus of shouts erupted from the port, heads popping out as many turned to gaze at the horizon, where a fishing boat sped towards them. Zhao Bin dusted off the grime from his trousers, grinning as he made his way towards the shore. He had not forgotten the task assigned by Lord Shun, which involved hosting a gathering tonight to reward the brothers, yet the bounty for such rewards was certainly not theirs. He intended to borrow from the fishermen. Fortuitously, there happened to be a troublesome lad who had yet to pay his protection fee aboard, and he could conveniently extract some interest from him. Come along, that Zhang fellow, let us show him how obedient Bai Luo can be. Zhao Bin beckoned a few individuals towards the docking area. In his recollection, Bai Luo was a rather honest lad. Aside from his penchant for trivial painting pursuits, he dutifully paid his protection fee each month. Such individuals were his preference, as they lacked temperament and were easily manipulated. Upon hearing that this ruffian sought to bully a few, and now intended to trouble Bai Luo as well, the trio promptly followed suit. Regardless of their standing in the old district as a minor faction, it was imperative to look out for one another, ensuring that Bai Luo did not suffer too greatly. At the very least, a fish should be spared, lest their venture into the sea be in vain. Only when the coastline was within sight did the crew members find solace, knowing they were nearing home. Inside the cockpit, the 2 surviving crew members surveyed the sea conditions while Sun Jia leaned against the side. Bai Luo sat opposite a woman who had recently regained consciousness, scrutinizing her intently. Initially, he had saved her, yet prolonged exposure to the sea had nearly suffocated him, leaving him in a rather disoriented state. Now, he could barely manage coherent conversation. What is your name? Bai Luo inquired succinctly. Qing Luo. Qing Luo? Just Qing. Close enough. Bai Luo, unfazed, continued. How did you end up in the sea? Qing Luo, clutching her drenched collar tightly around her trembling body, bowed her head in silence, seemingly reluctant to answer. Where do you reside? Bai Luo shifted his question. This. Qing Luo grew increasingly anxious, stammering as she eventually lowered her head, hugging her knees. Bai Luo closed his eyes, pondering, and then asked again, why were you pursued by the old ones? Sun Jia was taken aback. Was this girl the cause of their pursuit? He recalled the events, and it indeed seemed so. Ever since she had been rescued from the depths, those entities which had only appeared in the fog before had suddenly swarmed towards them. It was all too illogical. Old ones. Qing Luo looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What are old ones? Do you mean the subordinates of wealthy households? It was quite peculiar. This term had been publicly disseminated for no less than 70 years. Yet here was someone unaware of its meaning. Bai Luo rephrased, they are akin to sea monsters, creatures similar to humans, yet fearsome in appearance. Because of you, we have been relentlessly pursued by them. During this exchange, Bai Luo even speculated that it might be due to his own deep-sea patronage. But if that were the case, there should have been signs upon their arrival, during the netting, rather than at the moment of retrieving the woman. Monsters. Qing Luo seemed to recall something, curling up and trembling as her lips turned pale and her gaze wandered. No, I do not know. Her voice had escalated significantly, clearly indicating that she was privy to information. You do not know, do you? Bai Luo casually flicked his fingers on his trousers as if playing a piano. If you truly did not know, that would be one thing, but your fear is clearly preventing you from speaking. And that complicates matters for me. Seeing Qing Luo's demeanor, Sun Jia suggested, let us wait until we reach shore. I can inquire with friends who frequently venture into the sea. Perhaps someone will recognize her. Qing Luo's anxious heart settled slightly as she exhaled, her breaths trembling. Bai Luo? You? Upon hearing Sun Jia's startled voice, Qing Luo raised her head towards the man who should have been sitting opposite her. However, her head was soon forced down by a pair of strong yet gentle hands. In the next moment, she felt those hands grasp her delicate hair, yanking her toward the deck. The two surviving crew members turned in surprise at the scene, while Sun Jia urged them to steer the boat properly as he pursued. Once Qing Luo could comprehend her surroundings, she found herself precariously hanging over the railing of the fishing boat, at risk of plummeting into the depths below. The sea breeze howled in her ears, and the waves crashed against her already drenched attire. Bai Luo held her hair firmly, stabilizing her body. I will ask you one last time. You may choose to remain silent. Where is your home? Qing Luo's legs turned to jelly, terror gripping her heart as she immediately cried out the answer. On the island. On the island. What island? I do not know. Bai Luo nudged her, and she found herself precariously balanced on the edge of the boat, her remaining foot barely on the deck, mere inches away from the embrace of the ocean. Sun Jia broke into a cold sweat, urgently advising, Bai Luo, calm down. She has just escaped death. Let her catch her breath. Bai Luo replied nonchalantly, I saved her. If she cannot even satisfy my curiosity, I may as well return her to the sea. As for taking a moment to breathe, why should I have delayed my rescue? Should I have let her drown before saving her? I truly do not know. Qing Luo cried, my family has lived on the island for generations. There is a gigantic statue in the center, and we go there daily to worship the sea god. Bai Luo gazed at her tear-streaked face, sensing her sincerity. Wait. Sun Jia suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, I believe I have heard of this island. Bai Luo appeared somewhat surprised but quickly understood. After all, Sun Jia had been fishing for over a decade and should have some knowledge of the surrounding islands. Without needing further inquiry, Qing Luo readily answered his previous questions again, this time articulating her words clearly. I was the chosen sacrifice, meant to be offered to the Dragon King, but I was so terrified that I jumped ship and fled. The old ones you speak of are referred to as sea attendants on our island. The guardians of the sea god. I have never left the island. This is all I know. I did not dare to say anything before, fearing you would send me back. This outpouring of information drained Qing Luo of her remaining strength, leaving her unable to even cry anymore. I beg you, do not send me back. I will do anything you ask. Bai Luo chuckled. See, you can indeed speak your mind. The so-called Riddler, merely a habit formed from indulgence. Chapter 11. The Dragon King. Having brought her aboard, they returned to the cockpit, where Sun Jia prepared a cup of water for the young girl. Qing Luo, sipping from the cup, stealthily glanced at the man a couple of years her junior. Bai Luo was strikingly handsome, tall and with sharp eyebrows. His skin lacked the roughness typical of fishermen, of course. This was contingent upon her forgetting the incident where he had precariously dangled her over the edge of the deck. Otherwise, every glance at him would elicit a visceral fear of being thrown back into the sea. Sun Jie reclaimed the empty cup, stating, "This tale I gleaned from my great-grandfather. Long before the stars realigned and the ancient gods awoke, we fishermen passed down a story. Not far from the coast lies an isolated island where the inhabitants, much like us, rely on fishing for sustenance. However, their isolation has rendered them rather backward, and the government once exerted considerable effort to eradicate their feudal practices." Sun Jie poured another cup of water for Bai Luo. "Yet, as you know, many secluded places are not easily civilized, particularly when such efforts are half-hearted, compounded by the 7 days of fog. Since then, the island has once again vanished from the maps. 70 years ago, on the day of the stars' realignment, a fog enveloped the area for 7 days. Some believed they would remain trapped within it until death. Fortunately, on the morning of the 8th day, the fog dissipated without warning, granting humanity a reprieve. From that point on, the sea became a breeding ground for the Old Ones, and we dared only to fish near the shoreline, never venturing closer to that island, which gradually became nothing more than a drunken tale among fishermen." Sun Jie lamented, "I never anticipated that the inhabitants of this island were still alive, and had even begun to worship the so-called sea god." Bai Luo supplemented their supply of fresh water, still harboring doubts regarding this matter. He had already witnessed the perils of the sea, and the fact that Qing Luo's homeland had survived for 70 years in a land surrounded by the vast ocean was inherently problematic. He speculated that the crux of the issue was related to the rituals. The old kin would not pursue a young girl without reason. Bai Luo turned and inquired, "What does your family rely on for sustenance?" "Fishing?" Qing Luo, not daring to delay, hastily replied, "It is the benevolence of the sea god. We rely on our devoutness to touch the great sea god, who blesses us with abundant harvests." In plain terms, "Where does your food come from?" "From gathering along the shore." This time, without Bai Luo's prompting, Sun Jie exclaimed, "Gathering? You mean to say that merely gathering can sustain the entire island? How many people live on your island?" "Perhaps a few thousand, but I'm not entirely sure," Qing Luo explained. "I cannot speak for everyone, but at least my family lives this way. Every day, my father and I take a stroll along the shore, and by the time we return, our bucket is full." The simplicity of life on this feudal island left the 3 native fishermen awestruck, prompting them to contemplate whether they should also pay homage to that sea god. One of the crew members muttered, "This isn't feudalism. This is practically paradise. No labor, no exhausting fishing like we do, just bending over by the shore each day to fill our bellies." The thought of such a life truly delighted the fishermen. Bai Luo continued, "You mentioned the rituals. At this, Qing Luo's expression fell. The sea god is the master of all marine life. We are merely one of his followers. He does not directly oversee us. That duty falls to his messenger, the Dragon King, whom we commonly refer to as Lord Dragon. However, the protection of the deity comes at a cost. We must periodically offer sacrifices to the Dragon King, providing offerings to secure long-lasting stability. The elder priest has said that without offerings, the Dragon King's wrath would unleash a tsunami upon the entire island. Yet those who are sacrificed do not return alive. So I jumped ship halfway. As she spoke, Qing Luo's voice began to tremble, and her arms tightened around her legs. Bai Luo gained a general understanding of the situation. This isolated island had survived the encroaching fog by relying on faith in the so-called sea god, and for a time, had procured resources through sacrifices, but those who were sacrificed perished, leading Qing Luo to flee. She had likely been rescued by Bai Luo after nearly drowning from exhaustion, while those old kin were presumably sent by the Dragon King. "Please, I beg you, do not send me back," Qing Luo pleaded, her expression frantic as she knelt on the ground. Islanders who had previously returned after fleeing had met with dreadful fates. They faced punishments more terrifying than death. Bai Luo remained silent as the cabin fell into a heavy silence. Sun Jie helped Qing Luo to her feet so she could rest. For the crew, the allure of gathering food without labor far outweighed any concerns about rituals or the Dragon King. "Why don't we have such a magnificent deity on our side? I could discuss faith too," one of the crew members lamented. Another chimed in, "Sigh, such misfortune. This trip yielded no gains, and we lost Shaoli." Xiao Li was one of the crew members who had perished under the sea spider's piercing abyss, meaning this outing had resulted in no catches at all except for a single fish brought back by Bai Luo. This situation left even Sun Jia, a seasoned fisherman accustomed to life and death, speechless. They were the experts, yet the only reward had come from a young newcomer. Shortly thereafter, the boat docked along the coastline, and many fishermen who had yet to venture out gathered around upon seeing the early return of the group. With 3 hours until sunset, far less than expected, the fishermen sensed that something had gone awry. "Old Sun, what happened?" one fisherman cautiously inquired. Sun Jia mournfully replied, "We encountered the old kin. Xiao Li has fallen." A collective sigh swept through the crowd. They were all too familiar with such occurrences, and the fish. "We caught nothing." Sun Jia felt an immense sense of humiliation. The few fish they had were brought back by this newcomer. Without him, they might not have even returned. The fisherman looked at Bai Luo, who was disembarking with a basket, curious as to why the experienced Sun Jia held him in such high regard, as it was usually Sun Jia who saved newcomers. Someone in the crowd, clearly skeptical, shouted, "Old Sun, are you kidding? This kid is all skin and bones. How could he save anyone?" The others echoed this disbelief. Yet Sun Jia recounted the dangers they had faced along the way. From the sea spider to being surrounded by fishmen, painting a harrowing picture. Although there was no tangible proof, and Bai Luo had never claimed that breaking through the fishman's encirclement was his doing, Sun Jia's instincts told him that it must be connected to Bai Luo. "Good heavens, you killed a sea monster. Is this a joke?" Countless fishermen were left in shock, knowing it was likely false. Yet the solemnity of Sun Jia's face forced them to question their own doubts. Killing the old kin? You actually believe that nonsense? A discordant voice interrupted the fishermen's discussion. Chapter 12 today. I will cover young Master Zhao's injury. As the crowd noticed the newcomer, they quickly parted to make way. Zhao Bin sauntered over with exaggerated swagger, flanked by Zhang Jianan and 2 others, their faces as grim as stagnant water. Zhao Bin cheerfully remarked, "Bai Luo, I heard you've been quite the force in the sea, not only slaying an old kin but also managing to fish out an entire boat from the midst of the fishmen. How about you collect the protection fee for me from now on? I could use a break." Sun Jia furrowed his brow. "Zhao Bin, I speak the truth. Believe it or not, that is up to you." He had long been displeased with the likes of Shen Yi and his gang. Had it not been for the burden of family, he would never have willingly paid the 1,500 protection fee after wandering the seas for over a decade. He had witnessed Bai Luo's strength. If he could kill an old kin in the water, he could easily dispatch a human on land. What use is a money-collecting scoundrel like you? Even your Shen Yi would get slapped around. "All right, brother Sun, don't blow smoke for him," Zhao Bin retorted, clearly unconvinced. "I know you pity this fellow and are trying to find reasons to ease his protection fee situation. Fine, for your sake today. I won't make things difficult. We can discuss the money tomorrow." Upon hearing Zhao Bin's words, the crowd felt they had unraveled the mystery. It was rumored that Shen Yi feared Bai Luo would flee, prompting him to notify Sun Jia in advance to keep an eye on him. Yet Sun Jia was known throughout the district for his good-heartedness. Given their encounter with the old kin at sea, it was evident they would not be able to gather enough fish to pay the protection fee today. So he had concocted a story to help Bai Luo navigate the predicament. That basket of fish likely wasn't he procured through sheer strength. Thus, the narrative flowed much more smoothly. "Bai Luo, am I right?" Zhao Bin boasted, convinced he had uncovered their scheme. Bai Luo's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, he caught sight of the disheveled Zhang Jianan and the others, quickly deducing their intent. So you're here for the money. I didn't seek you out for money. Yet you come to me first?" Next, in full view of everyone, Zhao Bin approached with a beaming smile, arms outstretched toward the basket brimming with plump fish. Sun Jia barked, "Zhao, don't push your luck." Zhao Bin shrugged. "I say, brother Sun, I was going to ask for the money tomorrow. You wouldn't want me to return empty-handed, would you? After all, this is your catch. Consider it a gift for Shen Yi." The surrounding fishermen were seething with anger, itching to tear the scoundrel apart. However, as they reflected on their struggles yet managed to get by, they swallowed their fury. Zhao Bin reveled in the animosity directed at him. Feeling quite pleased, after satisfying his petty emotions, he intended to take this basket of fish and treat his brothers to a feast. With all his strength, Zhao Bin attempted to lift the basket, but it didn't budge an inch, and his smile vanished. "Let go," he coldly commanded. A grin replaced Bai Luo's expression. "What's wrong, Zhao? feeling weak these days, unable to lift even a basket of fish? Zhao Bin glared at Bai Luo. His face darkening, he had expected everyone to cower under his aggression, yet Bai Luo seemed oblivious, unyielding in his demeanor. All right, you bastard. You dare mock Zhao? Zhao Bin released his grip, spinning around in a fit of impotent rage, then swiftly raised his leg to deliver a kick, with the agility bestowed upon him by the deep sea. Bai Luo perceived Zhao Bin's movement in slow motion, effortlessly sidestepping. Zhao Bin, overexerting himself, ended up performing an unintentional split in front of everyone. Puffed. This sudden display of absurdity elicited laughter from the onlookers. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhao wants to eat fish, but he has to put on a show with a split. What was that twirl before the kick? Was he trying to cancel out the setup? Oh, Bai Luo has some skills. He can react with such speed even while holding a fish basket. Zhao Bin was utterly incensed, feeling as if he had been toyed with like a mere monkey. He clutched his searing groin, his face flushed with rage. Bai Luo, you're seeking death. Zhang Jianan, witnessing this display, immediately cautioned, be careful. He has a knife. The very blade that hung from Zhao Bin's waist was the same one he had brandished earlier that day while mocking Zhang Jianan, threatening him with his grandfather's name, jeering that even if the knife were handed to him, he would not dare to strike. All present held their breath, hearts lodged in their throats. Sun Jie, observing the situation, contemplated intervening, but found himself too distant and the incident too sudden. Die! The impulsive Zhao Bin disregarded all caution. After years of indulgence, he could not bear the humiliation he had suffered today and was determined to retaliate. Bai Luo sighed deeply, relinquishing his fish basket to the ground and swiftly striking Zhao Bin's wrist, sending the knife flying in an instant. He seized Zhao Bin by the throat and, as if he were a mere toddler learning to walk, hoisted him off the ground before slamming him headfirst into the earth. Thud! The sharp sound of his skull meeting the ground erupted in a spray of blood, leaving Zhao Bin dazed and disoriented. His expression a grotesque mask of fury. Why you dared to lay hands on me? I will kill. Bang! Bai Luo's foot connected with Zhao Bin's face. What a loudmouth! The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds momentarily frozen as if time itself had paused. How could there be such audacity in this world? Among them, Zhang Jianan, Zhao Zimo, and Lin Yuan watched with glee, their fists clenched tightly, occasionally unable to restrain themselves from mimicking the blows, as if they themselves were the ones delivering the punishment. The very man now being subdued had, not long ago, tormented them, and now he found himself at the mercy of his own companion. Zhao Bin, engulfed in rage, attempted to rise for revenge, but Bai Luo swiftly stripped him of his shirt and, with a kick, sent him back down, covering his head with the garment. After a series of kicks, Zhao Bin was utterly drained of strength, left powerless on the ground. Bai Luo gathered the scattered fish and placed them back into his basket, reminding the spectators, today, I will cover the cost of Zhao Gongzi's injuries. Feel free to do as you please. With that, a smile graced Bai Luo's lips as he left, laden with the spoils of his sea fishing. As he departed, the crowd exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of Bai Luo's words. Did it mean they could freely pummel Zhao Bin? And with that, what was there to fear? Damn it, I've long harbored disdain for this group of brutes. Confused and dazed, Zhao Bin realized Bai Luo had left, and he reached for the discarded knife, his teeth nearly grinding together in frustration. Bai Luo, just you wait. What the hell? Who kicked me? Suddenly, Zhao Bin received a kick while still covered by the cloth. Judging by the force, he deduced it was not Bai Luo. It was too light. Do you still dare to call yourself my superior? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. The fisherman, oppressed for over a decade, erupted in a frenzy, charging at him en masse. Even the usually docile Zhang Jianan could not resist delivering a fierce kick. Zhao Zimo found himself at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or not, while Lin Yuan stood at the back of the crowd, chuckling silently, perceiving the scene as a grand theatrical performance. Chapter 13. The suppression of worries. After a good half hour, the fishermen finally dispersed like the receding tide, leaving Zhao Bin beneath the garment that had fallen away, revealing the sky above. Not a single part of him was unscathed. His face was bruised and bloodied, saliva mingling with blood, and one side of his face bore the remnants of expelled stomach contents. Bai Luo, I will not let you off lightly. Just wait and see. You'll be fed to the old ones. He made several attempts to rise from the ground, but each effort was met with excruciating pain, forcing him to relent and lie back down. How could Bai Luo, a mere idler who spent his days painting, become so formidable? Zhao Bin was baffled. In the past, Bai Luo had always been at his beck and call, paying any protection fee demanded, yet today he seemed like a different person altogether. His agility was astonishing, and the force with which he had disarmed Zhao Bin had left his hand trembling, a feat unheard of in his experience wielding a knife. Damn it, I underestimated him. Zhao Bin gritted his teeth, cursing Bai Luo through clenched jaws, vowing that he could not let this insolent brat remain in the old town. Otherwise, what would become of Shan Ye's authority? If everyone began to resist and refuse to pay protection fees, their days of easy living would surely come to an end. As the sun set, Zhao Bin staggered to his feet, the fisherman who had attacked him nowhere to be found, and the trio of unruly children had vanished as well. Bai Luo was similarly absent. A pack of unruly citizens. In the distance, fishermen were busy at the beach, seemingly more numerous than usual, their faces beaming with smiles. Though their buckets held little seafood, Bai Luo had blindfolded him, rendering him powerless, leading to an unprecedented scene where those who had once groveled before him now unleashed kicks and punches upon him. Within mere minutes, the authority he had amassed over the years in the old town crumbled to dust. The most infuriating part was that he had no idea who had kicked him. But Zhao Bin was certain that among the assailants, there were bound to be those he had wronged. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. Humiliated, Zhao Bin could no longer bear to stay, dragging his battered body home to nurse his wounds, vowing to seek out Shunyi at the break of dawn to report this incident. Is this all your catch? At the market, vendors were leaving their stalls, disbelief mingled with greed as they eyed the few plump fish in Bai Luo's basket. This haul must be worth at least several thousand. Nonsense. At today's market rate, it's worth much more. People often spoke of the riches to be gained from the sea, but this was beyond what anyone could have imagined. Don T envy him. This bounty was earned with Bai Luo's life on the line. Those with keen ears spoke of a ship encountering an old one at sea, and the vendors turned pale, unable to fathom that this young man, significantly younger than themselves, had survived such an encounter. If they knew that Bai Luo had single-handedly slain an old one, their worldviews would surely shatter. When Bai Luo had mentioned releasing the sea spider, claiming it was too terrifying, Sun Jie had lamented for a long time, believing that the residents would dismiss it due to lack of evidence. How wonderful it would have been to take a bite. Some vendors drooled, gently caressing the robust fish, envisioning the fragrant dishes they could create. I ask you, will you buy or not? Bai Luo, feeling irked, pulled the basket closer. This crowd had been staring at him for over an hour. He was tired of their praise of him. Upon hearing the mention of payment, many feigned coughs and slipped away. In this day and age, the price of seafood was exorbitant. Most people could hardly afford it. I'll take one. At that moment, a voice, aged yet robust, drew Bai Luo's attention. An elderly gentleman, dressed relatively well, stood at the back of the crowd, smiling and waving, a handful of loose cash pinched between his fingers. Bai Luo recognized this elder. He was the one whose encouragement had ignited Bai Luo's desire to venture out to sea. Young man, you're impressive. The elder gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. I heard you gave that Zhao Bin a good beating. Quite a refreshing tale. Many in the crowd were further astonished by this news. The veracity of the sea encounter was uncertain, but Zhao Bin was a tangible threat, making the story all the more formidable. Bai Luo simply smiled, saying nothing. The treasures from the sea were indeed valuable. Several wealthy families from the old town clamored to purchase from him, quickly filling his art supplies bag to the brim. In the end, Bai Luo kept one fish for himself, planning to reward himself later that evening. This expedition was worth it. Cradling the fish and counting his money, Bai Luo couldn't contain his joy. With money in hand, food secured, and even an old one sealed away, this trip to sea was indeed a bountiful return. On his way home, he passed by a small shop where an elderly man sat on a chair, enjoying the sea breeze. Grandpa Zhang, business seems good today? Bai Luo inquired with a smile. Zhang Gui, upon seeing him, beamed. Indeed, indeed. I don't know what joyful event has transpired, but many fishermen have come to buy wine to celebrate. All right, I'll take some paper and dye. The usual place, here you go, and I'll give you a 10 discount. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Gui was the grandfather of Zhang Jianan, and they had relied on each other for many years. He ran a shop and had a great rapport with Bai Luo. All his art supplies had been purchased from here. The quality may not have matched the high-end paper used in Bai Luo's previous life, but it was sufficient for sketching a few pieces and sealing old ones. After settling the bill and stepping outside, Bai Luo ran into Zhang Jianan, who bore injuries yet was in high spirits. He pulled Bai Luo aside, suppressing his joy, and said, "You have no idea the torment Zhao Bin endured after you left. He'll probably be bedridden for a week. Haha, just thinking about that beast facing retribution fills me with joy." "It is all thanks to you, Lao Bai." Bai Luo shook his head in denial. "It's simply that we've all grown accustomed to oppression, and no one dared to resist. Otherwise, how could Shunyi have collected protection fees for over a decade without challenge?" Zhang Jianan clenched his fists, fully agreeing with this sentiment. If only he had half of Bai Luo's courage, he should have stabbed that beast with a knife during lunch. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? What plans? Shunyi, Zhang Jianan urgently reminded him. You haven't paid the protection fee and have assaulted his subordinate. He certainly won't let you off easily. Soon, he changed his tune and remarked, "In fact, with your skills, you could easily follow Lord Shun. You would undoubtedly be superior to Zhao Bi and I in the old district. Everyone despises Lord Shun, yet everyone yearns to be him. Reveling in a life of leisure without the burden of labor while still reaping financial rewards." Bai Luo's beating of Zhao Bin did not escape his notice. The sheer force and reflexes displayed made Zhang Jianan realize for the first time that Bai Luo had undergone training. Only the parties involved know where that training took place. There are no techniques involved, merely raw statistics. "Rest assured, I have my own plans," Bai Luo reassured, patting his companion's shoulder. Zhang Jianan nodded, offering no further counsel, and hurried home to prepare a meal for his grandfather. Bai Luo lingered in a narrow alley until the night fully descended. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with only a crimson line on the horizon about to fade into the edge of the world. Pedestrians dwindled until the sea breeze began to blow, solitary and desolate. Bai Luo chose not to return home but opted for an alternate route. This path, deemed inauspicious by the inhabitants of the old district, led directly to Lord Xian's residence. Only a fool would passively await trouble. The wise would preemptively extinguish any looming distress. Chapter 14. No one leaves beneath the night sky. The yellow streetlights stood sentinel on either side of the road. Marking a stark boundary between the old and new districts. One end was a black asphalt thoroughfare, while the other was marked by the dilapidated structures of a bygone era, as if an invisible wall divided the two. Keeping them distinctly apart, a leisurely figure whistled as he strolled along this deserted path, finally halting beneath the glow of a well-lit brick house. Over the past decade, under Shan Kuan's tyrannical and unscrupulous reign, the surrounding houses had long been vacated. Due to the changing times, residents of the old district rarely ventured out at night. In other words, this area now housed only Lord Shun's family. The deeper implication, no matter the endeavor, one would not be discovered. Bai Luo set down his suitcase and surveyed his surroundings. No neighbors, no surveillance, no witnesses, no evidence. What a perfect time, what a perfect place, with the moon obscured and the wind howling. It was indeed the right moment. In the courtyard, a barbecue grill emitted thick smoke from the corner, while several burly men at the outdoor table shouted jovially, their arms draped around one another. As Shan Kuan animatedly spoke, "Thanks to his brothers, this month's protection fees have broken records." The crowd below whistled and applauded. With a flushed face, Shan Kuan waved his hands. Come, 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 each person gets 10,000, and no one is allowed to take less." Two men emerged from inside, carrying a large platter filled with protection fees collected from the residents of the old district. Nearly 20 individuals filled the house, all loyal to Lord Shun, their faces beaming with delight at the sight of the money. The atmosphere was cheerful, drinks flowing freely. "Lord Shun, I've recently discovered a fine product." A newly promoted cadre approached with flattery. "Oh?" Shan Kuan's initially dazed expression brightened slightly. The bare-chested cadre grinned. "You haven't heard? This afternoon, Sun Jia, the fisherman, returned. Guess what? He brought back a woman." At the mention of a woman, everyone at the table perked up, as this was one of their few sources of entertainment. "This woman is extraordinary. You haven't seen her. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure, wow. Just one glance at her makes you want to die in your dreams." Shin Kuan's eyes lit up as he stroked the woman beside him. Old Han, is this true? Is she really as stunning as you say? A cadre expressed skepticism. How come I've never heard of her before? When it comes to knowledge of the residents of the old district, few could rival the men present, having grown familiar with collecting protection fees over the years. And no need to say more. The cadre replied confidently, I heard it from a crew member of Sunjia. Apparently, a guy named Bai Luo caught a beauty while fishing. She's not from around here. Seems to be from some island. Just from a glimpse from afar, that silhouette, wow, it was worth a lifetime. As they observed the excitement in each other's eyes and listened to the vivid descriptions, they were all left imagining a goddess descending to earth. The cadre, noticing Shin Kuan's growing interest, felt pleased. His intent was to curry favor and seize some benefits before the other left the old district. However, it was impossible not to feel envious. Such a beauty was truly enviable. If it weren't for the fact that she was too conspicuous, easily noticeable by many, he would have certainly found a way to keep her for himself. Excellent! Shin Kuan clapped his subordinate on the shoulder. Tomorrow, or rather the day after, you bring her to me so the brothers can have a taste of something new. If satisfied, when I visit the new district in a few days, I'll see about arranging something good for you. The subordinate hurriedly expressed his gratitude, while the other cadres grew increasingly envious, all too aware that the new district was a place of indulgence, brimming with treasures, where even a little could provide them with pleasure for a while. Lord Shan, has there been any news from young Master Hu? Someone suddenly inquired. The others were equally curious. It was said that young Master Hu was the brother of a significant figure in the new district, whose elder sibling had risen to a level where he could influence the city's future plans. The very fact that such a person would personally visit the old district was perplexing. Shin Kuan, beaming with pride, declared, young Master Hu will arrive in the old district tomorrow. Once he returns from his inspection at sea, this matter will be settled. He was unaware of why young Master Hu had suddenly gone to sea. Nor did he need to be for him. As long as he served the young master well tomorrow, the rest was beyond his concern. By the way, where's Zhao Bin? Mentioning the sea, Shin Kuan suddenly recalled the absence of his capable aide, who had been tasked with bringing back some fish to it. That moment, a cadre chuckled. You don't know? That fool went to collect debts and got beaten up. What? Is that true? Haha, isn't he the one who boasts that he can collect any protection fee? At this, Zhao Bin's so-called brothers erupted into laughter, and even Shin Kuan shook his head in disappointment. Sighing, he remarked, Zhao Bin has been too arrogant lately, thinking he could establish himself in the old district with sheer bravado. Ever since he joined me, he hasn't even trained, lazing about all day. Does he really think this line of work is simple? Humph, has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Changing the subject, he continued. However, we cannot lose face as a gang. Old Gu, old song. You two go tomorrow and teach a lesson to that fool who dared to provoke us. Although he was about to leave, the established rules could not be altered. He did not ask who was responsible, nor did he need to. In the old district, anyone who disrupted his rules faced a singular fate: either pay to settle the matter or be eliminated. Knock, knock, knock. 3 loud knocks interrupted the chatter in the courtyard. Who the hell is it? It's late, can't you sleep? One cadre cursed as he went to open the door, only to see a handsome young man illuminated by the orange glow of the courtyard light. The young man smiled slightly as he entered, closing the door behind him with a sense of familiarity. The others were momentarily dumbfounded, exchanging glances before looking toward Shin Kuan. Initially, Shin Kuan thought the newcomer was from the new district, but upon closer reflection, he realized he did not recognize him at all. Bai Luo, on the other hand, felt at ease, immediately grabbing a large chicken leg from the table and devouring it, washing it down with a gulp of tea. And you are? Uncertain of the visitor's identity, Shin Kuan hesitated to express his anger. Regardless, this young man was far too dismissive of his standing. After finishing a chicken leg, Bai Luo grinned and said, My name is Bai Luo, and I am an artist. An artist? The cadres were even more bewildered. Bai Luo? In the next instant, they recalled the name, as the previously fawning cadre had mentioned it. A man named Bai Luo had fished a stunning beauty from the sea. Bai Luo nodded, politely inquiring, Now, are there any friends wishing to leave? Upon saying this, he found himself chuckling. Just kidding. None of you are going anywhere today. Chapter 15. The investigator seething with rage, Shin Kuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Bai Luo, I see you have a death wish. He had initially assumed the newcomer was someone of significance, only to discover he was merely a penniless fool who had defaulted on protection fees. Truly believing he could enter his domain and leave at will, Bai Luo pressed his right hand down. Please, I'm here to discuss the matter of protection fees, starting from now. You still want to talk about protection fees? Shen Kuan laughed in anger, cutting him off. You barge into my home, grab a chicken leg to eat, showing no manners whatsoever, and audaciously declare that we shouldn't leave. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe that just because you returned from the sea, you are invincible? I'll tell you this, I don't want the over 1,000 you owe in protection fees. I want your life. Shen Kuan believed Bai Luo had come to settle the final payment, unaware that the man who should have collected those fees, Zhao Bin, had been defeated by the seemingly powerless young man before him. Oh, so we have a fearless soul here. Old Han, who had previously offered to present Xing Luo to Shen Kuan, stood up, preparing to teach Bai Luo a lesson. Bai Luo smiled. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to pay protection fees. I'm here to collect them 2,000 each. Does Boss Shun find this matter difficult? Upon hearing this, Shen Kuan's veins bulged, his lips trembled with fury, and a nearby woman, intrigued but cautious, quickly retreated to avoid being splattered with blood. Old Han gripped the collar of Bai Luo, a cold smirk playing on his lips. If you had chosen a different day to make your move, perhaps our Lord Shen would have been so pleased that he might have allowed you to kneel and bark like a dog. And that would have been the end of it. But why must you choose to act up during our gathering, little brat? I fear this situation may prove to be quite troublesome. Bai Luo shrugged and surveyed the room filled with burly men standing. Shaking his head in disappointment, trouble? Then let it be. Bai Luo shattered a wine bottle on the table, seizing the jagged edge and plunging it into Old Han's neck, blood gushing forth as the man's eyes widened. The intoxication vanishing entirely, Old Han collapsed with a thud, unable to fathom the cruelty of this young boy, who resorted to deadly measures without hesitation. Shen Kuan was equally taken aback by this outcome. His previous brutality dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning fear of death. This kid had come to kill, with no intention of returning alive. It was rare for anyone to be driven to such desperation. But then again, everyone has their vulnerabilities. It had been years since he had encountered someone as ruthless as Bai Luo, who acted with such lethal intent from the outset. Typically, Shen Kuan was accustomed to controlling the lives of others, but now he found himself in a rare state of panic. Quick! Kill him! Kill him! I'll give a reward of 10,000. No, 100,000. To whoever takes him down. With a single command, everyone sprang into action. Seizing chairs and knives, the air thick with murderous intent aimed at the isolated youth. Bai Luo stood firm, discarding the wine bottle and snapping his fingers with a crisp sound. Do you not know? The human body has a significant water content, especially within the blood. With a splatter, Old Han's corpse erupted in a fountain of crimson, the vivid petals extending infinitely until they formed blood-red thorns. Chilling all enemies who dared approach Bai Luo, Bai Luo opted for the swiftest method to end the conflict. In an instant, dozens of henchmen lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes forever closed. He turned to face the towering figure of Shen Kuan, who had dominated the old district for the past decade. Now, it's your turn. Shen Kuan dropped to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face, desperately scrambling backward. No, brother, please, Bai Yi, I beg you, spare my life. I promise to vanish without a trace, never to appear before you again. It's just a matter of money, isn't it? I have plenty to spare. Not just 2,000, but even 20,000. I can have it ready for you. A monster. He was undoubtedly a monster. Shen Kuan realized where Bai Luo's confidence stemmed from. He was no ordinary individual. He possessed the strength that only the elite of the new district could wield. All these years, he had been hiding his true capabilities. Bai Luo walked forward, hands clasped behind his back. Money can't be dismissed entirely, but it holds little importance to me. However, you are different, Lord Shen. With all this bloodshed, if you were to survive, I would be unable to find peace. No. Shen Kuan hastily countered. I won't say a word, I swear. Trust me. Bai Luo dismissed such deceitful words and casually picked up a fruit knife from the table, the blade gleaming under the harsh light, casting reflections upon Shen Kuan's crumbling visage. You can't kill me. I know young master Hu from the new district. His brother is the captain of the investigation bureau. Just like you, a fellow investigator. Bai Luo suddenly paused, and Shen Kuan, believing he had instilled fear in his opponent with his connections, felt a surge of triumph. If you let me go, I can introduce you to young Master Hu. With your talents, you could easily join the investigation bureau in the new district without needing to expose yourself in the old district. However, Bai Luo was utterly uninterested in Shen Kuan's olive branch. What intrigued him was why Shen Kuan had immediately associated his extraordinary power with the profession of an investigator. How much do you know about investigators? Shen Kuan promptly replied, not much, merely what I've heard from young Master Hu. Observing Bai Luo's expression, he continued, after the awakening of the old ones, humanity realized that they were far more powerful than ourselves. Just a glance at their forms could drive an ordinary person insane. However, we discovered a method of resisting them from ancient relics. Bai Luo raised an eyebrow. Ancient relics? Yes, from the previous civilization. Shen Kuan spoke rapidly for his life. Humans found that through exploring the remnants of the old ones, we develop a kind of resistance, similar to how the body produces antibodies against a virus after prolonged exposure. After encountering a certain degree of pollution from the old ones, one can gain powers to counteract that pollution. Thus, the profession of investigator was born, dedicated to investigating the old ones. Young Master Hu mentioned that investigators possess various extraordinary powers, referred to as .as. Ascension? Yes, it's called ascension. Ascension? Is that the extraordinary system of this world? Those who gain the power of ascension possess extraordinary abilities, capable of effortlessly slaying dozens, passing through walls, and performing miraculous feats. Shen Kuan cast a furtive glance at Bai Luo, tentatively asking, you didn't know? After calming down, he suddenly realized that Bai Luo seemed quite unfamiliar with investigators. Perhaps knowing even less than an ordinary person like himself. Was it possible that he had unintentionally acquired the ascension powers? This thought filled Shen Kuan with envy. Why did this brat have such good fortune to ascend so easily? While he had to grovel just to secure a spot in the new district, Bai Luo's icy demeanor conveyed to the now composed Shen Kuan that this man would not let him go easily. The principle of eradicating threats to the root was well understood, even by children. In that case, don't blame me. Seizing the moment while Bai Luo was processing the information, Shen Kuan retrieved a short, slender blade from the metallic frame within his waistband, his expression turning murderous. Blame yourself for seeking trouble with me when you had a bright future ahead, thanks to the gift from young Master Hu. Or else I would have truly met my end at your hands today. Chapter 16. What do you mean, your things? That is mine. Investigators should possess extraordinary powers. Indeed, there exists an extraordinary system in this world. Otherwise, humanity would have long been buried in the mists. Bai Luo suddenly connected the dots from the clues he had seen in the newspapers on the fishing boat. Yet it was still not enough. Shen Kuan knew too little. Perhaps he should seek out a genuine investigator for answers. He increasingly felt that this was the most suitable profession for him, investigating the old ones while seizing the opportunity to seal and gain powers. Fulfilling his artistic pursuits in one fell swoop, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Bai Luo's body tensed, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Kid, if you think you can kill me, you re far too navi. Shen Kuan cackled maniacally, gripping the short sword, which was about the length of his index finger, and swung it at Bai Luo with all his might in an instant. Bai Luo felt as if he had been locked onto by something, rendering him momentarily immobile. By the time he broke free and attempted to dodge, it was too late. An invisible force, as fine as a strand of steel wire, effortlessly pierced through half of Bai Luo's body. He reached down to touch his abdomen, feeling the fabric saturate with blood, and stumbled to the ground, his face pale. I told you, no one can kill me. Not long ago, the once abject Shen Kuan stood tall again. After so many years, who had dared to provoke him to such a state of disarray? Now he yearned to flay Bai Luo alive, to shatter his bones. What of the investigators? They were merely a flicker of light. The owner of this sword was a master of the Demon Hunter's Tower, Shen Kuan sneered, though it can only be used 3 times. It will suffice to deal with a half-baked talent like you. Truth be told, Shen Kuan was reluctant to use this weapon. It was far too precious, a relic from a genuine ascended human. However, using it to eliminate another investigator was not a complete loss, even if the other was merely a half-baked one. Yet such arrogance lasted less than 5 seconds, as Bai Luo, having touched his abdomen, rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. You Shin Kuan's eyes widened in visible panic. He staggered back, engulfed in deep self-doubt. No, this can't be. How can you stand up? This defies science. He was certain that since Bai Luo was unaware of what an investigator or ascension entailed, his rank could not exceed the second tier. How could such a novice rise after being struck by the methods of a master from the fourth tier? And that master was reputed to be the most skilled at killing. No, I refuse to believe it. In his panic, Shin Kuan raised the sword again, ready to strike. Bai Luo reacted swiftly, grasping Shin Kuan by the neck with one hand while pressing against his abdomen with the other, executing a backflip that sent Shin Kuan hurtling to the ground, crashing heavily. The short sword slipped from his grasp, leaving him with no means of salvation. Bai Luo picked up the seemingly harmless little object and slowly advanced toward his prey, the blood still seeping from his abdomen. There are only 3 uses. You've already expended one. If you continue to use it, what will I have left? Your habit of seizing others' possessions must come to an end. What? Shin Kuan was utterly stupefied upon hearing this. You're holding on to something young master who gave me, and you dare accuse me of stealing? Is that yours for you to claim? Bai Luo cherished the short sword, tucking it into his blood-stained pocket. Its great power and portability were appealing to him. Had it not been for the protection of the deep sea, which allowed his wound to heal almost instantly after being cut, he might have truly met his end today. Shin Kuan was seething with rage. You beast! We were enjoying a feast, drinking and celebrating, and you waltzed in and slaughtered all my brothers. To snatch my belongings is one thing, but all your words are merely echoes of mine. Yet, despite the tempest of fury raging within him, Shin Kuan dared not display the same arrogance he had when brandishing his weapon. One lesson had sufficed. Thus, he forced a smile onto his face and ingratiatingly said, Master Bai, allow me to explain. Bai Luo effortlessly drew the fruit knife from the table, slicing open Shin Kuan's throat. His eyes widened in sheer rage and disbelief. It was so close. I was just about to start a new life in the new district. How could I have paid protection fees for over a decade? Why couldn't they endure just a little longer? What right do they have to refuse to endure any further? This time, Shin Kuan did not rise again, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Bai Luo paid him no mind, casually wiping the blade on a piece of paper from the table. You've spoken enough nonsense. I no longer wish to listen. The time had come, and Bai Luo deemed that he had gleaned sufficient information. A common man like Shin Kuan possessed limited knowledge. Prolonging this encounter, even in an uninhabited area, would pose a risk of exposure, especially at the border with the new district. Bai Luo surveyed the sea of corpses, his gaze landing on a woman trembling in the corner. Upon meeting his eyes, she was so frightened that she sank to her knees. I did nothing wrong. My makeup is ruined from crying. I merely assisted Shin Kuan with a special request. I have never harmed anyone. I beg you, spare me. Shin Kuan forced my hand. I have a sick father at home to care for. Her desperate pleas were a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, which had been one of detached curiosity. Bai Luo shook his head in response. Weren't you all informed from the very beginning? No one leaves this place today. With a swift motion, the blade danced, and the woman fell to the ground, lifeless. Thus, Shin Kuan's criminal empire was obliterated. No one in the old district would ever learn that on this ordinary night, the mountain that had loomed over them for over a decade, the tyrant Shen, had met his demise at the hands of an artist. After tidying the scene and erasing all traces and evidence, Bai Luo rearranged the surroundings in accordance with his artistic vision. Art! Bai Luo waved his hand in satisfaction. He then embraced the night, lifting his fish basket and carrying his suitcase, leaving behind only a long shadow on the ground. As he strolled down the alley of Shuanghua Street, Bai Luo suddenly halted. In front of his home, a vague silhouette slowly rose, uncertainly inquiring, Is this Master Bai? Bai Luo's lips twitched as he recalled Shin Kuan's manner of address. To hear such a title in this era was indeed rare. What brings you here? Emerging from the shadows was Qing Luo, wrapped in tattered clothing, her appearance pitiful, yet her face bore an expression of remorse. She had learned from Sun Jie that her life was saved by Bai Luo. And because of her, there had been casualties on the ship, with Bai Luo single-handedly fighting off the sea guards to ensure the safety of the group. Out of both emotion and reason, she felt she ought not to conceal her identity, giving rise to the thought that she truly deserved punishment. I have come to serve you. The young girl spoke with earnest sincerity. Chapter 17. I have come to serve you. The moonlight illuminated the woman's resolute face, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her gaze unwavering, though her hands fidgeted nervously, clutching the frayed edge of her worn garment. Bai Luo did not hastily dismiss her. Instead, a meaningful smile graced his lips. To serve me? In what capacity? Qing Luo seemed to ponder for a moment, opening her mouth before ultimately nodding vigorously, her cheeks flushed like fine wine. After disembarking, Sun Jie had found her a change of clothes but had mentioned that he was a family man and could not take her in, urging her to find her own path. Inquiring about Bai Luo, she expressed her desire to repay his life-saving grace and to settle in the old district, for there was no returning to her former home. Even Sun Jie himself believed that seeking Bai Luo's refuge was the best course of action. Otherwise, randomly entering a household in this world could lead to unpredictable outcomes, especially for such a beautiful girl. With Sun Jie's assistance, she had learned his address and had been waiting since dusk. Bai Luo approached the girl, circling around her, increasing her discomfort. Very well. After a thorough appraisal, Bai Luo unlocked the door, and Qing Luo eagerly followed him in. Bai Luo turned with a grin. From now on, you shall be responsible for cleaning while I take my rest. You will earn the money, and I shall spend it. In times of danger, you will cover my retreat while I make my escape. And you must also fulfill some of my minor requests. That sounds perfectly fine. Qing Luo excitedly rose on her toes. For her, having been on the brink of drowning and returning to the embrace of the sea god, Bai Luo's intervention was nothing short of divine. Thank you, master. Bai Luo strode ahead, a sinister smile gracing his lips. She seems to be a couple of years older than me, yet ultimately still too young, unaware of the treachery of human hearts. The ocean at night is more terrifying than by day. Waves rise and fall in a relentless rhythm, swelling to heights of over 10 meters before crashing back into the abyss. Bereft of the sun's warmth, the once vibrant blue has turned lifeless, the dark abyss instilling dread. As the boundary between sky and sea blurs into indistinction in the enveloping darkness. From above, flickering red torches dotted the horizon, bobbing with the waves at the location where Bai Luo and his companions had been earlier that morning. On the ancient vessel at the forefront, a figure cloaked in burlap bent down, bony fingers caressing the water's surface. She had been here. From this very spot, the blood of my lord's kin flowed, extending all the way to the mainland. The cloaked figure rose, pointing a finger toward the horizon. That was the route Bai Luo and his party had taken when they departed, even after more than 10 hours. Traces remained visible in her eyes. High Priest, what shall we do now? Inquired another figure behind the cloaked one. The high priest stood in silence, as the shadows aboard all the vessels began to murmur chaotically, debating solutions. Kill? It is imperative to kill. Qing Luo has betrayed the island. She has betrayed her nurturing lord. Only the blood of the traitor can quell the wrath of Lord Dragon. At that moment, the high priest's voice cut through the clamor. Silence. Instantaneously, all fell silent, heads bowed in reverence. I, in this realm devoid of law, the high priest was the earthly representative of the divine. His words were law. Expedite the ritual until we select a sacrificial offering that pleases Lord Dragon. As for the traitor, who allowed her to escape, who will bring her back? The high priest turned, his cold gaze sweeping over a distant ship. Even from afar, the crew felt the chill of death's presence and knelt, afraid to speak. With a disdainful snort, the high priest commanded a return. Countless flames flickered across the sea. Astonishingly, this procession consisted of at least 100 small boats, each carrying no less than 5 and no more than 10 individuals, totaling over 1,000. The high priest's vessel led the way, but soon he seemed to sense something amiss, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the now unusually calm sea. Halt the ships, he bellowed, and all vessels came to a standstill. The high priest frowned, fixated on the eerily placid waters before him. This was highly unusual for the current ocean. However, within a minute, shock coursed through him, swiftly followed by terror. Plop! Before the astonished gaze of all the islanders, the high priest knelt at the bow of the ship, his forehead pressed firmly against the wood. All hail Lord Dragon, Lord Dragon? For a moment, most looked around in confusion, unable to spot the fabled sea god's attendant. Yet witnessing the high priest's demeanor, the crowd dared not question. Kneeling in homage, as all knelt, in the shadows, beneath the depths invisible to human eyes. A colossal shadow began to glide toward the mainland. To the islanders, the 100 boats appeared as mere toys. It resembled an island moving through the abyss, a beast lurking beneath the waves. The islanders knelt for half an hour, their legs numb, before the immense shadow finally swept past beneath the fleet of boats. Once upright, the high priest issued a command that contradicted his earlier orders. All of you are prohibited from leaving the island. Prepare for the divine descent ritual with utmost urgency. Shortly thereafter, a voice inquired from the rear, High Priest, what about those who lost Qing Luo? Should we go after her? The High Priest's penetrating gaze shifted toward the mainland. There is no need. Lord Dragon has taken matters into his own hands. Last night, thanks to Qing Luo's presence, Bai Luo had a delightful evening. He simmered fish, enjoying the meat while she savored the broth. He opened a bottle of drink, and she licked the cap. He painted while she prepared the dyes and cleaned up afterward. Most importantly, she addressed him as master with a constant smile of happiness on her face, which inexplicably stirred a fleeting moment of guilt within the typically villainous Bai Luo. Alarmed, he had her wash a month's worth of unwashed clothes the following morning and borrowed a knitting kit from Grandma's son next door for her to earn some money. Though Qing Luo toiled, Bai Luo thrived. Just after 9 in the morning, upon emerging from his bed, Bai Luo found Qing Luo tidying up the makeshift bedding from the previous night. Master, have you awakened? Qing Lu smiled sweetly. There is someone named Zhang Jinan looking for you, but when I offered to let him in, he seemed rather reluctant. Bai Luo, sensing the reason behind this hesitation, inquired, Where is he? He is waiting outside, saying he would speak with you once you were awake. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Jinan immediately glanced past Bai Luo, realizing Qing Lu had not followed, and promptly pulled him aside. Isn't that your servant? Upon receiving confirmation, Zhang Jinan felt as if the sky had fallen. How could you have led her to such a fate? Chapter 18. How could you have led her to such a fate? After knocking, Zhang Jinan was taken aback when a woman opened the door. His first instinct was to check the door number to ensure he hadn't made a mistake and to confirm that this was indeed Bai Luo's residence. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he felt even more despondent. I came to serve the master. I have been residing here since last night. Please wait, my master has yet to rise. Zhang Jinan's mind was consumed by Qing Lu's infuriating gentleness. The thought of such a wonderful girl permanently residing in Bai Luo's household filled him with a suffocating sense of heartbreak. Just imagine, early in the morning, a gentle and sweet maid gently pushing open the door to call Bai Luo awake, washing his clothes, preparing his meals, and it was said, even going out to earn a living, while Bai Luo merely lounged in bed, snacking on sunflower seeds. The most infuriating part was when Zhang Jinan asked what Bai Luo would provide her in return. She innocently replied, Huh? Benefits? The benefit is serving the master, making the master happy. Heaven above. Is there no justice left in this world? Zhang Jinan grasped Bai Luo's shoulders, whispering urgently, Old Bai, if it comes to it, we should turn ourselves in. This is not a place for human trafficking, and we certainly cannot train her. Damn you, Bai Luo, what a beast you are. Not a penny in compensation, yet you make her work. Heaven knows you might even expect her to satisfy your crude whims at night. What are you thinking? Bai Luo pushed him away, chuckling. This is all Qing Lu's choice. I did not force her. Damn, that's even more infuriating. Zhang Jinan inhaled deeply, speaking seriously. Old Bai, as brothers, tell me honestly, where did you find such an obedient girl? Do you want to bring one home too? Zhang Jinan smiled awkwardly. I'm not young anymore. My father keeps urging me to marry and have children, and I think it might be time to consider it. In the old city, people marry quite young, often holding wedding ceremonies in their early 20s, and by 22 or 23, they are typically having children. Bai Luo, naturally unwilling to see his good brother grow old alone, shared with him the secrets of winning Qing Lu's heart. After hearing this, Zhang Jinan was utterly unsettled. What are you saying? You went out fishing and caught a beautiful woman? Only 23 or 24 years old, with a fishing rod? Yes. And you used my fishing rod? Yes, by the way, where's my fishing rod? It broke while I was catching Qing Lu. Zhang Jinan inhaled sharply, spinning in place 3 times before suddenly kneeling and shouting to the heavens. Is it unfair, O heavens? Why must all the good fortune fall upon him alone? Using my fishing rod to catch a woman, breaking it in the process, and in the end, she ends up in your household. It's infuriating. Bai Luo patted his shoulder in consolation. It's all right, old Zhang, with effort, a girl will come along for you too. Really? Zhang Jianan asked eagerly. Ahem. Bai Luo coughed twice to change the subject. So, what brings you here? Zhang Jianan shot a disdainful glance at his unfaithful brother. I came to remind you not to forget to pay the protection fee today. Lord Shan is known for his decisiveness. Failing to do so could lead to serious trouble tomorrow. Zhang Jianan continued, I genuinely believe you should consider working under Lord Shen. Although that guy is a beast, the people beneath him live quite well. Those officials frequently gather at Shan Kuan's residence, and they receive generous payments every month. The residents of the old city detested Lord Shen, yet upon reflection, many would wonder what it would be like to occupy Shen's position, wielding his power. Wealth, status, women, everything could be had at will. What a delightful life! Bai Luo's prowess would soon spread throughout the old city, and if he could join forces with Shan Kuan, the latter would likely overlook the events involving Zhao Bin from the previous day. Perhaps in a few days, they would even witness the two of them collecting protection fees together. Despite the humiliation Zhao Bin had inflicted on him the day before, Zhang Jianan still wished for his brother to thrive. Bai Luo yawned and waved his hand dismissively. If you want to go, then go, I'll decide this afternoon. Protection fee? With Shen Kuan gone, why would I pay for a mere protection? No way, Zhang Jianan insisted. Yesterday, Zhao Zimo and I already paid. Now it's just you and Lin Yuan left. Lin Yuan should be back with the money soon. We can all go together for mutual support, Bai Luo questioned. If you've already paid, why go again? Isn't it for you too? Hurry up, don't dawdle. I heard Zhao Bin was seriously injured yesterday and is lying in bed. He didn't go to Lord Shen immediately. This is your chance to shine. Under Zhang Jianan's persistent urging, Bai Luo grabbed a handful of money he had earned from selling fish the previous day and left. Once the four of them gathered, they all proceeded toward Shan Kuan's residence. On the way, Lin Yuan appeared anxious, while Zhang Jianan and Zhao Zimo worked to reassure both Bai Luo and Lin Yuan. When the time comes, Bai Luo, just state your intention. Say you want to work under Lord Shen, and then speak kindly on Lin Yuan's behalf. I believe this will only require a bit more money to resolve. Above all, avoid any conflict. We aren't nearly enough to contend with the officials under Lord Shen. As they drew closer to Lord Shen's home, they noticed an increasing number of people on the streets. This was quite a rarity in the old city, as folks usually avoided the area. Why were so many gathered today? Not only that, but the people seemed lively, whispering among themselves, laughter echoing as if a grand celebration were underway. Could it be that Lord Shen has reduced the protection fees? Zhao Zimo wondered aloud. Bai Luo remained silent at the back, the only one among them privy to the truth, be precise. He knew more than even those gathered on the street. It was not just a reduction in fees. Henceforth, Shen Kuan would collect nothing at all. Navigating the winding streets, the four arrived at the lair of the largest gang in the old city. However, they found the entrance teeming with people, all chatting and laughing, some even shedding tears of joy. They encountered familiar faces. Zhang Jianan's gaze fell upon the figures at the end of the crowd. Asking brother Sun, what has happened? Did you all forget to pay the protection fee? Protection fee? Sun Jie turned around, revealing an ecstatic expression. Haha, protection fees are a thing of the past. We will no longer need to pay. A nameless resident exclaimed jovially. Bai Luo feigned ignorance, brother Sun. What is going on? When we arrived, we saw so many people laughing. Did the heavens finally open their eyes, and Shen Kuan has been captured? Sun Jie shook his head, his voice low yet filled with excitement, even more definitive. Shen Kuan is dead. In an instant, the other three, except for Bai Luo, stood frozen, like statues. Chapter 19. My Lord Shen will make decisions for me. Dead. The infamous Shen Kuan, who ruled the old city with an iron fist, had been killed. This shocking news left the three in a state of disbelief, their minds rendered blank. For them, the explosive nature of this revelation was no less startling than suddenly learning that the former overlord had once again fallen into slumber. Shen Kuan, the emperor of the old city, had inexplicably died one fateful morning. Sun Jie scoffed. That wicked scoundrel must have offended the heavens. Otherwise, how could he have met such a gruesome end? It began when a passerby caught the strong scent of blood wafting from Shen Kuan's courtyard. None of the officials, who should have been patrolling the streets, were seen. Then, a few bold souls peeked through the crack in the door, drawn by the scent of blood. What they discovered was a revelation that shook the very foundations of their world. Sun Jie, upon arriving, could hardly believe it until he witnessed the nauseating scene of corpses strewn about. Who possessed the audacity to commit such a massacre while the officials were present? Moreover, the lack of any commotion indicated that the slaughter was swift and decisive. Shinkuren had not even the chance to resist. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the cause of Shun Kuen's death. The murderer was ruthless. There must have been deep-seated enmity involved. Ha! Serves him right. Those beasts should have met their end long ago. Thank goodness for the hero who acted on behalf of heaven. This manner of death does not seem like the work of mere mortals. Are you suggesting the former allies? It's certainly a possibility. As the crowd's opinions coalesced, they agreed that the one who had slain Shin Kuen and decimated the gang could not possibly be human. For no mere human, even in a collective, could eliminate a dozen strong men without a trace. They had not heard a single sound the previous night. What a shame. If only someone had been nearby. They might have heard something and identified the killer. Have you lost your mind? Even if there were villagers nearby, they would never reveal the murderer. So what if they were former allies? Anyone capable of killing Shin Kuen is a fine ally. To the denizens of the old city, Shun Kuen was far more terrifying than the familial bonds of yore. Whether the murderer was human or not was of little consequence to them. The four of them squeezed into the crowd, at last catching sight of a large group of the deceased in the courtyard. Just one glance was enough for Zhang Jianan and Zhao Zimo to retch. The crime scene was horrifying beyond imagination, with chunks of entrails strewn across the ground, the putrid blood seeping into the earth, while Shun Kuen's head lay severed and carelessly discarded upon the dining table. The open-air table in the courtyard was set with half-eaten delicacies, a gruesome offering to the dead, the stench intensifying under the rising sun, delivering a profound assault on both sight and smell. The dead could not be any more lifeless. As many had stated, the perpetrator could not possibly be human, for no human could commit such brutality. Bai Luo and Lin Yuan fared much better. The latter had grown accustomed to the countless farewells he had witnessed over the past year, often encountering incomplete corpses. In fact, one might say Shin Kuen's demise was the only piece of good news he had heard in a year. Yesterday, he had even contemplated the option of suicide by hanging as for the former. The former pondered that the arrangement of last night's corpses could have been more casually positioned, aligning better with the concept of abstract art. Ha ha ha, he's dead, truly dead. Zhang Jianan shed tears of excitement, the worries born from the overdue protection fees evaporating in an instant. He felt as though he had never experienced such liberation in life. He embraced Bai Luo, shaking him with exuberance. Old Bai, I want to have to pay the protection fee next month. My grandfather will be able to enjoy millet porridge every day from now on. Zhang grandfather has a weak stomach, Bai Luo had heard. You want to have to pay either. Wiping away his tears of joy, Zhang Jianan declared, Our good days have finally arrived. Bai Luo recalled the scene from last night where a group of people joyfully chatted around the table, wondering if Shun Kuen had also believed that his life would improve. Alas, he had not anticipated that his life would end yesterday, while the laughter of the old city's inhabitants commenced today. Clear the way, clear the way. What are you doing? Are you blocking the entrance to Shan Ye's home to collect fees? A voice from the rear pierced through the air, and within a second, everyone turned coldly to face the newcomer. Zhao Bin, leaning on a cane, led the way, flanked by three impeccably dressed newcomers. Step aside. Do you not understand human language? Each of you deserves a beating. Once again, no one parted to make way. Oh dear, have you grown some courage? Zhao Bin planted one foot on the ground, raising his cane to strike the nearest person. Sun Jie suddenly interjected coldly, Zhao Bin, is yesterday's lesson not enough for you? Why are you not resting well this early, insisting on hobbling around with your cane? Shunyi is dead. Who will indulge you now, in your current state? Any man at the scene could easily subdue you. Zhao Bin's anger flared at the mention of yesterday's events, veins throbbing at his temples. Damn it, you worthless lot, relying on your numbers to act out. Thinking that Shen Yi would not protect his own? Each one of you will pay for this. He then shouted loudly into the courtyard. Shen Yi, it's me, Binzi. Shen Yi, Shen Yi. Each call was more fervent than one would express for a biological father. Amusing the onlookers. Enough with Shen Yi. Your Shen Yi has moved away, and as for where he has relocated, naturally, it is to the underworld, unless you think he has come to my house. Hiss, why does it smell so foul? After a while, with no one emerging, Xiaobin pinched his nose and turned back, forcing a smile. Please wait a moment. Perhaps Shen Yi. Mr. Shen is occupied with affairs and has not heard us. Bai Luo leaned against the doorframe, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of three unfamiliar figures among the crowd. The foremost was a young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with an air of arrogance. His left wrist adorned with a seemingly expensive watch, and he wore a garment as light and airy as gossamer for the summer. Flanking him were two figures resembling bodyguards, both clad in neat black attire. The woman on the left sported a high ponytail, lightly made up, standing tall and proud with an air of confidence. The man on the right left a disheveled impression on Bai Luo. His hair was unkempt as if gnawed by a dog, his bangs nearly obscuring his eyes, and his chin was covered with coarse stubble, resembling a beggar dressed in a well-fitted black outfit. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the man raised his head and locked eyes with Bai Luo for a fleeting moment. The glimmer in his eyes resembled that of a predator lying in wait. A chill coursed through Bai Luo, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Moments later, the man lowered his head again, his expression contemplative. Bai Luo thought to himself, "This man can discern me with just a brief glance. He is not ordinary." The young man, growing impatient, grumbled. "That useless Shen Kuan wants me to stand here at the door waiting for him?" Zhao Bin, drenched in cold sweat, felt fear creep in, but upon looking again at the residents who still refused to part ways, his irritation mounted. "You lot better clear out. Let me tell you, this gentleman here is the young master who from the new district. Crossing him will not yield you any good fortune." Hu Lingchuan smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "What a foolish move by Shen Kuan to send this idiot to fetch us. According to the original plan, Shen Kuan should have come to collect us himself, yet here they were in the old city, only encountering a few street thugs. Unable to contact Shen Kuan, the thugs had no choice but to call the officials, with Zhao Bin being the only one to answer. At this moment, the scruffy man behind young master who made a move, lightly patting Zhao Bin's shoulder to silence his raucous shouting. "Step aside," the man murmured. "The courtyard reeks of decay." Chapter 20. The Art of Murder. The stench of death. Zhao Bin's sharp mind grasped something, but before he could fully comprehend it, the man forcefully shoved him aside. With a mere glance from the man, the residents of the old city felt a chill run down their spines. Instinctively parting to create a path, allowing young master Hu and the remaining woman to follow suit, as the man passed through the doorway, he cast a fleeting glance at Bai Luo, who remained unflustered and showed no signs of discomfort. This. Zhao Bin's face turned ashen upon seeing the familiar corpse in the courtyard, his mouth filled with words, yet unable to utter a single one. He understood why those individuals had the audacity to act so brazenly outside Shan Ye's residence, and why they no longer feared him. His support had vanished, leaving no one to dominate the residence any longer. "It's over. It's over." Zhao Bin turned to see all the residents regarding him with the familiar mockery in their eyes. His legs quaking, causing him to stumble and fall. He had previously dared to bully others because Shen Yi had his back, but now, at this moment, the head of his support lay severed and discarded on the ground. Who would still fear him? On the contrary, his future days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. He might have to endure a repeat of yesterday's beatings every single day. The mere thought of it sent Zhao Bin into a frenzy. His spirit collapsing in mere seconds, Hu Lingchuan covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, cursing angrily. Truly a worthless fool. He should never have been entrusted with this task, just a simpleton. The man who had crouched on the ground quickly stood up, remarking, "Quite an intriguing massacre." Hu Lingchuan inquired, "Qian Gu, can you discern who was responsible?" Jiang Mingqian shook his head in regret. "No. The perpetrator's methods are highly sophisticated, exhibiting an extremely terrifying counter-surveillance capability. Not just me, even the police would struggle to uncover the truth. So formidable?" Hu Lingchuan was somewhat astonished. He could not help but internally berate Shen Kuan once more. Not only had he failed to handle the situation well, but he had also provoked individuals who should not be trifled with, losing his life in the process. Jiang Mingqian nodded, but quickly shook his head in denial. It would be inaccurate to say that. In fact, his method of operation was quite simple and brutal. He entered without uttering a word and commenced the massacre, then calmly cleaned up the scene afterward. His methods and efficiency in tidying up were unprofessional. One might even say they were rudimentary, Hu Lingchuan questioned. "If that's the case, how can you still claim him to be highly skilled? But can you believe it? Such a crude approach managed to leave no trace behind, not a single hint." Jiang Mingqian stated coldly. The roughness of his methods indicates a lack of professional training. He is not a hired killer. The thoroughness of the cleanup, leaving no trace, suggests meticulousness. However, after committing such a heinous act, especially one that annihilated an entire family, he still maintained composure while tidying up the aftermath, indicating an exceptionally terrifying psychological resilience. But that is not the most dreadful part. Jiang Mingqian pointed at the corpses on the ground and declared, "The most terrifying aspect is that he repositioned the bodies after completing everything. As the saying goes, the more one does, the more mistakes one makes, but he, after finishing the cleanup, rearranged the corpses. Do you know what that resembles?" The two individuals behind him fell silent. It resembles an artist. After preparing entirely, he commenced his artistic creation. Jiang Mingqian furrowed his brow, concluding, "This individual is not only mentally unstable, but also possesses an almost obsessive pursuit of the aesthetics of violence." Hu Lingchuan asked, "Is he perhaps most likely ascending the tower? Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill so many in an instant." Jiang Mingqian nodded, "But his level would not be particularly high, at most 2 lanterns worth." Hu Lingchuan exhibited a pained expression. Even if it were merely 2 lanterns, that still indicated a master of the art of ascension. How many such masters exist in Jiang City? He erased all traces, not only concealing his identity but also his tower's location. This is quite standard. There are few ascendants in Jiang City, and if one accurately pinpoints the tower, it would be easy to track down the perpetrator. However, if they were to investigate like this, they would never uncover the truth about Bai Luo, for no one would suspect that the murderer had not even entered the building. "Captain Jiang, is there any way to trace the culprit?" inquired the woman following Hu Shao. Jiang Mingqian replied, "Unless there are more than 5 investigators from the monitoring tower to retrace the scene, even Captain Hu would be at a loss." Bai Luo, positioned at the entrance, was able to hear their conversation thanks to the enhancement of his hearing from the deep sea's favor. Each word sent his heart racing. The investigators from the monitoring tower can actually rewind historical scenes? He began to piece together the hierarchy of this world, understanding that the tower referred to the realm of the extraordinary, while 5 lights indicated the level of the counterpart. Could it be that Captain Jiang is also an investigator of the tower? Lan Yu awkwardly remarked, "But it seems that our investigation bureau's monitoring tower only has a maximum of 3 lights. Then I can rest easy." Bai Luo silently exhaled in relief. Jiang Mingqian turned to Hu Shao. "Do you wish to continue? It is possible that this individual is after you." Hu Lingchuan's expression darkened. Yet he nodded vigorously, "Yes, I must find a way to ascend the tower in the old district." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingqian ceased to persuade him further. "Lan Yu, notify the police to handle the bodies. If they uncover anything, let me know." "Understood, Captain." The 3, accompanied by Zhao Bin, soon departed the courtyard. Before leaving, Jiang Mingqian deliberately locked eyes with Bai Luo once more. "What is it?" After walking a distance, Hu Lingchuan sensed the unease in his companion. Jiang Mingqian shook his head with a smile. "Nothing. I just remembered a detective novel I read in the past. In those stories, the murderer often revisits the crime scene to admire their handiwork, especially those criminals who are quite deranged." Hu Lingchuan waved dismissively. "The death of Emir Shen Kuan is inconsequential. I can arrange for a 2nd or 3rd Shen Kuan to take the stage as long as it does not delay our objectives. That fellow, Zhao, arrange a boat for me. I wish to head out to sea." "Huh? Me?" Zhao Bin was taken aback. "I was just beaten up by fishermen yesterday. Who would lend me a boat? Is it that difficult?" Hu Lingchuan's gaze grew increasingly menacing. No, I'll take care of it right away." Jiang Mingqian lazily observed the state of the residents in the old district along the way, growing ever more curious. "The individual who locked eyes with me, there's something off about his demeanor." Perhaps even Bai Luo himself had not realized that he exuded an air of refinement, a remnant of his past life spent in the company of art. The residents of the old district could never possess such an aura. Yet, Jiang Mingqian did not associate him with the murderer. After several hostile glances, he concluded that the other party's responses were rather ordinary, suggesting he was merely a well-mannered individual. Chapter 21. The resurrected. Once the individuals from the new district departed, the police swiftly arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area and meticulously questioning the surrounding residents. However, no useful answers were obtained. After a thorough interrogation, their findings aligned closely with Jiang Mingqian's deductions. They too found themselves at a loss regarding the murderer and simply took a few photographs before arranging for the bodies to be transported away. Quickly, Finish loading the bodies and burn them. Let us return and wash up before we catch something from this lot of pollution. The lead officer urged his subordinates to act quickly, showing no regard for the dignity of the old district's residents. While his subordinates worked diligently, clearly eager to leave. Bai Luo watched this unfold from a distance and turned to Zhang Jianan beside him. Are the people from the new district really that exaggerated? Do they need to wash up after a visit? If there were a stench of corpses, washing up would be understandable. But that officer clearly looks down on us. Zhang Jianan shrugged. My grandfather told me that the people from the new district are quite afraid of us. They believe that the pollution of the past can be transmitted through people, and since we are the old district's remnants, we are naturally seen as a den of toxins. Did you not notice how they all entered as if stepping into a haunted house? Not even wanting to investigate, Bai Luo inquired further, what about those young masters and misses from the new district? That's merely a rumor, Sun Jia interjected from the side. No one wishes to associate with someone who has a non-contagious disease. Especially not with us who have lingered in the areas frequented by the remnants of the past. Bai Luo nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. The bodies were brought out one after another. A total of 13 stretchers, all loaded onto the vehicle. The officer, upon confirming the deceased, muttered, 13 victims, all men, and they died right here in the courtyard without any signs of resistance. Teske, this old district truly is not a place to linger. It is too sinister, at first. Bai Luo did not perceive any issue with this statement, but once the police retreated, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Old Zhang, how many corpses were there on the ground? I believe it was 13, 12 officials plus Shen Kuan. Missing one? Yes, no, wait. Bai Luo straightened up, feeling a surge of alarm, his mind racing to recall the details of the massacre from the previous night. Not overlooking any specifics, there should have been 14 individuals. The woman who accompanied Shen Kuan was missing. Earlier, while he leaned against the doorframe, his attention had been entirely consumed by the gruesome display of dismembered bodies. With the chaotic arrangement of the corpses, coupled with the arrival of the 3 from the new district, he had failed to notice anything amiss. Now, as he reflected on that moment, it did seem that the long-haired female corpse was indeed absent. A chill ran down Bai Luo's spine, and he slapped his forehead in disbelief. How could this be? I distinctly checked the pulses of this group multiple times. They all had ceased. Could it be that the corpse sprouted legs and ran off by itself? Breathe, Bai Luo exhaled, forcing himself to regain his composure. Regardless, the disappearance of a single corpse was an anomaly he could not accept. He must silence that woman before the police become aware. He concocted a casual excuse to leave the scene and, after gathering information through various inquiries, he pieced together what he could about Shen Kuan's woman. Her name was Wang Jiao, the daughter of a former traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the old district. Later, when her father fell gravely ill, she compromised herself to Shen Kuan to procure medicine. Aside from being dutiful, her reputation was rather tarnished, and many unflattering terms could be applied to her. If Wang Jiao were not dead, her most likely destination would naturally be her home. She might relocate soon, but she would at least return once. Around 2 in the afternoon, Bai Luo arrived at a household's entrance. The iron wire fence and defenses against the remnants of the past were all brand new, far superior to the dilapidated materials he used. Tio entered silently. He spent considerable time. Damn, that hurts. Climbing through the window, Bai Luo felt pain from the wire piercing his backside. Even with the regeneration bestowed by the deep sea, pain was still pain. Based on information obtained from neighbors, he learned that aside from Wang Jiao, her ailing father lived in the house, and he had gone blind 5 years ago due to the side effects of relying on medication to prolong his life. Requiring an extraordinary amount of sleep, he was almost only awake during the early morning and evening. Stealthily entering the inner room, Bai Luo peered in to find a gaunt man lying on a clay bed, his right hand attached to an empty foredrip. The man's wrinkled eyelids were tightly closed, his mouth slightly ajar, breathing faintly, as if he were on the brink of passing away. Wang Fusheng, Wang Jiao's father. Once a renowned physician in the old district, Bai Luo surveyed the layout of the house and discovered that Wang Jiao and her father did not share a room. She occupied the adjacent one. After rummaging through Wang Jiao's room, he found no signs of her return. It seemed that Wang Jiao was indeed dead. As a well-known dutiful daughter, she would surely have moved her father's position immediately upon surviving. Since no second person had entered the room, It was likely that she had truly died. If someone had moved her corpse, what could possibly be the motive? Bai Luo plopped down on the pink bedspread and suddenly felt something beneath him. Pulling it out, he discovered it was a diary, Wang Jiao's diary. Flipping it open, he found it mostly contained stories from her coming of age to the present. The most recent entry dated 3 days prior. The earlier entries detailed her hardships and her father's grim condition, while the later ones described her forced compliance with Shunyi, transitioning from reluctance to willingness, as well as her resentment towards patients her father had helped who refused to lend her money for medicine. Until the most recent year's records, Bai Luo stumbled upon a scandal. That son of a bitch Shen Kuan has been increasingly ineffective lately. Even oxen plowing the fields have more stamina than him. January 24, 2095. Last night, I had Deng Zhong come over. His marksmanship is far superior to that wax figure Shen Kuan. It felt delightful. February 14, 2095. Wang Jiao was cheating, though it couldn't be called cheating, since they weren't even married. One could only say that she had been unfaithful to Shen Kuan. Upon reading this, Bai Luo nearly couldn't restrain himself from slapping his thigh. The self-proclaimed emperor of the old district actually cuckolded. Bai Luo stroked his chin and muttered, Deng Zhong, is he the fisherman whom old Zhang said Shen Kuan had thrown into the fisherman's cave? It seems his death was not merely due to unpaid protection fees. Old Deng was said to be an honest person. Perhaps in secret, he was not so simple, fishing by day and secretly indulging with the gang's matriarch at night. His death was hardly unjust. Alas, the affair between myself and old Deng nearly came to light. He had his leg broken by Shen Kuan. Fortunately, that fool Shen Kuan believed he was merely harassing me. Ha ha, I must admit, while infidelity carries its risks, the thought of him tumultuously stirring within me, oblivious to Shen Kuan's ignorance, brings a thrilling excitement. I note this on June 23, 2095. Shen Kuan intends to take me to the new district. How delightful it would be if my father could join us. I shall attempt to dress more stylishly this evening, as Shen Kuan is hosting a dinner with his officials. September 16, 2095. This woman plays her cards well. Bai Luo found it amusing and promptly sat cross-legged on the bed. Ahem. The next moment, a sudden cough from the adjacent room startled him. Jiao, you're back? Chapter 22. I will find you. Bai Luo stealthily approached Wang Fuxing's room, where the emaciated man was struggling to sit up, staring blankly into the unfathomable darkness ahead. Jiao? Wang Fuxing coughed a couple of times, sighing, alas, why has that child not returned? She never stays out overnight. Tentatively, he reached for the medicine bottle on the shelf, shaking it to find it empty. With practiced ease, Wang Fuxing removed the needle and used his mobile phone to call his daughter. Bai Luo leaned against the wall, quietly observing the scene. To his astonishment, the call connected. Hello, Dad? Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Wang Fuxing's weathered face broke into a smile. Jiao, you scared your father. I thought you had met with an accident. How could that be, Dad? I just had too much to drink with friends last night and stayed over at his place. I'll talk later. I'm at the door now. Hearing the sound of the lock turning, Wang Fuxing hurriedly replied, all right, I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, Bai Luo was on tiptoe, frantically searching for a hiding spot. This was not like last night. Given the certainty of Wang Jiao's demise, who knew what might return? He concealed himself beneath the wooden bed in Wang Jiao's room, drawing a cross over his heart with one hand, praying to God for protection, that the one who returned would be human. Dad, I'm back. The sound of high heels echoed as Wang Jiao chatted with her father before retreating to her room, causing Bai Luo to panic beneath the bed. Damn it, why not spend a little more time with your dad instead of rushing into your room? Clad in red high heels and a matching long dress, Wang Jiao hummed a tune as she plopped onto her bed, crossing her legs adorned with gradient stockings, reminiscent of her previous attire. She then retrieved the diary Bai Luo had perused and began writing. The bed was not large, and Bai Luo was perilously close to the edge, nearly having a woman's foot planted on his face. The overwhelming scent of makeup nauseated him, almost compelling him to pierce the resurrected Wang Jiao with a blade. Just then, he heard a loud thud. Smack! Wang Jiao tossed the diary onto the table and exited her room to inquire what her father wished to eat. Phew! Bai Luo exhaled in relief, as she soon entered the kitchen, closing the door behind her to prepare dinner, granting him precious moments to escape. Struggling to crawl out from beneath the bed, he instinctively sought to leave as quickly as possible. The matter of whether to eliminate Wang Jiao again would require careful consideration, as the situation was too bizarre. Upon her return, it seemed as if nothing had transpired the night before. However, when Bai Luo caught sight of the diary on the table, his steps faltered, and he leaned in to flip to the last page. He boldly declared, "Shen Kuan has become increasingly useless. Tonight, I plan to find a man for some enjoyment." September 16, 2095. Had she not previously mentioned attending Shen Kuan's banquet? Thus, I had killed her at the banquet. Bai Luo removed his finger, only to discover that a page had been inexplicably torn from the diary. It pertained to the events of last night's banquet. Wang Jiao was deliberately concealing something. In an instant, Bai Luo's heart raced, and goosebumps prickled his skin. If it was indeed a diary, there would be no need for falsification. So why had Wang Jiao chosen to deceive? To be seen by others. Bai Luo swiftly turned around, momentarily envisioning Wang Jiao coldly standing behind him. Yet, nothing was there. She remained in the kitchen, cooking. "Goodness, calm down, don't frighten yourself." Bai Luo patted his chest. He had yet to encounter danger, and Wang Jiao had not disclosed last night's events. Yet she had altered the contents of her diary. Piecing together the clues, Bai Luo arrived at an unsettling conclusion. This individual was not Wang Jiao at all. The real Wang Jiao had perished beyond recovery. Even a coroner's stitches could not restore her to such perfection. Then who was this imposter? What was their purpose in masquerading as Wang Jiao? Bai Luo felt his plan to eliminate Shen Kuan had been overly hasty. He should have set the entire house ablaze, reducing even the body to ashes. Unable to draw any conclusions, he decided it prudent to depart. This time, he was unscathed. When Wang Jiao returned, she opened the front door. And Bai Luo quietly slipped out of the Wang residence. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Jiao entered her father's room with 2 plates of food and a bowl of porridge. "Dad, do taste my cooking and see if I've improved." Wang Fuxing savored a mouthful of vegetables and a sip of porridge, smiling. "Our Jiao's culinary skills are getting better and better." Wang Jiao beamed sweetly. "Oh, Jiao, it's so warm in here. Why are your hands so cold?" Wang Fuxing grasped his daughter's hand in confusion. Although he could not see, he sensed the ambient temperature was not low. Yet why were his daughter's hands as frigid as ice? Wang Jiao's expression shifted dramatically. She retracted her hand, forcing a smile as she replied, "I was rummaging in the fridge for too long. I'll warm up soon in less than half a minute." When she took hold of her father's hand again, Wang Fuxing felt a noticeable warmth. "Ah, that explains it. You gave me quite a fright. I thought you were ill." "Rest assured, I'm in perfect health." "That's good to hear. Just don't end up like me, half a foot in the grave, alas." Wang Jiao reassured her father that there would soon be new miraculous medicine. After chatting for a while, Wang Fuxing fell into a deep slumber. Back in her room, Wang Jiao's movements suddenly became uncoordinated. Her gait stiff and mechanical, her lifeless eyes scanning the desk and bed. Crack, without warning, her head executed a 180-degree turn. Her forehead and chin switching places, the arrangement of items in the room. Something was amiss. Someone had intruded, just moments ago. Crack, another 180-degree twist. Her head spun a full circle, nodding in the process, yet her expression remained rigid like a puppet. Who? She repeated this mantra mechanically, and the next moment, one hand lifted the entire bed, exposing the space beneath. A vague mark where Bai Luo had recently lain caught Wang Jiao's attention. "I'll find you." Her neck returned to its normal position, and she spun in circles, fingers pressed together. Her exaggerated movements paired with her lifeless expression made her appear as though she were a marionette on strings. Beneath her vibrant red skirt, something writhed, undulating across every inch of her skin, and soon the room filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Chapter 23. Dare to collect protection fees? Following Shen Yi's death, the old district celebrated for an entire week. For Bai Luo, this week was anything but easy. He deduced that Wang Jiao was no longer herself and had not ventured outdoors for an entire week, leaving tasks such as grocery shopping and earning money to Qing Luo. This was partly to evade the police and partly to avoid a chance encounter with the resurrected Wang Jiao. During this time, Bai Luo clutched the small sword he had pilfered from Shen Kuan, ensuring each day to confirm Qing Luo's identity, terrified that one day he would be caught unawares. One morning. A week later, Qing Luo diligently tidied up, humming an old tune. The benevolent Bai Laoyi had gifted her a brown dress, And as for why it was a dress, it was because a single dress could serve as both a top and a bottom. Qing Luo. Upon hearing Bai Luo's voice, Qing Luo immediately set aside her chores and stood at the door of the room. Master, do you need me? Bai Luo rubbed his palms together and instructed. Strip off your clothes. Oh. Qing Luo bit her lower lip. Despite having done this many times before, as a young girl, the prospect still filled her with embarrassment. As she shed the brown dress, her skin, previously covered, gleamed golden in the sunlight, appearing as if she wore a layer of golden attire. Master, what is the action this time? Bai Luo glanced at her and replied tersely, expose your back, let your hair fall over your chest. Tilt your face towards me, and drape this over your back and chest. Qing Luo complied, her face flushed, her brows trembling. With her back to Bai Luo, she tilted her head, revealing a shy visage barely visible. Draping a thin layer over her lower back, her movements akin to a beauty disrobing. How mortifying! How could Master make me perform such actions? Qing Luo silently protested, but alas, her objections were in vain. She had long since surrendered herself, though not move. Now watch how I operate. Bai Luo set up his easel and deftly glided his brush across the paper, each stroke executed with utmost care, every movement exuding a serene and harmonious beauty. Qing Lu couldn't help but be entranced. Master, you look so handsome. His gentle features, complemented by his long fingers gracefully wielding the brush, radiated an elegant charm from within. She couldn't help but ponder how many young ladies on the island would vie for his attention if he were to be seen there. The painting continued for approximately 5 hours, with several brief intermissions, and by the end of it, Qing Lu felt a sense of liberation. She stealthily approached, observing Bai Luo as he meticulously refined the details of the portrait. Yet her gaze was drawn to her own reflection captured within it. Her long hair cascaded forward, her hands delicately tugging at her attire, revealing a nearly flawless bare back that became the painting's most striking feature. Master? Bai Luo looked at her with a hint of suspicion. Qing Lu nervously grasped the hem of her clothing and inquired, why don't you paint the face? What a magnificent artwork it was, each stroke a testament to supreme artistry. Yet, astonishingly, the portrait lacked a visage. White space, Bai Luo replied curtly, in artistic creation, negative space is essential. It provides ample room for imagination. For instance, in this portrayal of a bare back, the girl's profile was faintly discernible. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find that her face was not rendered at all. Nonetheless, spectators could still perceive that the subject was an exceptional beauty, a testament to Bai Luo's artistic prowess. Qing Lu, unable to comprehend but lacking the courage to press further, merely responded with an "oh" and prepared to return to her chores. Bai Luo, however, continued to gaze at this nearly perfect piece, sighing repeatedly. It had been a week since his return from the sea, and throughout this time, he had accomplished nothing but painting, yet he could not replicate the level of his previous works from the old corridor. To outsiders, this bareback painting might be valued at over $1 million. But to Bai Luo, it was far from satisfactory. The pigments were inadequate, the colors lacking vibrancy, the paper flawed, and the model even more so. Qing Lu's muscle tone was too rigid, her physique too frail. Had it not been for the beautification I applied, such an effect would have been impossible, resulting in a painting that felt disingenuous. Bai Luo sighed. A painter must capture what they can see. A girl from a small island could never embody the ethereal essence of a reclusive woman from the mountains. She could only be a pitiful soul oppressed by feudal customs. As a perfectionist, Bai Luo could not tolerate imperfections in his work, and he picked up the canvas, ready to tear it to shreds. Master, wait! Qing Lu, quick on her feet, rushed over and clasped his arm, her eyes pleading, it's so beautiful, I beg you. Don't destroy it. This is the 3rd time already. Bai Luo tugged at the corners of his mouth and casually tossed it aside. Keep it for yourself, just don't say it was painted by me. Qing Lu nearly jumped for joy upon hearing this. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clutched the painting and sought a place to admire it before hiding it away. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, Qing Lu was met by a slovenly rogue. The moment the rogue laid eyes on the beauty, his eyes sparkled, and he was momentarily rendered speechless. Hello, Miss, he flirtatiously tousled his hair. Qing Lu regarded this peculiar visitor with confusion, asking, who are you looking for? The rogue flashed a grin. I'm looking for whoever's here. Qinglu blinked her large eyes and called out, "Master! Someone's looking for you, Master?" The rogue was momentarily taken aback, as if he had traveled back in time. Bailuo scrutinized the newcomer and inquired, "What do you want? To cohabit? What connection did this man have with this stunning beauty?" A glance inside revealed no one else present, and the thought of such a captivating woman being claimed made the rogue feel disgruntled. "Pay your protection fee. Hand over the money quickly." Now it was Bailuo's turn to be bewildered. "What year is this? Collecting protection fees?" "Yes. Who is collecting?" "Of course, it's me." "Who instructed you to collect?" "Hey, who else could it be?" "Don't think that just because Shun has vanished, you can avoid paying." "Listen, the old district is now Zhao's domain." A comical figure flashed through Bailuo's mind. "Zhao Bin?" The rogue crossed his arms and smirked. "You are quite perceptive." "Indeed. It is that Zhao. Don't think you can butter up to me. Our Zhao has decreed that today is the first collection of protection fees, and no one's face will be spared. However, he did mention that life is tough in the old district, so out of great compassion, he'd give you a discount. Each person only needs to pay 1,000 a month. It sounded remarkably affordable, originally 1,500 slashed by a third. But why should I pay 2/3 of that? I had to pay while Shin Kuin was alive. And now that he is dead, I still have to pay it, so didn't that mean Shin Kuin died in vain? Chapter 24. Blossoming again. Observing the rogue's nonchalant demeanor, Bailuo felt a surge of anger. "Brother, step a little closer." The rogue, intrigued, took a step inside. Just as he came within arm's reach of Bailuo, a powerful hand seized his collar. The rogue instinctively attempted to retreat but found himself unable to budge. Bailuo grinned. "So you enjoy collecting protection fees, do you? Playing the little emperor? Very well, go find Shan and learn a thing or two from him." With a swift shoulder throw, the rogue flipped through the air. Feeling the intense jolt reverberate through his insides, Bailuo pummeled him for over 5 minutes, and at last, the rogue begged for mercy. "Dad, dear Dad, spare me. Zhao Bin sent me. I was done with this line of work ages ago. From now on, I'll work honestly. Please, have mercy just this once." "Where's Zhao Bin now?" "At the market. That rascal is basking in the sun at the market." Bailuo lifted him, limbs tucked together, like a pig being carried for the new year, and with a kick to the rogue's backside, sent him sprawling out the door. The rogue hit the ground in a dog-like position, too pained to care about his injuries, and hurriedly scurried away. "Qinglu, is there anything to eat at home?" "Let me think, just half a large cabbage left. Grab some money in a basket. Come with me to the market." Bailuo rubbed his hands together, contemplating how Zhao Bin had the audacity to collect protection fees now that he was back on his feet. It had been a week, and it was high time to venture out. Staying cooped up at home was not a solution, especially since the police had nearly concluded their investigation. He needed to allocate time to deal with Wang Jiaojiao's matters. At the old district market, Zhao Bin lay on a lounge chair, basking in the sun, while the surrounding vendors shot him glances that could kill. After a week of recuperation, the first thing he did was strive to seize Shun's position. Though he would ultimately become Hu Shao's pawn, for now, he could enjoy being a temporary emperor. Besides, when the time came to step down, with his current backing, he might even secure a deputy position. At that point, everyone would be on his side, and the newcomers would have to cater to his whims. Life is good. Zhao Bin stretched his limbs. Thankfully, he was clever enough to rein in this group of useless fools before they grew too comfortable, deceiving them into thinking he was working for Hu Shao. Otherwise, they would have torn him to shreds. Grateful for Shun's demise, as he was the only high-ranking survivor, everyone now listened to him. Life continued, and it was becoming increasingly enjoyable. However, the local residents had a different opinion. Just wait. He would meet the same fate as Shin Kuin. That heartless scoundrel should have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish at the port. All right, let us keep it down. Compared to when Shan was around, a reduction of 500 in protection fees per person is a blessing. Zhao Bin heard the murmurs behind him, and as he glanced over, everyone hastily lowered their heads, busying themselves with their work, afraid to speak up. A bunch of useless fools think they can rise above me. Spitting on the ground, Zhao Bin was about to recline back and soak in the warmth of the sun when suddenly, he felt a shadow blocking his light. Damn it, who the hell is this? Don't they value their lives? Zhao Bin angrily opened his eyes, but when he saw the person blocking the sun, he froze in shock. Bailuo wore a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It's only been a few days. You've recovered quite swiftly, Brother Bai. What brings you here? Xiaobin quickly stood, bowing and scraping. I heard you've been resting at home all this time. I came to pay my protection fee. After all, your little brother said, from now on, the old district is under Zhao's command, and no one's face will matter. I came quickly to pay before you decided to beat me up. Xiaobin broke into a cold sweat, hastily offering a nervous smile. It must be that the underlings are ignorant. Please, have mercy on a humble man like me. Rest assured, I'll split the monthly protection fee with you, too. No, 4 parts. You take 4, Bailuo chuckled. Is that for you to decide? Shouldn't we consult Hu Shao about this? Mention of Hu Lingchuan made Xiaobin uneasy. He knew he had no say in that matter, especially after the scolding he received for searching for a ship for Hu Shao. Bailuo had heard about Hu Lingchuan from Lin Yuan, who had lost his entire family in a year and was now working by the seaside to make ends meet. Coincidentally encountering 3 individuals from the new district venturing out to Esia, at present. What background does Xiaobin possess? Young master who is eager for him and Shen Kuan to meet their demise without delay. Observing Xiaobin's hesitant demeanor, Bailuo suggested, why not proceed with our usual method? Xiaobin was taken aback. What usual method? In the next moment, Bailuo chuckled, raising his utterly unimposing fist and striking Xiaobin squarely on the bridge of his nose. You enjoy collecting fees, do you? You relish having underlings, don't you? You fancy being a local tyrant, don't you? Go down and learn from Shen Kuan properly. Following a fierce beating, Bailuo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and, just as he had done at the port previously, removed Xiaobin's clothing to cover his head. Is anyone still hitting him? Today, I'll cover the costs for young Master Zhao's injuries. The novice hesitated, while the seasoned players who had come to sell fish a week prior were already stepping in. Damn it, stop hitting, brother. I was wrong. I won't collect protection fees anymore. Having learned from the previous lesson, Xiaobin was determined not to end up bedridden again. Somehow finding the strength, he dashed out from the crowd, even colliding with the post along the way, yet he dared not pause, relying solely on muscle memory to make his escape back home. Ha! He has fled. That scoundrel has run away. It must be our Bailuo who has driven that little brat to flee in disgrace. Brother Bai, that was satisfying. Come, take a big cabbage as a gift from your elder brother. And I have a bottle of soy sauce at home. Although it's not the finest, it's the thought that counts. A throng gathered around Bailuo, surrounding him like stars around the moon, as they brought forth their best offerings, hoping he would graciously accept. Bailuo, however, was not one to be overly modest, allowing Qing Luo to collect everything at that moment. Qing Luo observed the countless praises directed at Bailuo and was reminded of the rituals on the island, where countless individuals knelt before the statue of the sea god in fervent prayer. The only difference was that the sea god had never appeared, while Bailuo was ever present. Why Lord is truly remarkable. Stepping out without spending a dime and receiving so many gifts. Compared to the islanders who rely on the blessings of the sea god to survive, one must admire my lord's self-sufficiency. Oh, but wait. It seems that I have been the one earning the money recently. Bailuo reveled in the resident's affection, observing the gradually filling basket, unable to contain his smile. This trip had not been in vain. At least he had saved a few hundred. Brother Bai, this fish is absolutely delicious. Bailuo noticed the smile of the newcomer fading, becoming frozen, eventually giving way to a flicker of shocked. He's not dead? Is he? Chapter 25. Another one revived. The man before him grinned broadly, clad in a black tank top, exuding a strong scent of fish, and with a noticeable limp in one leg. Old Deng. What a generous gesture, parting with a fish. What a pleasure. Someone teased nearby. It's not spoiled, is it? The man known as Old Deng did not take offense. Instead, he bashfully scratched the back of his head. How could it be? Bailuo is our great benefactor. We wouldn't deceive him. This fish is definitely fresh. It was brought back by a friend from the sea. Although we no longer fish, we still possess a conscience. And don't think it's too costly. Without you, Xiaobin would still be flaunting his power. We'd be losing out on 1,000 in protection fees every month. Bailuo stared at the not particularly large live fish, suppressing the chill within, and instructed Qing Luo to accept it. After purchasing the groceries, they hurried to the market's exit, glancing back to see everyone praising the fish vendor, and the harmonious scene struck Bailuo as increasingly bizarre. My lord, are you unwell? Qing Luo inquired with concern. She had noticed her master's pallor since they emerged from the crowd, and at the market's entrance, his complexion had grown nearly ashen. Bai Luo forced a stiff smile. I am fine, perhaps just a cold. Let us pay old Zhang a visit. Along the way, Bai Luo clenched his fists tightly, glancing back repeatedly, fearful that he might be followed home by some eerie entities. Much like the protagonists in films from his previous life. Why is he still alive? This is utterly unscientific. That fish vendor, that mistress of Wang Jiao, that seemingly simple man. Hadn't he already been fed to the fish by Shen Kuan? Deng Zhong, once renowned across the district as an exceptional fisherman, was someone who could be compared to Sun Jia in the fishing community. This individual should have met his end 10 days prior. Unable to pay his protection fees and dragged into the lair of the fishmen, ultimately emerging as nothing but a skeleton. Yet today, he appeared unscathed, delivering a fish to Bai Luo. More bizarrely, the surrounding vendors and passers-by seemed to converse with him as if he had never missed a day at the market. Qing Luo, did you happen to encounter the person who just delivered the fish while you were out shopping? After pondering, Qing Luo replied, Not that I recall. He looks honest and simple. If I had seen him, I would certainly remember. The girl, cradling a basket of food, was beaming, and though the fish was considerably smaller than those from her hometown, it felt different knowing it was acquired through her lord's own efforts. In other words, he had only just come back to life today. Heh, this is truly amusing. First Wang Jiao, then Deng Zhong. Are the people from the old district participating in a resurrection game? Upon reaching their destination, Bai Luo's muscles tensed, his back already damp with sweat, as he inquired of Zhang Gui about his grandson's whereabouts. Jian-en? He.s. inside. Zhang Gui indicated towards the small shop with his fan. Upon entering, Bai Luo found Zhang Jian-en, who was busy organizing goods, exclaiming in surprise, Bai Luo, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, I'd have to witness Shen Kuan and his 12 brothers storming out of the underworld. Qing Luo is here too? Zhang Jian blushed, awkwardly greeting her upon noticing her trailing behind Bai Luo. Qing Luo smiled. I came with my lord to buy some things. Look, these are all gifts from the uncles and aunts. As she spoke, she proudly pushed the basket forward. Damn that old Bai. How could he let such a lovely and considerate girl carry things? If she were my servant, I'd have to punish myself for making her work. The market vendors had indeed provided plenty of good items. Bai Luo began introducing the items to Zhang Jian, and this is Aunt Song's green onion. This is Uncle Sun's vinegar. And this is the fish given by Deng Zhong. After speaking, he fixed a cold stare on Zhang Jian, observing his reaction. What are you introducing for? I'm not blind. Zhang Jian initially thought that after so many years in the old district, he knew exactly who sold what, and that Bai Luo was merely boasting about his haul. However, upon hearing the name Deng Zhong, he immediately looked up in astonishment. Wait, who did you say gave you this fish? Bai Luo squinted, uttering 2 words, Deng Zhong, the one who lives on our street. Zhang Jian wore an expression that suggested he thought Bai Luo was joking, retorting, Old Bai, have you been mixing up people these days? Or even yourself? Bai Luo sighed in relief upon noticing Zhang Jian's reaction. Do you remember what happened to old Deng? Of course, Zhang Jian replied tersely. He passed away 10 days ago. Many people witnessed it. I'm not kidding. Old Bai, you shouldn't joke about the dead. Old Deng was quite a good man in life. Qing Luo tilted her head in confusion. My lord, what does mixing people mean? Zhang Jian almost let it slip out. It means you, ahem. Bai Luo shot a glance at his maid. It's best not to pry into the affairs of the gentleman. Oh, very well. It was now confirmed that at least someone shared my memories. Returning to the topic, Bai Luo asked, Are you certain old Deng is dead? I am absolutely certain that at the time, Shen Kuan captured him in plain sight. I had thought he wouldn't die, at most just take a beating. You have no idea how shocked I was when I saw his skeleton. Zhang Jian had been terrified, fearing he might become the next old Deng, and had hurried to Bai Luo's home to discuss protection fees. Bai Luo considered for a moment. You mentioned seeing the skeleton, so we cannot directly ascertain it was old Deng. Zhang Jian, skeptical, replied, saying he was reduced to a skeleton is a bit of an exaggeration. He was actually mangled by the fishmen. However, you could still somewhat make out his features to be the way. Why are you always asking about old Deng? After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Luo recounted the entire situation to Zhang Jian. What? He is alive? Zhang Luo frowned, digging at his ears, as old Zhang bombarded him with questions. He relayed the reactions of everyone at the market. Zhang Jian and felt a chill run down his spine. Muttering, how could this happen? So many people saw old Deng's death. The crux of the issue lay here. Even if Deng Zhong had faked his death to escape from the Fishman lair, the market vendors would not have reacted as if nothing were amiss. Given their personalities, it was likely they would have joked with Bai Luo about it. Yet they hadn't. It was as if Deng Zhong had never died. He had been selling fish at the market all along. To ensure absolute certainty, the two stepped out to consult Zhao Zimo, who calmly informed them, Old Deng, he nearly missed paying his protection fee last month. But wasn't Shen Kuan dead? He was quite lucky. Unlike old Zhang and me, I paid Zhao Bin a day early, and now I can't find him anywhere. Chapter 26. A shocking turn. Bai Luo and Zhang Jianan exchanged glances. An electrifying storm of ideas surging through them, swiftly overshadowed by an unprecedented wave of fear. Zhao Zimo, scratching the back of his head, inquired, What's the matter with you? Why bring up old Deng right away? Has something happened to him? Zhang Jianan, in a state of panic, stammered. Bai Luo was at the market. In the next moment, Bai Luo instinctively placed a firm hand on his shoulder, signaling him to be silent. It's nothing. Really? Old Deng just gave me a fish, and I was pondering how he couldn't even pay his protection fee last month. So where did the fish come from? Zhao Zimo, suddenly enlightened, replied nonchalantly, You know old Deng? He's warm-hearted and well-liked. It's probably from a friend he met at Seed. I heard he once saved someone else's life. Bai Luo chuckled and remarked, No wonder, before hastily leaving Zhao Zimo's home with Zhang Jianan. This matter must remain confidential. No one should speak of it, not even your grandfather. Do you understand? Zhang Jianan nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with panic. Then what should we do next, old Bai? Do you think old Deng might be possessed by a ghost? Bai Luo shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Given the current circumstances, it's not as dire as it seems. Since everyone claims old Deng is still alive, he must be. Even if you witnessed his death, he is still alive. When the majority believes something to be true, it is prudent for the concerned parties to share that belief, for one can never predict the fate of an anomaly within a crowd. Watching Zhang Jianan stumble homeward, Bai Luo noted that dusk was swiftly approaching, and the streets were filled with pedestrians returning home to prepare their evening meals. On his way back, Bai Luo found himself pondering a perplexing question. Why did everyone insist that old Deng was alive, while only Zhang Jianan claimed to have seen him die? Had he not experienced the uncanny phenomenon of resurrection himself just a week prior, he might have concluded that Zhang Jianan was simply mistaken. However, having recently encountered such an event, he could not dismiss the possibility that Zhang Jianan might be telling the truth. In this world imbued with supernatural forces, resurrection might not be so peculiar. The true enigma lay in how to convince the inhabitants of the old city that such an occurrence was plausible. As he walked, Bai Luo realized he had unwittingly taken a detour to the main street. Less than 100 meters from old Deng's home, suddenly, he spotted a figure knocking on old Deng's door. Moments later, the door swung open, and the person entered. Furrowing his brow, Bai Luo contemplated for a long while before turning back to Zhang Jianan. You should head back now. Find a discreet spot to dispose of that fish before entering your home. Don't let anyone see it. Although Qing Luo found the order to discard the fish rather strange, she complied without question due to old Bai's directive. With only Bai Luo remaining on the street, the sky was now reduced to a thin line of white, and he stealthily approached the window behind old Deng's house to eavesdrop on the happenings inside. If he had not been mistaken, the figure that entered was a woman in a dress, which was a luxury for daughters in the old city, with very few able to afford such attire. Yet he recognized one person who could. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you eager to devour me? Bai Luo clenched his fists upon hearing the sounds from within. He had indeed guessed correctly. The person inside was none other than Wang Jiao, who had also returned from the dead. What a twist of fate, two victors of resurrection crossing paths. Soon, old Deng's impatient voice echoed from within. I can't afford to be slow, you little troublemaker. Don't touch me. Let me undress first. This was quite inappropriate. When it came to dressing, women had their own charm, but undressing was a task better suited for men. Bai Luo's expression grew peculiar. Their meeting was truly as described in the journal, straightforward and devoid of idle chatter. The rising crescendo of voices within was accompanied by the intoxicating allure of temptation. Seizing the moment while they were engrossed, Bai Luo tiptoed onto a stone to peer into the room. It was filled with sights he preferred to avoid. They were entangled on a disheveled bedspread, lost in one another, as if desperate to merge into the moment. After a while, amidst a chorus of passionate cries, the tumult reached its climax. Outside, Bailuo was nearly frantic. Thus far, their conversation had yielded no useful information, leaving him with nothing but the damned image of a spring outing. Gasping heavily, Old Deng asked, "Shen Kuan is dead. What are your plans moving forward?" "We'll take it one step at a time. I heard that young master who will send someone to take over the old city next week. I'll find a way to make contact then." Wang Jiaojiao rose to freshen her makeup. Old Deng embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear, "You really are lucky. You just happened to be out looking for a man that night." Wang Jiaojiao turned with a smile and replied, "Who could argue with that? Had I attended the banquet that evening, I might have ended up buried alongside that bastard Shen Kuan. Thankfully, I didn't pay the protection fee. Otherwise, that would have been a waste of money." Shortly after concluding their passionate encounter, Wang Jiaojiao dressed and prepared to leave. The moment she stepped outside, Bailuo followed closely behind. This was ill-advised. Their conversation had been so seamless that it felt as though their words constituted the reality, leaving Bailuo questioning the authenticity of his own experiences. Following this encounter, Bailuo's doubts multiplied. In search of the truth and to prevent an untimely demise, he trailed Wang Jiaojiao to a tower. What was her purpose here? This imposing tower had stood for many years, originally erected after the fall of the former rulers of Jiangxing, intended to signal the time with its bell. However, due to conflicts with the mist clock, it had been abandoned. Inside were a labyrinth of corridors and crumbling walls supported by wooden beams, giving the entire structure an air of imminent collapse. Wang Jiaojiao arrived at a small room on the third floor. Once used for storing construction tools, Bailuo leaned against the doorframe, peeking through to observe the woman's actions. Wang Jiaojiao stood on a protruding section of the floor, and as the moonlight streamed in, it illuminated her alluring figure, rendering any man who beheld her parched with desire. She adjusted her attire, leaving Bailuo perplexed. The woman, coming to a tower after such an encounter merely to tidy her clothes? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him that, of course, a woman would not venture alone into such a desolate place at night. Thus, she hadn't come by her own volition. Cold sweat trickled down Bailuo's back as he rapidly recalled the tower's intricate layout from his entrance, realizing it was devoid of people and the environment was convoluted. This brought to mind the night he had slaughtered Shen Kuan and his entourage, the blood-soaked evening in that secluded courtyard, a perfect opportunity for murder. At this very moment, it was akin to that very night. Inside the room, Wang Jiaojiao suddenly tossed her hair aside, revealing her nape to Bailuo's astonished gaze. There, a face identical to Wang Jiaojiao's was grinning maniacally at him. Chapter 27. Got you. In an instant, Bailuo's mind went blank, a chill racing up his spine. Beneath the moonlight, the face erupted into a chilling, mocking laughter. Got you. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailuo instinctively bolted, racing down the path he had come. Damn it, he had been deceived. Wang Jiaojiao had known of his presence all along. Her purpose here was to ambush him in this desolate place. One could die without anyone to retrieve their body. He bounded down 3 flights of stairs, glancing back occasionally, yet saw no sign of the woman, which only heightened his anxiety. The unknown adversary was the most terrifying of all. What could that thing be? The visage on the back of her head and the eerie laughter had thoroughly unnerved him. Such scenarios typically unfolded only in films. He swiftly reached the base of the tower, the moonlight now shining brightly ahead. However, an abrupt figure loomed in front of the entrance, blocking the light, prompting Bailuo to come to a screeching halt. Wang Jiaojiao, smirking, said, "Little brother, why is your first instinct to run upon seeing me? Am I truly that unattractive?" Bailuo wished he could slap his past self. He had completely forgotten that Wang Jiaojiao had been just outside the room, easily able to leap down, if one could resurrect from the dead. Surely jumping off a building would be a trivial feat. "What are you?" Bailuo stammered as he stepped back. Wang Jiaojiao feigned innocence. "Don't you already know? I'm just a poor girl beside Shen Kuan." Bailuo scoffed, "As if I would believe that." "Oh, that's not important anymore," Wang Jiaojiao replied cheerfully. "What matters is, don't you find this situation rather familiar? Isn't it reminiscent of the day you killed me? Back then, I was so close to having my way with you, yet you heartlessly ended my life. Now tell me, how should I punish you?" Although Wang Jiaojiao moved slowly, Bai Luo felt an impending sense of her closing in on him. Unfortunately for you, you didn't spare me, so I certainly won't spare you. Wang Jiaojiao's smile grew increasingly sinister. It was evident she harbored no intention of letting him go. I should have indeed disposed of the body. Bai Luo muttered inwardly. He chose not to engage in further banter. Realizing the front door was no longer an option, he sought an alternate route, turning to ascend the staircase. Wang Jiaojiao's voice echoed through the expansive tower. Bai Luo? Shall we play a game? If you can evade me for 5 minutes, perhaps I shall show you mercy. With that, the woman began to hum a tune, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she slowly ascended the stairs. Bai Luo ascended another flight of stairs, suddenly halting at a corner, ensnared in a dead angle formed by the intricate structure of wooden rods, crouching in the shadows in quiet anticipation. Sister is about to begin her search. You must hide well. The footsteps drew nearer, and Wang Jiaojiao's pace grew increasingly sprightly. Be the way, little brother. When did you start following me? Were you lurking in the corner during my rendezvous with Deng Zhong? Oh dear, your actions are quite embarrassing for me as your sister. Not only is it detrimental to your well-being, but it also makes me feel very shy. You naughty child, you must be punished today. Wang Jiaojiao spoke with the tenderness of an older sister coaxing her younger brother. Once Bai Luo confirmed her proximity, he extended his right hand, inhaling deeply, then abruptly clenched his fist. Buzz! The moisture in the air coalesced. And before Wang Jiaojiao, who was about to step onto the staircase, could react, she was instantly pierced through. Bai Luo emerged from the shadows, exhaling in relief as he beheld the woman, frozen in her steps. Blood trickling down her crimson attire, dozens of water needles had penetrated her vital organs, even piercing her crown, rendering her more mortally wounded than the last lethal cut to her throat. Wang Jiaojiao resembled a scarecrow. Pinned to the steps by the water spikes, to ensure absolute certainty, Bai Luo stepped closer, reaching out to part her hair and ascertain whether she was truly lifeless. Just as his hand was about to brush against her strands, the seemingly lifeless Wang Jiaojiao abruptly lifted her head, revealing a ghastly smile. Little brother, were you as surprised to find me alive as you are now? Bai Luo's pupils dilated, as the woman before him inexplicably began to expand, her water spikes disintegrating in an instant. I possess extraordinary powers as well. Now, it is your turn to flee. The entire tower reverberated with Wang Jiaojiao's piercing laughter, her limbs extending until they brushed against the walls, her skirts swaying as if something within were on the verge of bursting forth. Under Bai Luo's gaze, Wang Jiaojiao grew over a meter taller, her skin cracking, flesh spilling forth from the fissures. Even in the shadows, the writhing mass of blood and meat was apparent. Truly, she was a formidable adversary. Ascending another 2 flights of stairs, Bai Luo, endowed with the formidable physique granted by the deep sea, fled tirelessly. His instincts had warned him that facing Wang Jiaojiao with his current strength posed significant risks. And it seemed that intuition was indeed accurate. As he approached a room with a window, the ground suddenly trembled violently, a long arm breaking through the floor from below. Bang! The sound of splintering would echoed from the base of the tower. And Bai Luo realized that the deranged Wang Jiaojiao was not only pursuing him but also dismantling the tower, intent on turning it into her grave. Run faster. This is far more entertaining. Ha ha. Wang Jiaojiao's laughter echoed in his ears, the ground occasionally cracking, the already dilapidated tower on the verge of collapse. Thud. As Bai Luo leaped to grasp a broken step, a distant, ethereal chime resonated, akin to a death knell that sent chills down his spine. At the sound of the bell, everyone in Jiangsheng, from the old district to the new, secured their doors and windows, arming themselves and gathering their loved ones close. The fog bell has tolled. After 10 days. The fog bell rings again, Bai Luo shouted in frustration. Why now? In less than half an hour, thick fog would envelop the area, and even if Wang Jiaojiao couldn't kill him, he would be devoured by whatever lurked within the mist. Wang Jiaojiao, trailing behind, said with feigned concern, Hey, did you hear that? The fog bell has rung. If you don't return soon, you might be eaten by the fishmen. Run, run, once we finish our game, you'll be able to go home. Of course, that is, if you survived, ha ha. This woman had no intention of killing him outright. She was merely playing. Bai Luo realized that Wang Jiaojiao expended little effort in her pursuit. His continued survival was but a game for the hunter against her prey. Wicked woman, as he climbed higher. Each time Bai Luo attempted to leap from a window, Wang Jiaojiao would precisely destroy the floor beneath him, forcing him to retreat further up, gradually cornering him to the highest level. Chapter 28. The fog bell rings again. The tower had 5 more levels, and above the 5th was a 30-square-meter platform crowned with a pointed roof, at the center of which stood a bronze bell. Suspended from the rafters by a stout rope, Bai Luo emerged from the left exit of the bronze bell. A bloodied hand seized his ankle, and upon glancing back into the abyss below, he was met by a horrifically contorted face. "Naughty child, you've lost," Bai Luo cursed under his breath, summoning all his strength to kick violently at the hand, finally managing to break free as he sprinted toward the edge of the top floor. A massive shadow swept above him, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Jiaojiao landed gracefully at the edge of the platform. Bai Luo halted, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths. He had no hope of victory, nor could he even entertain the thought of escape. It was then that he finally beheld Wang Jiaojiao's transformed visage. Her body had swelled 3 to 4 times in size, her once smooth, supple skin now cracked and peeling, revealing a new blood-red garment of flesh. Her arms, elongated to over 3 meters, clutched the wooden pillars supporting the roof, while beneath her blood-stained skirt, countless fleshy tumors writhed, giving the impression that she might explode at any moment. Yet, the most striking feature was not her grotesque appearance but a line of crimson text that had appeared before her. Art progress. 0, old kin. Bai Luo sighed inwardly, knowing that the current circumstances would hardly lend themselves to a request for her assistance in painting a portrait to capture her beauty. Wang Jiaojiao gazed at Bai Luo with keen interest, tilting her head and asking, "Which part of you do you think I should eat first?" Bai Luo stood in the darkness, coldly scrutinizing the half of the creature illuminated by the moonlight. Whether this being was still Wang Jiaojiao had become irrelevant. He had to devise a way to survive. "Not speaking, are we? How rude," Wang Jiaojiao rasped. "Well then, I shall be quite unreserved." She extended an arm, intending to remove one of Bai Luo's arms as an appetizer before considering his internal organs and ultimately his brain. "I'll save your brain for last, so you can witness your own consumption. How does that sound? I treat you well, don't I?" Bai Luo remained silent, and just as her long arm was about to touch him, his vision began to blur, causing Wang Jiaojiao's movements to slow for a moment. The fog has risen. This time, the fog is gathering at an astonishing speed. Previously, the mist would almost always begin to form half an hour after the fog bell tolled, but now it seemed that within 5 minutes, the old district would be engulfed. "Come now, let sister take a bite." Bai Luo suddenly retreated, Wang Jiaojiao lunging forward, her hand missing its mark as she took several steps after him, her smile unwavering, patient in her pursuit of her struggling prey. "Are you regretting disrupting the balance of the old district by killing Shinkuan? No one will thank you for his death. They merely offered you gifts in hopes that you would come to their aid once more. To them, you are insignificant. What matters is that someone has risen to defend them. Life is but a performance. Everyone is striving to play their role. Do not disrupt the status quo or act uniquely. You should conform to the way things are. If you don't understand, that's fine. Once you die, you will understand everything." Bai Luo sensed he had grasped a crucial point from her words, and in that moment, Wang Jiaojiao lunged at him. Her immense form descended like a mountain. Bang! He managed to evade her, but the ground beneath him caved in, becoming unstable. Timing his move perfectly, Bai Luo unleashed his ultimate technique, absolute sea-piercing. And noticing the moisture around him coalescing, Wang Jiaojiao scoffed. "Remember this lesson. That trick won't work on me. It may not work on you. But skills do not necessarily have to be used directly against the enemy to be effective." The water transformed into sharp projectiles, this time targeting not the old kin but the crumbling floor beneath. "Huh." Wang Jiaojiao looked down in bewilderment as her feet sank deep into the floor. And in an instant, the ground collapsed around her like shattered fragments. Crack! In a moment of crisis, Wang Jiaojiao managed to grasp the edge, preventing herself from falling. "You are being quite disobedient. Sister is angry." Bai Luo leapt up, forcefully tearing down the dilapidated beam, and upon landing, he propelled the bronze bell with all his might, sending it crashing into the deep pit. The bell enveloped Wang Jiaojiao, and as its weight increased, the edge of the platform crumbled away, sending her body plummeting rapidly. The damage inflicted on the lower floors had been substantial, allowing the bronze bell to penetrate the ground as easily as a searing iron ball through paper. "Wait, Bai Luo, just wait for me." Ignoring her words, Bai Luo leapt from the edge of the platform, unleashing absolute sea-piercing once more. The water pierced the supporting wooden pillars, and as the roof began to collapse, the ancient tower could no longer stand, crumbling into ruins in mere seconds. Upon landing, Bai Luo winced in pain, grateful for the timely restoration of his internal injuries by the deep sea's blessing. After all, humans are but mortals. He resolved to engage in fewer extreme activities henceforth. For an ordinary person, jumping down from 4 or 5 stories would likely result in death or paralysis. Despite the pain, he dared not linger, forcing himself to stand and stagger toward home. The fog had completely enveloped the streets, and occasionally, he could hear voices that rivaled humanity, causing his muscles to tense and his heart to race. As he reached Frost Flower Street, he suddenly stopped, familiar figures emerging from the mist. There stood 4 fishmen. Their appearance was somewhat different from what Bai Luo had encountered before. A row of fish fins sprouted along their spines, and their scales clung to their bodies like armor. After utilizing the Abyssal Piercer 3 times in succession, Bai Luo felt his stamina waning. Given the current circumstances, he could manage perhaps 2 more attempts at best. Raising his gaze to the endless darkness above, he caught sight of several indistinct, massive silhouettes moving across the sky, most likely the old ones he had once known. The thick fog was indeed despairing. Leaning against the wall, Bai Luo resolved to take a gamble. Should he succeed, he would choose a fortunate household to stay with for the night. If he failed, well, he would deal with that later. The dazed fishmen opened their gaping mouths and spread their arms, ready to pounce, but abruptly, their bodies froze in an untimely manner, ceasing all movement. Bai Luo stared in astonishment at the petrified figures of the old ones before him. As 4 fishmen's bodies slumped to the ground, their limbs, heads, and torsos all severed by some sharp object. Emerging from the fog behind them was a human figure. The man wore a tattered black coat, his disheveled appearance complemented by days of unshaved stubble on his chin. He wielded a bloodied short sword in each hand, the very weapons that had dispatched the 4 fishmen in an instant. With his hands occupied, he held a cigarette between his lips, the smoke blending seamlessly with the surrounding mist. He spoke calmly. "I am Jiang Mingqian, the captain of the Jiangqing branch of the Old Investigation Bureau. Due to the sudden fog, I require your assistance." Chapter 29. The 12th floor. Bai Luo recognized the newcomer. It was the same Captain Jiang who had accompanied young master who, someone the latter even referred to as Qian Go. Rumor had it that they had spent the past week searching for something at sea, and now, in this dire moment, it was this very person who had come to his rescue, despite the fact that he was the perpetrator behind the massacre of Shen Kuan and his party. Thus, when facing Jiang Mingqian, Bai Luo felt no more at ease than he had against the fishmen. After all, when confronting fishmen, there was a possibility of escape, but one who could dispatch 4 fishmen in an instant would likely not afford him even the chance to flee. Seeing Bai Luo's silence, Jiang Mingqian assumed he was stunned into speechlessness and directly stated, "We need to take refuge in your dwelling until the fog clears." Bai Luo nodded. Having this esteemed individual accompany him might not be entirely disadvantageous, especially after his recent brush with death at the hands of Wang Jiao. Yet he couldn't help but wonder how Wang Jiao compared to Jiang Mingqian in earnestness and whether, should conflict arise, she might betray him, exposing his murderous deeds. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind Jiang Mingqian, as Hu Lingchuan rushed over, breathless, holding a glowing oil lamp. Qian Gu, have you found a place to hide?" The fog is growing thicker. Without pausing to catch his breath, he suggested, "Why don't we just break down a door and take shelter inside? That won't be necessary. I found a suitable hiding place." Jiang Mingqian replied, glancing at the fog behind Hu Lingchuan. "Where is Lanyu?" Hu Lingchuan awkwardly admitted. It seems she couldn't wait any longer and has gone to break into a nearby household. Jiang Mingqian was skeptical of such nonsense, suspecting it was merely Hu Lingchuan's own command being deflected. "Send her the location. Have her come find us." "Understood." Jiang Mingqian sighed, exasperated, then gestured for Bai Luo to lead the way. They traversed the narrow alleyways and soon arrived at Frostflower Street, ultimately reaching Bai Luo's residence. Along the way, Bai Luo encountered a few fishmen, but curiously, they did not exhibit the same frenzied aggression as before. Upon seeing the group, they did not immediately charge to attack. Could it be due to the presence of this captain? Stealing a glance at Jiang Mingqian, Bai Luo noticed him pointing at the oil lamp in Hu Lingchuan's hand. This is called a Qiming lamp. It's a little device issued by the Investigation Bureau that can disperse some lower-tier old ones in the fog. Bai Luo understood, reflecting on the myriad of wondrous artifacts in this world that he had yet to discover. If only he possessed such a lamp. He retrieved a key and opened the door, and at that moment, Qing Luo suddenly rushed forward and embraced Bai Luo tightly, her eyes already reddened from tears. "Young master, you finally returned." Hu Lingchuan jumped back in surprise, fearing that this household had been invaded by the old ones, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Mingqian, only to disdainfully scoff when he realized it was merely a human. Humph, typical of the old city folk, always weeping and wailing. He initially thought he was being addressed as young master, but it turned out to be aimed at this mud-legged girl. She was quite lovely, but lamentably, she was with such a pretty boy. Could he truly afford to keep such a beautiful woman? It seemed they were playing the roles of master and servant. Once the door was closed, the group finally felt a sense of security. Qing Luo prepared water for them, intending to offer some food as well, but Bai Luo shot her a glance that sent her retreating. "You silly girl. Do you intend to squander the food I painstakingly obtained?" As Bai Luo lamented, he lifted his gaze to find Jiang Mingqian watching him with a faint smile, causing Bai Luo, feeling guilty, to become immediately alert. "I noticed earlier that your demeanor in the face of the fishmen is quite different from others. There is no trace of fear in your eyes," Jiang Mingqian remarked, reclining on the dilapidated sofa. Bai Luo casually replied, "If your parents were both deceased and you had no hope in life, you would find death to be a rather appealing refuge." Jiang Mingqian fell silent, observing the room. It was true. This young man had indeed lost his parents, but he quickly snapped back to reality, pointing at Qing Luo, who was cheerfully tidying up the refuse. "No hope? I would say you have quite a promising future." Bai Luo remained unfazed, responding, "Is it wrong for me to take in a girl without a home?" Jiang Mingqian raised an eyebrow. "Is that the reason she refers to you as young master?" Hu Lingchuan interjected. "She is certainly more adept at this than I am." Bai Luo fell silent, redirecting his attention to the two short swords that had slain the 4 fishmen. Unlike ordinary swords, these 2 blades, including their hilts, emanated a peculiar metallic luster, entirely silver in hue, with extremely fine transverse lines etched along the length of the blades. Upon noticing the lines, Bai Luo realized they were likely retractable short swords. Jiang Mingqian, observing Bai Luo's interest, directly handed him one of the swords. This silver short sword was crafted by the Alchemy Tower in Dawn City, made by an investigator of at least 5 lanterns worth of rank. It is particularly effective against the old ones and is conveniently retractable. With that, he pressed the sword tip against the ground and flicked a switch near the hilt that resembled a trigger. With a firm downward motion, the blade gradually retracted until only the hilt remained, the rest of the sword vanishing. Bai Luo took the short sword and examined it closely, once again activating the trigger. The retracted blade sprang forth like a dragon emerging from the SEA. Hu Lingchuan, astonished by Jiang Mingqian's extensive explanations, was aware that this man was known within the Investigation Bureau as notoriously lazy, often skipping meetings with his elder brother and issuing commands with minimal words. Yet here he was, sharing so much with a mere stranger. Bai Luo, admiring the blade, inquired, "What do you mean by tower and lanterns?" Jiang Mingqian, reclining against the sofa with ease, explained, "Most people believe that investigators are merely those who investigate the old ones, possessing some measure of extraordinary power. The term tower refers to various domains of such powers. As the ancients said, in the heavens, the White Jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities. The number 12 coincidentally aligns with the number of extraordinary powers, which is why we refer to the 12 domains as the 12 towers. The Alchemy Tower I mentioned is one of them. They specialize in the art of creation and refinement, acting as the craftsmen among the 12 towers. Each tower possesses a lantern. There are 12 in total, and lighting one signifies ascending the tower. Completing this step is already considered a significant achievement, marking a departure from the realm of ordinary people. Compared to the information obtained from Shan Kuan, Jiang Mingqian's explanation was more straightforward and comprehensible. Yet Bai Luo couldn't fathom why he was sharing so much. Sensing Bai Luo's curiosity, Jiang Mingqian chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing of great significance. Really, my becoming an investigator is due to one person. We were merely strangers who crossed paths." She once told me that if she encountered anyone with talent, she would ensure they were guided as I was. She also said, investigators have come down through generations. Chapter 30. The conditions for ascending the tower. Upon hearing this, Hu Lingchuan finally grasped Jiang Mingqian's intentions. He asked, astonished, Qian Go, do you think he has the potential to ascend the tower? Jiang Mingqian smiled. I never claimed that. I merely see a kindred spirit and thought to share some harmless information. Hu Lingchuan shrugged. Indeed, how could anyone from the old city possibly ascend? Even someone as gifted as myself has yet to find a way after a week. Bai Luo chose to disregard Hu Lingchuan's words and pressed on. Is ascending the tower truly that difficult? Having experienced the ordeal with Wang Jiao, he understood that relying solely on the old one's coureurs would not suffice to navigate this world. To ensure his safety, he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Jiang Mingqian chuckled. That's hard to say. For some, it may be simple, while for others, it could take a lifetime. Bai Luo looked on in confusion. The conditions for ascending the tower were not a secret within the investigator community. First, one must come into contact with items or beings imbued with the essence of the old ones. No wonder Shen Kuan had mentioned that ascending the tower involved developing resistance to the pollution of the old ones. It seemed that contact with their power was a prerequisite for the ascent. The second point is rather abstract, facing the unknown with courage and a thirst for knowledge. Jiang Mingqian elucidated. To put it simply, one must possess an insatiable desire to explore the ancient rulers, yet simultaneously, when confronted with bizarre occurrences, one must not succumb to excessive fear, Bai Luo countered. Does that imply that nearly all investigators can ascend the tower? Investigators engage precisely in this endeavor. The ancient powers they encounter daily are surely numerous. And as time accumulates, theoretically speaking, as long as they do not perish, they can successfully ascend the tower. Ha! Are you jesting? Hu Lingchuan mocked, asserting that among investigators, those capable of ascending the tower are few and far between. If such ideals were plausible, we would not be hiding in your home, awaiting the dispersal of the fog. Jiang Mingqian, for the first time, uncharacteristically concurred with his viewpoint. It is not as simple as you imagine. Confronting the ancients is achievable for anyone who resolves to be steadfast, but the crux lies within this second day. The desire for knowledge and courage sounds effortless, yet how many become investigators purely out of curiosity? 90% pursue high-paying jobs, not wishing to sacrifice their lives in the process. Furthermore, among those intrigued by the ancients, 90%'s first instinct upon encountering strange phenomena is to flee, lacking the courage to seek the unknown truth. Bai Luo comprehended that the paramount condition for ascending the tower is purity, a pure investigator, one who fears the unknown yet is not terrified. Only such individuals are qualified to ascend. Observing his contemplation, Hu Lingchuan scoffed. Do not fantasize about acquiring extraordinary powers and soaring to greatness. Such aspirations are not befitting those of you languishing in the old city. The old city is rife with ancient remnants. In 70 years, not a single investigator has successfully ascended the tower, at most. A few who are undaunted by death have joined the investigation bureau or become independent investigators. Ouch! Hu Lingchuan winced as a mop handle struck the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered Qing Luo, who, with an innocent expression, said, My apologies, I was so engrossed in mopping that I forgot to mop you too. This remark felt off to Hu Lingchuan, momentarily leaving him bewildered. Humph, let me tell you, do not mock my master. Who says my master cannot achieve this? My master can undoubtedly ascend that tower. A sudden knock at the door drew the attention of several individuals. Jiang Mingqian rose to inquire about the visitor before grasping the doorknob. A woman burst in, panting heavily as if she had just endured a fierce battle, her clothes soiled. With your strength, you were injured? Jiang Mingqian expressed evident surprise. Ordinarily, the ancient remnants appearing at the onset of the fog should not be overly formidable. Dealing with the lantern-bearing Lan Yu should not pose significant difficulty, which is why he dared to come here with Hu Lingchuan ahead of time. Wait, where is your lantern? I encountered several fishmen along the way. They coordinated efficiently, and I nearly fell into their clutches, inadvertently losing my lantern. Lan Yu frowned, stating, This fog is peculiar. The quantity and quality of the ancient remnants far surpass previous encounters, and their movements exhibit a certain order, as if a leader is orchestrating them from behind. Jiang Mingqian's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree, his previous languor dissipating as he gestured for Lan Yu to take a seat and elaborate. The fog typically begins to thicken roughly half an hour after the fog bell tolls, yet this time, merely 10 minutes had passed, and the ancient remnants had already infiltrated deeply. Fishmen are not known for their intelligence. They usually operate alone, indifferent to the deaths of their companions, yet this time they acted in unison, clearly directed by someone. There are numerous ancient remnants within the fog. Before I entered, I glanced back and saw a multitude of figures occupying the entire street. After analyzing the situation, both fell silent. After a moment, they spoke in unison. Fog disaster. For the past 70 years, humanity has detected that every indefinite period, the ancient remnants instigate riots. The reasons behind such actions remain inconclusive, yet they are undoubtedly unfavorable for humanity, as countless cities are reduced to ruins during fog disasters. Jiang Mingqian promptly retrieved his communicator. Lan Yu, keep an ear out for any disturbances outside. I will inform the Bureau of the situation. Bai Luo patted Hu Lingchuan's shoulder, inquiring, Brother, I am not well read. What is a fog disaster? Hu Lingchuan, momentarily stunned, was startled into a panicked shout. Do not ask that. We are on the brink of death, do you understand? It's over, it's over. I do not wish to die. Brother, come save me. He curled into a ball, his face a mask of despair, his teeth chattering audibly. He desired the power to ascend the tower but did not want to perish. Should anything go awry, the entire Jiang city could very well meet its doom. Witnessing this pampered young master in despair, Bai Luo realized they were in serious trouble and rushed over to instruct Qing Luo to gather their belongings in preparation for a hasty retreat. Regardless of the circumstances, if the end of the world were to arrive, the new city would undoubtedly fall after the old city. The call connected, and Jiang Mingqian stated, This is Jiang Mingqian. While executing a task outside, I have discovered that the danger level of this fog exceeds the anticipated threshold and request verification. Acknowledged, Team Leader Jiang. Our lighthouse has also detected anomalies and is currently verifying. Just as Jiang Mingqian intended to offer further instructions, an inopportune knock at the door interrupted him. At that moment, any disturbance outside was like a taut string, causing everyone to fixate intently on the door. Lan Yu drew a handgun from her waist, whispering, Who is it? After a moment of silence outside, a voice filled with uncertainty called out, Team Leader Jiang, are you there? Open the door. This voice died in an instant. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. The voice of the visitor outside seemed like a freezing projectile, encasing them in ice. Bai Luo desperately wished to deny this possibility. Yet the reality loomed before him, and he could not suppress the urge to glance at the woman who stood at the door but was inside. Hu Lingchuan and Jiang Mingqian were equally stunned. They were far more familiar with the voice's owner than Bai Luo. The voice emanating from outside was none other than Lan Yu's. Thus, the question arose. If Lan Yu was outside, then who was inside? Chapter 31. Truth and Falsehood. The Lan Yu within the room was utterly astonished. Upon hearing the voice, she even suspected that her exhaustion had led to a form of mental disarray. Observing the expressions of the others, she realized her mind was still intact, and there indeed existed another version of herself outside. Thankfully, she remained safely here, having returned ahead of time. Thus, the one outside must be a falsehood. Otherwise, given the striking similarity in voice, Team Leader Jiang could very well be deceived. Team Leader Jiang, outside. Lan Yu had just begun her sentence when a chill coursed through her neck. Jiang Mingqian's gaze turned cold as he swiftly reclaimed the silver short sword from Bai Luo. The icy blade immediately pressed against her throat. Lan Yu exclaimed in horror, Captain, you do not trust me. She had followed the captain for 2 years, ever since being assigned to the Jiang City branch, never leaving Jiang Mingqian's side. Yet, in the presence of the apparent falsehood outside, Captain Jiang had unhesitatingly aimed the sword at her. Investigator Lan Yu, please remain silent. For necessary considerations, I must verify your identities. Jiang Mingqian spoke with an unruffled tone. Hu Lingchuan panicked. Brother Qian, you do not intend to open the door for that outside person, do you? What if she is an ancient remnant in the thick fog? There is no room for doubt. Nothing that emerges from the mist can be trusted. Jiang Mingqian said nothing. In truth, he too was uncertain which side was false. He could only rely on years of accumulated experience to seal off all anomalies. Jiang, Team Leader Jiang, could you ease the pressure of the sword just a bit? Lan Yu's legs trembled. I am in pain. Only then did Jiang Mingqian realize that, due to his anxiety, The blade had left a cut on her neck, and the murderous intent from the hunter's tower was causing Lan Yu to near her breaking point. Just as he was about to ease his grip, Bai Luo suddenly interjected, "Do not trust her." The hand froze and all three turned to the ordinary young man from the old city. Bai Luo locked eyes with Lan Yu, stating, "Even if the one outside is false, it bears little consequence. The real concern is if this one inside is false." Upon hearing this, Lan Yu erupted in outrage. "You are talking nonsense. My memories, my attire, and this strictly regulated handgun from the Investigation Bureau all prove my authenticity. If you do not believe me, I can recount everything I experienced since arriving in Jiang City to Team Leader Jiang. Voices can be imitated, but memories, experiences, and possessions cannot be replicated." Bai Luo shook his head in denial. "That is not certain." Lan Yu became agitated, looking to Jiang Mingqian. "Captain, you know me. Ask anything about my past experiences, and I can answer." Jiang Mingqian pondered for a moment before turning to ask, "What do you think?" This question left both women astonished. The esteemed deputy chief of the Jiang City Investigation Bureau was actually seeking answers from a mere mud-stained youth from the old city. Bai Luo calmly replied, "I stand by my opinion. The likelihood that the one outside is false is 99%, while the danger posed by the one inside may be merely 1%. Though the others, the Lan Yu inside was indeed flawless, even arguably identical to her original self. However, only Bai Luo, who had experienced the Wang Jiaojiao and Deng Zhong incidents, understood that appearances can be deceiving. He still could not discern whether they were indeed the same as their former selves. Seeing Jiang Mingqian nod, Lan Yu became hysterical. "Captain, do you truly believe this mud-stained youth's words?" The Lan Yu outside, upon hearing the commotion within, became alert after a moment of contemplation. "Jiang Dui, is there another version of me inside the room? You can't trust her. She is an imposter." Inside the room, Lan Yu angrily retorted, "Nonsense. You are the fake." Yet, outside, the other Lan Yu showed no signs of fear. "I can enter and confront you face to face. A counterfeit will always remain a counterfeit." Upon hearing this, the Lan Yu inside felt a surge of glee. "Jiang Dui, did you hear that? She wishes to come in. She must be the imposter." Before Jiang Mingqian could respond, the one outside countered, "There are countless former companions outside. If I don't enter soon, they will be gone." "Oh? Then how have you survived out there for so long? Isn't it obvious? I possess the Qiming Lantern. I'm done chit-chatting with you, you vile creature. Jiang Dui, let me in first. The Qiming Lantern won't last much longer." "You still have the Qiming Lantern?" The Lan Yu inside was taken aback. Jiang Mingqian spoke in a deep voice. "I will ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully." "All right. Which university did you graduate from?" "I graduated from the law school of Qiming University, and after that, I took the investigator qualification exam, reporting to the Jiangxing branch 2 years ago." "Where do you reside in Jiangxing?" "Building 7, Unit 2, Apartment 201 in Huayuan Community." "What about your first mission?" Regardless of what Jiang Mingqian inquired, the other party answered fluently, leaving the Lan Yu inside utterly astonished. Furthermore, when some questions required contemplation to recall the answer, the one outside also appeared to ponder them, indicating their thoughts were in sync. "What is your investigation code at the Bureau?" "Jiang Dui, stop testing me. I can hardly remember all that." Jiang Mingqian pushed another sword against the door, revealing a narrow gap through which he clearly saw Lan Yu's figure. Once the door was opened, a woman identical to the Lan Yu inside stepped in, the only difference being that she carried an oil lamp, and even the mud on her clothes was the same. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, rendering even the Lan Yu inside speechless. Jiang Mingqian instructed Qing Luo, "Please fetch 2 ropes." Moments later, both Lan Yus were bound and tossed onto the sofa, marked with the labels A and B that Bai Luo had painted on them. After a thorough examination, the 2 women proved to be flawless in their coordination from every angle, causing even Hu Lingchuan, who initially supported Lan Yu A, to waver. Jiang Mingqian shook his head. "This situation far exceeds our expectations. There is no alternative but to request assistance from headquarters. Perhaps the investigators at the monitoring tower can discern something." When Lan Yu entered, Bai Luo, who had been hiding in the corner, began to contemplate how to distinguish between 2 individuals with identical memories and thoughts. Logically speaking, even a master of disguise should not be able to replicate reactions and expressions so perfectly. While memories might be acquired through some extraordinary means, identical reactions truly left one baffled. Aware of the subtle discrepancies that should exist, Bai Luo, as a top-tier painter, possessed a keen eye for detail that even Jiang Mingqian could not match. Yet, he discerned no differences in detail among Wang Jiaojiao, Deng Zhong, or Lan Yu. Wait a moment. Bai Luo furrowed his brows, realizing a certain possibility. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning. From my perspective, one must be false, but what if they themselves do not believe so? Bai Luo gazed at the two indignant Lan Yus. An astonishing thought sprang to mind. They are not disguising. They both believe themselves to be real. Chapter 32. Omen of Calamity in the new district of Jiangxing. At the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, investigators clad in black uniforms tirelessly monitored the anomalies within the thick fog. The computers before them were nearly smoking from the rapid keystrokes. Yet the more they verified, the more their hearts trembled with fear. Captain, the fog activity exceeds the threshold. The number of former companions within the fog is over 3 times the usual. At the rear of the monitoring hall, a resolute man draped in a black coat listened to his subordinate's report, and even he furrowed his brow upon receiving this information. What is the highest pollution level detected? Equivalent to 3 human towers. No mid-tier former companions have been detected yet. What is the operational status of the lighthouse system? The lighthouse is functioning normally. The captain of the Investigation Bureau rose to issue orders. All personnel on high alert. The 5 division leaders should stand by and report to the director. From now on, Jiangxing is under level 1 alert. He then instructed, prepare to confront the fog disaster. Hearing the term fog disaster, all investigators present broke out in a cold sweat. One subordinate mustered the courage to ask, Captain Hu, is this too drastic? The fog disaster has not occurred since the last incident 2 years ago, and this time we haven't even detected any mid-tier companions. Hu Lingfeng shot a cold glance at the inquirer, who instinctively shrank back. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Any fog disaster holds the potential to obliterate an entire city. After issuing his commands, Hu Lingfeng returned to his chair, resting his forehead in contemplation. Before long, one of his trusted aides rushed over, whispering into his ear, Captain, Jiang Dui is on the line. Hu Lingfeng took a deep breath and answered the call. Silently hoping that his foolish brother was not in trouble, I'm currently verifying. No mid-tier companions have been found. That's good to hear. Thank you. What about Lan Yu? What has happened to her? Toot, Hu Lingfeng straightened up, his expression turning unprecedentedly grave after listening to Jiang Mingqian's explanation, the pressure on the chair beneath his palm causing it to deform slightly. Support will arrive within 15 minutes, he stated coldly. Hanging up the phone, he immediately resolved to report the matter to the director. This fog emergence was undoubtedly different from the usual, and years of experience as an investigator continually raised alarms. Captain, Captain! An investigator monitoring the fog situation exclaimed, stuttering, There's a situation? The fog above the old city district, there's a problem. Hu Lingfeng, already in a foul mood, felt his anger surge further at the sight of his subordinate stammering. Speak plainly, the investigator, his expression stiff, replied. The fog density above the old city far exceeds normal levels, enveloping an area of dozens of kilometers. I suspect it might not even be fog. The investigators present immediately halted their tasks, quickly verifying the location mentioned by their colleague, and the results were astonishing. Captain, that isn't fog. The lighthouse system indicates it exhibits signs of life. The specific level is unknown. For the first time amidst this fog, Hu Lingfeng displayed an expression of shock, fully aware of the severe implications this phenomenon entailed. A living organism, spanning dozens of kilometers in diameter, akin to a mobile island. How could such a terrifying creature appear in Jiangxing? After hanging up, Jiang Mingqian remained by the 2 Lan Yus, while Bai Luo stood in the corner, considering various potential responses. Following a series of inquiries, the 2 Lan Yus provided 2 distinct explanations regarding the Qiming lantern. Lan Yu A claimed it was lost, while Lan Yu B vehemently contradicted her, insisting she had always been with the Qiming lantern. Otherwise, she could not have remained in the fog for so long. Ultimately, Jiang Mingqian asked them to demonstrate their ascending skills, and to his dismay, both were found to be at the same level, both lighting the same number of lamps, each equivalent to 1 lamp from the Tianbiao Tower, leaving him utterly at a loss. In the previously silent room, everyone prayed that no unforeseen occurrences would arise when suddenly, a breath became increasingly pronounced. Bai Luo was the first to glance towards the source of the sound. Noticing that Lan Yu A was breathing heavily, as if struggling for air, Jiang Mingqian, sensing something amiss, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and asked, Lan Yu, What is wrong? Lan Yue's expression reflected sheer terror. As she trembled, I don't know. I suddenly feel a bit scared. Scared? Jiang Mingqian hurriedly inquired. Scared of what? Beside them, Lan Yu scoffed, scared of being discovered as a fake. Of course. There is something. Lan Yu suddenly broke down in tears, her outburst sending chills through everyone. Don't you all realize? Something is watching us. Everyone was bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. Even Jiang Mingqian, the strongest here, felt no sense of being watched. Calm down. This place is very safe. No? Lan Yu screamed. It's here, right above us. At this, several hearts skipped a beat as they looked up at the ceiling, illuminated by the Qiming lantern, revealing nothing but emptiness. Jiang Mingqian approached to comfort her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Support from headquarters is on the way. However, Lan Yu showed no signs of improvement. Before the astonished gazes of everyone, she stood up in a bizarre manner despite her hands and feet being bound. With a scream, her body began to swell, the veins on her face becoming distinctly visible, her former vitality replaced with a menacing aura. This scene was one Bai Luo would never forget. During the tower incident, such ominous signs preceded Wang Jiaojiao's transformation into a former companion. Retreat. Jiang Mingqian roared. Drawing both swords, and without hesitation, he severed Lan Yue's head with one swift stroke. Any hesitation from the investigators could mean the difference between life and death. An uncanny event unfolded. The severed head did not die fully, its shocked expression revealing confusion and fury. Jiang Dui, why did you kill me? I am indeed telling the truth. Buzz. Bai Luo seized the fruit knife from the table and deftly hurled it towards the terrified head, where it struck with deadly precision. He then swiftly pulled Qing Luo back. Why do you not believe me? I am the genuine one. The remnants of Lan Yuejia, left behind on the ground, began to swell and morph, rapidly transforming into a creature reminiscent of Wang Jiaojiao. With a mere extension of its hand, it could touch the ceiling, its clothes bursting apart to reveal grotesque tumors growing upon its surface. The monster picked up Lan Yuejia's severed head and placed it back upon its shoulders, grinning menacingly. Captain Jiang, behold, I have returned to life, just as I claimed. I am real, while she is but a counterfeit. At that moment, Lan Yue gritted her teeth, pondering how this monster could still feign sanity at such a time. Suddenly, she saw a hand descending from above. Buzz! Jiang Mingqian unsheathed his twin swords, effortlessly severing one of Lan Yuejia's arms, then swiftly turned to free Lan Yue from her restraints. This act incited Lan Yuejia's fury. Her severed limb regenerated in an instant, and she swung her arms violently, propping herself up against the ceiling. You all doubt me? Then I shall show you the truth of my words. Bai Luo let out a deep sigh, inwardly lamenting their dire predicament. With a resounding crash, the ceiling of their home was torn asunder. An endless fog spilling into the room. Chapter 33. The Guiding Lighthouse. Lan Yuejia had succumbed to madness. Her indiscriminate attacks left everyone bereft of sanctuary, walls crumbled, and the house collapsed. Debris and dust rained down upon them. And as they regained their senses, they found themselves exposed to the thick mist, which echoed with roars akin to the death knell of a charging reaper. Jiang Mingqian gripped his short sword tightly, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Regardless of whether the creature was real or not, it had to be vanquished. Within his 100-meter radius, everything became crystal clear. He could perceive every movement and detail of the monster that Lan Yuejia had turned into. With the skill hunting the wilderness from the demon hunting tower, his physical prowess was enhanced, enabling him to observe every action of the prey in his vicinity. In the next instant, Jiang Mingqian leaped into the air like a butterfly taking flight, a dazzling arc of swordplay flashing before the others, as Lan Yuejia's body was systematically dismembered. Empowered by hunting the wilderness, every motion he executed was akin to a master butcher carving meat. Why? The severed half of Lan Yuejia's body writhed in agony, her twisted visage streaming with tears, the fruit knife Bai Luo had thrown still embedded in her face. Captain Jiang, I have always respected you. Grateful for your guidance since my university days. Why do you treat me this way? I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept this. Tears of blood streamed down her face as she fixed her gaze upon Lan Yue, her eyes ablaze with the fires of hell. a sight so terrifying under the illumination of the guiding light. You imposter! Before long, Captain Jiang will realize your true nature after my demise, you wretched creature. You shall eventually descend into hell. I shall wait for you there. Lan Yue, or rather, she could now be simply referred to as Lan Yu, observed in horror as the creature resembling her dissolved into a pool of blood. Disappearing from sight, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Am I the counterfeit? Jiang Mingqian quickly placed a reassuring hand on Lan Yu's shoulder, softly urging her to relax. She transformed into a monster before our eyes. If she is not the fake, then who is? In truth, he himself was uncertain. Yet at this moment, Lan Yu must be the authentic one, for otherwise, the situation would only deteriorate further. Jiang Mingqian turned and drew a handgun from his waist. Tossing it to Bai Luo. Here, use it for protection, and return it to me later. Bai Luo weighed the firearm in his hands, mimicking what he had seen on television, but before he could ponder further, a series of ghastly figures emerged from the collapsed wall surrounding them. Protect yourself. I will handle the rest. Jiang Mingqian's demeanor remained calm as his twin swords sang in unison. Hu Lingchuan, contact headquarters and request the use of guiding lighthouse. With that, his murderous intent surged once more, now surpassing that which he had felt against Lan Yuejia. The demon hunting tower possessed 5 skills, Sanctum of Slaughter, as the number of enemies slain increased. His lethality would escalate within a short period. Before them, 2 investigators fought valiantly, while Bai Luo, Qing Luo, and Hu Lingchuan stood side by side. Especially Hu Lingchuan, who, having completed his request to headquarters, was on the verge of tears. Yearning to return to his older brother, suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around nearly sent him into a panic. A diminutive fishman had stealthily approached them. Qian Gu, Captain Jiang, save me, please. Jiang Mingqian was his anchor. Without this investigator from the demon hunting tower, he would have lacked the courage to even venture into the old district. After all, he was merely an unremarkable rich second-generation heir, reliant on Hu Lingfeng's protection. Hearing his cries, Jiang Mingqian glanced back and shouted, "Shoot it! Aim for the head." He had thought the fishman would be formidable, yet this one was emaciated, standing about 10 centimeters shorter than an average human. A human handgun could easily repel it. Hu Lingchuan, trembling in fear, drew his weapon, but despite his attempts to pull the trigger, he heard no gunfire. The fishman, possessing a rather low intelligence, found this behavior intriguing and slowly approached the trio, scrutinizing Hu Lingchuan as if he were an oddity. "Qian Gu, this is bad. It's trouble. Trouble your granddad. You forgot to disengage the safety." Jiang Mingqian was tempted to rush up to this fool, not to rescue him, but to slap him. Bang! A streak of fire whizzed past, and the fishman lowered its gaze to touch the bloodied hole that had formed. Feeling a slight sting, Hu Lingchuan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "It worked, it fired. But why isn't there any smoke?" The barrel remained cold, as if no bullet had ever been discharged. Turning around, Bai Luo was blowing away the residual smoke from the gun, while Qing Luo gazed at him as though he were a deity of the sea. "It was my shot that fired," Bai Luo remarked, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Hu Lingchuan felt a warmth spread beneath him. Tears and snot mingled as he began to sob uncontrollably. Throughout his life, he had always had everything he wanted, protected by his older brother. Yet now, he found himself unable to survive in this fog, while someone just a few years older than him dared to pull a trigger. And he was on the verge of wetting himself. "Master, it's coming again!" Qing Luo cried out. The fishman, enraged by its injury, lunged forward with outstretched arms, prompting Hu Lingchuan's spirits to plummet further. Brother, come save me. I am going to die." So noisy. Bai Luo raised his hand and fired again, this time piercing the fishman's knee. As a creature favored by the deep sea, he understood that the enemy would not fall easily. He followed Jiang Mingqian's advice, stepped forward, and executed a body slam on the fishman, then pressed the barrel of his gun against its head and fired. This act left Hu Lingchuan in a state of shock. He just went for it. The sight of Bai Luo engaging in close combat before firing left a profound impact on Hu Lingchuan. He could hardly fathom that such bravery existed in this world. Did Bai Luo not fear death? The memory of Jiang Mingqian's words echoed in his mind. Bai Luo possessed the potential to become an investigator, a notion he had once ridiculed. Now, he believed it wholeheartedly. If someone like Bai Luo could not become an investigator, what hope was there for him in this life? Simultaneously, he could not help but wonder, did the inhabitants of the old district truly live in such terrifying fog day and night? The fact that Bai Luo, an orphan, had survived for so long was beyond comprehension. If it were him, he would solely rely on his brother, Hu Lingfeng, unable to manage on his own. Bai Luo flexed his wrist, glancing at the lifeless fishman, reflecting that the favor of the deep sea truly could not restore a brain. He must be more cautious in the future. Had the surroundings grown a tad brighter? Bai Luo could not discern whether it was an illusion, but he felt the light around them had increased, and the fog had dissipated somewhat. Suddenly, Hu Lingchuan erupted with joy, shouting, "It's here! We're safe! The light of Guiding Lighthouse has arrived. It can disperse the fog in certain areas, allowing humanity to see everything at night." Bai Luo was taken aback, inwardly lamenting that the Investigation Bureau had indeed probed the influence of the Old Ones for 70 years. Their foundation truly formidable, however, the sky seemed peculiar. It should have been clear today, and even with fog, the moon should have been vaguely visible. Chapter 34. The Dead End. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the distant old district, a savior's light illuminating the area, banishing the fog and making the night as bright as dawn. In that instant, as the beam pierced through the mist above, Bai Luo's eyes turned bloodshot, his retina reflecting an indescribably terrifying colossal entity. A grotesque island of flesh and blood hung in the sky, and through his enhanced vision, Bai Luo could distinctly see the surface of this aerial island. It was a wall. Not just any wall, but an immense one, so vast that Bai Luo could only perceive a single wall, unable to grasp its entirety. It appeared to stretch for dozens of kilometers, extending from the ocean right above the old district. Composed not of scales but of countless mermaids' arms, they intertwined, densely covering the surface of the wall, waving towards the ground as if greeting humanity. How magnificent! Bai Luo was utterly captivated by this wall. The artistic pursuit he had chased throughout his life had now manifested before him, and he realized that all his previous works were nothing but worthless scraps of paper. His prolonged gaze caused his mental state to plummet, his veins writhing beneath his skin as fish scales began to sprout. It was an abomination that could not be gazed upon. As Bai Luo's mind began to process the situation, a jolt of dread coursed through him, recalling the terrified voice that had echoed in his ears not long ago. "Didn't you notice? Something is watching us. It has come, right above us." At that moment, she had been referring to this entity. Lan Yu had spoken the truth. She truly sensed something above them, though it resided far higher than the ceiling. It was in the firmament. Qing Luo, startled, looked up with delight, exclaiming, "Master, look, daylight has arrived." The girl was filled with joy, having heard the master say that once the mist dissipated, they would be safe. However, this elation lasted but a fleeting moment, swiftly giving way to terror as fear surged through her veins like the tide, every pore exuding panic. Unlike the obstinate master, Qing Luo instinctively knelt upon realizing the presence above them, trembling as she bowed her head. This feeling could not be mistaken. It was indeed the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord had come to seize me. She had felt this grand power aboard the sacrificial vessel, a sensation that echoed her current plight. This was the servant of the sea god. The Dragon Lord, Qing Luo, who considered herself insignificant, was astounded that the Dragon Lord had truly descended. Jiang Mingqian, upon seeing the lighthouse guiding them to the battlefield, hoarsely shouted to the crowd, "Run, head towards the new district. I will clear the way for you." With that, he brandished his twin swords, slicing through the remnants of the fishmen scattered around. After completing this task, he pressed on, while Hu Lingchuan, with Lan Yu's assistance, struggled to his feet and sprinted desperately. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Mingqian failed to notice the two remaining individuals were in a state of distress, having lagged behind even as he forged ahead. Qing Luo remained on her knees, too fearful to look up, fervently reciting prayers, while Bai Luo experienced a splitting headache, his mental state deteriorating rapidly. The instinct to seek safety compelled Bai Luo to take a step. Moving on pure reflex as a voice in his mind urged him to do whatever it took to survive after relinquishing everything. Gradually, he distanced himself from Frostflower Street. However, the psychological torment persisted. As he could distinctly feel the growth of tumors writhing beneath his skin, the organs within him seemingly rebelling against their master. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Bai Luo into partial awareness. He blinked in confusion, realizing he had inexplicably collapsed to the ground. A robust fishman gnawing at his shoulder. Damn it! With a swift thrust, the abyssal piercer pierced through the fishman, leaving it cold and lifeless. Bai Luo rose. Still dazed, a flurry of indistinct figures emerged before him. More fishmen. Judging by their imposing size and the oppressive aura they exuded, they were even more formidable than the four slain by Jiang Mingqian. What a wretched fate I have, Bai Luo muttered bitterly. In the next moment, countless vacant eyes surged toward him. Despite unleashing the abyssal piercer once more, he was overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. His fingers, jaw, and calves were mercilessly battered, transforming Bai Luo into a grotesque figure drenched in blood. Yet this ravaged body, under the deep sea's favor, continued to regenerate, allowing him to experience endless agony without succumbing to death. His mind replayed the fleeting glimpse of the towering flesh wall above, and in that liminal space between life and death, Bai Luo's sanity unraveled. Let none of you live. He summoned the last vestiges of strength to unleash the abyssal piercer. This time on an unprecedented scale, indiscriminately piercing through all creatures, including himself. Ha! They're all dead, and good riddance. Bai Luo leaned against the wall, propping himself up with a single good leg, his deranged visage and mangled form rendering him akin to a monster escaped from the depths of hell. He laughed maniacally amidst the fog, mocking the once mighty old ones who had fallen at the hands of mere mortals, ridiculing Shen Kuan for hoarding wealth only to meet his demise on the eve of retirement, and deriding his own weakness. Having offered no resistance when the mist rose, he extolled madness. If he still had fingers to wield a brush, he would immortalize this moment of himself in art. The rhythmic clatter of high heels echoed as a beautiful woman emerged from the mist. Bai Luo turned his gaze toward the unexpected figure, noting the disappointment etched upon her face. I'm surprised to see no despair in your expression. Why is that? Wang Jiao taunted, her finger playfully tapping her cheek. Bai Luo's smile twisted into one of madness. Because I have discovered something far more intriguing than death. Is that so? Wang Jiao lamented. What a pity. You are about to die and will never behold it again. Tell me, how does your current appearance differ from those residents slain by Shen Kuan? Oh, I misspoke. Your formidable regenerative abilities allow you to endure longer, she scoffed, viewing Bai Luo's fate as no different from those who had broken the rules of the old district, one oppressed by Shen Kuan and the other ravaged by the old ones. Bai Luo's vision began to blur, and at last, he could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing against the wall. Wang Jiao giggled like a young girl, skipping toward him. Fear not, I shall uphold my promise. I will consume your innards, forcing you to witness your own demise while powerless to act. With the remnants of his consciousness, Bai Luo murmured, Just now, I beheld the most exquisite art in the world. Can you guess what it was? Wang Jiao shrugged. It wouldn't happen to be your soon-to-be corpse, would it? Ha, you've got half of it right. Bai Luo shifted his body, using the tip of a broken pinky to extract an object from his pocket, which spun in the AR.AT that moment. Wang Jiao felt an overwhelming threat. This is the madness of a man who has abandoned everything, Bai Luo screamed, his expression contorted with fury. The small sword spun around, forming a circular blade of energy that indiscriminately sliced downward. Chapter 35. A glimmer in the mist. Wang Jiao, caught off guard, was struck by the blade, her crimson attire torn asunder, nearly cleaved in two. This was a trinket acquired from Shen Kuan, a near-fatal encounter for Bai Luo. You? The woman glared at Bai Luo, incredulous that this rule-breaking fool dared to resist even in his final moments. Didn't he wish for a more comfortable death? The critical point was that as the sword fell, Bai Luo's own condition deteriorated. His chest was gaping open, revealing a faintly pulsing heart. While the deep CS favor had reached its limits, the speed of regeneration waning. This strike resembled a child's tantrum. Even in death, he desired his tormentor to feel pain. Fine, I shall grant your wish. Wang Jiao fumed. Bai Luo could not respond. A ringing in his ears drowned out the pain, leaving him only with the sensation of someone dismantling his ribs and extracting his innards one by one. In his final moments, he harbored no regrets about killing Shen Kuan, nor about inviting Jiang Mingqian and the others into his home. nor the desire to relive life in this resurrected old world. His last wish was simple yet insane. He wished to gaze upon that entity in the sky, the embodiment of all his artistic pursuits, as he yearned to immortalize that indescribable deity in his work. At the border between the old and new districts, after a frenzied dash, Jiang Mingqian and the others successfully regrouped with the investigators who had come to their AID.IT. Was only at this moment that Jiang Mingqian turned back to realize the two individuals had not followed. "You take care of Hu Lingchuan. I'll be right back." "Lan Yu," surprised, exclaimed Captain Jiang. "Are you going to save those two from the old district?" "Yes. What of it? Isn't that a bit of an overreach?" "The headquarters has just issued a full alert, and all 5 squad leaders are on standby." The squad leaders were 5 investigative agents, the highest combat strength in the city aside from the captain. Hu Lingfeng, each one invaluable, especially in times of crisis, making it unwise to act recklessly. Jiang Mingqian replied sternly, "I understand, but that young man provided us with a refuge." Lan Yu firmly shook her head in rebuttal. "I studied law. Federal regulations state that during emergencies, official investigators can requisition all private property for their own use. We owe them nothing." "Owe them nothing?" A flicker of anger flashed in Jiang Mingqian's eyes. "Are you suggesting that because we attracted 2 individuals, leading to the roof being torn off and endangering their lives, we can simply brush it aside?" Lan Yu, feeling anxious, quickly clarified, "No, Captain Jiang, I merely believe someone as important as you shouldn't waste time on this. You could easily delegate this task to your subordinates. Enough. If Hu Lingfeng holds me accountable, I will take full responsibility." With that, Jiang Mingqian prepared to depart. "Qian, brother Qian." Turning back, he expected Hu Lingchuan to fabricate some excuse to retain him for his own protection, but was taken aback to see a faint glow emanating from Hu Lingchuan. The other investigators, witnessing this unusual phenomenon, expressed astonishment. As colleagues, they understood precisely what this signified. "To the tower," Jiang Mingqian murmured. "Why must it be now?" Hu Lingchuan leapt joyfully, overjoyed. "What a stroke of luck! After a week at sea with no progress, this fog has miraculously come." At Bai Luo's former residence, Qing Luo, who had been kneeling amidst the ruins for some time, cautiously rose to her feet upon realizing the Dragon Lord had not harmed her. "Young master," she tentatively called out, discovering that a few fishmen were still active nearby, yet they did not launch an attack against her. As for the others, they had vanished without a trace, leaving the vast world seemingly devoid of anyone but Qing Luo. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind her. "What are you looking at, girl?" Qing Luo turned around in surprise to find Bai Luo leaning against a wall. Smiling at her, dressed in clean clothing, "Young master, you didn't leave," Bai Luo replied awkwardly. "I realized halfway that I had forgotten something, so it wasn't for me that you came. Nevertheless, at least I can see the young master again." Holding a basket containing all her family's possessions, the two walked together, and she glanced nervously at the few fishmen around them. "Young master, why aren't they attacking us?" Bai Luo sighed. "You naive fool. Didn't that young master say that the investigation bureau employed some kind of lighthouse guidance? I suspect the old ones won't harm us for the time being." As they prepared to head towards the new district for safety, Qing Luo caught sight of a mangled corpse on the street, and she was instantly horrified. "How did he die so tragically?" Bai Luo glanced over and said sympathetically, "Yes, not only is his body mutilated, but his chest has been hollowed out as well. The body in the corner bore the scars of unimaginable torment. One of its calves was missing, and something had torn open its chest, with ribs violently wrenched out." Bai Luo crouched down next to the corpse, picked up an object from the side, and continued on the road with Qing Luo. "Young master, what did you pick up?" Qing Luo stared incredulously at the toy in his hand, unable to fathom why the young master, who usually loved drawing, would show interest in such a trinket. "Playing with the small dagger." Bai Luo smiled. "You wouldn't understand this, would you? Don't underestimate this little thing. It could save our lives when it truly matters." "Is it really that powerful?" Bai Luo paused, casting occasional glances behind him, and said with a faint smile, "Forget what I said. In the end, survival still depends on fate. Weapons are merely external tools." Qing Luo nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Young master, how long do you think that person has been dead?" "Not long, I suppose." "Why do you ask?" "Since the lighthouse is guiding us, shouldn't the sea servants no longer attack him?" Bai Luo revealed a knowing smile. "That's the thing. It all comes down to fate. If one's luck is poor, no amount of rescue will be of any use. Their figures cast long shadows in the old district as they moved in the direction indicated by the lighthouse. After a while, a faint light began to intensify from the already deceased and mangled body. Resembling a firefly in the night amidst the scattered old ones in the dilapidated district, small yet radiant, I did it. I finally did it, Hu Lingchuan exclaimed, dancing with unrestrained joy, while the investigators around him expressed envious gazes. This young master was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. In terms of power, he had a brother who was the strongest in Jiangxing. In terms of wealth, the old district served as a bank from which he could easily withdraw funds. And in terms of talent, he was a 17-year-old investigator. This revelation would leave many self-proclaimed geniuses dumbfounded. He was the true favored child of heaven, born standing atop the pinnacle. Chapter 36. The 12th floor is brilliantly lit. Investigators gathered around Hu Lingchuan, congratulating him on his successful ascent. Remarkable. The Hu family boasts 2 prodigies. If my family could achieve the same, my mother would be overjoyed. Perhaps we might even see a new Hu division emerge within our bureau. With the Hu brothers becoming the dual pillars of Jiangxing, 17 years old and already ascending, such terrifying talent was unprecedented. The so-called geniuses at the Dawn City headquarters paled in comparison. Faced with the praise of others, Hu Lingchuan was initially overjoyed, but due to his status and pride, he could only cough twice and respond sternly, "What nonsense! I'm still far below my brother. Don't speak so carelessly." The investigators exchanged awkward smiles, well aware that such statements merely flattered the young master who struggled to conceal his happiness, and they were merely being more modest. Lan Yu asked, "Which building did you ascend?" After the flattery subsided, she posed the most crucial question, prompting many to turn their eager gazes towards the young master. Which building would this young master choose to ascend among the 12? Hu Lingchuan declared proudly. The string music building. Upon hearing this, the crowd silently nodded, their envy becoming even more evident. Although the string music building might not possess the strongest combat power among the 12, it was undoubtedly the most popular field among investigators. This was due to its core strength being order, which could effectively stabilize one's mental state. In the Investigation Bureau, it typically handled logistical support and rescue, which meant that it did not require taking on significant risks. With his brother Hu Lingfeng's identity backing him, Hu Lingchuan could live comfortably in the rear, enjoying the good life while earning a higher salary than many others. Investigators in the string music building were exceedingly rare. Akin to pandas among pandas, after a moment of joy, Hu Lingchuan suddenly realized that one crucial person was missing from the surroundings. He looked around, and Lan Yu, sensing his intent, directly mentioned Jiang Mingqian's departure to rescue Bai Luo. As the team leader, leaving his post was indeed inappropriate, but Jiang's actions were for the sake of saving someone. Someone murmured, "Look." Most of those present were Jiang Mingqian's subordinates. Their superior had treated them well, and many believed they had survived past dangers thanks to their captain. Now, with Hu Lingchuan still in high spirits, it would be a good opportunity for him to communicate with the headquarters to ease the departure. For some reason, Hu Lingchuan unusually lowered his head, remaining silent, leading everyone to believe he was upset. "Young master, I heard that when ascending, one can see the brightness of the 12 buildings. The brighter the building, the more illuminated the upper floors, indicating that the person possesses greater talent in that building. Is that true?" To lighten the mood, someone changed the subject. Others also expressed keen interest, and upon mentioning this topic, Hu Lingchuan regained his pride. "I lit up 3 buildings in total. The brightness of the other 2 was somewhat lacking, which is why I didn't choose them, but the string music building is undoubtedly brilliantly lit." The brilliance of the light signified that one had reached the pinnacle of talent in that building. If Hu Lingchuan's claims were accurate, he would surely become an investigator with 5 or more lights in the future. Just like his brother. Undoubtedly, this statement incited a flurry of praise from the investigators, to the point where Hu Lingchuan became somewhat weary of flattery. "Sister Lan Yu, they say that investigators of the same level in the same building exhibit varying skill levels. Why is that?" Once everyone became busy with new tasks, Hu Lingchuan inquired about Lan Yu, who had been preoccupied for a week. He had long anticipated ascending, but now that he was uncertain about his next goal and how to improve himself. Lan Yu, her voice hoarse, responded, "The 12 floors correspond to 12 fields, and skills may vary based on one's depth of understanding in a particular field. For instance, do you know why Captain Jiang is given special attention by your brother?" Hu Lingchuan shook his head in confusion. Because Captain Zhang's family used to be hunters, he possesses an exceptional sensitivity towards hunting. As a result, there are few of the same level in the demon hunting building who surpass him in skill application. Lan Yu explained, typically, the skill range of a demon hunting building investigator is 80 meters, while Captain Zhang's range exceeds that average. Hu Lingchuan's face lit up with realization. So, if I wish to enhance my skill intensity or even level up, I need to practice a musical instrument? No wonder he was selected by the string music building. He was a genius proficient in at least 5 musical instruments, Lan Yu replied. That's about right. But if you wish to ignite more lights, you must deeply understand the core symbol of your building. For example, in my case, the core symbol of the balance building is balance, so I must align my thinking and worldview in that direction. Ah? Hu Lingchuan felt a bit disappointed. Didn't that mean that practicing music held little significance for skill strength? His brother became the captain not due to skill but because of the number of lights ignited. According to her, practicing music would only grant him a slight advantage over opponents of the same level. Lan Yu paused before continuing. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Rather than wasting time considering how to enhance skill effects, it is better to focus on igniting the lights, which will also improve skill effectiveness. However, she then shifted the topic, unless you are an unparalleled genius in a specific aspect, to the extent that no one else can compare. Hu Lingchuan asked curiously, what benefit does that bring? Can he really surpass someone who ignites 1 or 2 more lights? Lan Yu responded, I am not certain, but I happened to hear the captain mention that certain buildings heavily rely on professional talent. It is said that 70 years ago, there was a legendary investigator in the string music building whose skill could reverse the natural order and drive the old ones insane. His previous identity was a musician recognized as a once-in-500 years master, a genius among geniuses, or a world-traveling adventurer who ascended to the Far Voyage building, whose ability to traverse walls could achieve pinpoint jumps of over 10 meters. Hu Lingchuan swallowed hard, speechless. His modest talent paled in comparison to true geniuses. Fortunately, in Jiangsheng, aside from his brother, he would not be outdone by anyone else. Geniuses, after all, are not easily found. Where am I? In the boundless abyss of darkness and void, Bai Luo opened his eyes, clutching his throbbing head as he replayed the sequence of events in his mind. Ah, yes, I suffered mental damage from gazing at something in the sky, inadvertently stumbled into a throng of fishmen, indulged them with a feast. Then there was Wang Jiao Jiao, and finally it was me. A wave of disorientation washed over Bai Luo as a voice, eerily identical to his own, echoed in his muddled memories. Damn it, foolish girl, you don't even realize the master has changed. When I return, I'll make you toil for a day, screwing bolts for 23 hours straight. But first, I must devise a means of self-rescue. He had not forgotten that his real self was on the verge of death, his face mangled, his chest hollowed out, sustained only by the omnipotent favor of the deep sea. Yet it appeared that this support could not last much longer. Speaking of which, where am I? In this place, Bai Luo felt neither warmth nor pain. All harmful elements to humanity had vanished, leaving only 12 solitary towers surrounding him. Each of the 12 towers, without exception, was ablaze with light. Chapter 37. Bai Luo ascends the tower. Each of the 12 towers possessed its own distinctive features. Some were forged from pure gold, others had blue-green walls adorned with wind chimes, and some had bizarre, slanted silhouettes. Bai Luo muttered, the 12 towers of Baiyujing. His mind raced through all he knew about ascending towers, 12 realms, 12 towers, the acquisition of powers beyond humanity. Am I really ascending a tower? After merely gazing at something in the sky, I didn't completely lose my mind, but rather considered sketching the true form of the ancient ones, fulfilling 2 conditions. Thus, ascending the tower seems quite reasonable. What a revelation! Ascending the tower is so simple. Jiang Mingqian was merely deceiving me. Soon, Bai Luo pondered another question. What was he to do next? He knew only how to ascend the tower. Jiang Mingqian hadn't informed him about what to do in such circumstances. Upon reflection, they had always assumed that one could only ascend a single tower, implying that this situation likely required him to make a choice. If he entered that tower, he would gain its power. Had I known. I should have asked more questions. Of all times to ascend a tower, it had to be when I was about to die. Having the chance to ascend yet losing my life would be quite the spectacle, and he was clueless about which tower could save him. Bai Luo lamented. These towers all look so similar aside from their appearances. All are brilliantly illuminated, appearing accessible, Yet I can only choose one. For the first time in his life, Bai Luo entertained the notion of being a scoundrel. He desired them all, sitting cross-legged in the midst of the 12 towers. Bai Luo felt his condition deteriorating further. Ultimately, he resolved to take a gamble and chose the tower that appealed to him the most. You shall be it. Do not disappoint me. This tower was the most abstract of the 12. Its colors ever-shifting, resembling a two-dimensional scroll from afar, perfectly aligning with Bai Luo's aesthetic. As he stepped through the 5-meter-high entrance, the radiance of the other 11 towers extinguished in an instant, leaving only this tower in endless darkness. Simultaneously, 3 words formed in Bai Luo's mind: Scroll Towered, a fine name, indeed. Continuing forward, the interior of the tower was surprisingly austere compared to its exterior, consisting of a series of 100-square-meter halls, with the entire structure comprising only this single level. Looking up, he beheld an infinite expanse of pitch blackness. Bai Luo approached the center, where 12 oil lamps, strikingly similar to the Qiming lamps, were arranged on the floor. He had reason to suspect that these lamps might indeed be the prototypes of the Qiming lamps. A mysterious force guided him to sit among the lamps, and soon, one of the 12 ignited with a whoosh of flames, suddenly calming the once turbulent state of his mind. In a wonder, they say, ascending the tower enhances resistance to pollution. The flames flickered in the oil lamp, indicating that his mental state was still poor, yet it had improved significantly compared to before. Bai Luo took a deep breath and smiled brightly at that moment. He became an investigator of the Scroll Tower, having transcended the realm of ordinary humanity. This skill held some significance. It would be a challenge for anyone else to wield it effectively in a corner of the area illuminated by the guiding light of the lamp tower. A seemingly lifeless, mangled body stirred suddenly, a half-severed pinky finger, driven by the will of the dying, lifted from the ground and began to move. Before long, it used the last vestiges of its dwindling blood to sketch a blood-red heart upon the surface. The composition rather haphazard, yet it was discernible enough to recognize its original form. Without warning, the blood-red heart rippled, and in the next moment, it appeared to come alive, transforming into a painting that dove into Bai Luo's once empty chest cavity. Thump, thump. The resounding heartbeat returned. A mad artist had rendered his own fragmented organ upon the ruins. Following this was the liver, the spleen, the pancreas. They returned to the body, dragging their master back from the brink of death. The Scroll Tower's skill, transitory life. What flows from the pen becomes reality. Everything drawn transforms into a tangible entity. The limitation of this skill lies in the inability to depict entities whose principles one does not understand. For an ordinary person, even ascending the tower would merely lead to awaiting death. Yet Bai Luo had always enjoyed sketching gruesome subjects since childhood, striving for greater realism in his anatomical representations. With a heart to provide blood, the restorative speed granted by the deep sea's favor surged beyond measure, and soon, the severed portion of his calf grew back halfway. Bai Luo leaned against the wall. Returning to his collapsed abode, where he rummaged beneath the bed to unearth a box of his past manuscripts. Perhaps for art, you all still lack a bit of refinement, but for an investigator, it is just right. As he drew upon the paper, a wooden box materialized from thin air. Bai Luo was uncertain of the standards of other scroll towers, but he needed only to sketch a rough outline to transmute the ethereal into the tangible. Without requiring an exact likeness, the box was about 1 meter long, connected by strings at both ends. Bai Luo placed the drawing and pen inside, slung it across his shoulder, and made his way toward Zhang Jianan's residence. After a while, he arrived in front of Zhang Gui's shop, only to discover the iron gate had been forcefully breached. Bai Luo quickened his pace to enter, just in time to overhear Zhang Jianan's desperate cries. And upon approaching, he found a fishman assaulting the inner door. The shop and house of the Zhang family were interconnected through an inner door. While the shop had been breached, there remained another door. Albeit not sturdy enough to withstand much longer. Brother, I beg you, just leave. My grandfather and I have meat that is tough and unpalatable. It won't suit your taste, Zhang Jianan shouted in anguish. Bai Luo noted the surrounding environment was dim. The light of the guiding lamp had failed to penetrate, possibly the primary reason for the fishman's assault. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that I would be besieged by so many fishmen. Logically, the presence of the guiding lamp on the streets should have deterred such a multitude, even in the initial stages. The fishman knocking at the door paused, turning to glance at Bai Luo. Emitting a hiss akin to a predator detecting its prey, Bai Luo casually opened a snack packet from the shelf and popped it into his mouth, quietly observing the scene. As he consumed the food, the restoration speed granted by the deep sea's favor accelerated once more, gradually filling the pits on his face. The fishman lunged madly, baring its sharp teeth. Whenever Bai Luo beheld the grotesque creature, he was invariably reminded of the scene where fishmen indulged in a buffet. What a stroke of misfortune! He gestured with his hand as if wielding a pin, and a short sword materialized out of thin air, which he hurled with precision, piercing the fishman's skull. Ascending the tower offered not merely a skill and mental stability, it also enhanced physical prowess and finger dexterity, adapting to the changes in his body post-ascension. Bai Luo found his physical abilities slightly improved compared to before, with his hands showing the most noticeable enhancement. His strokes and strikes became more stable, likely a unique augmentation of the scroll tower, where bodily enhancements varied according to the tower. After satisfying his hunger with the provisions from Zhang Jianan's shop and confirming his complete recovery, Bai Luo knocked on the door. "Old Zhang, open up." Behind the door, there was a moment of silence. Zhang Jianan uncertainly called out, "Old Bai?" Chapter 38. By Zhe. After several confirmations, Zhang Jianan finally believed him and opened a crack in the door. "What about the fishmen outside?" he anxiously inquired, glancing around. Bai Luo pointed at the fishman with a pierced skull, a sight that left Zhang Jianan utterly astonished, rendering him speechless. "You doubt you killed it, of course, or did it decide to take its own life?" Zhang Jianan leaned against the doorframe, opening the door wide, feeling as though he were in a dream. The monster that had threatened his and his grandfather's lives lay dead in such an unremarkable manner. "No way, old Bai, Sun Gu didn't lie to us. You truly killed an old one at sea?" A week prior, when the fishing boat returned from the ocean, Sun Jia had informed them that Bai Luo had slain an old one and saved them from a fishman ambush. Initially, no one believed it. As to the residents of the old district, old ones were akin to an insurmountable mountain, much like Master Shen. But now, Zhang Jianan believed that, of course. Bai Luo patted his shoulder. "Enough of that. Where's your bathroom? I need to take a shower." Only then did Zhang Jianan notice that his old friend's attire was indeed quite shabby, with the shirt torn at the chest and the pants missing a leg, covered in blood like a gruesome figure. "How many old ones did you kill?" He had no doubt that the blood was not Bai Luo's. A normal human would have succumbed to such blood loss long ago, making it impossible for him to stand there and chat. Bai Luo's eyes glinted with a cold light as he smiled silently, stepping into the room to shed his clothes and cleanse the blood in icy water. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, accepting the clothes Zhang Jianan offered, though the shirt was rather snug. Zhang Jianan awkwardly remarked, "I only have 2 sets. I'm wearing one, and the other is being washed. Should I fetch my grandfather's for you?" Bai Luo shook his head and, without a stitch of clothing on his upper body, hoisted the wooden box that had been placed in the corner onto his back. He touched his chest, where the painted heart and other organs had vanished, replaced by the genuine innards bestowed upon him by the deep sea. The painted creations were ultimately mere illusions. Their existence depended on the amount of power he infused into the artwork. The more power he poured in, the longer they would endure, with the painted innards typically lasting about an hour. Under Bai Luo's precise control, as each new piece emerged, a corresponding part would fade away, leading to the rebirth of the innards within that hour. "Where's the old man?" he inquired. "Grandfather is sleeping in the house. I didn't dare tell him about the fishmen." Bai Luo replied, "Currently, there is little danger in our vicinity. You must immediately take the old man to the junction between the old and new districts. If all goes as planned, there should be agents from the investigation bureau there. Seek out someone named Jiang Mingqian and see if he can assist you." "Are you suggesting we leave the old district?" Zhang Jianan found it hard to accept this proposal. Bai Luo continued, "I advise you to consider it carefully. This fog is unlike any before. Remaining in the old district carries too great a risk. As for the dangers outside, worry not. The investigation bureau has handled it for now, so we must depart swiftly." Zhang Jianan exclaimed, "You have connections with the investigation bureau?" This was not the first time he felt unfamiliar with Bai Luo. It seemed as if he possessed a magical lamp that granted him endless trump cards. Returning from the depths of the sea, this man had become an ever-increasing enigma that is of no concern to you. Ultimately, the choice is yours. If you wish to stay, so be it. With the fog disaster and the unknown creatures in the sky, those who wished to remain in the old district could do so. As for him, once he completed his final tasks, he would not linger if possible. He even wished to leave Jiangqing. All right, I trust you that I will pack my things right away. Zhang Jianan was not foolish. He had discerned that the current fog posed a far greater danger than before. Even the former affiliates of the old days were now proactively attacking. Where are you going? Aren't you coming with us? Just as he retrieved the box, he suddenly looked up to see Bai Luo heading towards the door. Evidently not intending to accompany the grandfather and grandson. Yes, for me. Bai Luo smiled knowingly. I have left something in someone else's possession that I must retrieve before I depart. With that, he vanished into the street and entered a narrow alley. Goodness, this cursed weather is rather cold at night. Bai Luo rubbed his hands together, took out a painting of clothing from the wooden box, depicting a complete white hanfu, which he had amusedly drawn during his 7 days of confinement at home. He gently tugged at the painting, and a pristine garment emerged, which he donned, exuding an air of elegance. The hanfu featured an ancient beast, its dragon-like head adorned with green hair and horns, coiling around the fabric to add a touch of mystique. The divine beast, by Zhe, still lacking something. Bai Luo stroked his chin, inspiration striking him as he produced a piece of paper on which he sketched a mask adorned with Bai Zhe patterns, donning it afterward. The mask fit perfectly, its unique structure rendering the wearer's voice hoarse and indistinct. With dawn still far off, I have ample time to entertain you. A painter clad in Bai Zhe patterned hanfu traversed a realm of ruins, carrying a wooden box as he ventured into the enveloping darkness unlit by the lighthouse. That direction led to Wang Jiaojiao's home. Bai Luo had never been one to harbor grudges overnight. Jiang Mingqian? Panting heavily, soared over rooftops and by chance, he spotted 2 figures on the ground, his eyes widening in astonishment as he hastily descended to interpose himself between them. Captain Jiang, you're here? Bai Luo greeted with a smile. Jiang Mingqian muttered, to think nothing happened. Even with the lighthouse's timely arrival, given the number of fishmen present, these 2 should at least have sustained injuries. Yet they appear unscathed. Bai Luo explained, it's quite peculiar. After you left, we fell behind and thought we were doomed, but for some reason, the fishmen suddenly turned their gaze upward, and after a while, they dispersed without doing anything to us. Old man truly knows how to spin a tale. Qing Luo thought to herself. Jiang Mingqian furrowed his brow, not doubting Bai Luo's words, for indeed, there was something enormous concealed within the lingering fog above them, a fact he had heard from the support team. As long as you're unharmed, hurry to the new district. It's likely all residents of the old district will need to relocate there tonight. Bai Luo's brow twitched. Is it that serious? Jiang Mingqian sighed. The investigation bureau has classified this fog as a fog disaster. With the entire bureau on standby 24 hours, a fierce battle is likely to ensue soon. The retreat of the fishmen was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before that entity above would intervene in the conflict, at which point the lighthouse's guiding light would once again be swallowed by darkness. With the individual located, the 3 planned to head to the boundary. Along the way, an explosion caught their attention. The blast was earth-shattering, akin to something occurring right beside them, as the shockwaves swept past the group. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Mingqian turned back and said, "You all go ahead. I'll check it out." With that, the hunter leapt back onto the rooftops, plunging into the unknown darkness. Chapter 39. The Truth of Resurrection. Wang Fuxing struggled to rise from the earthen bed. His mouth slightly ajar as a delectable morsel was fed to him, the texture delightful to chew. Jiao, this pig heart tastes wonderful. Where did you buy it? Wang Jiao, attending to her father, chuckled. Does it taste familiar? It's from the Zhang family's elder. I helped her out a while ago, and this afternoon she sent it to me as a tonic for you. Wang Fuxing pondered for a moment and murmured. Is that so? Yet, I feel as though the taste differs from the Zhang elders. It must be because you've been bedridden for so long, spoiling your palate. Wang Jiao laughed. If you don't believe me, once you recover, you can certainly have it again. It will definitely taste the same. Wang Fuxing nodded, warmth filling his heart as he thought how fortunate he was to have such a filial daughter. When he awoke, Wang Jiao had just returned home, stating she had purchased a large bag of meat, and today he could have a hearty meal. In the old district, meat was not cheap. Only a handful of families could casually offer a large quantity of prime cuts, while the average person could only afford minced meat with a hint of flavor. After tidying the plates, Wang Jiao proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes, her heart lightened by her father's improving condition, reminiscent of the little girl who once did not know Shen Kuan. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the long-standing tranquility, causing Wang Jiaojiao's face to turn pale, her palms slick with sweat and water. Blending unrecognizably. Jiaojiao, what's wrong? Wang Fusheng, concerned from within, called out. Suppressing her fear, Wang Jiaojiao replied, it's nothing. I accidentally cut my hand with the kitchen knife. Be careful. If anything happens, call for your father. I feel much better lately. I can get out of bed now. Okay. After saying this, Wang Jiaojiao immediately altered her tone, lowering her voice as she trembled. Who are you? And how did you get into my house? She dared not turn around. As someone was pressing a short sword against her neck, the blade exuding a chilling aura. The person chuckled, reminiscent of a woman during twilight. Got you, Miss Wang. May I have a word with you? Can we go to my room? My father is unwell. Don't frighten him. Sure, but remember to bring that large bag of meat. The two entered the room, closing the door behind them. Wang Jiaojiao raised her hands and turned around, only to see the figure wearing a mask depicting a divine beast, her panic escalating. Who are you? Bai Luo mimicked someone's demeanor from earlier in the afternoon, feigning innocence. Didn't you already know? I'm just a homeless wretch who was cut open by others. Who would believe such nonsense? Wang Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, yet every time she looked directly at the mask, terror gripped her, rendering her motionless. She felt that even the slightest movement could lead to her demise. Miss Wang, don't you find this situation rather familiar? Bai Luo asked leisurely. Isn't it akin to how you killed me not long ago? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Jiaojiao was bewildered, repeatedly doubting the sanity of the person before her. Aren't you right here? How could I possibly have killed you? Bai Luo fixed his gaze on her helpless eyes, a knowing smile curling at his lips. His guesses had proven correct. How about we play a game? If you win, I'll let you go. All right, just let me go, and I'll do anything. Wang Jiaojiao cried out in desperation. Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. While you enjoy hide and seek, I prefer truth or dare. When do I ever enjoy hide and seek? Wang Jiaojiao exclaimed in confusion. Choose, truth or dare? Truth. Only a fool would choose dare. Who knows what dangerous task you might assign me? Bai Luo nodded knowingly. Please listen to the question. Where did this bag of meat come from? From the Zhang Elder's house. Wang Jiaojiao answered without hesitation, just as she thought she had answered correctly. Bai Luo chuckled. The Zhang Elder is quite a character. Her family doesn't raise chickens, ducks, or goats, but rather two-legged sheep. Yes. Wang Jiaojiao didn't understand. What do you mean? Bai Luo dumped the meat onto the ground. Pointing at the half-sliced heart, tell me, what kind of meat did you buy? Pig meat. Do you believe that this is pork? Wang Jiaojiao stared at the blood-soaked ground. Her mind rusted like a cogwheel, unable to fathom the answer to her question. Tell me, what is this? Speak. Wang Jiaojiao grew anxious, her body beginning to tremble. Yet this did little to aid her troubled thoughts. Is it not pork? True. The size of the heart does not match. But I distinctly remember that Granny Wang provided pork. Bai Luo continued to press. How much did you spend? Where did the money come from? Why do you believe that a gravely ill patient requires such an abundance of meat? Tell me. I don't know. I truly don't know. Wang Jiaojiao clutched her head, on the verge of emotional collapse. Of course, you do not know, Bai Luo retorted coldly, for this is not pork at all, but human flesh. It is a human organ. A thunderclap surged through her mind, and Wang Jiaojiao collapsed to the ground, frantically replaying the day's memories, yet could not trace the origin of the meat. I never bought any meat. I didn't even go to the market this afternoon. So why did I bring back this meat for my father without a second thought? Just as I suspected. Bai Luo took a deep breath to steady his emotions. There is no resurrection, nor any memory disorder. What exists is merely a group of beings performing like actors on a stage with identical memories, continuing to live under their assumed identities. The so-called memory disorder is nothing but a ruse, a cover for your collusion in exchanging information. The discrepancies in memories among the masses suggest a more direct possibility. They simply do not possess that memory. A collective of individuals fabricating a lie into reality. It spread throughout the old district, and over time, everyone believed it, thinking it was their own fault. Bai Luo pondered deeply. Since the people are not truly resurrected, then the corpse must be hidden somewhere, right? Where is the safest place that would not arouse suspicion of a body being swapped? Of course, it is in one's own home. Bai Luo had previously searched every possible nook when he visited. Yet upon reflection, It seemed that the bed where Wang Jiaojiao lay hiding was too cool for this season. He lifted Wang Jiaojiao's bedding, revealing the spot where she had concealed herself. There lay a patch of cement that was conspicuously newer than the surrounding area. He waved his fingers in the air, conjuring a hammer, and brought it down heavily, bang. After 3 strikes, the ground cracked open, revealing half of a face buried beneath. A face that had not decomposed due to the lack of oxygen. Wang Jiaojiao's true self. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jiaojiao's face drained of color, and she shook her head in denial of the reality, yet her memories grew increasingly elusive. You poor remnants of the past, when actors become addicted to their roles, they forget that it is merely a performance. Chapter 40. To kill again. Wang Jiaojiao stood frozen, her mind seemingly rusted, utterly devoid of thought. After a moment, she regained her senses, the confusion in her eyes vanishing as the flesh beneath her skin writhed like tumorous growths. Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. I am Wang Jiaojiao, the daughter of Wang Fusheng. I am still alive here. She erupted in hysteria, her flesh expanding, splitting open to reveal the monstrous form that had once pursued her in the tower. Bai Luo removed his mask and asked disdainfully, Miss Wang, do you think I am more shocked by your resurrection, or are you more astonished by mine? Wang Jiaojiao's eyes widened, her body trembling as veins bulged. She refused to accept this truth, yet the fragments of memory flashed through her mind, forcing her to acknowledge I in my memories. I removed this person's organs, broke their ribs, and then they resurrected. I can kill you once. I can kill you again. Bai Luo shook his head with a sigh. These remnants of the past were far too immersed in their roles, their memories akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Conjuring fantasies. The crux is that she truly believes it is real. Last time in the tower, she saw herself as a human endowed with extraordinary powers. Now, she has reverted to being the obedient daughter caring for her father. But these are not Wang Jiaojiao. Her true self is long dead, leaving only a monster impersonating her. Bang! Wang Jiaojiao lunged forward, and at such close quarters, Bai Luo should have been caught off guard. Yet he had already ascended, easily dodging her sudden attack. Her bloodied hand smashed through the wall, and as she turned, 5 flying daggers shot towards him, followed by Bai Luo wielding a short sword to counterattack. For him, certain exceedingly simple items need not be drawn on paper. He merely has to gesture in the air to conjure them, including blades and some singularly structured objects, with a resounding bang. Wang Jiaojiao was sent sprawling from the house to the street, her body riddled with gaping wounds from the short sword, each one grotesque. Bai Luo donned his mask once more, slinging the wooden box over his shoulder, and slowly stepped out of the house. Wang Jiaojiao, her expression twisted, exclaimed, Why do you not fear death? Everyone else has perished, why not you? Does it not discomfort you to feel so special? She darted forward, her astonishingly expansive arms crashing down violently. A lesser person would have surely been obliterated. Dressed in a white zhe robe, Bai Luo withdrew a painting from the box, depicting 5 flying daggers. Unlike the previous conjured ones, this illustration, enhanced by shadowy layouts, portrayed the daggers in motion, akin to assassination weapons from a comic, tension fully drawn. Who? Wang Jiaojiao stared in horror, her abdomen pierced through, and as she raised her head again, Bai Luo's fingers beckoned, causing stone steps to rise directly to a high-roofed house. Don't even think about escaping. By now, Wang Jiaojiao had lost all patience. She swore to send this lunatic to his demise. Then returned to her role. As Bai Luo ascended the steps, he did not look back, discarding a painting that depicted semi-transparent solids of white and pale yellow. Initially, Wang Jiaojiao did not perceive these small objects as threatening, until Bai Luo produced a lighter from his fingertip. This is called white phosphorus. Congratulations on your newfound knowledge. Snap! The old-fashioned lighter clicked, and a spark ignited, cascading down onto the white-yellow solids in an instant. The previously fog-shrouded area illuminated with streaks of light. Ah! A shriek erupted from the fog as Wang Jiaojiao watched helplessly, engulfed in flames, while Bai Luo ascended into the mist, leaving her to be consumed by the fire. I will slaughter you, you little bastard. The already blurred figure smiled. I prefer when you call me brother. You were so rebellious then, so much more captivating. Just hours earlier in the tower, the woman had toyed with him, forcing him to leap for his life. And not long ago, she had dissected his body, removing his organs. Now, The roles had reversed, and Bai Luo was toying with her in the same manner. Truly, fate is unpredictable. The only difference is that Bai Luo would not grant her any hope of survival. After waiting on the rooftop for some time, he grasped the eaves with one hand and pulled himself up to this moment. Wang Jiaojiao had lost her former playful demeanor, now reduced to a charred husk. Crack! The sound of bones echoed as her scorched body suddenly burst open, writhing flesh revealing multiple human faces. They screamed in a frenzy. Kill him, quickly kill him. He is just a human. Let us kill him once more. No one can act recklessly on stage. Everyone must adhere to the script. Bai Luo furrowed his brow. Among these faces, some were familiar, others vaguely recognizable, all belonging to those who had long departed in his memories. Were they merely continuing to impersonate characters after their natural demise? If so, how many imposters lurked within the old district? One face bore a striking resemblance to someone he had encountered 2 years prior. A photo he had chanced upon in his memories. Heh, little brother. I found your weakness. Bai Luo raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Do enlighten me. You are not as strong as I imagined. Thus you dare not confront me head-on, am I right? Wang Jiaojiao mocked. You possess merely a few tricks. They are hardly worth mentioning. She spoke the truth. In a direct confrontation, Bai Luo could not defeat her. Her physical strength far surpassed his, and if she were to seize him, she could easily tear him apart. Little brother, shall we continue our game of hide and seek that we did not finish last time? This time, being caught will mean death. Wang Jiaojiao laughed maniacally, her face splitting open as her head transformed into a monstrous flower lunging forward. I'm not lying to you. This time, you won to escape. Bai Luo sighed. If all remnants of the past were as naive as you, it would be much simpler. Snap! A sound echoed through the fog, causing Wang Jiaojiao to tremble. A sudden vibration coursed beneath her feet, followed by another explosion. You think this level can kill me? The small explosion inflicted minimal harm, merely scorching the faces. Bai Luo smiled nonchalantly. To fall for the same trick twice, your death would be unjust. Crack! All the faces looked down in terror, realizing that the ground was collapsing beneath them, the explosion originating from above, aiming to bring down the ceiling. A massive body plummeted, and the ground had, unbeknownst to them, been littered with sharp spears piercing through their bodies upon impact. How dare you, you little bastard? How dare you treat me this way? She realized it was a trap. Her adversary had long been prepared, deliberately luring her into this predicament. From the gaping hole in the ceiling emerged a cold, indifferent face. Bai Luo discarded the masterpiece he had just created, while Wang Jiaojiao struggled desperately, her limbs firmly pinned by spears. You once said something that resonated deeply with me. I never fear the resurrection of my enemies. If they return, Bai Luo smiled, saying, then I shall simply kill them again. Chapter 41. The true form of the monster. A thunderous explosion sent shards of stone flying, collapsing the structure, history repeating itself at this moment, as Wang Jiaojiao was buried beneath the rubble. Bai Luo stood in the street, a fierce wind sweeping past him, hurling debris and dust against the muddy ground. The two-story building before him crumbling into nothingness. Prior to this, he had set up an ambush around the Wang residence, drawing numerous weapons he could utilize, such as flying knives, white phosphorus, and C4 explosives dropped into deep pits, simple yet effective for someone of Bai Luo's intellect and education. He had also arranged inverted spears within a house where the entire family had perished, damaging part of the roof to render it sufficiently fragile. As he had stated, these monsters were too engrossed in their roles. The same tricks could ensnare them twice a day. As he walked slowly through the ruins, Wang Jiaojiao's body was mangled, her skin scorched by white phosphorus and riddled with bloody wounds from the C4 explosives. One arm and one leg had been blown off, her face marred by several grotesque injuries, the ground littered with the remnants of the monster's flesh and blood. Bai Luo retrieved another drawing, depicting an abundance of white phosphorus, enough to warrant a military trial in wartime. Half of Wang Jiaojiao's head had been blown away, and she laughed bitterly, realizing, so I have truly already died. Bai Luo corrected her, not you, but her. Until that moment, despite being ravaged by the explosive force, Wang Jiaojiao remained alive, and she finally believed it was all the same now. A single tear streamed down Wang Jiaojiao's disfigured face. After all, we have been acting all our lives. Who is not merely performing? Bai Luo pondered this and unexpectedly nodded, tossing a handful of white phosphorus onto her, which ignited and incinerated her many faces in an instant. All the faces on her body cried out for mercy, wailing desperately, howling in the flames of hell. "No, we are innocent. Spare us. I have wealth at home. I'll give it all to you. It is all her doing. We had no part in it." Bai Luo found the scene amusing, but soon all the faces fell silent, leaving behind only a pile of ashes scattered by the wind. To his surprise, there was not merely ash. In fact, a vague human shape could still be discerned. Was this monster so resilient? It had not been burned to death. Bai Luo contemplated adding more fire, but suddenly, that entity began to move in an instant. He felt a surge of danger, gripping tightly the painting within the wooden box. The ashes were blown away, revealing the true form of the monster. A pitch-black puppet. It possessed no gender, its limbs marked with deep indentations. Its body as dark as the lightless cosmos, streaked with strange runes that extended from its face downwards, a faint yellow glow coursing along the stripes from its chest into its limbs. It bore no human visage, resembling a puppet carelessly handled by a shopkeeper. Almost immediately, Bai Luo felt an overwhelming pressure, his heartbeat slowing in its rhythm. In the puppet's gaze, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Suddenly, the puppet stood upright, tilting its head. Though it had no face, Bai Luo sensed it was scrutinizing him. What manner of creature is this? Moments later, the puppet extended its palm, attempting to touch Bai Luo. "Move now!" Bai Luo seized a large stack of drawings, intending to throw them all at once, but suddenly, his body became immobile, his limbs losing control, gradually stiffening. He felt everything being fixed in place, as if he were a marionette on stage, compelled to please others while being manipulated at will. Just as the puppet's fingers were about to make contact, an unexpected, piercing hum echoed from the sky. A pair of crimson eyes opened above the old city. The sea roared at that moment, generating towering tsunamis along the coast. In an instant, chaos reigned, as if a divine battle had commenced. Command Central. That entity above the old city has moved. Hu Lingfeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sprang to his feet, rushing to the computer to monitor energy fluctuations. Upon seeing the results, a sense of cold sweat trickled down his back. Unable to ascertain, Hu Lingfeng took a deep breath and commanded, "Notify all investigators. I don't care where they are or what they're doing, they must return to headquarters immediately. Evacuate all residents of the old city at full speed. Send a distress signal to the Dawn City headquarters. And prepare a vehicle. I shall personally head to the old city." The inability to assess the unknown creature's level could mean one of two things. Point 1. A high-ranking old deity's minion has appeared. Its level equivalent to that of 10 or more investigators, far beyond what Jiang City could handle. The second possibility is even worse, the arrival of an old deity's avatar. Regardless of which, Jiang City was poised to face a colossal battle. And the outcome could very well be the city's utter destruction. Hu Lingfeng hurriedly donned his clothing, preparing to depart, when an investigator suddenly called out to him. "Commander, the energy fluctuation has vanished." Hu Lingfeng halted. Disbelief etched on his features. Vanished? Wasn't that entity above the old city just about to strike? Standing atop the rubble, Bai Luo gasped for breath, his body, recently washed, now drenched in sweat. Fortunately, his body was no longer stiff and he could move freely. Was it that being above that saved me? In the midst of life and death, he sensed another force descending, akin to a colossal wave crashing down from the heavens, striking the puppet. In mere moments, the discomfort he had felt dissipated. But what could be the reason for this intervention? Bai Luo could not discern the intentions of the entity that had acted and then fallen silent. At least, he lacked the capacity to do so at that moment. Looking up, he saw the puppet still standing there, but the prior oppressive aura had vanished, and its pitch-black body began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into fine ash and disappearing entirely. Alas, what a pity! If only I could have captured its likeness on canvas, I wonder what extraordinary abilities I might have gained. Facial transformation, superior control, extraordinary physical prowess. Each of these capabilities made his mouth water. Yet this entity had simply turned to dust. Regaining his composure, Bai Luo surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was encircled by fishmen due to the violent explosion, their sharp teeth and claws eager to dissect their prey. Since escape was not an option, Bai Luo smiled as he produced a sheet of paper and a brush. Then let me create a painting for you. With a flick of his fingers, a staircase materialized, allowing him to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby house, after which the staircase vanished, causing the fishmen who had climbed it to tumble down. Faced with the fishman's onslaught, Bai Luo poised his brush over the paper. Unlike in his earlier days as an ordinary human, he no longer needed a minion or a canvas to create before the fishmen could reach the roof. An illustration of them climbing was nearly complete. Just then, Bai Luo paused. Despite the dense fog obstructing his view, he still heard the unmistakable sound of human footsteps nearby. A short sword emerged, and Jiang Mingqian appeared from the mist. His blade directed at the masked figure adorned in white patterns. I am Jiang Mingqian, captain of the Jiang City Investigation Division. Was that explosion instigated by you? Chapter 42. Deceiving Captain Jiang. Alas, of all people, it had to be the most troublesome one. Bai Luo felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Why did it have to be an investigator climbing the stairs, and a familiar face at that? Given Jiang Mingqian's ability to dispatch old deities with a few swift strikes, he could likely do the same to Bai Luo in no time. If he were to reveal his identity, it could complicate matters, like the death of Shen Kuan, or the possibility of being summoned to the front lines as a newcomer. To be frank, Bai Luo felt no emotional attachment to Jiang City. He did not wish to sacrifice himself for it, and if given the chance, he would escape right now. Thus, he had to perform. Having endured multiple crises, Bai Luo's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened, particularly after experiencing death itself. As you can see, I am engaged in painting. Due to the unique structure of his mask and Bai Luo's intentional concealment, his gravelly voice betrayed no hint of his true tone. Jiang Mingqian frowned. An aura of deadly intent surrounding him. I advise you to speak the truth. In these extraordinary times, he would not permit the existence of unknown powers in Jiang City. This artist exuded an inexplicable eeriness, especially painting amidst the fog, depicting a multitude of fishmen. Even if these fishmen were not particularly formidable, it nonetheless indicated that this individual was behaving peculiarly. Bai Luo feigned mystery. In a stage play, the characters may not even be real. Does the truth of the dialogue hold any significance? An alert Jiang Mingqian immediately recalled the two incidents involving Lan Yu, his voice stern. What do you know? Bai Luo sighed inwardly, recognizing that this man was overly sensitive. Even his boastful words could prompt further inquiries. This wouldn't do. He needed to mislead him further. Otherwise, that sword might soon come crashing down on him. We possess considerable knowledge, but it is not for you to hear. Bai Luo's gravelly voice carried a hint of amusement. We? Jiang Mingqian seized upon the key point. Not just them, there is an organization. One that has never been discovered, lurking within Jiang City. This shocking revelation sent chills down Jiang Mingqian's spine. In such a critical period, with a fog disaster looming, the emergence of a mysterious force was hardly a good omen. Oh? Jiang Mingqian probed. What if I insist on knowing? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, as mist clung to the blade, its cold gleam menacing. Bai Luo spoke candidly, you will go mad. Jiang Mingqian squinted, retorting, what a riddle, he chuckled. Let it be so. Bai Luo's mind raced, recalling the web novels he had perused in his past life. It matters not to you. After all that, he began to gather his painting tools. Jiang Mingqian felt an unsettling sense that the other was preparing to flee. Having realized that Bai Luo had never revealed his true capabilities during their brief exchange, a mysterious organization that could elude the scrutiny of the Investigation Bureau had encountered an investigator who bore no ire. Even willing to engage in conversation, it was not that there were no amiable high-tier individuals, but such encounters were exceedingly rare. Halt! Jiang Mingqian barked, a palpable killing intent emanating from the 5 lights of the Demon Hunter's tower, even causing the fishmen scaling the walls below to falter in fear. You are suspected of trespassing on private property. Come with me. Bai Luo examined the painting paper with care, then shook his head as if dissatisfied with his creation. Lifting the artwork while turning to say, you are quite young. Temper your rage, lest you meet an untimely demise in this era. Jiang Mingqian was poised for action, yet his expression shifted to one of shock the next moment. The painting in Bai Luo's hand exuded a peculiar allure, inciting the fishmen below to shriek in panic, their bodies suddenly flattening into 2 dimensions, the image warping into a pool of dye, which then seeped into the owner's canvas. A single painting had vanquished a dozen of the old ones. If Jiang Mingqian had harbored doubts prior, they were now entirely dispelled. He was convinced that the other's strength was unequivocally superior to his own. This method of sealing through art was utterly unprecedented. Jiang Mingqian's breath quickened slightly as he replayed every detail of his encounter with Bai Luo, recalling a crucial line. In a theatrical performance, the characters may not even be real. Does the truth of their lines bear significance? Prepared for a beating, Jiang Mingqian inquired, "Do you know of those old ones masquerading as humans?" Upon hearing this respectful address, a smile tugged at the corners of Bai Luo's mouth. He recognized that the other had come to accept the truth. Draped in human skin, who can claim with certainty who is human and who is not? Why not take a guess? How many souls remain alive in the old district? The two statements sent a chill coursing down Jiang Mingqian's spine. What do you mean? There are countless like Lan Yu in similar predicaments. How many living souls can possibly remain in this area? You. Just as Jiang Mingqian was about to press further, Bai Luo waved his finger, and a wooden bridge rose from the ground, leading into the depths of the fog. Bai Luo then stepped onto the bridge, his figure gradually receding until it vanished entirely within the mist. The bridge swallowed whole. Painting tower's skill, transience. Jiang Mingqian could scarcely believe his eyes. Ordinarily, transience was not a rarity, and there was no need for such astonishment. Yet the means employed by this individual were truly extraordinary. The painting tower could transform the ethereal into the tangible, but to conjure a bridge from thin air was a feat beyond the capabilities of a low-tier painter. This act clearly indicated that the individual clad in Hanfu was likely a mid-tier or even high-tier painter. Jiang Mingqian muttered to himself, unless his artistic talent is so prodigious as to be revered, he must be a practitioner of at least 7 lights or more. But how could that be? In this time of peril, where death lurked at every corner, even upper-class society would scarcely allow their children to specialize in painting. If such talent existed, it would certainly make headlines, not randomly appear in Jiang City. After encountering this enigmatic figure, Jiang Mingqian's perspective shifted. Initially intent on eliminating uncertainties, he now felt that resolving the supernatural occurrences in the old district was more pressing than courting death. Mere minutes after Jiang Mingqian's departure, Bai Luo emerged from the alley onto the street. Few investigators are not so easily deceived, far more astute than Qing Luo. The thought of Jiang's genuine belief in his prowess made Bai Luo chuckle. Deceiving others was such an amusing endeavor. Chapter 43. Lighting a cigarette before the formation leaving the old district necessitated 2 tasks, one of which had been accomplished. Now, only the matter of eliminating that impostor and devising a way to capture her true form remained. Bai Luo had already devised a plan to deal with that counterfeit version of himself, eagerly anticipating the expression the other would wear upon facing this situation. Just as he was about to set off, a figure emerged from the shattered wall of the Wang residence, prompting Bai Luo to squint and once more conjure a flying knife, ready to act at a moment's notice. Jiao Jiao. A hoarse voice echoed through the mist as a man, his hair graying and resembling a hunched figure, leaned against the wall. His expression was fraught with anxiety, eyes darting in search of something precious, yet the pitch-black surroundings and thick fog rendered his quest futile. Bai Luo observed the man, who was intent on moving forward, and after a brief silence, stepped closer, the tip of his sword glistening with moisture from the mist. "I asked that you, Jiao Jiao." Wang Fuxing had garnered fame in the old district years prior through his remarkable diagnostic skills, attracting countless patients. Now blind, his hearing had sharpened even further. Bai Luo said nothing, merely standing silently before him with the sword, as if weighing a decision. After a long moment of silence, Wang Fuxing smiled. "Come, Jiao Jiao, let us return home." With that, the man leaned against the wall and retreated indoors, his frail form suddenly aging by 20 years as he turned. Bai Luo followed him into the room, lowering his gaze to glimpse a half-buried face sealed beneath cement under the overturned bed. "Jiao Jiao, didn't you say you had a wonderful boyfriend? The money you brought home was all thanks to him. You should invite him to meet us tomorrow. It wouldn't do to owe him so much." Wang Fuxing continued to chatter as he prepared to climb into bed. "You mentioned wanting to change your dress? Is it because that red one has grown too old? If you wish to change, then do so. Father's medicine won't cost much. I understand this illness. Even a lesser quality medicine can sustain you." "Jiao Jiao, the new district is not a good place. They look down upon us. If you go there and suffer any bullying, remember to tell father." "Jiao Jiao, remember to wake me at dawn. I wish to go out and see the world." Bai Luo stood before the sickbed as Wang Fuxing spoke at length. Yet he never asked the woman to fetch him medication to hang on the 4-drip. It was only when the blind father closed his eyes that Bai Luo slowly lifted the blade, allowing a meteor to fall upon the desolate earth, causing crimson flowers to bloom in the barren world. Jiao Jiao, if only you were without me as your father. The fog lingered for over 4 hours without signs of dispersal, and as midnight arrived, the low growls of various creatures echoed through the mist. The fog disaster had officially commenced. More than half of Jiang City's defensive forces were mobilized by the Investigation Bureau, police, armed forces, investigators, arriving in the old district to combat the threat, determined to keep them at bay from the new district. Silver light flickered, a cold gleam flashed, and a 5-meter-high sea spider fell under the blade. Jiang Mingqian gasped for breath, standing atop a rooftop gazing at the misty sea, where phantoms continued to emerge from the depths. Old Jiang, a voice called out as Song Tao landed before Jiang Mingqian. Their backs soaked with sweat, faces etched with fatigue. One of the 5 captains of Jiang City, also a 5-light investigator from the Demon Hunter's Tower. They had been dispatched to the front lines to engage in battle together. Jiang Mingqian surveyed the endless throngs of old ones, speaking gravely, if this continues, we will surely be overwhelmed. Song Tao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, damn it, if not for the losses suffered by our predecessors in the fog disaster 2 years ago, would we be besieged by these small fry? The distinction between 5 and 6 lights represented a significant gap among investigators. Reaching 6 lights indicated a mid-tier investigator, granting access to higher output skills. While low-tier investigators had transcended the realm of ordinary humans, they remained human nonetheless, at risk of being overpowered by ordinary people under extreme conditions. 2 years prior, Jiang City had been a crucial coastal metropolis in the Eastern Federation. Not only captains but also mid-tier investigators were commonplace, and the commander was none other than the current leader, a 10-light investigator, high-tier practitioners. Wide-ranging skills. Jiang Mingqian murmured these words, recalling the scene of the masked figure sealing numerous fishmen with a painting. If only we possessed his strength, perhaps we could withstand this fog disaster. With this thought, Jiang Mingqian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Stop dwelling on fanciful thoughts. Such a master would have acted long ago. Now, at best, we can ascertain that he harbors no ill will towards Jiang City, and seeking his assistance is akin to chasing phantoms. Where have the residents of the old district gone? Jiang Mingqian inquired. Song Tao replied, according to your assessment, they were not allowed entry into the new district and have been sheltered in a factory at the border, with 2 individuals remaining to monitor them. That's good. Jiang Mingqian let out a sigh of relief. Until he could ascertain the authenticity of the residents, he would not permit anyone to enter the new district, even if such a decision might lead to the demise of some. A phantom figure approached them slowly, and before the colossal entity resembling a small mountain, the 2 appeared exceedingly insignificant. Song Tao unsheathed his short sword and remarked with a grin, finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. The pinnacle of low-tier familiars indeed seemed formidable. Jiang Mingqian nodded in agreement. A group of inexperienced investigators below watched in terror as the gigantic creature drew nearer, their legs trembling and rooted to the spot. Hey, you little rascals, hurry and reinforce the western front. With Song Tao's scolding, the timid investigators were forcibly dragged away by 2 seniors, leaving behind a chorus of mocking laughter. How about it, Lao Jiang? Shall we see who can take it down first? Fine. Jiang Mingqian responded succinctly, retrieving 2 cigarettes from his pocket and lighting them for the toot. The white smoke mingled indistinguishably with the thick fog. Song Tao, glancing at the fine cigarettes in his hand, couldn't help but exclaim, lighting up before battle, how delightfully reckless. In the outskirts of the old district near the new district, countless people huddled together in a vast workshop, embracing their terrified families and covering their ears to shut out the screams of the old ones. Some bolder individuals ventured into the dimly lit corridors in search of weapons for protection. Among them were Bai Luo and Qing Luo to avoid detection by the old ones. They relied on the faint glow of the specialized lights set by the Investigation Bureau outside. As they delved deeper, Qing Luo realized they had gradually strayed from the workshop. Sir, are we going too far? Bai Luo halted, casting a cold glance back at the girl, the dim light rendering his face somewhat terrifying. I am not questioning you, Qing Luo murmured softly. Bai Luo ignored her, and Qing Luo increasingly sensed that her master was not quite himself, especially after the large-scale offensive by the sea creatures had commenced. His movements began to exhibit a disjointed rhythm, as if he were a machine malfunctioning, and this oddity was not exclusive to Bai Luo. Many fleeing to the factory exhibited similar behavior. Chapter 44. The Hunt for Imposters entering the factory's storage room. The purpose of which was unknown. The ceiling consisted of a protruding glass panel. Looking up, one could see the drifting mist. Qing Luo clutched tightly to the basket containing all of her master's belongings, while Bai Luo stood motionless against the far wall. "Master, what are we doing here?" Bai Luo exuded an air that felt strange, as if he had transformed into a person who could only respond mechanically to questions. He did not answer, remaining as still as a statue, blending into the dark surroundings and eliciting a sense of dread in Qing Luo. She considered checking if he was unwell, but recalling the scolding she had almost received on the way, she hesitated. Suddenly, Bai Luo's neck twisted, emitting an eerily horrifying sound. "Master, what are we doing here?" Qing Luo felt as if she were sitting on needles, as if something were lodged in her throat. This was unmistakably my voice. Indeed, Bai Luo's voice mirrored Qing Luo's perfectly, in pitch and inflection. Had anyone else been present, they would have surely believed Bai Luo was Qing Luo herself. You are not my master. Who are you really?" Even Qing Luo, despite her naivety, recognized the peculiarity before her. This creature was not her master. Since leaving home, her master had always been by her side, inseparable, thus he could never have been Bai Luo. He had been replaced since their departure. You are not my master. Who are you?" Another imitation of her voice. Bai Luo's head made a complete 180 in the reflection of Qing Luo's pupils. He now bore only half of Bai Luo's face, the other half resembling her own. "Run!" Qing Luo, holding the fish basket, immediately sprinted toward the door upon realizing something was amiss, but a gust of wind swept past as the creature reached the door first and slammed it shut. Looking at the closed door, despair enveloped Qing Luo. She feared she would perish here today. "Qing Luo, why have you been acting so strangely lately?" This time, Bai Luo's voice reverted to its original tone. "You do not resemble my foolish maid. You are far too clever. Speak, are you an impostor?" The scolding ignited a fire within the usually timid Qing Luo, as she retorted, "Shameless sea creature, just wait. The Dragon King will unleash divine retribution, and the wrath of the ocean will drown you all. I must have been conversing with an impostor all this time. I must have lost my wits while at sea. Who are you? And why do you impersonate me?" Bai Luo's voice transformed once more into Qing Luo's, her face expanding to occupy the entirety of her visage, her hair lengthening. "Bah!" Qing Luo spat defiantly. "You are the one impersonating me. Can't you see how ugly you are without a mirror?" The creature, its visage grotesque, shouted back, "Fake! You are the fake. I am the real one. You should die. Fakes do not deserve to live in this world. Do not let my master be unable to discern truth from falsehood." The shadow lunged forward, and Qing Luo shoved a metal frame in between them, but it was futile. The creature effortlessly toppled it, and the collapsing structure crushed Qing Luo's leg. Watching as its face increasingly resembled her own, she felt a surge of resentment. Once she was gone, this monster could effortlessly take her place as Qing Luo. The genuine article, "Imposters must die." The creature grinned wickedly. "Master, I am sorry. You must think I am foolish, don't you?" Qing Luo clutched the basket tightly, which contained items entrusted to her by Bai Luo for their new life in the new district. A wish that now seemed unattainable. Bang! The sound of shattering glass overhead interrupted them, as a figure fell from above and crashed to the ground, splattering blood in a gruesome display. The sudden occurrence stunned the creature, and a memory flickered through its mind, a red figure. Instinctively, it temporarily abandoned its prey, approaching to inspect the fallen body. Upon seeing the face, Qing Luo's visage vanished instantly, reverting to Bai Luo's, revealing a look of horror. Wang Jiao. The fallen individual was indeed Wang Jiao, clad in a red gown, her forehead shattered from the fall, appearing as if she had just died. Two distinct memories flooded Bai Luo's mind simultaneously. One was of a chance encounter with Wang Jiao on the road, a mere glance exchanged, without interference. The other was a fragmented recollection of Wang Jiao transforming into a monster and pursuing him. Then death. I died. Bai Luo was taken aback by this revelation, vehemently shaking his head in denial. "Impossible. I am standing right here. I cannot be dead. I am perfectly alive. This state of confusion did not last long, as he soon steadfastly believed in his own existence, the fragmented memory sinking once again into the depths. Bang! With another sound of shattering glass, for corpses were dropped, all clad in red dresses. Bai Luo broke out in a cold sweat, his head pounding, and he dashed out of the room in a frenzy. Qing Luo gazed around the empty chamber in confusion, raising her head to find the fog thickening, and upon seeing the surrounding corpses, a chill ran down her spine. She quickly sought to free her leg from the frame, brushing off the shards of glass before fleeing. Halfway through, she returned to retrieve the fish basket. This time, she did not return to the crowded area, where monsters may still lie in wait, but sought a hidden room to hide in, locking the door behind her. The factory's high point, enveloped in fog. Essentially, it was about copying a memory, then making corrections in illogical places. Discerning their methods was not particularly challenging. Those who deny the fact of being replaced by another are the old ones. This explains why Wang Jiao had not sought me out for a week. The moment I followed her, I was captured. This was because, triggered by my presence, her memory had revived a segment, compelling her to instinctively pursue me. A man clad in a white hanfu adorned with Baizé patterns stood at the edge of a chimney, clutching a wooden box and holding a map torn from the corridor. Directly ahead lay the scene of the incident where Qing Luo had nearly met her demise. Run, let me see how much of a genuine article you truly are. Bai Luo tossed the retrieved map and the remnants of Wang Jiao's corpse into the fog. Leaping from the high point. His current status did not allow him to reproduce a living person accurately, but the dead were far easier. There was no need for extensive knowledge of their anatomy. Just a semblance of appearance would suffice, perhaps with a bit of blood for realism. To be honest, it proved quite effective for scaring people, especially with the remaining corpses. If the person below were to examine them, they would discover that none had faces, a result of the original's laziness in drawing. Baizé landed, Bai Luo sprinted, and a genuine chase between truth and deception commenced. Chapter 45. Baizé and Bai Luo within the factory. Bai Luo dashed swiftly toward the gathering place of the residents, the features of Qing Luo having completely vanished from his face. As he rounded a corner, he skidded, crashing headlong into a solid concrete wall, the recoil sending him sprawling to the ground. Bai Luo stared blankly at the towering wall before him. Where did this wall come from? It wasn't here when I arrived. There was no time for contemplation. He glanced back at the path he had taken, confirming there were no unusual sounds, and quickly changed course to continue running. As he departed, the concrete wall transformed into a puddle of dye and vanished, revealing a figure emerging from behind it. Let us tire you out a bit more. No need to rush. We'll take our time. After scaling 3 floors, Bai Luo escaped into an enormous factory floor, filled with screws and industrial machinery. He concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath, ears perked to catch the sounds from the outside. He was certain something was pursuing him, instigated by the sight of Wang Jiao's counterfeit corpse, leading him to instinctively believe he could not defeat his pursuer and could only flee. Bang! The door was kicked open with brute force, the violent noise causing Bai Luo to break out in a sweat. He knew that whatever it was had arrived. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without hearing further sounds, Bai Luo began to doubt whether the entity had left, and with a tentative mindset, he slowly rose to his feet. The surroundings were silent, devoid of any shadows, save for the dim light filtering through the window, providing a flicker of illumination. Yet the stillness only deepened Bai Luo's unease. He clutched the small short sword in his pocket tightly, his last bastion of hope, a souvenir from the time he had slain Lord Shun. Crack! A series of mechanical whirring sounds erupted, and the once silent machinery suddenly sprang to life. The production line was active in the dead of night. Bai Luo's cold sweat streamed down as he stepped back. Then he noticed the light dimming, and upon awkwardly twisting his neck, he discovered a shadow on the ground that loomed over his own. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, the blade slicing through everything in its path like paper. The grotesque figure atop the mechanical platform was cleaved in two, falling lightly to the ground, appearing lifeless at first glance. However, as Bai Luo, relieved by his swift action, cautiously approached to inspect, he was horrified to find that the severed body was merely a construct of cardboard. It was the shadow that had instilled in him a sense of alarm, compelling him to strike. How clever! Bai Luo gritted his teeth. Someone is toying with me. What pursues me is not an old acquaintance at all. The fallen corpse against the wall was merely a ruse to exhaust his strength, keeping him in a constant state of tension. Faced with such immense pressure, he had instinctively swung his sword for survival, precisely falling into the enemy's trap. Every move he made was purposefully choreographed, intricately linked. Who the hell could be so malevolent, truly despicable? Bai Luo cursed under his breath, refusing to flee, for his adversary had already secured an advantage after he had unleashed that sword strike. Wait, the fact that I possess this small sword should be unknown to anyone, yet the other party's actions clearly indicate they are wary of me. Who exactly? Buzz. In the moment he turned around, Bai Luo's eyes widened, muscles tensed, as a flying knife came hurtling towards him. He barely dodged in time, yet the blade embedded itself beneath his left collarbone, blood gushing forth as sweat drenched his body. A figure emerged from the darkness, carrying a wooden box, garbed in a vintage hanfu and wearing an oddly patterned mask. Bai Luo gasped in shock. Bai Zhe? The dragon-headed, green-haired, four-legged divine beast Bai Zhe. And that outfit, wasn't it the very hanfu from the Divine Beast series I once sketched for fun? Who had the audacity to steal it and profit from it, aware of his own trump card, and the scheming intellect that mirrored his own, along with the unique embellishments of the hanfu only he recognized. The identity of the other was unmistakable. Bai Luo chuckled wryly. What a farce. So it turns out the one hunting me is a counterfeit of myself. Theo have been pursued all this way. What a disgrace. Bai Zhe chuckled lightly in response. Who is to say who is real or fake? In the depths of the foggy night, Bai Luo's dampened back soon dried, his expression stabilizing as the memories that did not belong to him began to shift once more. In his recollections, he ascended a tower known as the Painting Scroll. How aptly said, you and I are alike. Who is real and who is not is irrelevant. Since there are two of us, let us decide according to the principle of the watch. Bai Luo conjured a knife with his bare hands, and in unison with Bai Zhe, proclaimed, the one who survives is the true one. A wall shot up from the ground, blocking Bai Zhe from the incoming knife. And then the wall dissolved into nothingness, giving way to dozens of even more formidable blades that shot forth, forcing Bai Luo to stagger and evade. Observing the replica skillfully employing the floating life technique, Bai Zhe sighed inwardly. This old lineage truly defied nature, capable of masquerading as humans while wielding tower-climbing skills. It was indeed a prudent choice to deplete his trump cards rather than attempting to reclaim them. For the disparity between them was already minimal, and should a confrontation ensue, the scales of victory would inevitably tip in favor of the one with more hidden cards. Fortunately, your trump cards are expended, while mine still abound. The well-prepared Painting Scroll Tower and an unprepared one are two entirely different concepts. Bai Zhe crafted a painting, each stroke imbued with painstaking effort, a stark contrast to mere drafts. And when he transformed this creation from illusion to reality using floating life, Bai Luo could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. You bastard, have you no shame? Who pulls out an AK in the midst of a fight? Bai Zhe, unfazed, replied, the other me. Times have changed. The king of firearms, the AK-47, unleashed its fierce firepower, keeping Bai Luo under relentless pressure as he ran while cursing, using his fingers to conjure a cement wall to shield himself from the merciless barrage. Damn it, why did I ever delve into so many principles back then? Bai Luo mentally chastised himself. After a moment, the gunfire ceased, leading him to believe the adversary had run out of bullets. However, a grenade soon sailed over the wall. Damn, boom. Shrapnel pierced Bai Luo's skin, compounded by the knife wound in his shoulder, leaving him with 3 or 4 injuries. Bai Zhe gazed at the disheveled figure before him, refraining from launching another attack, as if pondering a riddle. Soon, a sound of realization emanated from beneath the mask. Having lost the initiative, Bai Luo understood he could not escape death. With the resolve that he would not allow a counterfeit to exploit his demise, he sketched a piece of paper and a brush, drawing a C4 explosive upon it. If you wish to play, then let us play to the fullest. Activating the explosive, Bai Luo hurled it towards Bai Zhe, preparing to sketch the detonator mid-air. Bai Zhe remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you not realized? You are injured. Yet the wounds have not been mended under the blessing of the deep sea. Even a race as powerful as yours capable of replicating the tower climbing skill, cannot mimic the might of the old gallery. Chapter 46. This is not a gallery. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's motions froze in midair, a blurred fragment flickering through his mind. At that moment, Bai Zai snapped his fingers, and shards of glass formed from the shattered windows penetrated the space, piercing through Bai Luo's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Crash! He fell heavily to the ground, struggling to extend a trembling hand toward the detonator, but Bai Zai callously kicked it and the explosives away. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Bai Zai's saws ruthlessly struck Bai Luo, soon turning him into a bloodied mess. Resembling the discarded Bai Zai who had not ascended the tower, Bai Zai retrieved the now ineffective small short sword, handling it with casual disdain. I have always detested others taking my belongings. Just as he had been on the brink of death surrounded by the fishmen, and how Bai Luo had snatched away the short sword, he now reclaimed it in the same manner, even though it was rendered useless. Why can't I perform that move? Bai Luo flailed his arms, attempting to condense the moisture in the air. However, the dense fog and shattered glass outside seemed to mock him mercilessly. Floating above without a care, Bai Zai chuckled. You should ask your revered one why they did not bestow upon you the power to replicate the old gallery. At this point, Bai Zai fell into contemplation. Wait, does he know about the old gallery? Logically, if he had replicated everything about himself, even without the skill to seal the old affection, he should possess that memory. In other words, he likely knows of my transmigration and my greatest trump card, the old gallery. Even if I were to underestimate him, even without the piercing of the abyssal sea or the blessing of the deep sea, I would still instinctively guard against these two skills, possessing my thoughts and memories. He should not have acted so recklessly just now. The gallery. Bai Luo muttered to himself, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. What gallery was it again? Oh right, it seems there was such a matter. You can do what I can certainly do? Yes, you can do what I can certainly do. Suddenly, Bai Luo's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging as he stood up, enduring the excruciating pain, roaring at Bai Zai. I will prove to you that I am the real one. What you possess, I possess too. Bai Zai instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brows, realizing that this affection was likely losing his sanity. Bai Luo envisioned himself healing under the blessing of the deep sea, imagining the water vapor condensing as he swung his arms, yet the anticipated events did not unfold. Why not? We should be the same. What you can do, I cannot possibly not do. He raised his head just in time to have something thrown at him. Bai Zai had conjured a burning torch, which he promptly tossed. Naturally, because you are not me. Bai Zai chuckled, testing him. Go on, feel your own face. Whoosh, white phosphorus scorched every inch of Bai Luo's skin, flames rapidly engulfing the entire workshop as he stood there, allowing his flesh to burn away and blood to evaporate. His fingers repeatedly brushed over his face, and in a panic, Bai Luo discovered that another face had sprouted upon his own. Soon, charred patches of his body sprouted yet more faces. I am Zhang Wei, a factory worker. I am Qing Luo, a resident of a small island, a sacrifice to the Dragon King. I am. Faces began to open their mouths and speak, creating a cacophony in his ears that rendered him restless. Enough! Silence! Bai Luo roared that I am Bai Luo, a time traveler, and the greatest painter in the world. Bai Zai chuckled lightly, saying, seeing you utter such awkward lines with that face of yours makes me feel quite embarrassed. Well then, farewell, another version of myself. I hope you do not let me down. Before the raging fire consumed the factory, Bai Zai evaded its grasp, seeking refuge before this immersed actor reverted from his performance, intending to capture the scene in secret. Otherwise, reverting to that previous puppet form would be disastrous. Bai Luo, no. At this moment Bai Zai embodies Bai Luo, while Bai Luo has transformed back into an unsightly monster. He has been reduced to a charred corpse, his body comprised of withered human faces, unable to accept his identity, yearning to detach the remaining faces. I am real. I am Bai Luo. You are all illusions born of ancient pollution. Do not attempt to deceive me. I possess, yes, I possess the ancient gallery. I must have it. With a violent thud to his head, the smoldering remnants of the ancient Qin suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, the fog in his mind dissipating, revealing the greatest secret nestled within his memories. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am indeed real. I remember the ancient gallery. It is, the laughter abruptly ceased, the pupils of the ancient kin dilating. Mouth agape, as images of the ancient gallery flickered swiftly through Bai Luo's mind. His voice transformed into one of sheer terror, his frantic fear drowning all other emotions, pulling him away from his act at that moment. No, no, this is not the gallery. I am not Bai Luo. I am not Bai Luo. I will no longer be Bai Luo. Please, let me forget it. Forget the gallery. That is not a gallery. That is. The flames in the workshop surged unpredictably, flickering and searing. After a brief pause, the fire vanished, leaving the workshop in ruins, only to transform into a sea of flames once more, like a slide show. The frantic, inhuman howls reverberated throughout the factory, embodying the most primal and purest of human emotions, fear. In the hidden workshop where residents sought refuge, Zhang Jinan stealthily produced a piece of bread from his pocket and offered it to his grandfather. Having brought some food from home to stave off hunger in the new district, "Grandpa, do you think Bai Luo is safe now?" Zhang Gui devoured a couple of bites and chuckled. "I have an eye for people. That child is fortunate. No need for us to worry." Zhang Jinan scoffed. "Come on, if he were truly fortunate, how could his parents have ended up in that predicament? You just don't understand, do you? Heaven values balance. How could he have all the good fortune?" Zhang Gui rambled on. Zhang Jinan pondered, finding some merit in his grandfather's words. Ever since his parents went to work elsewhere, his grandfather's business had flourished. "Grandpa, what if my parents come back and can't find us?" "Hey, don't worry. How could they not find us?" Zhang Jinan sighed, leaning helplessly against a machine, daydreaming of his parents returning wealthy and providing him a good life. Soon, he noticed a frail figure rising not far away. Asked that Zhao been suddenly getting up to take a leak, since learning that someone had been beaten up by his own brother. Zhang Jinan no longer bowed and scraped. Bang, however. In the next moment, a multitude of others stood up in unison within a mere 5 seconds, their expressions blank, limbs moving as if controlled by unseen strings, like puppets forced to perform on a stage. Chapter 47 Painting Progress 0. This group appeared to be controlled by an invisible hand from the boundless void, their movements chaotic and uncoordinated. The bizarre scene prompting Zhang Jianan to instinctively call out for Bai Luo. He hoped that his omnipotent brother would arrive, believing that with Bai Luo around, any issue could be effortlessly resolved. Unlike his pleas to the heavens and earth that yielded no response, Zhang Jinan tugged at Zhao Zimo's sleeve, trembling as he asked, "Old Zhao, what is happening to them?" Zhao Zimo twisted his stiff neck, his eyes devoid of pupils fixating on Zhang Jianan, sending chills down his spine as he stumbled back several paces. The eerie atmosphere affected not just him. The remaining residents of the old district were also grasping at their companions and loved ones in vain, growing increasingly frantic as they realized their efforts were futile. "Dad, wake up. What's wrong? Mom, don't scare me like this, brother. Why can't you move?" The workshop succumbed to an uncanny atmosphere, and after approximately 2 minutes, the motionless crowd of puppets let out horrified shrieks, soon repeating in terror, "This is not a gallery. This is not a gallery. This is not a gallery. Forget it. This is not a gallery." Their bodies began to contort at impossible angles, bending into segments like lotus roots, before coming to a standstill, frozen in place. Old Zhao?" Zhang Jinan gently touched Zhao Zimo's body, only to find it felt like foam, his fingers passing right through. Almost simultaneously, those whose bodies had become spectral began to vanish from sight. From a perspective beyond mortal comprehension, the group that had been substituted revealed their true forms, rushing frantically towards the spot where the foe Bai Luo had perished. In that moment, their figures became ungraspable. As if no object could impede their advance, upon reaching the scene, they hurled themselves at the charred corpse, causing it to swell further, gradually sketching a terrifying shadow against the backdrop of the inferno. Bai Luo stood at the highest point of the factory, patiently awaiting the ancient kin to reveal their true selves, ready to seal them within his artwork. Soon, he sensed an unsettling shift. Something extraordinary seemed to manifest in the workshop ahead, an inexplicable pressure enveloping him. Bang! Bai Luo heard a thunderous crash as the workshop's wall was forcibly breached, and he cautiously approached, pressing himself into a shadowy corner. What is this creature? In his recollection, Wang Jiao did not resemble this at all. A peculiar being composed entirely of shadows emerged, its pitch-black form adorned with countless protruding human faces, none possessing features. Forget. Dozens of synchronized voices resonated. Though their mouths remained closed, Bai Luo felt the entity whispering in his ear. Moments later, the monster lifted its gaze towards the distance, slowly moving through the mist towards the battlefield of the Investigation Bureau and the Fishmen. Bai Luo contemplated for a moment before following suit with his brush and canvas. On that inky silhouette, a blood-red inscription faintly emerged, painting progress, 0, bang, accompanied by the sound of a massive object collapsing. The streets of the old district lay strewn with corpses, the fishmen no longer as reckless as they had been at the outset. They surrounded the enormous carcass of the sea spider, yet hesitated to strike at the humans atop it in the distance. An investigator waved his fist, exclaiming, "We won! The captains have triumphed." The two team leaders of Jiang City stood on the street, panting heavily atop the corpse of a low-tier kin, their hands trembling around their swords, yet their eyes remained steely and piercing. "Who dares to approach?" Jiang Mingqian roared. Their swords had dulled, their strength nearly exhausted, their bodies swaying precariously, yet even in such a state. The surrounding fishmen dared not step forward, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the two investigators of the Demon Hunter Tower had reached its zenith. The blood-soaked aura of the Slaughter Sanctum enveloped them, as though they had emerged from the depths of hell as demons. Jiang Mingqian lit another cigarette, sharing the moment with his old friend atop the massive sea spider's corpse, exhaling white smoke as they coldly observed the surrounding fishmen, dismissing them entirely. "Are you saying a high-tier artist has come to Jiang City?" Song Tao exclaimed in surprise. Upon learning of his colleague's observations, he was taken aback, even at the height of Jiang City's strength. There had only been one team leader of 10 lamps. Jiang Mingqian added, "That's merely speculation. I am not certain of the specifics. Since he means you no harm, could it be that he was sent by the Dawn headquarters?" The Investigation Bureau's headquarters was located in Dawn City, a place guarded by several high-tier investigators. Since the last fog disaster, Jiang City had been short-staffed. It was unclear what had prompted that location to act so peculiarly, as it had been 2 years with not a single high-tier or even mid-tier investigator dispatched. Although high-tier investigators were known for their eccentricities, it was unlikely they would neglect to make any contact. Jiang Mingqian shook his head, feeling the individual resembled more a task executed by a mysterious force. Song Tao gasped, "A mysterious force? Are you suggesting something akin to the Owl Bureau or Crown of Deception?" The world is not devoid of powerful extra-legal organizations, whose terrifying combat prowess and dominance over the extraordinary system compel even the Investigation Bureau to yield, adopting a tacit approval of their actions, as long as they do not disrupt order. Jiang Mingqian nodded slightly. "I believe that is the case." Song Tao inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the sudden emergence of another superpower, of which they were completely unaware. "We arrived in such haste, immediately confronting the fog disaster. I must go and re-establish the defense lines." "All right, I'll keep watch for you here." Jiang Mingqian leaped to the ground, and the fishmen instinctively parted to allow him passage as he made his way towards the last line of defense. "Where has everyone gone?" Jiang Mingqian felt puzzled. The surrounding area was eerily silent. Logically, the two of them had thwarted the vast majority of dangers, and the investigators should not have suffered such heavy losses. "Hello, is anyone alive?" he shouted. Soon, another identical call echoed through the mist. "Hello, is anyone alive?" The voice was indistinguishable from Jiang Mingqian's, instantly sending the investigator from the Demon Hunter Tower into a state of heightened alert, causing him to stop and grip his twin swords tightly. "Who? Show yourself!" Jiang Mingqian bellowed into the fog. He was unaware of who the other party was, but experience dictated that such bizarre occurrences typically resulted in a near-zero survival rate for investigators. This implied that his subordinates were likely in grave danger. The lights set up by the Investigation Bureau illuminated a figure emerging from the mist, staggering forward in a manner reminiscent of a drunken man. Draped in a long coat, upon recognizing the person, the previously languid Jiang Mingqian erupted with intense fury. Chapter 48 Painting Progress 100 The faceless entity, which originally bore no features, now exhibited several familiar visages. Faces Jiang Mingqian recognized, mechanically repeating mundane phrases. "Mom, there's something happening at the bureau tonight. I'll return later. I said a girl. All right, I'll head to the hospital once I'm done. Boy or girl, I like both. Hold the line. Not a single one can escape. Our families are right behind us." One of the faces cheerfully remarked, "Captain Jiang, we've held the line. When will you make us full-time?" Veins bulging, Jiang Mingqian's short sword glinted dangerously. A surge of murderous intent rising exponentially, the repressed bloodlust within him boiling over once again. He howled at the heavens, "Old Song, come and slay the hounds." After a hurried rush, Song Tao landed, having never seen Jiang Mingqian so unhinged. That roar encapsulated boundless fury and sorrow. It wasn't until he arrived at the scene and truly beheld the entity that he comprehended the source of that rage. Extinguishing the recently lit cigarette, the two prepared to confront the enemy. Despite their wrath, they refrained from recklessly charging in mid-tier subordinate. It should be on par with the main squad. What now? Shall we risk it? What other choice do we have? Jiang Mingqian pressed a call button on his communicator. Delay it. Wait for Captain Hu to arrive. Song Tao chuckled bitterly. Let us hope he gets here before we are dealt with. On an uninhabited street in the new district, Hu Lingfeng had just slain a gigantic water serpent capable of vanishing from sight, which had obstructed the path of his vehicle. He then glanced down at an elderly woman kneeling in the middle of the road, her fingers gesturing in the air as she muttered an incantation. Hu Lingfeng jumped down from the serpent's head and inquired, "Director, are you not finished yet?" Since being intercepted midway, this extraordinarily powerful elderly woman had been performing a ritual without pause. Even while he dealt with the hindrance. This is an ancient method from the headquarters. The fog disaster is extraordinary, and I need to perform the ritual to drive out the presence looming over the old district. The elderly woman said earnestly. Hu Lingfeng's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. Frankly, had anyone else spoken such words, he would have arrested them as a cultist. Could you not choose a different time for your ritual? Perhaps not in the middle of the road. Just then, his communicator buzzed, and upon answering, he heard a cacophony of battle sounds and Jiang Mingqian's urgent plea for help. Main squad, we discovered a mid-tier Old One subordinate at the 4th defense line of the old district. Song Tao and I are engaged in combat. It possesses the ability to mimic the ascension skill. The squad leader was momentarily taken aback. While the emergence of mid-tier entities during the fog disaster was not surprising, their rapidity was alarming, and the capacity to imitate the ascension skill was unprecedented. After hanging up, Hu Lingfeng turned and shouted, "Director!" The elderly woman replied softly, "Your task is to remain here. Song Tao and Jiang Mingqian cannot possibly defeat a subordinate on par with 6 investigators." Hu Lingfeng's eyes narrowed. The elderly woman countered, "The ritual cannot be interrupted. The one above last time killed your master. Which is more important, the 2 squad leaders or the entire city of Jiang?" Hu Lingfeng was about to retort, but the elderly woman interjected, "The new district is protected by the lighthouse. Ordinarily, such a level of Old One subordinate should not appear. Though you not understand? They are serious now. I admit I underestimated the severity of the situation, which is why I am conducting the ritual at this very moment. But do you wish to allow this error to persist?" Silently, Hu Lingfeng walked to his vehicle and slammed his palm against the hood, leaving a dent. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The 2 investigators, already on the brink of exhaustion, faced an Old One subordinate of a higher echelon, clearly at a disadvantage and being overwhelmed. Bang! Jiang Mingqian's figure was hurled backward, crashing into a house, blood oozing from his head, limbs feeling as if they were shattered. That thing is learning our combat style. The faceless entity could have dispatched the pair long ago. Its hesitation seemed to indicate it was waiting for something. As the fight progressed, Jiang Mingqian noted that the opponent's combat skills were growing increasingly sophisticated, as if 2 figures were beginning to emerge. It is a subordinate species disguised as Lanyu. It seeks to replace us. Jiang Mingqian suddenly realized that perhaps due to their high number of lanterns, it could not directly substitute them, thus resorting to continuous imitation. Once it learned their every word and action, that would mark their demise. This dangerous creature must not enter the investigation bureau. The consequences would be catastrophic. Once more, Jiang Mingqian rose, sword in hand, charging at the faceless entity, the disparity between them widening as their wounds multiplied. The pivotal moment, the faceless entity conjured a short sword and struck at Jiang Mingqian. He attempted to move, but his feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Looking down, he saw the ground inexplicably sprouting faces, all grinning grotesquely. One face clamped down on his ankle. "Old Jiang, get out of the way." Thud! Song Tao lunged forward, intercepting a blow meant for Jiang Mingqian. However, his sword had reached its limit, snapping with a resounding crack, blood spraying from his chest. Both men sustained severe injuries and on the precipice of death. Jiang Mingqian unleashed a remarkable surge of power, pushing his teammate aside and unleashing a flurry of sword energy. The Demon Hunter Tower's four-lantern skill, Storm of Slaughter. A tempest arose, slicing through the air like a knife. After the storm subsided, the faceless entity came to a standstill, and for a moment, the entire street fell silent. After several seconds, lampposts, billboards, walls, and other structures suddenly crumbled, as if cleaved into pieces by a divine blade. Did we succeed? Jiang Mingqian found it hard to believe. The faceless entity's attacks had ceased, and he was convinced the storm of slaughter had obliterated everything. The monstrous being had undoubtedly been struck. Yet, an instinct warned him that such a rash conclusion was far too fantastical. Old Jiang, watch your back! A piercing shout jolted Jiang Mingqian back to reality. He swiftly turned, adopting a defensive stance. It was right in front of me. How did it get behind me? Is it a clone or some other skill from above? A wave of the storm of slaughter surged toward him, the wind slicing like blades. It had replicated the Demon Hunter Tower's storm of slaughter. Buzz! The metallic clang of colliding weapons deflected most of the wind blades. However, Jiang Mingqian still sustained injuries, his left leg pierced and his abdomen slashed. Without immediate treatment, death was inevitable. The faceless entity, meanwhile, remained in place. Laughing mockingly at the 2's folly, Jiang Mingqian attempted to rise, but his exhausted body refused to comply, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the ground, watching the familiar faces on the faceless entity. Damn it, if you have guts, come for me! The injured Song Tao shouted at the creature poised to attack his comrade. In the next moment, the faceless entity actually halted, its laughter vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor. The two exchanged a distant glance, astonished at each other's surprise. Since when did I have this kind of influence? Even an old one subordinate is responsive to me. In the following instant, they realized the entity was not concerned with them, but rather something approaching. Jiang Mingqian and Song Tao simultaneously turned their gazes toward the depths of the fog. Emerging from the mist was a man clad in a hanfu adorned with Baizé patterns. A wooden box slung over his shoulder, laughter emanating from beneath his mask. We meet again, in his hand. He held a painting whose true form was obscured, and the blood-red characters in front of him underwent subtle changes. Painting progress. 100, Chapter 49. Stand-in actor. How did he end up here? Jiang Mingqian was utterly astonished by Baizé's appearance. Logically, someone of his caliber would not concern himself with the lives of investigators, yet here he was. It was as if a human, witnessing ants fighting, felt compelled to intervene. All Jiang Mingqian could do was fervently pray that this intervention would not lead to their demise. Bai Luo fixed his gaze on the faceless entity, casually inquiring, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten me so soon?" The faceless entity paused at his words, a flash of unpleasant memories crossing its mind. Moments later, the faces on its form erupted into screams. "It's him. This is bad. After painstakingly absorbing so many memories to cover the past, I absolutely cannot let it remember. Kill, eliminate it to prevent future troubles." The two squad leaders, lying helplessly on the ground, were utterly shocked. The old one subordinate that had ruthlessly tormented them was actually familiar with this man in the hanfu? Moreover, from their tone, it seemed they held him in great fear, to the extent of hesitating to strike. A chill crept down Song Tao's spine. Could it be that this mid-tier subordinate is indeed a formidable high-tier figure from the painting tower? As old Jiang suggested, Bai Luo, on the other hand, felt puzzled. He knew he had indeed vanquished a counterfeit, but the reaction from the faceless entity seemed disproportionately intense. It was as if he had triggered something in them. The faceless beings bore grotesque visages, exuding an aura of impending violence. Observing this, Jiang Mingqian promptly cautioned, "Be careful. It can replicate the Ascension skill, regardless of whether the adversary was of high rank in the Ascension hierarchy." His warning was not unwarranted. After all, thus far, the entity had refrained from inflicting harm, even appearing at the scene in a moment of peril, rendering it a savior of sorts, irrespective of its motives. In a heartbeat, the formless entity drew near, and Bai Luo instinctively raised his hand to block, only for his fingers to falter and fall. This scene sent a jolt of alarm through Jiang Mingqian's heart. The proximity was alarmingly close. The Demon Hunter's tower excelled in close combat, and with the adversary having absorbed the skills of two demon hunters, coupled with its inherent mid-tier subordinate strength, the risk of injuring an unprepared mid-tier pinnacle artist from the painting tower was palpable. Of course, if Bai Zhe were indeed a high-tier artist of the painting tower, this discussion would be moot. Even 10 subordinates would merely invite death. Song Tao, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "Why is it not taking action? No matter how formidable, at least make a move." Yet Bai Zhe remained stationary, devoid of even the slightest fluctuation of power. "Are you here to deliver yourself to death?" Buzz. The short sword struck by Luo. Yet the anticipated spray of blood and injury failed to materialize. The strike lacked any force, so much so that one could close their eyes and scarcely perceive it. Jiang Mingqian recalled his own encounter with the faceless being, where the hunt storm had shattered stone but felt as though it had merely struck a wisp of air when it hit the formless entity. Subsequently, the enemy had appeared behind him without warning. Executing a skill that mirrored his OWN.IT was but a phantom. Jiang Mingqian intended to issue a warning, but Bai Luo had already turned, chuckling at an empty space. "Why are you hiding behind me?" He had sensed it long before. Jiang Mingqian felt a wave of relief for not having acted against him earlier. Clearly, Bai Luo had also detected his murderous intent back on the rooftop. Had he acted then, there would have been no chance of returning alive. In truth, Bai Luo had distanced himself well before their confrontation, even witnessing the formless entity slay the investigator, all while sketching and documenting the adversary's abilities. He had observed Jiang Mingqian's ordeal in its entirety and recognized the peculiar skill at play, leaving behind a phantom while the true form moved elsewhere. Even the Demon Hunter's Tower would find it challenging to detect. Logically, Bai Luo should not have discerned it so swiftly, yet he noted that the line indicating painting progress 100 had vanished. In that moment, he was convinced that the entity before him was not the true form of the formless being. Having realized that this ancient subordinate had been emulating humanity, he deduced it would employ the same tactic, materializing behind him. Thus, he lay in wait. With a casual flourish, Bai Luo raised the scroll before him. The parchment seemed to encounter an invisible barrier in mid-air, bending as if it had struck something, subsequently conjuring a chaotic array of pigments. A cacophony of chilling screams erupted, some pleading for mercy, others in madness, while some incessantly uttered the word "run." The previously vanished formless entity re-emerged. Its short sword struck the scroll yet could advance no further, its entire being beginning to transmute into a two-dimensional state. Even with its mid-tier subordinate power, it was helpless against dimensional reduction. Song Tao and Jiang Mingqian stood transfixed. They had never witnessed such a domineering ascension skill that could entrap a being within a painting, especially considering the formidable formless entity that had once mercilessly dominated them. It was now utterly powerless before Bai Luo, imparting upon them the realization of the existence of realms beyond their own. No matter how the formless entity begged for mercy, the process of dimensional reduction continued steadily until it was entirely absorbed into the artwork, which then vanished into thin AI art at long last. Success had been achieved. Bai Luo exhaled in relief. His intention had been to draw out an entity of Wang Jiao's caliber, avoiding a second slaughter by directly capturing the subordinate, thus sparing himself from summoning that puppet-like creature once more. However, some misstep had occurred, and the foe Bai Luo seemed to have mutated before its demise, allowing the formless entity to escape. This compelled him to tread cautiously at every turn, relying on the assistance of the two demon hunter investigators while he concealed himself to sketch the creature's portrait. Congratulations, you have successfully sealed an ancient subordinate, gaining the skill Stand-in Actor. Stand-in Actor. Leave behind a phantom in place while the true form transforms into a ghostly state, during which it becomes immune to physical attacks and can traverse through obstructions. As with the previous occasions, fragments of the ancient gallery flashed through Bai Luo's mind, revealing a painting within a frame that had gained color, depicting a panic-stricken monster adorned with faces. The artwork was titled, The Faceless Ascendant. This was not a matter of disguise or memory extraction. Bai Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. These two skills were among his favorites. The former would enable him to conceal himself within society, preventing the exposure of ancient powers and being dragged into experimentation, while the latter would offer him a wealth of information, allowing him to extract memories directly from individuals he encountered, at the very least. Replicating the ascension skill would suffice. He had tested this at Wang Jiao's doorstep. A single species could only yield one skill, and sealing multiple entities bore no fruit. In other words, he could not exchange for the remaining skills he coveted. Yet, this disappointment was minimal. The stand-in actor skill was still acceptable. Immunity to physical damage provided him with an additional lifeline, and the ability to traverse through physical barriers would facilitate his escape in enclosed environments. That night concluded satisfactorily. Bai Luo felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He had not enjoyed a moment's respite, first evading Wang Jiao's pursuit, then embroiling himself in the sudden crisis involving the true and false Lan Yu. Followed closely by the fishman's assault on the dire ascension, culminating in a triumphant return to vanquish his foes. Not a morsel had he consumed, nor a moment's sleep had he found, with reinforcements yet to arrive. He needed to hastily return to the factory and disguise himself as a resident seeking refuge. This wretched city was no longer tenable amidst the impending fog disaster, and he needed to devise a means of escape. As he contemplated his future plans, Bai Luo's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, his gaze suddenly drawn skyward in horror. The being above began to disperse the fog, gradually revealing its colossal form. A resonating hum echoed through Jiang City, instilling dread. Chapter 50. The Mountain Sea Painting Spirit Conference, by Zhe Dam. This creature truly has no intention of remaining passive, Song Tao scolded. With the fog disaster already unleashed, it was utterly unreasonable for that entity to strike now, waiting until they were all utterly exhausted and powerless. Bai Luo lifted his gaze, the fog parted, and this time, he beheld more than just a wall. What he saw defied description, something akin to a fish, a mass of flesh, a whale drifting in the sky, or even a rotting corpse fishing. In any case, it was beyond the capacity of human language to articulate. The only distinctive feature was a pair of large, round, crimson eyes resembling lanterns, gazing downwards with a silent, watchful presence over the dilapidated city. That gaze ultimately settled upon Bai Luo, a wave of unprecedented oppression crashing over him. As though an ocean bore down upon his shoulders. Why does it fixate on me? I am utterly unremarkable. It is worth noting that this being had once aided me during Wang Jiao's transformation. Now, after sealing a formless entity, it turns against me. Bai Luo's mind raced with various threads of reasoning, piecing together a terrifying answer from myriad coincidences. The radiance of the guiding lighthouse had long since faded. Yet at the moment the beam reached him, the fishman had disregarded the blinding light to attack him. Wang Jiao transformed, and when the puppet had aimed to strike him, it had decisively intervened. Now, having slain the formless entity, it seemed poised to act once more. Bai Luo murmured, "It comes for me." Even if he wished this were not the case, it remained the only plausible explanation, given that this colossal being was now fixated upon him. A mere ant beneath the gaze of a lantern, certainly not warranting such prolonged scrutiny. In the spiritual realm of the painting tower, the solitary flicker of light wavered, akin to a candle in the wind. Clinging to life, Bai Luo realized that the entity above possessed an attribute that rendered it unviewable, promptly closing his eyes, unwilling to endure a repeat of his previous ordeal. Fortunately, this time, upon averting his gaze, his resistance to corruption had heightened following his ascension, sparing him from the madness that had engulfed him before. This feeling of helplessness was truly unbearable. Bai Luo could only stand still, awaiting judgment from the heavens. A long line, reminiscent of an elderly fisherman's rod, was cast down from above, swiftly approaching Bai Luo, who distinctly sensed the chilling aura emanating from it. Gripping his brush tightly, Bai Luo hoped to harness the power of the ancient gallery to attempt a sealing. Believing that even failure would be preferable to inaction. However, as he racked his memory, he realized he had retained no features of the creature other than those ominous crimson eyes. This meant he could not accurately depict its form, nor seal it. Not only its appearance eluded him, but even the blood-red script remained absent. Bai Luo felt a wave of frustration. The absence of the ancient script signified the impossibility of rendering the creature. Leaving him to gauge its intentions. In the heart of the new city, an elderly woman sat cross-legged upon the ground, retrieving an object from her bosom. She bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, which manifested a cross-shaped mark. She then lifted her gaze to a certain point in the sky and murmured a low, devout phrase, barely audible. In the next instant, the wrinkles on her face deepened, and she smiled serenely. It is done. Meanwhile, Bai Luo suddenly sensed the icy power before him dissipating rapidly, as if the colossal divine being in the sky had sensed danger and hastily wrapped itself in the fog once more. Across Jiang City, from every corner and angle, gazes turned skyward, quietly confronting the terrifying monstrosity that loomed for miles. After what felt like an eternity, a sigh emerged from deep within Bai Luo, a solitary breath capable of stirring the very depths of his heart. Is it sighing? Is it filled with regret? Bai Luo could not comprehend what the other party regretted. Could it be that it had intended to do something to him moments ago, but something occurred that forced it to abandon that intention? Before long, the overwhelming weight that had pressed upon him dissipated without a trace. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the thick fog had significantly lifted, and the dark shadow in the sky had vanished. Your Excellency, Bai Luo turned to see Jiang Mingqian and Song Tao, supporting each other, slowly approaching him with expressions filled with respect. Please forgive us. We meant no offense, Jiang Mingqian earnestly stated. We merely wish to express our gratitude for your efforts in eliminating that ancient kin in Jiangqing. Their eyes brimmed with reverence and trepidation. Just moments ago, Bai Luo had indeed relinquished his resistance and resigned himself to fate, but he wore a mask. Thus, the two had not witnessed his acceptance of fate. What they beheld was the masked man, dressed in white as pure as snow, confronting the awe-inspiring beast, only to retract his actions at the last moment. This was undeniably a figure of remarkable prowess, capable of deterring a high-tier kin without a single strike, leaving one to genuinely marvel at his celestial might. Bai Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nonchalantly declaring, "You think too much. I captured it solely because this type of kin holds research value." Jiang Mingqian nodded in deep agreement, acknowledging that a kin capable of transforming into a human and replicating the skills of the tower was indeed worthy of study, something he had not previously encountered. Song Tao hastily inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to Jiangqing? Our investigation bureau can offer assistance." Jiang Mingqian could hardly suppress his frustration at this foolhardy inquiry. Was he truly so naive as to ask without considering the potential repercussions of provoking the man? Bai Luo replied coolly, "It is of no concern to you." Song Tao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Jiang Mingqian quickly clarified, "Please do not take offense at him. He means no harm, merely wishes to express his gratitude. 2 years ago, this Dragon King had plunged Jiangqing into chaos, resulting in the deaths of 10 investigators at his hands. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have faced an even greater calamity today, Dragon King," Bai Luo murmured. Jiang Mingqian immediately responded, "It refers to the ancient dominator, Cthulhu's kin, which only appeared once 2 years ago. It is quite normal for you to be unaware. I only recognized it upon encountering its blood-red eyes. The Dragon King, the messenger of the sea god that Qing Luo spoke of." Bai Luo pieced together the timeline and understood the situation. He had rescued Qing Luo, and since the wheels of fate had begun to turn, the Dragon King had inexplicably set its sights on him. Since it was a kin of Cthulhu, there was no need to elaborate on whom the islanders referred to as the sea god. Observing the fog gradually dissipating, Bai Luo knew he had to leave swiftly. He nodded slightly and walked toward the sea without looking back. "Are you going to pursue the Dragon King?" Jiang Mingqian inquired immediately. "May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Our investigation bureau would like to avoid any future misunderstandings." Bai Luo fabricated an identity on the spot and vanished into the mist. Shanghai Hualing Society, Bays. Chapter 51. The lighthouse as the sun rose from the eastern sea. Its rays once again graced the earth, marking the end of a harrowing long night with a mere comma. Indeed, the events were far from over. This was merely the beginning of the fog disaster. A thin mist still lingered in the air, although visibility was much improved compared to the night before. Seasoned investigators could discern that the fog had not entirely dissipated. "You still wish to impersonate my lord and deceive me." Upon seeing the living Bai Luo once more, Qing Luo, ever astute, felt an immense sense of relief, prompting Bai Luo to reward her with a playful flick on the forehead. "You, with your talents, should never have been taken in. I nearly perished on the streets while you ran off with that impostor." Bai Luo, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "And you still have the audacity to weep? Silence yourself." Upon realizing it was truly her master, Qing Luo wiped her tears and snot on her sleeves, revealing some bruises and wounds on her hands, sustained while protecting the valuables within the basket. "Master, please put on some clothing. You mustn't catch a chill." Bai Luo had used up a significant portion of his stored scrolls, and the meticulously crafted hanfu and mask could indeed endure for a longer time. Vanishing only as dawn approached, donning a thin outer garment, Bai Luo and Qing Luo stepped out of the factory, greeted by the rays of light. Survivors from the old city moved in groups toward the new district. By rough estimates, there were no more than 300 of them, including those who had entered the factory. The sounds of weeping were ubiquitous. They had lost far too much in this disaster. Not to mention their possessions, the number of families that had survived intact could be counted on one hand, most having endured the night by hiding in tunnels they had dug within their homes. Old Bai! Zhang Jinan rushed over to recount the harrowing experiences of the previous night, his eyes wide with panic as he spoke of the transformation of those individuals. Bai Luo listened intently, nodding thoughtfully at the names mentioned: Zhao Bin, Deng Zhong, Zhao Zimode, all expected names. Deng Zhong had died and come back to life. As for Zhao Bin, being a subordinate of Shen Kuan, he surely knew of his demise and would not be idly basking in the sun at the market until Bai Luo decided to strike him. As for when he was replaced, Bai Luo suspected it was after he returned from the sea. The fisherman's ignited hatred had led to a violent conflict, resulting in Zhao Bin's unexpected death. While the initial signs were not apparent, prolonged neglect of medical attention would inevitably result in death. Zhao Zimo, when they had questioned him previously, had exhibited behavior akin to the market's elderly, indicating that he, too, was not an irrefutable human. Lin Yuan and Sun Jie resided by the sea, right at the landing site of the fish people. It was highly probable they had perished. The loss of two old friends in a single night weighed heavily on Zhang Jianan's heart. The Investigation Bureau, under Jiang Mingqian's leadership, scrutinized everyone's identities to ensure they were not disguised kin, and after passing through a special light device, the group proceeded to the new district with heavy hearts. Form an orderly line. First, come and have a bowl of porridge to warm yourselves, Jiang Mingqian called out from the front. The crowd formed an orderly line in a large square, receiving porridge distributed by volunteers. After warming themselves, they gazed with curiosity at this new world. Towering skyscrapers loomed, with green belts sprawling around them, and an array of unfamiliar objects left them feeling like country folk entering the city. In Bai Luo's eyes, the two districts were separated by a mere street, yet the level of development appeared to differ by 2 or 3 decades, far exceeding the rural-urban divide of his previous life. Jiang Mingqian approached once more to apologize for nearly placing the pair in danger the previous night. To avoid any further complications, Bai Luo instructed Qing Luo to remain silent, maintaining the pretense that he had been with her all along. Seeing her master safe under the scrutiny of the Investigation Bureau, Qing Luo naturally refrained from saying anything further. How does the new district plan to accommodate us? Bai Luo casually inquired. Jiang Mingqian responded. The general plan is to have you settle in, followed by a system of labor for relief management. You will likely be assigned to electronic factories or towel factories to earn a living. Isn't it a bit much to call laboring in a factory relief? Bai Luo cast a sidelong glance at Qing Luo, who inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. The good news is that you are temporarily safe. Jiang Mingqian pointed to a distant building, stating that with the protection of the lighthouse, the activity of the old kin in the fog would significantly diminish. Previously, they had resided on the outskirts of the old city near the lighthouse. Without the designated illumination of the lighthouse, it would have been exceedingly difficult to drive the old ones back to their lairs. It was a towering spire, approximately 100 meters high, its peak still visible in the dim light of dawn. The lighthouse, a testament to humanity's technological battle against the ancient kin, dispelled the old kin in the fog and increased visibility in its radiance. However, it was advised to remain indoors after the fog bell rang. As the principles behind the lighthouse were complex, Tio put it simply, it posed almost no harm to the old kin. Jiang Mingqian, noticing Bai Luo's unwavering gaze fixed on the distant tower, kindly explained. They harbor a profound aversion to the lighthouse's light. To draw an imperfect analogy, it is akin to domesticated chickens venturing into a cesspool. Humans do not perish by entering, but rather, they are simply too afraid to do so. This analogy carries a certain flavor, Bai Luo mused with a subtle smile. If the old city is under its protection, why were there ancient kin in our vicinity? Qing Luo inquired. Jiang Mingqian pondered for a long moment before replying. To be honest, I am also uncertain about the specifics. It is not that your presence among the old kin is strange. He hesitated, as according to the previous assessments conducted by investigators, the light extending into the old city was insufficient to protect so many people. The old city should have been eradicated long ago. Indeed, I nearly overlooked this matter. Jiang Mingqian, recalling the issue of the kin, seemed to have stumbled upon an answer. Subsequently, Bai Luo inquired about methods of traveling to other cities, to which Jiang Mingqian presented 3 options. Numerous small lighthouses had been established within the Federation, providing refuge for travelers along the way, whether on foot or by vehicle, albeit with considerable risks due to the abundance of cultists and kin lurking outside the cities. As for the most commonly used trains, frankly, I must disappoint you. Service was indefinitely suspended due to the fog disaster last night. Jiang Mingqian continued, the final option involves the least risk. During task execution, official investigators can utilize the teleportation portals left by high-tier distance sailing towers for spatial jumps. However, approval is required from the headquarters of each city. It was evident that the 2 were not official investigators and lacked the qualifications to utilize the third method. Bai Luo asked, is there a way to become an investigator? Jiang Mingqian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You wish to become an investigator? Certainly, you can participate in the annual professional assessment. If you pass, you may partake in this official work. To be honest, I have high hopes for you. Too rushed. Bai Luo merely wished to utilize the passage for his departure. He believed that studying at this moment was far less advantageous than patiently awaiting the dissipating fog disaster. However, once the fog had cleared, what good would it do for me to leave? Moreover, becoming a civilian investigator entails waiting until one has amassed sufficient achievements to apply for a permanent position. And the official subsidies for recruited personnel are indeed quite considerable. Chapter 52. Discrimination from the new district compared to passing assessments through public channels. The path of a civilian investigator is fraught with greater difficulty and danger. The key to gaining acceptance lies in having genuinely experienced events bearing the marks of the old ones. For instance, one must have resolved a cult's divine ritual, ventured into areas tainted by ancient corruption and retrieved valuable, untainted artifacts, or provided critical information pertaining to the old ones. In summary, those who transition to permanent investigators are typically few and far between, most having already perished, and they possess considerable prowess. Jiang Mingqian jotted down an address on a piece of paper. Indeed, there are skilled civilian investigators, yet the vast majority are merely private detectives eking out a mundane existence, as the entry requirements are quite minimal. This is a stronghold for civilian investigators in Jiang City, where one can receive tasks to earn a modest living. If one has the time, it is worth attempting. The tasks are generally not difficult, and encounters with true events of the old ones are rare. Rather than tightening screws, Bai Luo opted for the more leisurely path of a civilian investigator. From Jiang Mingqian's perspective, many issues stemmed from the residents' exaggerated fears, having no actual connection to the old ones. Occasionally earning some extra income seemed quite suitable indeed. The heavy lifting should be entrusted to those chosen by fate. Reflecting on this, Bai Luo gently patted the shoulder of his maid, Qing Luo, who smiled vacantly, oblivious to the impending hardships of the future. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see what's happening? A sudden voice interrupted Bai Luo's contemplation. He looked ahead to see Zhang Jianan in a confrontation with a stout man distributing hot porridge. The latter was clad in immaculate protective gear, with mask, gloves, and booties, while the other staff members were similarly attired, seemingly fearful of contracting any unclean substances. The portly man retched, if you don't want to drink it, then get lost. Who do you think loves letting you filthy pathogens into the new district? If you die, so be it. What did you say? Zhang Jianan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. The staff distributing relief supplies were taken aback, quickly retreating several steps and summoning security. Quick, quick, don't let him near me, damn it. I feel unwell all over. I can't be contaminated. Can I? Hell, I should have known better than to covet this little money. This is just bad luck. Don't let your filthy hands from the old district touch us. You'll make us dirty. Zhang Jianan, normally hot-tempered, was momentarily silenced. The panicked expressions of the crowd were genuine. In their eyes, they seemed to have become something filthy, more terrifying than the followers of the old ones. What are you doing? Let me go. Soon, a group of similarly clad security personnel arrived, wielding steel forks, easily subduing Zhang Jianan and pinning him to the ground like a dog. Zhang Guo, standing by, incessantly pleaded for his grandson. Bai Luo approached slowly, gently tapping one of the security personnel on the shoulder. This is my friend. What has he done wrong? With a flushed face, Zhang Jianan exclaimed. These bastards said they would deliberately pour hot porridge on us, and they were grinning with malicious glee. I thought it was a joke, but this fat man actually dared to do it. The stout man spat, sneering, I did just that. What can you do about it? Ungrateful little mutts, born to parents but raised without them. It's a privilege for me to even feed you. What I regret is not pouring that bowl of porridge over your head. Having his parents insulted, Zhang Jianan was thoroughly enraged, but it was of no avail, as he was firmly held down. The security personnel whom Bai Luo had tapped retreated in panic, their eyes now filled with intense fury. Ready to raise their forks against him. Stop it! A sharp rebuke interrupted everyone. Jiang Mingqian approached, surveying the scene, and inquired, who is the person in charge? It's me, Captain Jiang. The refined Song Linen adjusted his glasses as he walked over. What is going on here? Why does everyone look like mummies? Song Linen casually replied, to avoid contamination. Upon hearing this, the residents of the old district were taken aback. They never anticipated that the reason for their mistreatment would be so brutally simplistic. Jiang Mingqian frowned. I remember you. You are a graduate of a prestigious university in the city of Dawn. Are you suggesting that you believe the contamination from the old ones can spread through the air like a virus? Captain Jiang, we are merely taking precautions. Is this your justification for bullying fellow citizens from the old district? The stout man shouted. Is it wrong to want to live? Who knows if they carry something filthy? We just want to give them a hot disinfect. What a load of nonsense. Zhang Jianan struggled on the ground. Song Linen replied coldly, Captain Jiang, everyone was terrified last night by the followers of the old ones. Please forgive us. Bai Luo recalled the day after he killed Shen Kuan, when Sun Jia informed him about the discrimination faced by those from the new district. They seemed genuinely convinced that those who had lingered in the old district would carry the corruption of the old ones, and that such contamination could be transmitted through skin contact and respiration. This conclusion likely stemmed from the old district's position on the fringes of the lighthouse, where the light's protection was severely limited. Upon Song Linen's remark, the residents of the old district grew indignant. Are you scared? Have the guts to say that to my face again. My wife and children died last night. What right do you have to compare tragedies with me? Exactly. Is being from the new district so special? Come on, let's see what you've got. To hell with your hot porridge. I won't drink it. Leave it for your mother to rinse her mouth, witnessing the crude and brutal behavior of the old district residents. Song Linen couldn't help but frown, while his companions grew tense at the sight of the crowd rioting. Jiang Mingqian raised his hand to signal a pause. All right, everyone calm down. Form an orderly line to receive your porridge. And don't take it out on your stomachs. Calm down, everyone. Don't heed such unfounded claims. The contamination from the old ones cannot be transmitted through crowds. Song Linen scoffed, Captain Jiang, as the head of the investigation team. Of course, you would say that to maintain order in the new district. As for the truth, who knows? Jiang Mingqian disliked his tone, yet he wished to avoid escalating the situation, ultimately allowing it to dissipate. Once the residents of the old district had received their porridge and were led away by another team leader, the distributors erupted in fervent discussion. None of these officials are good. They only know how to bully us. Bringing everything to the new district without fear of contamination. Who believes that contact between people won't cause contamination? If those from the old district were fine, why would they be taken by another team leader? Hey, fat man, how did you end up in that guy's sights? When Zhang Jianan was mentioned, everyone turned to the stout man, who complained, that guy is quite cunning. His ears are sharp. He must have heard us talking. Probably because I laughed too loudly. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Song Linen, fearing that the latter might blame him for causing trouble. Yet, Song Linen merely smirked. What, do you think I would side with them? Didn't you hear that the fog disaster 2 years ago was triggered by someone in the old district worshipping an evil god? Captain Jiang has a short memory. We should keep our distance and not get entangled with anything unclean. A chill ran through the crowd at his words, and they promptly decided to return for a shower. Chapter 53. The theory of the dark wilderness. Here are the keys. Remember to disinfect them after use. The landlord spoke with disdain to the individuals from the old district before him. You should be grateful to Mayor Xue for his generosity. He allocated funds to cover your rent, allowing you to live here for free for the first 3 months. After that, you will need to pay a monthly rent of 2,000. Do you understand? Before the residents from the old district could respond, the landlord turned his back and left, fearing contamination from anything unclean. Their lodgings were situated in a dilapidated neighborhood on the brink of demolition, and the accommodations were astoundingly rudimentary, consisting only of cheap daily necessities and dust-covered walls. This place is worse than my home. How dare he charge 2,000? Zhang Jianan could no longer suppress his fury and contemplated giving the landlord a beating, but was restrained by his grandfather in a cramped room of less than 100 square meters. 12 people were crammed together, with only one pot and a single bathroom. Such living conditions would have violated the Geneva Conventions in Bailuo's previous life. He could see that the new district had no intention of welcoming them. For them, the ideal outcome would be for the 300 to perish outside. For Bailuo, it mattered little. This was merely a temporary resting place, and he had no intention of remaining there indefinitely. Observing his companions sprawled out on a sofa barely large enough for one person, Zhang Jianan helplessly remarked, "Old Bai, can you actually sleep here? Get some rest." "There's no point in saying more." Bailuo turned over, nearly falling off the bed, and soon his breathing became even. Some had not slept a wink, while others had fought throughout the night, traversing a large part of the old district. Had it not been for the great Cthulhu's protection, he would have been utterly exhausted. Bang! Just as everyone was settling down to catch up on their much-needed sleep, a violent door slam startled them awake. Zhang Jianan was about to curse, but upon seeing the visitor, he instinctively recoiled. It was the investigator who had brought them here, reportedly a team leader from Jiang City. "Who is Bailuo?" Lu Jiaxing asked coldly. After a rustling of sheets, Bailuo opened his tired eyes from the bed and replied, "I am." Lu Jiaxing scrutinized the scene for a moment before hurling a rudimentary, low-spec smartphone onto the sofa. "This was given to you by Jiang Mingqian. It contains contacts and some basic functions. Figure out how to use it yourself," he remarked. Bailuo once again closed his eyes and nodded silently. Such a lukewarm attitude irked Lu Jiaxing, who scoffed, "It's no wonder you're a savage from the old district. Unable to even utter a simple thank you. Do you truly believe you've exhausted yourself? Our investigation bureau exists to monitor unstable elements like you. The personnel assigned to watch over you also spent last night without sleep. Yet here you are, lounging around like a lord after receiving a free phone. If one were unaware, they might think you've slaughtered countless kin or saved numerous souls." Jiang Mingqian had deduced from Bailuo's words that there were likely many faceless beings in the old district. Consequently, he reported this to the headquarters, which mandated certain restrictions on them, even if they had passed the scrutiny. Last night, all investigators had been deprived of sleep, and this morning they trudged to their posts, each one appearing as ghastly as a specter. The response to Lu Jiaxing was merely the sound of snoring, which infuriated him further. "With your capacity for endurance, dreaming of becoming an investigator is a fantasy for your next life." After delivering this retort, he stormed out, pondering that had it not been for Jiang Mingqian's favor towards this boy, he would have already slapped him twice. He mused on how, once he ascended to the role of team leader, no one would dare to treat him with such disrespect. With Lu Jiaxing's departure, the entire building was enveloped in a morose silence. Some investigators, unable to tolerate their ability to sleep, deliberately created disturbances. Zhang Jianan contemplated confronting them several times, yet upon reaching the doorway and meeting their icy glares, he retreated, feeling abashed. Forget it. At least they have a place to stay. As time swiftly passed, the city of Jiangxing underwent a dramatic transformation within just 10 days. The persistent fog did not dissipate as usual. Each morning, as people stepped outside and beheld the thin mist, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. The fog disaster was far from over. It had merely entered a lull phase. According to the Investigation Bureau's calculations, the morning fog was gradually thickening, and it wouldn't be long before it reached the threshold that would sound the fog bell, heralding the onset of a true catastrophe. In recent years, numerous ancient dominators from the northern continent have become increasingly active. Experts assert that this will significantly hinder humanity's exploration of the extreme north, even increasing the frequency of fog within the Arctic Circle. The GDP of Dawn City has reached a historic high, and as the federal capital, it has achieved the remarkable feat of not sounding the fog bell for 30 years. It truly seems to have become humanity's beacon of hope following the alignment of the stars. One morning, Bailuo reclined on the sofa, perusing the inexpensive smartphone gifted by Jiang Mingqian. Its performance barely adequate for internet access. In recent days, he had been absorbing knowledge of the occult and had gained a general understanding of the Tower Ascension system. Upon successfully ascending, one's immunity to the contamination of the old ones would significantly enhance, freeing them from the fate of ordinary individuals who could only await death when faced with pollution. The dark wilderness theory articulated online resonated profoundly. It posited that all life within the cosmos existed within a lightless expanse, unable to discern their surroundings and easily losing their way, akin to the fate of those succumbing to ancient contamination. This theory had been proposed by a university professor 60 years prior, discussing the relationship between ordinary people, ascendants, and ancient dominators. After ascending the tower, one's spiritual realm would ignite a guiding light, illuminating the path forward and drastically reducing the likelihood of becoming lost. Conversely, what had once been obscured in darkness would now be seen with crystal clarity, leading to ants perceiving colossal beasts and fish detecting the blue whales of the deep sea. Furthermore, upon comprehending the incomprehensible, they might descend into madness, akin to astronauts gazing down upon the vast Earth, their minds unraveling from isolation and the terror of immense entities. Luo set down the phone and sighed. Ascending the tower is akin to lighting a firefly in eternal night, while it guides one's direction. It is also overly conspicuous, beckoning madness in the process. The price for the investigator's mental stability is the heightened risk of attracting contamination. Ultimately, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The greater the resistance, the higher the likelihood of inciting madness. And the more lights ignited, the more susceptible one becomes to the gaze of the old ones. With sufficient information acquired, it was time to venture outside. Firstly, he needed to await the opening of the train service. And secondly, he needed to amass some money to sustain himself in other cities. Luo retrieved a commission letter from beneath his pillow, which read, "Hiring investigator Luo to investigate anomalous events." Signed by Wang Qifeng. This task had been assigned to him during a recent visit to Jiang Mingqian's designated location. The commission was modest, making it ideal for a newcomer to hone his skills. Last night, the employer called, requesting him to meet in the eastern suburbs that morning. By then, the dilapidated community in the old district was largely deserted, as residents had left for their assigned jobs. The thought that Qing Luo, who worked tirelessly screwing bolts, was required to hand over her entire earnings to him struck Luo as unjust. Of course, exploitation was necessary. Otherwise, Luo would starve to death. Chapter 54. The first investigation task in the conference room of the Investigation Bureau's headquarters. 6 individuals from the headquarters and the sub-team sat in 2 rows along the conference table, with Director Sun Yinping occupying the main seat. The atmosphere was heavy, and their heads hung low. Based on the current rate of fog expansion, we have at most 5 days for preparation, Sun Yinping stated candidly. This will be an unprecedented battle, one that the entirety of Jiangxing cannot evade. We can only fight to the death. The 6 team leaders remained silent for a long while, until Hu Lingfeng finally broke the silence. When can the headquarters dispatch reinforcements from the Dawn City? We cannot withstand even a single high-tier kin by ourselves, and I have no idea if there are other sinister entities lurking beneath the sea. Sun Yinping replied in a low voice. The headquarters has stated that they will do their utmost. Their utmost? Hu Lingfeng was taken aback. The use of such words from the Investigation Bureau's headquarters was utterly inconceivable. After all, there were over 1 million people encircled by the fog in the city. Was this the appropriate moment to beat around the bush? Director, regardless of the difficulties they face, as long as they are not experiencing the same fog disaster as us, reinforcements can certainly be dispatched from other cities. At the very least, there should be more than 2 high-tier investigators stationed here, Jiang Mingqian interjected. Sun Yinping nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired about the mysterious figure who had saved 2 team leaders. Shanghai Hualing Society? After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, stating, I have never heard of this organization. Despite Jiang Mingqian and Song Tao's insistence that Bai Zhe was a potential ally, others harbored dissenting opinions. Who can guarantee he isn't here to cause destruction? Just because he saved you doesn't mean he is a good person, Lu Jiaxing scoffed, adding, let us not forget the fog disaster 2 years ago, when the Yellow Robe Cross Society profited immensely during the turmoil, only to vanish without a trace shortly thereafter. 2 years ago, during the fog disaster, an organization known as the Yellow Robe Cross Society had seized control of Jiangxing supplies, leaving the front lines critically depleted and without resupply. Only when the Investigation Bureau finally had the opportunity to deal with them did they mysteriously disappear. Sun Yinping intervened to halt the quarrel, stating, regardless, we must find a way to contact him. If we can recruit him, we should. We cannot afford to provoke a high-tier figure at this juncture. All right, Lingfeng, let us move on to the matter of defense. Please outline your strategy. The 5 team leaders turned their attention to the young commander, who Lingfeng immediately began, Regarding our response to the fog disaster in 5 days, I propose the following measures. First, we must contain the information to prevent public panic. We will acquire disaster relief supplies from the market using multiple false identities. We cannot allow those unscrupulous merchants to profit from this crisis. Additionally, we should enlist civilian investigators and mobilize all available resources. After he had rambled on with his proposals, the team leaders nodded in agreement, except for Jiang Mingqian, who harbored some reservations. The boundaries for civilian investigators have always been vague. How should we define this standard? Hu Lingfeng pondered for a moment, stating, anyone who has taken on any task labeled as anomalous events should be included. Everyone who qualifies must be sent into the fray. Jiang Mingqian sighed inwardly, lamenting Bai Luo's misfortune. He then noticed Lu Jiaxing observing him with keen interest, prompting him to inquire about the situation regarding the old district and its people. Lu Jiaxing shrugged, replying, for the most part, they're doing well, except for that fellow named Bai Luo. What's wrong with him? You're not aware. How coincidental, just 2 days ago, I saw him receiving his very first commission letter from the Civilian Investigator Assembly. According to the headquarters, you should encounter him again in 5 days. Jiang Mingqian squinted. It seems you have some opinions about him. I simply cannot abide by those who wish to coast through life under the guise of being an investigator. Lu Jiaxing articulated. One must possess self-awareness. I reckon he is currently struggling to even operate a phone, let alone resolve an anomalous event. In my opinion, your actions are merely a waste of time. Jiang Mingqian shook his head, refuting his counterpart's viewpoint. He possesses potential. You mean to say he can ascend the tower? Lu Jiaxing chuckled. The old district has never produced such talent. If anyone could confront fear directly, they wouldn't have been oppressed by gangsters for 70 years. In an environment where one lacks the courage to face their peers, how could they possibly confront the ancient dominators? This brief exchange of words ended on a sour note. As the team leaders returned to their respective posts to begin preparations, leaving Sun Yinping alone in the conference room, that moment, an elderly laugh echoed throughout the room, filled with a mocking undertone. In the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing, Bai Luo used a portion of Qing Luo's wages to purchase a set of reasonably clean second-hand clothing, as otherwise, he would have been unable to enter this place. The streets outside were thronged with protesting residents, who fervently shouted for the mayor to hastily expel the inhabitants of the old district from the new city. More impetuous individuals even resorted to slicing their fingers, inscribing resolute words on white cloth declaring, "If I do not survive, then let them perish. My child has been suffering from a high fever since yesterday afternoon, brought on by the pollution they have caused, and has tragically passed away this morning. I shall sue them. Why should our living space be surrendered to them? I refuse to accept this. If they are not driven out, I shall wreak havoc at their residence." Recently, bizarre occurrences have become rampant, undoubtedly due to the pollution they have brought. Compensation. It is imperative that we receive compensation. Bai Luo, dressed appropriately and possessing an air of refinement, went unnoticed as a fellow resident of the old district. "Brother, you too have come?" A certain fortunate man, seemingly chosen by fate, instinctively responded, "Oh, indeed. I must contribute to the expulsion of those savages." "Alas, do you not have a banner? Did you forget?" "I live nearby," Bai Luo inquired nonchalantly. "By the way, this mayor certainly knows how to indulge himself. The environment here is splendid." The so-called Eastern Suburb Park is, in fact, a separately designated estate within Jiang City, forbidden to outsiders, and is the residence of Mayor Xue Bo. The man, having finished shouting slogans, added, "They deserve to live so well. Ever since Mayor Xue took office, our Jiang City has developed at such an astonishing pace, especially after the fog disaster. It's simply remarkable. One could even call it miraculous. Is this vast expanse all his?" Not at all. After a while, as Bai Luo departed, the man suddenly realized something. Who was that? He had merely shouted slogans and responded to the address of brother. But upon reflection, it seemed they were complete strangers. Bai Luo took a detour to the iron gate mentioned by his employer over the phone yesterday. Located in the western part of the Eastern Suburb Park, it featured a side entrance for servants this moment, for individuals were already waiting outside. He was the last to arrive. "Brother, are you also an investigator hired by the Xue family?" A man, looking to be of similar age to Bai Luo, asked cheerfully. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Lingji. So it truly is the Xue family." Chapter 55. Mayor Xue's tactics. The expansive Eastern Suburb Park housed only one household, and the commission had indeed been arranged by the Shui residents. But it was unexpected that even they required civilian investigators to address matters. The group introduced themselves to one another. Aside from Bai Luo and Yi Lingji, the other three were the refined Fang Ji, the robust Yin Hampong, and the taciturn Sun Bo. Bai Luo discerned that, apart from him, the other four were not newcomers. Even the least experienced, Yi Lingji, was there for the third time. A newcomer. Stick close to me, and you'll be fine, Yi Lingji assured, patting his chest. This individual was quite talkative, often passing the time playing with a deck of cards or dice, claiming he had once been a magician before abandoning that career for lack of profit. Soon after, the side door swung open, revealing a tall, middle-aged man who invited the group into the estate. I am Wang Qifeng, your employer for this commission. However, in truth, it is not I who is commissioning you, but merely acting on behalf of another. The cultured Fang Ji adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Are you the steward from the Shui residence?" "Oh, you know of me?" Wang Qifeng responded, somewhat surprised. "I've heard there is a steward at your residence who enjoys the mayor's utmost trust. Initially, I thought it was merely a coincidence." "Haha, indeed, that is I." Bai Luo furrowed his brow, sensing that this first commission might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. The assertion that the individual was merely acting on behalf of another raised questions. Who could compel the steward of the Shui residence to act in such a manner? It was undoubtedly someone with significant influence in Jiang City, such as Mayor Shui himself. Wandering through the vast estate revealed far more than mere flag-waving outside. The cobblestone paths wound through the grounds, and every 100 meters, one might encounter a worker tending to the gardens. The lawns were impeccably maintained, lush with greenery, providing a refreshing ambience. The villa was so expansive that it took several turns under Wang Qifeng's guidance to reach one of the reception rooms. Situated at the pinnacle of the residence, where one could gaze out and hear the citizens rallying at the front gate, Mayor Shui Dongfeng had a platter of fruits served for the guests' enjoyment. This employment was sought to address an old house within the estate, which had reportedly emitted sounds resembling animals chewing food during the night when the maids ventured out. I had previously dispatched some individuals to investigate, but nothing was discovered, and the matter has left the household in a state of unease. I sincerely hope you can uncover the truth. I will provide triple the remuneration specified in the commission letter." Succinctly stated, the others nodded in acknowledgement, yet Bai Luo pressed on with the question. "Given your stature, why not engage more professional official investigators?" Shui Dongfeng replied with a smile. "Currently, all investigators in the bureau are occupied with post-war recovery efforts. As the mayor, I must not selfishly commandeer such resources. As long as lives are not at stake, official investigators should be allocated to more pressing matters. To clarify any potential misunderstandings," he added, "I have chosen civilian professionals because I believe in your capability to handle this matter with the same efficacy as official investigators." In just a few sentences, the mayor's image as a public servant was firmly established, and the four men regarded him with approval, understanding why Mayor Shui was held in such high esteem in Jiang City's history. Bai Luo continued, "Aside from the sounds of chewing, have there been any other anomalies in the estate, such as footprints or individuals experiencing hallucinations near the ancient house?" "None." "Have you inspected doors, windows, and floors for potential sources of noise?" "All have been checked. There are no issues or dangers." Then, Sun Bo suddenly interjected, "Bai Luo, that should suffice. Mayor Shui is not paying us to ask questions. If he knew everything, why would he hire us?" Bai Luo chuckled, standing to gaze toward the throng of citizens at the front gate. "Very well, it seems the mayor has numerous matters to address. We shall not intrude further." Once they departed, Shui Dongfeng immediately shifted his demeanor, summoning Steward Wang to inquire about the frequency of calls to the mayor's hotline. In recent days, the number of calls had noticeably decreased compared to the height of the fog crisis. Yet yesterday, there were still calls coming in at intervals, all invariably requesting the expulsion of the inhabitants from the old district. Hearing this, Shui Dongfeng smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Continue to have our people push the narrative online, and in a few days we shall hold a press conference." Wang Qifeng nodded but then asked with concern, "Sir, could this spiral out of control? There have been numerous peculiar incident reports to the Investigation Bureau lately. If they pursue accountability, what is there to fear?" Shui Dongfeng chuckled like a cunning fox. "Do you think the Investigation Bureau is unaware of my methods? By utilizing the narrative that the inhabitants of the old district bring pollution, we can lull the masses into believing that the misfortunes caused by the fog are solely the fault of those from the old district, thereby diverting their attention. Otherwise, maintaining social order would prove far more challenging." Wang Qifeng queried, "Are you suggesting that once things stabilize in a few days, you will concede to expelling the old district residents? Alas, have you learned so little from me after all these years? You imply." Shui Dongfeng, in good spirits, patiently elaborated, "This is neither a concession nor an expulsion under the guise of pollution. Rather, it will be framed as a response to idleness, violence, and threats to social tranquility. We both know that the notion of pollution is entirely fabricated. The residents merely seek a scapegoat for their misfortunes. If that is the case, let us provide them with one. But we must not use this as an excuse, lest the aftermath of the fog be exploited by those with ulterior motives." Wang Qifeng suddenly understood. They would offer the residents a vent for their frustrations, thereby alleviating their anger towards Jiang City and maintaining the existing order. After all, the populace is indifferent to the truth. As long as there is someone to blame, in a few days, the mayor would use the pretext of the old district savagery, violence, and disruption of social peace to expel them, thus reducing the residents' ire and garnering support. Jiang City's order would be preserved, factories would benefit from cheap labor, and Mayor Shui would gain a favorable reputation without any burden, a veritable trifecta of success. By the way, have those from the old district been diligent in their work lately? Quite so. They have nowhere to return and are compelled to toil day and night in your brother's factory, earning less than half of what a typical worker would. Shui Dongfeng nodded in satisfaction. Today, let us find an opportunity to inform them that their work is unsatisfactory, necessitating overtime, thereby provoking them further. We shall have reporters document the evidence for use at the press conference in a few days. Understood, sir. The residents at the front gate of the estate remained oblivious to the fact that they were being used as pawns in a larger game. Jiang Mingqian had once told Bai Luo that many civilian investigators were merely ruffians. He had initially been skeptical, but upon encountering these four individuals, he could no longer deny the truth in their pursuit of monetary gain. They disregarded the details of the investigation, racing towards the site without a care, surviving solely by sheer luck. Compared to them, he realized that they were the true rogues of the trade. Chapter 56. Investigation of the ancient house under the guidance of a maid. The group ventured deep into the estate, where they found themselves at the foot of a desolate hill, the dilapidated ancient house looming before them. Comprising 4 levels, including an attic, it sprawled across approximately 500 square meters. Under the sun's rays, the once gray structure was imbued with a faint golden hue. The maid halted 10 meters from the door, beneath a willow tree, her eyes filled with trepidation, wishing only to flee at the first opportunity. Observing a few individuals preparing to enter, she kindly cautioned, "You must ensure to emerge before dusk." Wei Lingji gestured towards the house behind them, stating, "Mayor Shui mentioned that some of you heard a peculiar sound, akin to that of a creature gnawing. Can you ascertain what it was consuming?" The maid regretfully shook her head, replying, "I cannot be certain, but indeed, some of my sisters have heard it, if I were to insist." One remarked that the sound was exceedingly jarring, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. The 4 investigators engaged in deliberation until Bai Luo circled back after inspecting the property. They resolved to enter the house for a thorough investigation. As Fang Xi passed by Bai Luo, he adjusted his glasses and advised, "For newcomers, it is imperative to adhere closely to the team and refrain from harboring too many independent thoughts. Otherwise, you risk missing out on invaluable lessons." Bai Luo nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "What conclusions have you drawn?" "Currently, we lack a definitive conclusion, but we all concur that it is merely the noise produced by certain aging components within the house," came the reply. "Then what are you discussing? Arriving on site without confirming the safety of the surroundings is reckless. If one were to perish mid-investigation, it would be too late to regret," Bai Luo retorted. Having experienced the genuine horrors of the old ones and other eerie occurrences, he felt a heightened sense of responsibility towards his own safety. Once everyone had entered, Bai Luo summoned the maid closer, whispering, "Now you may reveal to me what you truly know to me." The maid's expression was fraught with embarrassment as she stammered, "I genuinely know nothing." Bai Luo countered, "Your eagerness to flee from the doorway cannot simply stem from mere rumors. Surely, you have either seen or heard something that is distinct from what others have." The maid appeared hesitant, her expression wavering. Bai Luo pressed further, "Let me rephrase my inquiry. Do you believe the entities within this old mansion pose a threat to your life?" This time, the maid nodded decisively. Bai Luo pointed at her face, emphasizing, "You must understand that it is not you who will face the danger directly, if we fail to resolve this matter or uncover significant findings. Who can guarantee what may transpire in this estate in the future? Of course, if you think resigning will shield you from peril, I have nothing more to say. The maid pondered deeply, her eyes reflecting fear. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was listening, she took a step forward, insisting, "You must promise me not to disclose this to anyone." Bai Luo earnestly swore before the ancestral tablet. Despite being an orphan, the maid appeared particularly anxious. Everyone claims to have heard gnawing sounds, but once, I inadvertently glimpsed the true form of that entity. Bai Luo's interest piqued, and he gently reassured her. "Rest assured, this place is safe, and I shall assist you in addressing this matter." After calming her turbulent emotions, she finally spoke with a tremor in her voice. "I saw a boy." Bai Luo furrowed his brow. "What boy?" "A little boy," the maid exclaimed in distress. "He was gnawing on a human head. What terrified me most was that face. The boy's visage was that of Mayor Shue's youngest son, who had tragically drowned 3 months prior." Bai Luo was taken aback, his mind racing with a flurry of thoughts colliding against one another. Mayor Shue's child had perished, yet here he was, reappearing in this ancient mansion, clutching a severed head. Why did this narrative seem so familiar? The maid trembled as she confessed. "I cared for the young master for 4 years. I could never mistake that face when he died. I wept for so long. I had long regarded him as half a brother." She continued, "At that time, I felt for Mr. Shue. He had lost both of his sons in such a short span, and no wonder she was so frightened. Anyone would be terrified to witness someone they had known come back from the dead, especially when engaged in such a grotesque act. Has he ever appeared within the estate? I mean, in a manner that was not shrouded in secrecy?" "No," the maid responded, perplexed by the inquiry. Bai Luo dismissed the possibility of a faceless entity. Such actors could hardly endure such solitude. Afterward, the maid had refrained from coming here, utterly unsettled. Had it not been for her busy sisters, she certainly would not have brought anyone here. Bidding farewell to the hurried maid, Bai Luo moved slowly, an inkling nagging at him that this incident was far from simple, from the initial commission to the encounter with Mayor Shue. Everything exuded a sense of dissonance. As he ascended the steps, his foot suddenly halted. Bai Luo abruptly looked up towards the attic, the sunlight reflecting off of it obscuring his view of the interior. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel as though someone was watching me just now? That sensation vanished in an instant, reminiscent of a time when he had hidden at Wang Jiao's home. Overwhelmed by stress and imagining an apparition appearing behind him. After a considerable amount of time, the progress made by the 5 was nearly negligible. They had found not a single living creature, nor even a trace of sustenance. "Ha! Did you see that? The newcomer has been tiptoeing around since he entered, like a frightened maiden." In Hampeng laughed heartily. Fangji adjusted his glasses and replied with a mild smile. "Well, he's a newcomer. It's understandable that he feels timid." Initially, the group had intended to split up and investigate separately, but Bai Luo insisted on staying together for safety, while the others deemed him overly cautious. Even the usually taciturn Sun Bo glanced at the newcomer squatting in the corner, examining the ground, unable to suppress a smirk. Yi Lingji intervened, stating, "All right, enough of that. There's nothing wrong with being meticulous. Let's not keep chattering." Yet the amusement among the 3 remained unabated, with Yin Hampeng even approaching Bai Luo, draping an arm around his shoulders and teasing. "So, little pretty boy, have you figured it out yet?" Bai Luo murmured to himself. "No, something doesn't add up. There should be some discrepancies, but this data is just too far-fetched." Yin Hampeng, with a grin, remarked, "In a bit of trouble, are we? Just call me bro, and I'll teach you how to handle such situations." Bai Luo resolutely stood and exited the room, glancing around the corridor while gesturing with his fingers. Yin Hampeng caught up, nonchalantly saying, "Don't waste time. There's nothing here. If there were any old ones, they would undoubtedly leave some traces. This feels like walking into a thick fog. Everyone's on edge, and it's all psychological. Come, take a look." Yin Hampeng patted his bulging wallet. "This is what I gained before coming here. Ha! These fools pay for a sense of security, especially the wealthy. Trust me, when we return, we'll say we completed the job, and then we can enjoy an easy win. No need to exert ourselves actually doing anything." Chapter 57. The eerie death ever since their arrival. The group displayed an unparalleled sense of relaxation, stemming from their belief that they could simply collect their earnings and leave. Thus, They found Bai Luo's anxious investigation to be a source of amusement. After all, nothing untoward was likely to occur. Why not deceive the employer out of a bag of money? Yi Lingji glanced at the time and remarked, "Gentlemen, it's about time we got to work." Fang Zhi responded, "What do you mean? We haven't found anything at all." Yin Hampong confidently declared, "It's a trivial matter. We can inform him that this house has been slightly contaminated. If all else fails, we can suggest he just demolish it. What do you all think?" Fang Zhi immediately concurred, "That's a good idea. If we say it's just noise, we might end up losing some of our payment." It was akin to a locksmith's practice. If people perceive them as having an easy task, they might receive a discount on their fees. Moreover, if the house were demolished, there would be no evidence to contradict them, preventing future complications. With their minds made up, they rehearsed their lines and prepared to conclude their work. "Bai Luo, we're leaving," Yi Lingji called out towards the end of the corridor. As Bai Luo approached, his face a mask of confusion, Yin Hampong clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "We've made our plans. We'll discuss it on the way. Just make sure you don't mess things up and spill the beans if you do. I won't let you off easily." Bai Luo remained unfazed, contemplating a different issue. After searching the exterior and then re-entering the house, he sensed something was amiss. "Where's Sun Bo?" he asked. "He's gone," Yi Lingji shouted again. Fang Zhi sighed in exasperation. When did Brother Sun leave on his own? He's a newcomer just like Bai Luo. After several fruitless calls, Yi Lingji began searching the corridor, calling out as he went, while Yin Hampong joined him, eager to find Sun Bo and ensure everything was fine. Despite his quiet demeanor, Sun Bo was the most experienced among them, holding a certain reputation within the ranks of freelance investigators. As they passed the bathroom on the first floor, Yi Lingji suddenly halted, catching a whiff of rust. He noticed it before. Entering to inspect, his pupils dilated as he spotted something within the broken bathtub. Instinctively tightening his grip on the deck of cards in his pocket. "What have you found?" Bai Luo inquired, having approached from behind. Yi Lingji turned, his expression grave, and pointed towards the bathtub. "Hey, Sun Bo must have stepped out. We've searched everywhere and can't find him," Yin Hampong complained as he entered, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "I was saying, you should." His voice faltered, and Yin Hampong's face turned ashen, his speech becoming disjointed as if he had seen something unspeakable. In the bathtub lay a corpse, covered in blood, lying still as if it had just succumbed to death. Beneath it, a pool of blood had accumulated, a sight they had long sought after. Sun Bo. Yin Hampong stumbled back several steps, crashing to the ground, his heart racing violently. The sound attracted Fang Zhi, who, upon seeing the body, found himself rendered speechless, his articulate demeanor vanishing in the face of such horror. Sun Bo was dead. He had not uttered a single sound. He had simply died. Fang Zhi trembled as he stammered, "Who could have caused such a gruesome death?" Half of the body was submerged in blood, leaving only the face visible, while blood splattered against the walls and windows behind. The once formidable private investigators were now thoroughly panicked. They had only sought to earn a living, never anticipating a confrontation with the unknown itself. "Let us go, quickly. That thing is real. Mayor Xue did not deceive us. If we stay any longer, we might lose our lives," Yin Hampong pleaded, gripping Yi Lingji's arm. With a long sigh, Yi Lingji replied helplessly, "Could you please be quiet? You're not the oldest here. Look at how composed Bai Luo is." The two self-proclaimed veterans observed Bai Luo leaning over the bathtub, their expressions shifting to astonishment. They could not fathom where a novice had found such audacity. Was he afraid? Who would have imagined that, in the wake of such an unexpected event, the two least experienced among them would maintain the most composure? Leaving Fang Zhi and Yin Hampong feeling the heat of embarrassment, Yi Lingji leaned closer and asked, "Have you discovered the cause of death?" Bai Luo withdrew his head and replied, "If we consider it in isolation, he died from excessive blood loss." "Obviously, anyone could see that," Fang Zhi retorted, losing his composure. Bai Luo shot him a glance and continued, "The issue lies in how rapidly the blood was lost. It does not smell like such a large quantity. It seems mixed with water." Sun Bo had only been separated from them for a short while. It was implausible that he could lose such a volume of blood in that time unless his chest had been torn open or a hole made in his heart. Yi Lingji immediately grasped the implication. Suicide? The other two caught on, realizing that Sun Bo's death mirrored scenes from films, quietly perishing in a bathtub. But the circumstances of his death were too bizarre. Just moments ago, they had been laughing and chatting, and now he was dead in less than 15 minutes. Bai Luo dismissed the notion. It's hard to say. We need to wait for the autopsy results. Moreover, Bai Luo's gaze was fixed coldly on the corpse, his posture suggesting something significant. The insistence of Fang Ji and Yin Hampong. The group agreed to leave the old mansion and report the body to the authorities. Regardless of the situation, their fleeting acquaintance was not worth risking their lives over. In the corridor leading out of the mansion, Yin Hampong chuckled bitterly. After so many years in this line of work, encountering a dead body on my first day has left me utterly shaken. Sigh. I won't be able to survive in this circle anymore. In contrast to his candidness, Fang Ji remained defiant. I merely feel a bit faint at the sight of blood. I'll acclimate soon enough. Yin Hamping mused, it's better to be alive. Once I have money, I won't do this anymore. Damn it, the term private investigator sounds so grand. But in reality, it's akin to being a private detective, just scouring around to provide comfort to clients, and here I am, facing a bizarre incident. Bai Luo inquired. How often do you encounter such things? Well, the tasks that can be accessed at well-known locations are generally not dangerous. Fang Ji awkwardly replied. ITS said that those capable private investigators have their own circles, where the truly peculiar incidents occur, so essentially, you're detectives? Bai Luo remarked with a slight smirk. The two fell silent, hastily changing the subject. By the way, it's been a while. We still haven't reached the door. Bai Luo suddenly halted, causing Fang Ji to bump into him. Hey, why did you stop so suddenly? He complained, rubbing his reddened nose. Bai Luo counted the turns they had taken since leaving the bathroom, 5 in total, and they were approaching the 6th. If I am not mistaken, we should have only turned 3 times to see a straight corridor leading to the front door. This is the 5th turn. Where is the entrance? Chapter 58. Dislocated rooms. Hey, have you noticed that the rooms are out of place? Fang Ji suddenly asked, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Yilingji and Yin Hampong also realized that. Logically, they should have seen the front door by now. Why? Yilingji spoke gravely. Something's not right. Let us run. The group hurriedly navigated through the old mansion, turning several corners, but not only did they fail to see the front door, they caught a glimpse of the windows, which were already enveloped in darkness. Yet they distinctly remembered that sunset was still a while away. It's over, it's all over. Fang Ji crouched in a corner, cradling his head, muttering to himself, we're trapped in a ghost wall. If earlier, when he mentioned this, the others had entertained a glimmer of hope, now they truly felt cornered. They were ensnared within the mansion. What are we afraid of? It's just a decrepit house. Yin Hampong blustered, though his voice quivered. I'll check the window. If worst comes to worst, I'll break it and escape. At this critical moment, Yilingji suddenly noticed that Bai Luo, lacking any investigative experience, was crouched on the floor, tracing something with his index finger. The thin layer of dust that had accumulated over time revealed a series of numbers. What are you calculating? Bai Luo replied solemnly. Distance. What good is calculating distance now? Fang Ji erupted, tears streaming down his face. We can't get out, do you understand? Stop fiddling with your meager math skills. Ignoring him, Bai Luo continued until he arrived at a conclusion, letting out a sigh of realization. Why? Yilingji asked. What did you find? This house is too large, beyond normal proportions. Bai Luo circled the lowest number he had written. Fang Ji sobbed. So what? It's normal for wealthy people to have larger homes. Bai Luo stood up, looking around, and spoke softly, large is fine. It's not unusual for homes to be several hundred square meters. Even over 1,000 square meters, within the realm of the upper class. Fang Ji snapped, then why are you wasting time here? Yilingji motioned for the foolish man to be quiet, then kindly asked. Bai Luo, we're all in the same boat here. Stop beating around the bush. Previously, Bai Luo had been searching for something, leading the others to think he was simply absent-minded. However, when real danger arose, he remained unfazed, as if everything was anticipated. This indicated that he had sensed something amiss long before, far earlier than the 4 of them put together. Bai Luo tapped on the wall and asked, let me ask you, how large does this house appear from the outside? About 500 or 600 square meters, I would estimate. Yilingji replied. Bai Luo confirmed, yes, I estimate it to be roughly that size. Can you stop wasting time? Spit it out. Fang Ji was nearing a breakdown, knowing this guy had the answer but insisting on making them guess. Bang. In the next moment, Bai Luo's fist connected with Fang Ji's face with such speed that even Yilingji, who was closest, Couldn't he intervene? Fang Zhi was stunned, and Bai Luo shook his hand, coldly stating, I say this to show you I have reasoning. Otherwise, with your waterlogged brain, you wouldn't believe a word I said. It's better to teach you a lesson now than to face problems later. From now on, every time you speak, you'd better provide some value, or I'll make sure you can't utter another word. Fang Zhi spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly losing his temper, devoid of even the strength to cry. After delivering this lesson, Bai Luo after a pause asked, Where were we? Outside. The house seems to be around a few hundred square meters. Fang Zhi recounted, Before I came in, I walked around the house and it indeed seemed to be about that size, until I walked through several rooms and realized something was off. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes and continued, An average person takes steps of about a meter. I walked around the first floor, not counting the thickness of the walls, and calculated the shortest distance. This house must be at least over 1,000 square meters. What? Yi Lingji stood frozen, while even Fang Zhi sitting on the floor felt incredulous. A house that appeared to be around 500 square meters on the outside had somehow expanded to at least double its size inside. If it were merely a constriction, that could be excused, but the fact that it had expanded was a troubling sign. Fang Zhi and Yi Lingji's minds went blank, especially Fang Zhi, who felt as though he were caught in a massive whirlpool, perilously close to being dragged into the abyss. At this moment, only Bai Luo's expression remained as calm as a still lake. He surely knew how to escape. Seeing the pleading looks in the eyes of the other two, Bai Luo shrugged and said, Don't look at me. I'm not as miraculous as you think. Rather, we should focus on our own survival. The two realized the truth in his words. With Sun Bo dead, why wouldn't they be the next to fall? The thought conjured feelings of fear and panic. So, what should we do now? Fang Zhi stammered, If it comes to the worst, we could try the window. Or go up to the second or third floor. Perhaps it's different up there. Bai Luo thought to himself, Finally, you've learned how to converse properly. Let us first see if the window route is viable. Even if the outside was shrouded in darkness, making it seem as though they were not in a manner, he felt it was worth a try to at least rule out one option. Yi Lingji glanced around. Huh? Where's Yin Hampong? Suddenly, they recalled that this man, eager to escape, had rushed over to the window. They searched each surrounding room one by one, yet found no trace of any presence. As if they had vanished into thin air. The windows were shrouded in darkness, resembling a deep ink pool, with neither wind nor sunlight in sight, rendering the atmosphere devoid of any signs of life. Bai Luo opened the window, extending his hand out partially, a sight that rendered the other two motionless with fear, until he withdrew it and crouched down to examine the ground closely. What have you discovered? Fang Zhi inquired cautiously, resembling an NPC. Soon, Bai Luo rose with a long sigh, declaring, This house is indeed eerie. It is not merely a case of it being twice the size or a simple ghost wall. The two remained perplexed. With Fang Zhi falling silent, Bai Luo refrained from wasting his breath. His earlier discovery was rather straightforward. Caught in the ghost wall incident, he had been so preoccupied with escaping that he had momentarily failed to realize the situation. It was essential to note that the outside world had succumbed to darkness, a darkness so profound that not a single ray of light could penetrate, yet they could still see each other clearly, even discerning the dust on the windowsill, and their outstretched hands remained unblurred, as vivid as if illuminated by bright light. The second observation pertained to the rooms. The layout of this ancient mansion was strikingly similar, making it easy for any visitor to lose their way. Yet, this place had long been abandoned, with dust carpeting the floors, leaving clear footprints in nearly every room they had traversed. Bai Luo wandered through the various chambers. Some bore numerous footprints, while others had fewer, most of which belonged to him, as the others had explored the ground floor, leaving him as the sole occupant of the upper level. If the infinite rooms did not bear my footprints, it suggested that these chambers were indeed part of the ancient house. The rooms above had merged with those below. This was not a mere ghost wall, the rooms had shifted positions. This house was alive. It could surreptitiously alter the location of its rooms. Thus, this clarified how the upper rooms had descended to the lower level and how the ghost wall phenomenon had come to be. There was nothing sinister about it, merely a rearrangement of the rooms. Bai Luo murmured, If the rooms have shifted, then the main entrance must still be somewhere within this house. Let us head upstairs. Yi Lingji cautioned, Yin Hampong, he is still within this house, Bai Luo affirmed. The window showed no signs of tampering. It was evident that the room's position had once again altered after Yin Hanpong had separated from the others. As they stepped onto the second floor, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, prompting a frown from them all. Fang Zhi stammered. No way could there be more corpses. As they moved toward a room, Bai Luo's ears perked up, and he raised his hand to signal the others to halt. There was a sound. The three of them stood in the corridor, as if some entity was gnawing on food. The jarring sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard echoing in their minds, instilling sheer terror. It was the gnawing sound the maid had mentioned. After being trapped in the ancient mansion, they had truly encountered it. It was it, the monster. Fang Zhi suddenly shouted inappropriately, losing his footing and collapsing. Bai Luo shot him a fierce glare, while Yi Lingji quickly covered Fang Zhi's mouth. In that instant, the trio's nerves were stretched taut. They heard the gnawing cease following the shout, and the entire ancient house fell into an eerie silence. Each passing moment felt torturous, every detail demanding their utmost attention. As Bai Luo frequently glanced at the ceiling, yet the anticipated sudden appearance did not transpire. No otherworldly sounds echoed around them. Bai Luo tiptoed forward, gradually reaching the corner, peeking through the wall with one eye. A corpse of an adult man lay at the foot of the staircase, his face gnawed to shreds, his skull exposed. Confirming that the source of the sound was no longer present, Bai Luo stepped closer. Half of the face was decayed, claw marks from an unknown creature marred the skull, and his chest cavity gaped open. Organs scattered about, each bearing teeth marks. Just as the other two approached, Fang Zhi uttered a syllable, only to be silenced by Yi Lingji, who glanced down to find a playing card pressed against his throat. Old Fang, do you believe a playing card can kill? Yi Lingji asked with a chilling smile. Fang Zhi swallowed hard, hesitant to respond. Listen, spontaneous gasps of surprise are privileges reserved for the audience. A magician must not allow mishaps on stage. Why? Yi Lingji lightly grazed the card, leaving a crimson mark on Fang Zhi's throat. If you dare shout again, I will ensure your exit without Bai Luo needing to lift a finger. Do you understand? Fang Zhi hastily nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief, convinced that the card in Yi Lingji's hand was merely ordinary, yet feeling it could cost him his life. One Bai Luo, one Yi Lingji. You two monsters, could you at least send me out of here first? The sole ordinary individual lamented nearby. Bai Luo cast a glance back. Yi Lingji politely smiled before revealing to Bai Luo the information regarding the shifting rooms. Spatial displacement, a common trick in magic, Yi Lingji remarked with a faint smile. Bai Luo nodded in agreement. But the issue is that there are other participants on this stage. Why? Yi Lingji sighed. A performance devoid of actors cannot effectively convey its purpose. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before we encounter it. Bai Luo stated, our time is running short. Without further ado, the group resolved to press on. But when Bai Luo glanced into the depths of the corridor, it suddenly flickered, resembling a game experiencing frame drops. Once it stabilized, the corridor had transformed into a lavish bedroom. Why? Yi Lingji's eyes widened. Bai Luo's tone turned grave. How long has it been since Yin Hanping disappeared? About 10 minutes. Just then, the surroundings flickered once more. The original environment subtly shifting. Indeed, the spatial structure of the rooms had undergone another transformation. Why? Yi Lingji's expression turned tense. This is happening way too fast. If both time and position are random, then we are in significant trouble. A single floor could span over 1,000 square meters, with each room potentially interconnected like a labyrinth, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the exit door. Waiting idly was not a solution. They ventured into an expansive library that had recently changed. At the far end of the library stood a 2-meter-long table, covered in books that bore signs of having been disturbed. Bai Luo promptly flipped through a few pages, discovering they contained knowledge related to alchemy. In the past, he might have thought someone had gone mad in pursuit of gold, but now he was acutely aware that an alchemical chamber indeed existed on the 12th floor. To achieve human transmutation, one must procure a living body, 10 grams of lead powder, the rotting corpse of a crow from a marsh. Shatter the skull while ensuring the living remains unharmed, then pour 300 milliliters of water mixed with lead powder, and refrigerate at -40 degrees within a minute. Each cold-blooded word sent chills from their toes to the crown of their heads. Bai Luo exhaled. What a form of alchemy! This is clearly a process of corpse refinement. Yi Lingji concurred. There are rumors of such a deranged organization in the underworld, specializing in capturing living individuals for experiments, and some even combine animal limbs with corpses in an attempt to resurrect them using the power of lightning. In this world tainted by the old ones, such horrors are hardly novel. Fang Zhi's face turned pale. He could no longer bear to look at the contents of the book and stepped back to sit beneath a bookshelf to regain his composure. Drip! He suddenly noticed a drop of water falling from above, reaching up to touch it, then sniffing his hand. What is this? It stinks. Bai Luo continued perusing the alchemical text and, upon reaching the front, discovered some unexpected English text. It was not unusual for there to be a distinction between Eastern and Western languages in this world. Rather, the translated Chinese text was intriguing, especially the delicate script written on the first page. Alchemy is not worth mentioning. What kind of person would hold such disdain for one of the 12 floors? Bai Luo found himself curious about the identity of this individual. Bai Luo, look! Yi Lingji handed him a book, which contained a handwritten note in Chinese. That Western girl deceived me. Ordinary corpses cannot produce ghost children. One must use a living person, and it must be a blood relative. In an instant, fragments of the maid's words concerning a young boy flashed through Bai Luo's mind. Gnawing on a corpse, the youngest son of Mayor Xued. A startling conclusion loomed large. Ah, Bai Luo, help me, save me. A thunderous cry echoed from behind. Fang Zhi's desperate plea suddenly rang out. The sound of fabric being torn echoed through the air as Fang Zhi successfully executed a daring escape, sprinting bare-chested towards another room within the ancient residence. Bai Luo seized a nearby stool and hurled it at the ghostly child, but despite receiving a fierce blow, the apparition emerged unscathed, only further enraged. Bearing its foul, bloody maw, after throwing the stool, the two began to race, desperately searching for the exit while the ghost child relentlessly pursued them. Suddenly, the perspective shifted, and the once available escape route transformed into an impenetrable wall. The space around them shifting once more. Damn it, now of all times? Yi Lingji cursed. The two turned in unison, and a figure descended like a waterfall upon them. Bai Luo evaded to the side. But Yi Lingji, unable to react in time, seized the ghost child's arm and executed a swift shoulder throw. Thud. The ghost child flipped over, several vials along its back shattering upon impact, its muscles swelling as it gradually shed its human form. Bai Luo frowned, exclaiming, damn it, that creature was suppressing its power. Now liberated from its restraints, the ghost child surpassed ordinary humans in both speed and strength, darting behind the two with a speed that sent chills down their spines. Bang! Bai Luo quickly pivoted to block the incoming attack. In the instant he retreated, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Not from Yi Lingji, who had failed to retreat, but from the beast itself. Drip! Dark blood trickled down Bai Luo's arm as he focused. Spotting a gash on the ghost child's chest, with a few drops of blood staining the playing cards in Yi Lingji's hand, Yi Lingji, casting a sidelong glance at his companion, smirked, friend, allow me to perform a magic trick. The ghost child, now towering at the height of an average man, let out a furious roar, its arms stirring up a tempest as it charged towards its target. Buzz! 7 or 8 playing cards shot forth from Yi Lingji's chest, embedding themselves into the ghost child's body, causing it to veer off course and crash into the wall. Yi Lingji burst into laughter, producing another handful of cards from seemingly thin air, then flicked his thumb. Reveal! He randomly selected one and flipped it over. King of clubs. Ha! Not bad luck. As the ghost child rose, Yi Lingji swung the king of clubs downward, and with a resounding thud, severed one of its arms. Realizing that he was not the only one hiding his true strength among the 5, Bai Luo understood that this so-called magician was indeed formidable. The earlier threat made by Yi Lingji had felt off. It turned out he had escalated his game, though Bai Luo pondered which building this skill belonged to. Using playing cards as weapons was utterly bewildering. Yet it was still insufficient, while Yi Lingji's skills were undeniably bizarre. The ghost child was no easy foe either. The cards were indeed remarkable, but regrettably, their wielder's technique resembled that of an amateur. Despite appearing at ease, Yi Lingji's heart was still gripped by fear. Though not as deeply as Fang Zhi's. Alright, the show must come to an end. Yi Lingji chuckled lightly, conjuring a vast array of cards that fluttered like a swarm of butterflies into the ghost child's body. Bang! The enemy collapsed, and Yi Lingji snapped back to reality, bowing to Bai Luo and asking, so, how was that performance? Bai Luo bluntly replied, flashy nonsense. Yi Lingji stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and awkwardly retorted, "Hey, have some mercy. I just saved your life." Bai Luo was unrelenting. "Magician, your performance was lacking." "Huh?" Yi Lingji was taken aback, glancing down to discover several playing cards had not been retracted in time from his sleeves, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hurriedly remedied the situation. Bai Luo now grasped the situation. Transforming cards into blades was a true skill, while conjuring cards from thin air was merely a common trick. A strange noise emerged from behind, and the ghost child's form expanded once more. It stood up, its eyes now tinged with blood. "Behind," Bai Luo warned. Yi Lingji smiled lightly, drawing the king of clubs from his hand, preparing to turn and confront the foe. Just then, Bai Luo suddenly shouted, "Get back, it has strengthened again." "What?" As Yi Lingji flung the card, he realized the ghost child's body had become incredibly hard, his card merely drawing a line of blood across its surface. Bang! He was struck by a punch, sent flying, blood trickling from his mouth. Damn it again! He pulled out another deck of cards, and as the ghost child's massive fist swung towards him, Yi Lingji swiftly drew one. "If a king can't take you down, then let us try another level." He revealed the card. To his dismay, "Diamond 3? Oh no." Bai Luo was left speechless. "Can't you wait until the enemy is down to show off?" Bang! Bai Luo charged forward, landing a blow on the ghost child's ankle, causing it to lose its balance and fall. It was then that Yi Lingji noticed the green vials behind the apparition had all shattered. What unfolded next was a scene Yi Lingji would never forget. Bai Luo struck the ghost child's head with raw, unrefined brutality, each blow landing with devastating force, utterly subduing it. Black blood splattered against the walls. Bones shattered, and Bai Luo emerged with numerous bloodstains adorning his clothes. When he finally stood up, Yi Lingji stared in disbelief. "Are you human?" Bai Luo retorted. "What a silly question." Yi Lingji, in disbelief, began to question his own abilities. Just moments ago, that creature had swung its fist with the strength of a two-lamp ascendant, yet it had been brutally defeated by Bai Luo. Ascending was one thing, but the two appeared to be of similar stature. Could Bai Luo be a three-lamp or higher? Or perhaps he belonged to the legendary demon hunter Esguild. Yi Lingji was oblivious to the fact that it was the power of the great Cthulhu, a fusion of the deep sea's blessings and the strength of a one-lamp ascendant, that endowed Bai Luo with near two-lamp physical prowess. Additionally, the ghost child had already been severely wounded, fighting like a cornered beast. A preemptive strike would surely secure victory. "Impressive," Yi Lingji exclaimed, genuinely awed. Bai Luo took a seat nearby, stating, "Let us stop discussing trivial matters and consider our next steps." Yi Lingji stood and straightened his clothes. Puzzled, "What next steps? Haven't we resolved the issue? As you said, we just need to find Mayor Xue for our reward." Bai Luo regarded him with skepticism, questioning whether Yi Lingji's assent had been purchased. However, out of respect for their partnership, he conveyed the information he had gathered. Within the Xue family manor, people were devoured, blood relatives were transformed into ghost children, and their powers were sealed by reagents. Now, do you still wish to seek a reward from Mayor Xue? Chapter 61. The second ghost child. Initially, Bai Luo's suspicion stemmed from Xue Dongfeng's refusal to allow official investigators to take over. He knew all too well the nature of bureaucrats. Claims of conserving public resources during wartime were mere smoke and mirrors. If a bizarre incident were to occur at home, the investigation bureau's phone would be inundated with calls that same day, as they were all under official jurisdiction, and they could not simply ignore it. Piecing together notes from the book and the sounds of midnight chewing, Bai Luo began to grasp the full picture. Xue Dongfeng was creating ghost children, and he was using his own blood relatives for this dark alchemy. Yi Lingji was astonished. Using his own son for alchemy? Is there truly such a cruel father in the world? Bai Luo replied, "Whether he is cruel or not is debatable. What concerns me is why he would create such a monstrous being. A mayor has plenty of people to protect him, yet he chooses to sacrifice his kin. Even the most vile individuals would not willingly offer their own children as sacrifices if there were other, less burdensome options." Xue Dongfeng's actions were evidently irrational, especially considering that this ghost child was weak, lacking any special abilities and barely possessing the physical strength of a two-lamp ascendant. What could possibly drive the esteemed Mayor Xue to commit such heinous acts? Unless this ghost child served a different purpose altogether. We must think of a way to escape the manor quickly. We certainly cannot remain in Jiangqing after this. Wei Lingji expressed his distress. Bai Luo wholeheartedly agreed, rising to locate the exit, though his dismay. A sudden flash of darkness swept between him and Yi Lingji. Both sensed impending danger and hurried towards one another, but in the next moment, their positions had inexplicably swapped, with Bai Luo now on the third floor and Yi Lingji on the first. Bai Luo smacked his forehead in realization, lamenting, "I was careless. If the rooms can shift, then why not the corridors?" He found himself at the end of the third-floor hallway, while Yi Lingji stood in what had once been a gathering place on the first floor, nearly at opposite ends of the ancient manor. With no other choice, Bai Luo began his search for the exit on the third floor, yet despite his efforts, he found no sign of an escape. This shouldn't be happening. He had already explored the first and second floors, and there was no way he could still not have seen the door by now. He opened several doors, all of which led to ordinary rooms, until he stumbled upon one at the end of the hallway with a window. It was a storeroom filled with an assortment of peculiar items. Crystal pendants, flower pollen, wheat seeds, everything imaginable, and then a corpse. Bai Luo's pupils dilated as he recognized the bare-chested man. It was Fang Zhi, dead? After they had defeated the ghost child, Fang Zhi had inexplicably died. His chest was ripped open, his limbs brutally crushed. The manner of death mirrored that of Yin Hampeng, unmistakably at the hands of the ghost child. Bai Luo suddenly recalled the maid's earlier words. Mr. Xue has suffered greatly. Both of his sons have passed away within 2 years. This was bad. There was not just one ghost child in this ancient manor, but two. One was the younger son of the Xue family, while the other was the elder brother. Xue Dongfeng was far more vicious than anticipated. Not only had he sacrificed his younger son, but 2 years prior, he had also sacrificed his elder son. The notion of his tragic loss was a ruse. Both sons' deaths were orchestrated by him. Bang. A sudden crash echoed behind Bai Luo as the door was shattered. He turned abruptly to discover a figure even larger than the one he had previously dispatched. Its pitch-black eyes mere centimeters from his face. Undoubtedly, he had been struck and sent flying, colliding with a shelf in the storage room, a steel fork impaling his body. This ghostly child was far more robust than the previous one, emanating a presence that, according to Bai Luo's judgment, was only slightly weaker than Jiang Mingqian, perhaps at the level of 4 lamps. Unlike its predecessor, this being was riddled with wounds, particularly at the heart, which appeared to be covered by a layer of crimson film. The rhythm of its heartbeat clearly visible. It had suffered grave injuries. Roaring in fury upon seeing the black blood on Bai Luo, the ghost child smashed the storage rack in a fit of rage. Bai Luo, drawing 2 knives, advanced to stab into its shoulders, only to find its flesh as hard as iron. He quickly retreated, gathering nearby water molecules to unleash oceans piercing. However, the anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. The ghost child withstood the barrage of countless sharp spikes, its hand intercepting the one aimed at its heart. Tough as dried excrement, Bai Luo cursed inwardly. A chase ensued, both parties racing through the third floor. Bai Luo attempted to outmaneuver the ghost child by moving through the rooms, yet the previously shifting spaces now stubbornly remained still. 4 lamp level. Even injured, it was not trivial, and today he had been careless, forgetting to bring his drawings. He needed to avoid confrontation. Bai Luo found himself cornered at the end of the third floor, resignedly halting and turning to coldly stare at his pursuer. The ghost child charged at him, but it passed through Bai Luo's form, crashing into the wall. It rose in confusion, but Bai Luo had vanished. In a frenzy, the ghost child began to demolish its surroundings. Walls, wooden tables, bed frames, all reduced to rubble. Yet Bai Luo's shadow remained elusive, as if he had simply disappeared. It glanced up at the ceiling, where the attic of the ancient house lay, its gaze fixed there, yet it hesitated to ascend further. Moments later, the ghost child unleashed a maddened roar and sprinted downstairs. The destruction it left behind began to visibly restore itself. As if nothing had ever occurred in the attic of the ancient house, Bai Luo gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped death in a moment of peril. Next time he ventured out, he vowed to be prepared with explosives for self-defense. The world of investigators was perilously dangerous in that critical moment. He had employed a skill obtained from the Wuxiang person, an actor's double, leaving behind a phantom while his true self transformed into a ghostly state. Escaping to the attic. If the hunt transformed into a nightmare under the guise of Wang Jiao, It taught him the dreadfulness of being unprepared in the drawing tower. The attic was sparsely furnished, with several wooden pillars supporting the expansive space, in stark contrast to the dimness below. Countless odds and ends lay scattered about. Various boxes containing ancient artifacts littered the area. Bai Luo caught sight of a flickering light in the distance, and his heart instinctively quickened. The light flickered, revealing a burning candle, its melted wax securing it atop a writing desk. Behind the desk, a girl in a black Gothic dress leaned against a high-backed chair. Her eyes slowly opening to eye in the candlelight, she resembled a Western noblewoman, exquisite as a porcelain doll. Chapter 62. The Gothic Maiden, a living person? Bai Luo halted, his heart racing. Upon first sighting the girl, he had thought that Xue Dongfeng had carelessly discarded such a beautiful doll in the attic, only to realize, when her azure eyes opened, that she was very much alive. The Gothic maiden sat high in her chair, her long skirt nearly touching the ground, revealing a pair of black leather boots and ankle-high cotton socks. Her hands resting delicately on a low hat atop her legs. Her sapphire eyes sparkled like emeralds, her golden hair cascading smoothly down to her waist, every inch of her skin as smooth as jade. A veritable masterpiece of art. With an ethereal voice, the Gothic maiden spoke. It has been a long time since a guest visited here. Bai Luo understood he had been detected. He swiftly drew a simple knife, concealing it behind his back, stepping out from behind the clutter. The maiden continued, "I harbor no ill intent." Bai Luo replied, "Neither do I, then why conceal your knife?" Bai Luo. The maiden did not press further. Her gaze falling to the dark blood covering Bai Luo, she inquired, "Did you kill your brother or your younger sibling? Or perhaps both?" Her Mandarin was exceptionally fluent, devoid of any accent. Bai Luo tightened his grip on the blade. "It should be the younger brother. The elder was chasing me just moments ago." Indeed, the commotion downstairs had originated from them. The maiden continued, "So, you are the sacrifices for this occasion?" Bai Luo recalled annotations in the library, remembering the words inscribed in a Western script. He retorted, "Did you create this ghostly being?" The Gothic maiden responded, "Not quite. The book was discovered by Xue Dongfeng in this ancient house, and I merely assisted in translating. In fact, I deliberately withheld certain parts, which resulted in." Given that the two sons had transformed into ghostly children, it was not difficult for Bai Luo to deduce that Xue Dongfeng had not entirely trusted this girl, eventually discovering the correct method for the transformation. Bai Luo inquired about the room shifts within this ancient house and the matter of the two ghostly children, intending to test the maiden. To his surprise, she divulged everything without reservation. "This house was constructed by an alchemical tower from my homeland, lost many years ago, until later when Xue Dongfeng fortuitously acquired it and found some tomes on alchemy within. The alchemical tower sought to expedite the search for necessary items by enlisting help from a distant voyage tower, modifying the interior space so that the rooms could shift like a Rubik's Cube. Upon arriving in Jiang City, I unexpectedly discovered the ancient house, only to encounter the fog disaster. Xue Dongfeng, in a bid for survival, made a deal with me, hoping to gain the method for creating ghostly children." Bai Luo pondered, "With Xue Dongfeng's status, doesn't the investigation bureau intervene?" The Gothic maiden replied, "It's not that they don't intervene. Rather, the fog disaster was so severe that even high-ranking investigators could perish, let alone an ordinary person." Bai Luo grasped the crux. The ghostly children had other functions. The maiden paused for a moment before uttering two words, "Substitute death." Substitute death, so that was it. Bai Luo suddenly understood. No wonder he would forsake his own sons for the sake of creating ghostly children. It was all to save his own life. The experiment was a success, and his eldest son transformed into a substitute death ghost child. Injuries fatal to humans could be endured by the ghost child, and he could even be reused. It seemed likely that the injuries on young Master Xue were remnants of the substitute death. Bai Luo asked, after divulging all this, "Are you seeking to make a deal with me?" He firmly believed that no benefit comes without a price. If so, this woman was surely deceiving him. The Gothic maiden nodded slightly. "You could say that. You are an investigator?" Bai Luo, having appeared in the attic, could no longer hide his extraordinary abilities, so he simply acquiesced. "I can help you escape, but you must agree to a commission." The maiden proposed. Bai Luo contemplated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. After all, he had searched for ages without finding an exit, and if the commission proved too difficult, he could simply refuse. What you see depends on what you can perceive. The appearance of this ancient house differs from what you see. It was created by an alchemical master, and its true purpose is actually a special small space. It can be used for habitation, storage, and to trap outsiders. The one controlling it is a deep green glass orb. As far as I know, the Xue family has not ascended the tower, and ordinary individuals can only utilize it if the holder is within the ancient house. Possibly one of those who entered with you. Bai Luo suddenly recalled the first among them to perish, Sun Bo, remembering how he had interrupted Bai Luo's inquiries about Xue Dongfeng and the peculiar manner of his death. If he were affiliated with Xue Dongfeng, everything would make sense. The maiden continued, obtain that orb, and you will gain control over this ancient house. At that time, I can teach you how to use it. The only issue is that you must locate the holder among countless rooms. Bai Luo replied, that should not be a problem. I can roughly guess where he might be. That's good. The maiden's demeanor remained calm, showing no signs of agitation. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and added, after gaining control of this house, I hope you can bring me something to eat. Something to eat? Bai Luo was taken aback. Yes, anything will do. I am hungry. The maiden spoke without any hint of embarrassment, her every word and phrase devoid of indifference or warmth, leading Bai Luo to assess her as emotionally stable. This Western visitor exuded an air of languor, as if nothing troubled the still waters of her heart. What if I do not return? Bai Luo inquired. The young girl fell into a brief silence before beckoning him over. From beneath her hat she retrieved a deck of tarot cards. She drew one. A smirk flickered across Bai Luo's lips as he recalled Yi Lingji's methods. Nevertheless, he chose a card at random. It depicted a figure preparing to embark on a journey, balancing a burden upon their shoulders. The girl examined the card and nodded. Upright fool. In single card divination, upright cards generally bear positive meanings. Your journey will go smoothly. Bai Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you in the East, using Western tarot cards to divine my fortune? No, that's not the crux of the matter. The girl fluttered her long eyelashes and replied, Fear not. You possess the ability to reach the attic and evade that ghostly child. Last time, during the fog disaster, my brother took a fall for you, sustaining serious injuries. If you acquire the bead, you could even eliminate it without a trace. Although Bai Luo found her reliability questionable, he had no other options at that moment and followed the direction she indicated to find the exit from the attic. The moment he departed, the girl spread a handful of cards across the table. All 78 major and minor arcana lay upright, while some ominous cards, such as death, were swiftly tucked into her sleeve. Nowadays, investigators were not so easily deceived. Chapter 63. Pursued. As Bai Luo exited the attic, he was astonished to find that the traces of destruction downstairs had vanished completely. The shards of glass were restored to their original positions, and the ghostly child was nowhere to be seen. There was no time to waste. He resolved to begin at once. Taking a deep breath, a peculiar transformation coursed through his body, causing both his form and attire to become ethereal. Leaving only a wisp of shadow in his place, in this ghostly state, undetectable by others, he swiftly barreled through walls and doors, and before long, he had scoured the third floor, yet found no sign of the room he sought. Descending further, he reasoned that since this ancient mansion functioned as a peculiar repository for items, it would not be equipped with numerous defensive mechanisms. The controller must surely be located in a specific room. Sun Bo had infiltrated as an insider, feigning suicide in the bathroom. It couldn't merely be a scare tactic. He had to have found a secure location to manipulate the room's movements. Were Bai Luo in his position, he would undoubtedly choose the spot that allowed for the quickest access, and it was no surprise that he was currently in the bathroom. After utilizing his double 3 times, Bai Luo successfully located the concealed bathroom on the second floor, only to find the corpse in the bathtub had vanished. No, to be precise, Sun Bo had never truly died. Aside from the initial 5 pairs of footprints, there were 2 distinct sets of human bare footprints, belonging to the 2 ghostly children. Bai Luo's realization dawned upon him. This blood was problematic. It was mixed with something that could lure the ghostly children amid the constantly shifting rooms, which explained how they could precisely track their target. Entering this door and coming into contact with these scents would easily label one as prey. As he pondered this, Bai Luo's expression darkened like stagnant water. Xue Dongfeng, Sun Bo, so you dare to scheme against me? Let me see if the ghostly children can still serve as your scapegoats this time. The room was indeed empty, but Bai Luo's intuition told him that Sun Bo must be concocting something in the bathroom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this place to feign death. Where could he be? Bai Luo surveyed his surroundings, ultimately focusing his gaze beneath the bathtub. The ancient mansion's secret chamber. This space was far more comfortable than the other rooms outside. Featuring soft beds, recliners, a computer, chandeliers, and a generator. Modern amenities in abundance. The supposedly dead Sun Bo had changed into a fresh outfit, seated at the computer desk, engrossed in a game, occasionally spinning the green bead in his hand. As he twirled it, the room's layout shifted accordingly. Oh dear, I wonder how many of those fools upstairs have met their demise. I hope they die quickly, it's so dull playing this game. Sun Bo laughed derisively at the inept investigators. In truth, he had once been an investigator himself, serendipitously tasting success while working with Mayor Xue, and since then, he had spiraled into this lifestyle. As long as he periodically provided a few heads, he could pocket a cool million each month, living a life of luxury, truly comfortable. The stacks of cash in the corner, all rewards for Mayor Xue, some of which had begun to smell of decay due to dampness, were still clutched tightly by Sun Bo. He reveled in the scent of rotting money as an unparalleled pleasure. At this moment, he was a far cry from the person he had been when he first met Bai Luo and the others. Back then, Xue Dongfeng had mandated thorough background checks on them, ensuring no genuine talents were found. Thus, Wang Qifeng had deliberately lowered the price to avoid offending the investigators entering the building, compelling him to feign silence and observe the group. After careful observation, he concluded that all four were inept, hardly worth mentioning. Once inside the ancient mansion, they would surely meet their demise without even knowing how. One was a dim-witted brute, another a self-righteous intellectual, and a third a down-and-out magician. Only the one named Bai Luo had a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. A pity, such a barren mind. Confident in his victory, Sun Bo reminisced about his encounters with them. Each time he thought of how they believed they could swindle a hefty commission, only to lose their lives, he found it amusing. The most irritating investigator was undoubtedly Bai Luo, who spoke excessively and felt the need to provide clear explanations to avoid revealing his own intentions. To the point that even Xue Dongfeng could hardly bear it. Humph, a bunch of self-important fools. Do you really think you can make money with those brains? Off to collect paper money you shall go. Standing on a carpet worth 100,000, Sun Bo poured himself a glass of fine red wine, relishing the moment with unwavering confidence, certain that none of these individuals could escape the house. Previously, a few clever ones had indeed deduced the room's layout, but alas, they would die without realizing that the exit was in his room. He laughed heartily, patting the large door that had been moved against the side wall. Without his permission, no one could intrude upon this room, and thus there was no so-called escape route. It was nearly time to check upstairs. Estimating that there would be no survivors at this hour, he prepared to ascend, clutching the bead that could control the spatial dynamics. Even the ghostly children nurtured by the mayor would be unable to harm him, unless someone from outside could enter. But that was utterly impossible. They would never guess that this mere 30-square-meter secret chamber lay directly beneath the bathroom, and every movement between levels was synchronized, with the entrance located just below the bathtub, crafted from a rigid metal that even bullets could not penetrate. Clutching a folding ladder, he daydreamed of the bulging money bag belonging to Yin Hampong, certain that it contained a substantial fortune. Spending one's own money was never as gratifying as spending someone else's. Sun Bo climbed the ladder with a grin. However, as he reached for the skylight leading outside, his smile abruptly froze in a space that had previously held nothing. A face materialized out of thin air, followed by an entire body. Bai Luo? Sun Bo gasped, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful punch. After Bai Luo landed gracefully, he surveyed the room and remarked, "Finding you was quite the challenge. This such a lavish gaming room. It would be a waste to leave it to you. From now on, consider it under my care. Look at this money, it's nearly rotting. If you don't spend it soon, it will be too late." Sun Bo's anger flared. "What I do with my money is none of your business." He drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it squarely at Bai Luo's forehead. "Tell me, how did you get in here?" He had appeared out of nowhere, as if he had encountered a ghost. Bai Luo shrugged. "Did you not see it for yourself? Just playing tricks." In the next moment, Sun Bo decisively pulled the trigger, suspecting he had misjudged the situation, never expecting that a mere novice would become a variable in this feeding of the ghostly children. Without a doubt, this was an investigator who had entered the building. Damn it, Wang Qifeng's foolish insistence on seeking out civilian investigators, claiming they died of overwork and no one bothered to investigate further. Open your eyes and see what kind of nonsense you've brought upon yourself. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have truly been done for this time. Having accumulated some experience over the years, Sun Bo was confident that Bai Luo's lantern count could not be very high. Otherwise, he would have made his escape long ago. Since that was the case, it would be easy to handle. What does it mean to enter the building? Low-tier investigators lack the ability to physically withstand bullets. Even if you were made of iron, you would still die. Chapter 64. Priority change. The bullet passed through Bai Luo's form, and Sun Bo felt elated, quickly firing 2 more shots. How does it feel? You self-important investigator? Did you ever think a mere mortal would bring about your demise? Sun Bo's initial panic transformed into wild elation. Killing an investigator from the building with the body of a mere mortal was enough to boast about. I'll show you how arrogant you can be. As Sun Bo wiped the sweat from his brow, he noticed that the body had grown increasingly insubstantial until it dissolved into a mist and vanished entirely. A sound of wine being poured came from behind him. Turning around, he was shocked to see Bai Luo seated comfortably in a chair, savoring the bottle of fine red wine. The taste is quite decent, Bai Luo remarked. Swirling the glass, high-proof wine affects a person's finger stability, and he typically only indulged in red wine. While this cup was not particularly remarkable, it had the merit of rinsing his palate. Sun Bo's face turned pale as he tightly gripped the green bead, retreating a few steps to question, "Who on earth are you?" Having passed through a specially designed metal door and accurately located his position. The crucial fact was that he bore no injuries facing the 2 ghostly children. All evidence indicated that this so-called newcomer was a ruse, clearly more professional than that group of seasoned veterans. Tinian Hanpangs would not measure up to him. With a bemused expression, Bai Luo replied, "Do you understand the rules? In this scenario, I should be the one asking the questions." Sun Bo, undeterred by his dire circumstances, chose to raise his weapon and shoot despite being drenched in sweat. Buzz! 2 flying daggers hurtled towards him. One pierced through the palm of his gun-wielding hand, while the other pressed against his thigh. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the room, but due to the excellent soundproofing of the house, not a whisper of commotion could be heard outside. Damn it. How did this brat end up in this room? If only he had been in the corridor, I could have easily finished him off with the green orb. Sun Bo, unwilling to concede, felt as though he was the god of space within the ancient residence, believing that had he been anywhere else, Bai Luo would have been powerless to act with such bravado in front of him. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep resentment towards the builders of the house. Why was he limited to moving just 1 room? If only he could teleport, he wouldn't be in such a helpless position. In excruciating pain, Sun Bo accidentally dropped the green orb that controlled the ancient house. He desperately attempted to retrieve it, but having fallen from the knife wound in his thigh, he looked up to see Bai Luo already grasping the object in his hand. Seeing his weapon fall into another's possession chilled Sun Bo to the core. "Give it back to me, that was a keepsake from my mother." He quickly regained his composure. To an uninformed observer, it merely appeared he was clutching a piece of jewelry, something not particularly valuable. If Bai Luo were to comprehend the object's true worth, he would have no chance of turning the tide. So he hastened to play the emotional card in hopes of its return. However, in the next moment, Bai Luo paid him no mind and instead muttered to himself, "The 12th floor indeed possesses unique characteristics. It is hard to fathom that such a vast space can be controlled by such a small item. They have been completely manipulated by this thing, wandering aimlessly in the ancient residence." How could he know? Sun Bo fell into utter despair. Even if he were to die, he could not grasp how Bai Luo, an outsider who had spent at most 4 hours in the ancient house, had knowledge of secrets that only he and Mayor Xue should have known. Sensing the shock in his opponent, Bai Luo crouched down, drawing a knife seemingly from thin AI. "Do you wish to live?" he asked with an indifferent tone. Sun Bo nodded fervently. "Let us talk about the ghost child." Sun Bo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "How do you know about that?" The amount of knowledge the other possessed was staggering. Far beyond what should have been known. Bai Luo pressed the blade against his throat. "You can thank your partners for that. Had it not been for her, I would have been preparing to dispose of that ghost child." Partners? Sun Bo was utterly bewildered. Where had they found partners? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head as he recalled a mention made by Mayor Xue. Are you referring to that Western woman? What else could it be? Sun Bo questioned. Did she leave behind a clue before she departed? That made sense. Concerning the ancient house, that woman knew far more than Mayor Shui. However, Bai Luo found the notion quite amusing before she left. Are you implying she has already left Jiangxing? Perhaps due to the intensity of his pain, Sun Bo's expression twisted into something peculiar. Of course, she left 2 years ago. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Bai Luo squinted, unconsciously tightening his grip on the knife. Hey, the knife, the knife. Sun Bo was horrified at the sight of the blade that had left a crimson trail on him. Bai Luo cleared his throat lightly and loosened his grip. What is the background of that woman? Now that he had a general understanding of Shui Dongfeng's situation, to be frank, he felt indifferent towards the Shui family, but once entangled with some obscure individuals, the consequences could be dire. That stunningly unreasonable woman took precedence over the mayor. I've never seen her, but I heard Mayor Shui mention that she arrived in Jiangxing 2 years ago. He didn't know her name. Only that a Western investigator had assisted Shui Dongfeng in organizing alchemical knowledge, and the two had struck a deal. After the fog disaster 2 years ago, that woman vanished, and since then, Shui Dongfeng had not seen her again. This abrupt disappearance did not surprise Shui Dongfeng. During the time that woman was organizing the alchemical knowledge, she had deliberately avoided the topic of blood relations, leading to his frequent failures, which he deemed as an attempt to flee from guilt. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo formed a starkly different perspective. She hadn't left but instead hidden in the attic. As for the reason, she was either imprisoned by Shui Dongfeng or had encountered an unforeseen incident. Bai Luo leaned towards the latter. Setting aside whether Shui Dongfeng had the capability to imprison her, if he did, given the young woman's understanding of the ancient house, she would surely find a way to escape. As he pondered this, Bai Luo became distracted, envisioning a living person hiding in the attic while he remained oblivious. Wasn't that the premise of a horror film? When he snapped back to reality, he found Sun Bo, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, suddenly bolt towards the door leading outside. Did I permit you to leave? Thud. He was struck by 5 or 6 daggers, his body trembling with panic as he threatened. Mayor Shui is the highest-ranking official in Jiangxing, second only to the head of the investigation bureau after the fog. If you kill me, you'll never walk out of this estate alive. Your family, your friends, everyone you care about shall perish. You will plummet into hell, 100-fold more fearful than I, never to be reborn. Bai Luo smiled in mock compliance. Oh, I'm so scared. Get away, get away. Such naive threats might work on someone like Feng Zhi. But Bai Luo did not buy into the notion that sparing him would ensure his survival. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into the already doomed Sun Bo. Now let us see if you can truly die. Having completed this, Bai Luo began examining the deep green glass orb in his hand. He squeezed it forcefully, and suddenly, a 3D virtual structural diagram of the ancient residence materialized before him. Chapter 65. The curtain falls and the stage opens. It displayed a series of room and corridor numbers, with the illusory projection of rooms in red and corridors in blue, distinctly separated. As Bai Luo twisted the green orb, the previously fixed rooms began to rearrange themselves. After several attempts, he roughly grasped the technique of movement. While he couldn't claim complete control, he could at least position the main entrance where he desired. Excellent, now only one troublesome matter remains. Bang, with a resounding crash. A wooden door shattered, and Yi Lingji's body was sent flying, crashing violently into a wall, scattering playing cards everywhere. Cough. He spat out a bit of blood, his steely gaze fixated on the dust-filled room, where a menacing figure advanced towards him. Damn, this thing is beyond specifications, isn't it? Originally, he had been searching for Bai Luo, calling out as he walked, but instead of summoning Bai Luo, he had inadvertently attracted the ghost child from the 3rd floor. Without a word, the two launched into battle, but against the formidable physique of the ghost child, Yi Lingji found himself at a severe disadvantage. This creature was simply more than he could handle, far exceeding even Bai Luo's prowess. He was no match for it as a mere investigator. The pride he once had in his abilities crumbled in an instant. Bai Luo, where are you? I miss you. Yi Lingji lamented. The image of that investigator, who was said to have single-handedly vanquished a ghost child, lingered in his mind. He believed that if they teamed up, they might stand a chance against this behemoth. Roar! The shadow burst through the door, and Yi Lingji barely managed to evade it, rolling to the side as the wall was violently dented. The wooden windows of the ancient house were not particularly sturdy, but the walls were surprisingly solid. Even after such a collision, they did not collapse. The two chased each other, leveraging human agility and strategy as Yi Lingji frantically fled through the room, drenched in sweat. This cannot continue. I will eventually be worn down by this beast. I must gamble everything. Draw the cards. Yi Lingji fervently prayed to every deity he knew, hoping that drawing a reliable card would warrant him some salvation. Perhaps his sacrifice bore fruit as he pulled a card he had never drawn before. A gray joker. Buzz. Yi Lingji slammed on the brakes, his foot striking the wall in front of him as he turned around. He coincidentally collided with the ghost child making a turn. The gray specter shot forth like a dart from the forest. The card struck the ghost child squarely in the face, embedding itself in its left eye. Ultimately wedged in the bone, unable to penetrate further. Roar! The anguished roar echoed throughout the ancient house as the ghost child erupted in fury. Yi Lingji forced a bitter smile, fully aware that this final strike had failed. So close. Just a bit more, and it would have penetrated the creature's skull, rendering it beyond salvation. Alas, a single misstep in the game. Facing death, Yi Lingji smiled calmly, spreading his arms gracefully, one hand pressing against his chest as he bowed slightly. My magic has ended. He appeared elegant and composed, akin to a magician taking his final bow, offering his audience one last blessing. Bai Luo, if you are still alive, I hope you can make it out. Or perhaps we can accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Yi Lingji faced the infuriated ghost child with serenity, as a fierce wind swept past him, the enemy charging forth to tear him apart. Suddenly, a strange flicker occurred before him, and when stability returned, he found himself at a safe distance behind the ghost child, which had lunged forward only to miss its target. Spatial displacement? Yi Lingji rejoiced. This meant he had time to escape this dire situation, and regardless of whether success was guaranteed, he had to give it a try. He quickly turned to follow, but, upon twisting his body, he spotted a familiar figure leisurely sipping from a wine glass. Bai Luo smiled gently. To be honest, your last words were far too lengthy. He had passed through the wall using a decoy to reach Yi Lingji. Having overheard the lengthy farewell and initially intended to let him tire himself out, but he opted instead to intervene and save him. This world operates on a complex web of human relationships. And after his experience in the old city, Bai Luo felt it necessary to recruit a teammate for unforeseen circumstances. Upon seeing Bai Luo suddenly appear, Yi Lingji felt a rush of emotions. Stop showing off. Let us get out of here quickly. Bai Luo shook his head in denial, saying, these two ghost children were brought here by Mayor Shui's substitutes for his life. We have already slain one of them. Provoking that old wretch beyond measured, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to eliminate the other as well in the face of urgency. Yi Lingji refrained from inquiring how he knew the details and directly advised. You are a tower climber. I imagine you can guess that I am one as well? Bai Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Had you appeared a little earlier, I might not have been injured, and perhaps we could have fought together. But now, I am gravely wounded and can hardly flee. Yi Lingji spoke rapidly, emphasizing that the immediate concern was to devise a means of escape, for they had already missed the optimal moment to slay the creature. Missed it? Bai Luo chuckled. Not necessarily. Furthermore, I never claimed that I required your assistance. Yi Lingji was momentarily taken aback, his tone tinged with indignation. Are you suggesting that you intend to confront the monster alone? Do you have any idea of its physical prowess? Only the most battle-hardened demon hunters can match it at this level. Bai Luo silently rebutted that the well-prepared drawing tower could also be a contender. Though he himself was hardly well-equipped, rest assured, you need only remain at my side. Bai Luo patted Yi Lingji's shoulder and, amidst his astonished gaze, advanced toward the ghost child. The curtain is about to rise on this performance. In that instant, Yi Lingji beheld Bai Luo conjuring a short sword from thin air with his hands. The drawing tower? And one with exceptional talent, no less. Seeing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, Yi Lingji inwardly cursed the fool and hurriedly retrieved a die from his pocket. Brother, since you have joined me, you have never brought me a shred of good fortune. I beseech you to lend me your strength this time. He gave it a vigorous twist, and the die spun on the ground like a top before he forcefully slammed his palm down upon it, halting its motion. Come on, with a heart full of trepidation. Yi Lingji gazed upon the outcome, his eyes widening in surprise. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat obediently in the corner, awaiting the conclusion of the battle. Bai Luo, this is all I can do to assist you. Whether it succeeds relies on your capabilities. The upward-facing side of the die revealed a 6. Meanwhile, Bai Luo struck decisively at the ghost child, leaving a deep gash across its chest. Even he found the scene astonishing. Strange, I only left superficial marks in previous encounters. Why have I suddenly become so formidable? The ghost child's arm swung violently, catching Bai Luo off guard as he rolled aside, causing the blade to fly from his grasp, which startled the observing Yi Lingji. The implications of their confrontation were self-evident. Seizing the moment, the ghost child leaped into the air, and Bai Luo twisted the green orb in his pocket. In the blink of an eye, space shifted, and the ghost child found itself grasping at emptiness. When it finally regained its bearings, a sudden chill coursed through its back, accompanied by a splatter of dark blood. Yi Lingji stared in disbelief. This is too coincidental, isn't it? The other spaces remained unchanged, yet their battleground had shifted, coupled with the fortunate escape afforded by the spatial shift. He couldn't help but suspect some hidden trickery at play. Chapter 66. Truly lively below. Bai Luo exploited his control over the room to taunt the ghost child, never overreaching, striking once before retreating, infuriating the creature into frantic circles. Yet, he ultimately lacked the proficiency in wielding the green orb that Sun Bo displayed after long practice, especially in the heat of battle, where his timing faltered, causing him to misplace his movements and lose sight of his foe. There was even one absurd moment where he inadvertently transported Yi Lingji alongside him. Huh? How did I end up here? Sitting cross-legged, Yi Lingji suddenly found his view obscured by a dark figure and scrambled to his feet just in time for Bai Luo to send him back before the ghost child noticed. Bai Luo glanced down at the green orb, realizing he could no longer use it. If he accidentally twisted it again, he might drastically alter the room's layout, introducing further uncertainties. He carefully stowed the item away and drew a square and a vertical line, followed by a sheet of paper and a pen appearing in his hands. He taunted the target. Come on, are you out of strength, or do you simply not wish to avenge your brother? Perhaps spurred by a flicker of residual rationality, the ghost child let out a pained wail and lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on prey. Bai Luo's artistic form momentarily froze, and as the creature lunged, only a remnant shadow remained. With the muscle memory gained from prolonged taunting, the ghost child quickly scanned its surroundings in a fury. Yet, it still failed to locate Bai Luo. Ultimately, its gaze fell upon Yi Lingji. Yi Lingji's eyes widened in alarm. Hey, Bai Luo, this is thoroughly dishonorable. You refused to flee when I offered to take you with me, yet now you abandon me to fight alone. At least take me with you. At that moment, Bai Luo calmly emerged from a nearby room, hurling the completed drawing toward the ghost child. The image depicted a burning Molotov cocktail. Bang! The glass shattered, and flames erupted fiercely, filling the ancient mansion with the ghost child's furious cries. Yi Lingji blinked in astonishment, muttering, such a display. Bai Luo continued to sketch on the paper, all the while monitoring the burning bottle's dwindling flames, readying another once it neared exhaustion, and hastily using a decoy to escape as the enemy approached. After several exchanges, his masterpiece was finally complete. This time, he did not utilize his skills to flee. Instead, he retrieved the green orb from his pocket and deftly twisted it twice. He tossed the artwork before the ghost child. But almost immediately, a dark flash enveloped the area, and when stability returned, both the drawing and the ghost child had vanished. He truly possessed the ability to manipulate space. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingji was utterly captivated, racking his brain for an explanation, concluding that unless Bai Luo was indeed in league with Mayor Xue, he could not fathom how such control was possible. Yet, if that were true, Bai Luo could not have rescued him. In other words, the latter must have discovered how to harness the mansion's power during their separation, and it had only been less than half an hour. It was undeniable. He had indeed awakened. Bai Luo scrutinized the ceiling, frowning as he hastily retreated several steps until he found himself with no further room to back away. Yi Lingji inquired, "What about that monster?" He overheard Bai Luo muttering a string of incomprehensible words, seemingly fretting over whether he had drawn too much on the third floor, in a corner of the corridor, at the farthest point from where Yi Lingji and the other two resided on the first floor. The ghost child stood, bewildered, surveying its surroundings before lowering its gaze to the smoldering object before it. I in the attic. A beautiful Western girl with golden hair and blue eyes, resembling a porcelain doll, turned over a series of tarot cards. After a few moments of silence, the girl absorbed the divination results. It was truly lively below. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion shattered the ancient mansion's walls, incinerating a significant portion of the third floor and sending scorching flames through the floors above and below, transforming the second floor into a veritable inferno. Simultaneously, the Western girl directed her finger downward, and the bizarre runes etched upon the floor emanated a dazzling radiance. The shattered ground began to mend itself, with brilliant white light erupting only at the fractures. Downstairs, Yilingji remained perplexed as Bai Luo suddenly covered his ears. The next moment, a deafening blast reverberated from above. Bai Luo, what have you done? Yilingji shouted, cupping his ears. After a moment, the air grew thick, and smoke began to swirl through every corner of the ancient mansion. Bai Luo coughed a few times, contemplating, indeed, I drew too much. Even though I had relocated the ghost child to the farthest corner of the house, the power of the explosives I had learned about online in the new district far surpassed what I had used in the old district. Had it not been for the mansion's extraordinary resilience, it would have collapsed by now. This house won't collapse, will it? Yilingji asked anxiously. Bai Luo, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, replied softly, rest easy. This cursed place can restore itself. He had observed previously that every area damaged by the ghost child had completely healed, leaving no trace as expected. Shortly after the explosion, the ancient mansion seemed to possess a life of its own. With every breath, the walls and floor debris returned to their rightful places, even erasing any signs of scorching. Follow me. Bai Luo patted Yilingji's shoulder, directing a certain room upstairs to return to the first floor, specifically the bathroom. Isn't this where Sun Bo met his demise? Why are we here? Yilingji retreated a step, his voice tinged with agitation. I barely survived. I have no desire to commit suicide. His first instinct was to believe that Bai Luo intended to lead him to his death. Seeing his reaction, Bai Luo was speechless. He pushed aside the bathtub and pried open the floorboards, revealing a narrow entrance about a square meter in size. Before exiting, he opened the door from the inside. Yilingji's eyes widened, and he found himself at a loss for words, as if he had been choked. Stop dawdling and hurry up. While he could escape using a decoy, Yilingji could not. Now that the floor had been restored, the smoke was steadily rising. Bai Luo, a high-level tower climber, was uncertain of the dynamics at lower levels, but they were still unable to refuse the necessity of oxygen. Upon entering the mysterious space below, Yilingji was utterly astonished. The opulent decor, luxurious computer equipment, and even a generator in the corner, with wads of cash strewn across the floor. Sun Bo. His attention was drawn to the corpse before a door. Hadn't he already died? Bai Luo took the initiative to explain the series of events, recounting the Shui family's transgressions against them. He held Yilingji in high regard and had risked everything to save him when he believed he was merely an ordinary person. The long string of dying words left behind indicated that this young man was not inherently malicious. Among my teammates, I must be the worst, or I would not be able to find peace. After absorbing the details, Yilingji erupted in a furious tirade. Damn that son of a dog. Once I escape, I will surely cut him up and feed him to the dogs. Bai Luo retrieved a bottle of chilled beer from Sun Bo's collection and tossed it to the other party. Yilingji's eyes widened, all anger dissipating as he gulped down a generous mouthful. Once satisfied, he noticed there was still a little left and awkwardly shook the bottle. Bai Luo, you should have some too. With a resigned shake of his head, Bai Luo handed him another bottle. The two settled onto the luxurious wool carpet, resting for quite some time before they regained their composure. Wait for me here for a moment. I need to go upstairs. Chapter 67. Pandora having resolved the matter of the ancient house, Bai Luo naturally had to focus his attention on the girl who was supposed to leave Jiangqing and on how to deal with Mayor Shui. Before long, he arrived on the third floor, first checking the condition of the ghost child. After meticulously assessing the vital signs, Bai Luo confirmed that the creature was indeed dead, its corpse still engulfed in flames. He noticed that the windows on both sides of the corridor had been opened, with smoke drifting into the inky darkness. Had she gone downstairs? Thinking of how he had hastily moved the ghost child's position in his moment of desperation without considering the girl's fate, Bai Luo felt a sense of foreboding. There was no doubt that the earlier explosion had affected her. She may have even taken the initiative to go downstairs to ventilate the space. This time, he ascended the attic via the proper stairs. During his previous hurried visit, he hadn't observed much, but the attic was far more spacious than he had imagined. Several wooden pillars stood tall, and the floor was strewn with scattered debris. The windows were obscured by dark curtains, rendering the outside world invisible, but it was likely shrouded in the same endless darkness as elsewhere. Once again, "We meet," Bai Luo greeted, forcing himself to sound casual. The disarray of items on the floor was not how he remembered it, clearly a result of the explosion he had caused. Frankly, given the amount of explosives he had drawn, if that woman lacked any capability, she would likely have perished in the flames long ago. The girl, maintaining a neutral demeanor, replied, "Thank you for coming back to see me, Bai Luo. Did you retrieve the items?" He produced the green orb, to which the girl nodded in acknowledgement. "If you wish, I can teach you how to attempt to control it right now." Bai Luo pondered for a moment, then withdrew the orb, diverting the conversation. "Before that, I have a few questions I'd like to ask." The girl fell silent, seemingly unfazed by his demeanor. "I learned from Sun Bo that Mayor Shui claimed you had already departed. If that is the case, why are you here?" Bai Luo inquired in a low voice. "What is your purpose?" He was direct, leaving no room for ambiguity. He was confident that the girl needed his assistance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have divulged so much information, nor would she have remained in the attic for 2 years. Thus, he gambled that she wouldn't act against him. The girl lowered her gaze and replied, "Because I am trapped and cannot leave." Bai Luo frowned. "Are you referring to Shui Dongfeng?" The girl countered, "Is that important to you? I killed his ghost child. According to your words, that was his second life. If not handled properly, it could bring me considerable trouble." The ghost child was dead, and now, with the old district and the new district in severe opposition, if Shui Dongfeng were to become enraged, she too would be implicated. Yet, the girl seemed unconcerned by this matter. Her ethereal voice echoed in the attic. "Here, we only have one problem." Bai Luo raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The girl remained silent, which stirred in Bai Luo a desire to confront her as he had with Qing Luo, but he doubted he could overpower her. "This is precisely the reason I wish to entrust you with the task." She spoke again, gesturing for him to come closer. On the table lay a handwritten commission letter, neatly divided into English and Chinese. "This is our agreement. If you successfully escape, you must assist me in fulfilling a task." However, upon reading the contents of the commission, Bai Luo couldn't help but question whether this woman was playing him. "Investigate the commission details of Lady Pandora, Commissioner." Pandora? What on earth is this? Bai Luo was momentarily baffled by its meaning. The girl kindly clarified, "I want to commission you to investigate why I am commissioning you." Bai Luo? What nonsense is this? Was this girl so starved that she had resorted to consuming mushrooms sprouting in the corners? Each word was clear, yet when strung together, they formed a sentence that made no sense. Bai Luo scrutinized the commission letter multiple times, reflecting on their interactions and useful clues since their meeting. First, she mentioned they had only one trouble. Secondly, her commission was aimed at resolving this issue. Lastly, she was trapped and unable to move freely. Bai Luo pieced together the clues. "You can't tell me directly, and I must investigate it myself. This matter is related to your captivity. Perhaps even to me?" Pandora revealed the faintest smile, her expression reminiscent of a ghostly orchid blooming in the dim candlelight of the long night. Bai Luo felt a fleeting impulse to capture this moment in a painting, but it was quickly cast aside. "I will do my best." Pandora nodded slightly, closing her gem-like green eyes. The commission was made in duplicate, and as Bai Luo glanced down at the peculiar name, he couldn't help but mutter. "Pandora. I am here." Bai Luo inquired, "What is your surname?" He had learned online that the mythological systems of the East and West in this world were not vastly different from his previous life. There existed a goddess named Pandora in the West as well. However, it seemed rather ominous for such an ill-fated divine name to be used as a personal name, let alone be accompanied by a surname. Pandora replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "My surname is Pan. And what is yours?" Bai Luo's smile was somewhat forced. This girl exhibited responses that rivaled those of ordinary individuals. Pandora asked, "Is that strange? Isn't there a saying about when in Rome? Do as the Romans do?" I chose an Eastern name for myself while still retaining something distinctly Western. My surname is Pan, and my given name is Dora. Quite clever, don't you think? What a brilliant mind. The Western world was indeed free, giving rise to such a remarkable woman. Bai Luo changed the subject. What are your thoughts on Mayor Xue? Given their former collaboration, Pandora's understanding of the man was undoubtedly superior to his own. She dismissed the matter casually. 2 years ago, Jiangxing experienced a fog disaster that significantly weakened the city's defenses, particularly affecting the investigators on the upper floors, many of whom suffered casualties. The Xue family no longer holds sway over the upper floors. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow an ordinary person to control that alchemy house. As its new master, you can seal this place off to prevent them from entering. Xue Dongfeng neither has access to the upper floors, nor can he seek help from the Investigation Bureau due to the violation of regulations concerning ghost children. His only choice is to abandon the ancient house and content himself with being a mayor. Bai Luo's expression turned peculiar. So, does that mean I'll have to sneak around whenever I return? He was reluctant to give up the plethora of treasures within the alchemy house, such as the pile of cash in the secret room, which was more than sufficient for him to navigate through tough times without exhausting himself further. Pandora remarked, "You underestimate the alchemy house." The individual who originally crafted it was hailed as the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, a top-tier alchemist in the world. Xue Dongfeng is simply too foolish to know how to utilize it. Once an investigator gains control of it, it effectively becomes a mobile home. The ancient house will merge with the orb in your possession, transforming into a residence spanning thousands of square meters with just a wave of your hand. Chapter 68. I eat less, you can take it with you whenever you refine it.at her words. Bai Luo felt a stirring within. A portable space was an invaluable asset for any investigator. Something that could not merely be described as precious, particularly for investigators from the Painting Tower, who could resist the temptation of a being capable of carrying all their artworks at once. Gulch suddenly, someone's stomach grumbled, and both fell silent. Pandora's delicate fingers touched her stomach as she fixed her gaze intently on Bai Luo's face. Ahem. I'll bring you something to eat shortly, Bai Luo promised, realizing he had forgotten to bring her any food. Their initial agreement was for one commission and a meal. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, the voice of a maid echoing through the estate. Fire, fire, Pandora explained. Once the alchemy house is activated, the inside and outside belong to 2 different worlds. Those inside cannot exit, but they can hear noises from the outside. Similarly, those outside cannot enter, yet they can see objects thrown from within, such as thick smoke. Bai Luo asked, "You previously mentioned there was a way to seal this house." Pandora instructed him on how to control the alchemy house. After he made a note of it, he watched as the girl retrieved a bowl of leftover food from beneath her desk, slowly feeding herself with a worn spoon. Life here was exceedingly impoverished. Having arrived in the new district, Bai Luo realized she was the most destitute person he had ever encountered, without exception. Noticing his gaze, Pandora appeared unfazed, stating, "The alchemy house is equipped with all necessary facilities and functions normally. The only thing that needs to be sourced externally is food. If I help you escape this place, will you promise to assist me with my commission? This would balance our arrangement. Now, I hope to make a trade with you. I will provide knowledge in exchange for my daily meals." Pandora articulated her words clearly, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, taking a bite of rice after each sentence before continuing. Bai Luo countered, "What do you mean by knowledge?" What he desperately needed was information regarding the mystical arts. As he was severely lacking in that area, even lacking a comprehensive understanding of the skills from the 12th floor, dark magic, ancient relics, and bygone races. Pandora meticulously elucidated, asserting that her knowledge of the arcane far surpassed what one might presume. It could be said that, aside from a select few aged individuals, even the most advanced investigators lacked the depth of understanding that she possessed. When it comes to the most invaluable things in the world, knowledge undoubtedly ranks among the highest. At times, even wealth cannot procure it. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Luo acquiesced. Yet, a lingering doubt crept into his mind. "You have remained here for 2 years, Pandora, lowering her gaze and taking small bites, nodded in acknowledgement. "So how have you survived until now?" The necessity for sustenance indicated that she was indeed human. After all, how could one go 2 years without food only to feel hunger now? Sensing his thoughts, Pandora retorted, "Who told you I had nothing to eat?" Bai Luo was further puzzled. It was evident that she had chosen not to collaborate with Xue Dongfeng, implying that she had been confined to the attic for the past 2 years. So where did her food come from? Simply eat less, Pandora replied somewhat sheepishly. Eating less yet expecting me to provide 4 meals a day? That includes supper, doesn't it? Within the estate, someone noticed smoke emanating from the ancient residence and hastily activated the fire hydrant to combat the flames. Just as the sprinklers were about to discharge, Shui Dongfeng arrived on the scene, vociferously reprimanding the crowd. Go back. Do you think we need your help? Did you see a fire? Then why are you here? The crowd quickly retreated, leaving behind a heart-pounding Shui Dongfeng and Butler Wang. What on earth has that fool Sun Bo done? He can't even manage this simple task. To avoid detection, the ancient residence had been thoroughly sealed off during the execution of the plan, rendering even Mayor Shui incapable of discerning the events within, leaving him to fret helplessly outside. Regardless, Sun Bo could forget about receiving $1 million in salary this time. This imbecile had caused too much commotion, and he must face some consequences. Shui Dongfeng forced himself to regain composure and turned to inquire, have those 2 little ones been well fed lately? Wang Qifeng respectfully responded, the 2 young masters have quite an appetite. I meant them. When will they cease their consumption of humans? Shui Dongfeng nearly bellowed. Ever since my youngest son entered, food has been perpetually insufficient, as if there were another being within, vying for their sustenance. You mentioned that ghost children, upon reaching a certain stage of growth, might require the sacrifice of living beings. I heard you, but look at the situation now. 2 years ago, during the fog disaster, in a desperate bid for survival, he transformed my eldest son into a scapegoat ghost child, managing to survive, but the eldest sustained severe damage and could only serve once more as a substitute. After preparing for over a year, Shui Dongfeng unhesitatingly concocted another son, confining him with his brother in the ancient residence. Yet, an unforeseen event occurred. One day, a beggar unwittingly wandered into the ancient residence and was devoured alive by the ghost child, only to be discovered by others. Butler Wang, having reviewed the records, suspected that the ghost child had reached the point where it required the sacrifice of a living person. Henceforth, they had taken to regularly offering up humans, ensuring they selected individuals from various backgrounds to avoid detection. Whether beggars or powerless vagrants, this time it was a bloodthirsty investigator. That fool Sun Bo even had the audacity to claim that civilian investigators were merely a bunch of ineffectual fluff, having purchased substantial insurance, thus their families would not cause trouble. What utter nonsense! Now look, the ancient residence is smoking. Wang Qifeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stating, this, according to my readings, it seems that way. Otherwise it truly defies explanation. The meals we provided were ample and rich in various nutrients. I do not wish to hear such drivel. Shui Dongfeng glared at the dissipating smoke. Bang, bang, bang. He violently pounded on the door, fully aware as the mastermind where Sun Bo would position the entrance. Stop feigning ignorance. Open the door for me. After delivering a dozen resounding knocks, silence prevailed. Shui Dongfeng's fury gradually morphed into unease. Then panic. Could something have gone awry? This thought lingered stubbornly in his mind. He shook his head vigorously, muttering, no, it can't be. Sun Bo has the green pearl controlling the entire space of the ancient residence. He cannot possibly be in danger. Yet, as time crept by, and the sun descended to usher in the night, no one emerged, not even another living soul. Shui Dongfeng finally succumbed to fear, terrified of an unforeseen calamity occurring within, and more so of the ancient residence becoming irrevocably sealed, preventing anyone from entering. This would signify the loss of an invaluable treasury. After all, those alchemical tomes were safely stored inside, along with a room dedicated solely to his gold bars. It could be said that the total worth of the ancient residence far exceeded that of the estate itself. Chapter 69. The hat trick. It cannot be, not now, with the fog disaster looming. I absolutely will not permit any issues to arise at this critical juncture. Shui Dongfeng paced anxiously, his feet sparking with urgency, yet still, there was not a whisper of movement from within, with the ancient residence locked by the green pearl. Those inside could not exit, and those outside were equally barred from entry. Ultimately, in a fit of frustration, Shui Dongfeng succumbed to dizziness and collapsed. Mayor Wang Qifeng rushed to support him, urging him to retire to his chambers for rest. With assistance, the seemingly aged Shui Dongfeng returned to the mansion, lying upon the bed with pale lips. Qifeng, I am here, Mayor. Inform me immediately upon receiving any pertinent news. Understood? Understood. Xue Dongfeng closed his eyes, a visage of anguish etched upon his face. Enduring the torment until the butler departed. Why must it happen just as the fog disaster approaches? 2 years prior, he had yet to fully master the alchemical chamber, relying solely on turning his eldest son into a ghost child to survive. Therefore, upon learning a week ago that the fog disaster was imminent, he felt a semblance of relief, thankful that he had succeeded in concocting his second son, believing that they would now be able to navigate through the disaster unscathed. Yet, before the true fog disaster had even manifested, calamity struck. According to the plan, he was meant to remain within the alchemical chamber during the disaster. With the alchemical chamber and 2 lives, no one could harm him. But now, it was all too late. That fool Sun Bo, whom he had initially groomed as a confidant, if he has survived, Xue Dongfeng must ensure his demise. A knock echoed at the door, rousing Xue Dongfeng from his fatigue, and he called out, "Come in." The visitor was his secretary. "Mayor, are you resting? Are you blind?" The secretary chuckled awkwardly before addressing the matter at hand. "The arrangements for the residents of the old district have been finalized as per your previous instructions. Today, the various factories have increased their output, deliberately placing several young, attractive female workers near them. In a few days, we will leverage the power of the media to drive these mud-stomping peasants away." At last, some good news. Xue Dongfeng nodded appreciatively. "Very well, expedite the process. It must be completed within 3 days. I received word this afternoon that the fog disaster is likely to strike within 5 days. Understood, sir. What of the supplies? The secretary lamented. The investigators have controlled the prices and acquired a significant amount of supplies through various channels, likely in preparation for resisting the fog disaster. Hemphi, a displeased expression crossed Xue Dongfeng's face. A bunch of worthless investigators, overstepping their bounds by managing the market for me. Who do they think they are? Merely a pack of fools marching towards their doom. The secretary longed to mention that. According to federal regulations, the Wartime Investigation Bureau's authority superseded that of all regional officials, but noting the mayor's demeanor, he swallowed his words. Go speak with my old friends and instruct them to control their resources until the fog disaster commences. Yes, Xue Dongfeng then inquired, by the way, have there been any signs of the trains operating recently? The secretary shook his head, none. Director Sun has strictly prohibited anyone from leaving Jiangxing in any form. Is that madwoman out of her mind? Xue Dongfeng shot upright, cursing vehemently. She forbids us from earning money, prevents us from leaving, insisting we remain here to await death. The so-called social niceties became irrelevant under the steadfast gaze of the incorruptible director, who would not allow the dignitaries of Jiangxing to depart by any means, regardless of how much money was offered or favors exchanged. It was as if she deliberately intended for them to remain and perish, showing no courtesy to anyone. Exhausted, Xue Dongfeng waved dismissively. Enough, enough, leave. Regardless of the means, ensure these matters are settled in the coming days. On the day of their uprising, I will expel them under the pretense of threatening public safety. This was perhaps the only piece of good fortune left. As long as he could drive that crowd away, once the fog disaster concluded, no one would care whether he had derelict his duties as mayor. He could then leverage connections to lower the disaster relief prices, gaining yet another merit. Xue Dongfeng sighed. Just pray that no further accidents occur. Within the alchemical chamber, Bai Luo and Yi Lingji pressed their ears against the door, absorbing every detail regarding the ghost child incident. Upon learning that the ghost child consumed humans for the sake of live sacrifice, Bai Luo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Finally, he comprehended the entire sequence of events. Beyond what he previously learned regarding the substitute, there were certain finer points. For instance, Xue Dongfeng believed that the ghost child needed to be sacrificed to remain pacified, yet having been within the attic, Bai Luo knew that was far from the truth. The notion that the ghost child could be satiated by human flesh while ordinary food fell short was absurd. It was merely that some individual from the attic had overstayed their welcome, competing with the brothers for food, resulting in their ravenous state. Thus, when human flesh was exchanged for ordinary meals, the ghost child was finally satiated. For Pandora did not consume human flesh. No wonder she was hungry. This was the reason. The moment he recalled the girl who had pleaded for him to bring her some food, Bai Luo couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how such a large attic could be left unfed. Turning his head to glance at Yi Lingji, who was engrossed in a video game, Bai Luo picked up a deck of cards resting nearby and examined it closely, confirming its rather ordinary quality. What's up, Bai Ge? Yi Lingji inquired, continuing his game. Bai Luo asked, which building are you an investigator for? The illusion building, of course. Yi Lingji replied with a chuckle. Indeed, our illusion building's skill hat trick is certainly more abstract compared to those of other buildings. He placed a small dagger down on the table. This skill allows for the exchange of concepts between similar items. For instance, playing cards can inflict wounds at high speed, just as a blade can. Thus, when I employed hat trick to swap the concepts of the two, I enabled the cards to wield the lethality of a dagger. Bai Luo nodded, contemplating how each floor of the 12 towers possessed its own unique characteristics, deserving of respect. Compared to me, you must belong to the painting building, right? Yi Lingji remarked with admiration, what a terrifying talent for painting you possess. In times of peace, you would undoubtedly become a master artist. Bai Luo did not deny this. In fact, he had already achieved that status. After confirming that no one was watching from outside, they slipped out through the side window, exchanged contact information, and disappeared into the night shrouded in mist. They agreed to keep today's events to themselves until the fog disaster passed. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and the fog grew denser, instilling a sense of unease throughout Jiangsheng. Bai Luo spent his days feverishly painting in his room and stealthily delivering food to Pandora at the alchemy house late at night, all the while immersing himself in the study of mysticism. The past 3 days had been quite rewarding. As anticipated, Xue Dongfeng lacked the courage to disclose their affairs, remaining in a state of constant trepidation. Within the mental realm of the painting building, Bai Luo opened his eyes, having entered the spiritual domain for the second time after ascending the tower. Before him stood 12 oil lamps, one of which was already lit. He clenched the green orb in his hand, which served as the control core of the alchemy house. Under Bai Luo's mental command, the flames broke through their glass enclosures and approached him, gradually enveloping the green orb and beginning to dissolve it. After enduring the flames of guidance, the green orb expanded, transforming according to the host's will into a wooden box, identical to the one Bai Zhe had used in the old district. Yet this time it was genuine, not merely a figment of dreams. Chapter 70. Preliminary control of the alchemy house at last. Success. A smile graced Bai Luo's face within the painting building. After 3 continuous days of practice, he had imprinted the green orb with his own mark, becoming its true master. As Pandora had stated, the essence of the alchemy house lacked a definitive form. This green orb was no different, capable of altering its appearance according to Bai Luo's needs. With a shift of thought, he returned to reality, finding a silver-white ring in his hand. He stood in the center of the attic. The clutter around him cleared away, the windows still shrouded in curtains. Pandora knelt across from him, nodding slightly in approval upon his return. The process of mastering ancient relics also requires talent. Among all the people I've encountered, you are undoubtedly the most gifted. You achieved preliminary control of the alchemy house in less than 5 hours. Ancient relics, a term Bai Luo had learned in recent days, referred not to objects wielding the powers of ancient dominators, but to items imbued with extraordinary abilities, such as the small dagger he had acquired from Shen Kuan in the old district. However, that dagger had almost no threshold, unlike the alchemy house crafted by the higher-tier alchemy building. Pandora advised, give it a try. You can now use the green orb, transformed into a silver ring, as a medium to extract or place inanimate objects into the ancient residence. Concentrating his thoughts, Bai Luo spread his palm, and a steel pin materialized in his hand, while simultaneously, the pin on the table vanished. Once more, he simulated grasping, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the secret chamber of Sun Bo, releasing his grasp. He willed the wine back to its original location. Pandora nodded and remarked, well done. You can now extract and place objects while gathering your spirit. However, she added, I suggest you keep frequently used items in a fixed location. Otherwise, you'll have to ascertain their whereabouts each time you use the alchemy house. Bai Luo wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, recognizing that he needed to focus to locate items accurately, yet he desired more than just a storage room. He needed a studio to house his scrolls. According to your words, I now possess preliminary control, enabling me to extract and place inanimate objects. When will I be able to carry the alchemy house with me? As Pandora explained, the green orb and the alchemy house were originally one entity. Complete mastery would allow him to shrink it down for transport. This meant carrying a house with him, akin to having a safe haven in the wilderness. Given the defensive capabilities of the alchemy house, ordinary ancient followers would find it nearly impossible to breach. Your inner flame is quite stable. Typically, it takes 3 or 4 lamps for complete control. But I believe 2 will suffice for you. The training of investigators does not rely solely on arduous practice and effort. Their strength stems from the resistance developed against pollution. Tio, ignite more lamps. One must incessantly explore the ancient. Bai Luo felt the current situation was somewhat delayed, especially with the impending fog disaster, blurring the line between life and death. Overall, it was not entirely unacceptable. At least he could now produce a plethora of artworks at will. And if any issues arose, he could always send a letter back to the alchemy house to consult Pandora. Thanks to Mayor Shue's influence, the secret chamber was extravagantly furnished, equipped with everything necessary, including a substantial amount of cash, and Bai Luo unexpectedly discovered a treasure trove filled with gold bars behind a locked door. This venture had certainly been fruitful. He set a goal for himself. Once he ignited the second lamp and fully mastered the alchemy house, he would immediately leave Jiangcheng. With it, his safety on the road would increase exponentially. All right, my promise has been fulfilled, Pandora said, her gaze filled with anticipation, fixated on Bai Luo. It's your turn. With a resigned sigh, Bai Luo retrieved a large bag of food he had brought. Ever since he promised 3 days ago to bring provisions, he had been sneaking into the ancient residence at night, delivering snacks for that evening and meals for the following day. French fries, skewers, roasted sweet potatoes, carbohydrates, popcorn, shrimp chips. As he recounted the delightful spread, a faint smile appeared on Pandora's face, and with her smile, the candlelight dimmed slightly. You should eat quickly. Otherwise, it will get cold, Pandora said mid-bite. Bai Luo chuckled helplessly. Go ahead. Before he could finish, a skewer was shoved into his mouth. Faced with Pandora, who seemed to inquire about the taste, Bai Luo could only nod in approval. Street food in the East is truly a remarkable place, Pandora remarked as she ate. She noted that while the roadside offerings might not always be hygienic, they were certainly palatable. Coincidentally, for her, as long as the food was unlikely to be fatal, it couldn't be deemed dirty. The two enjoyed a hearty meal in the attic, and once finished, Bai Luo couldn't help but laugh and ask, I've eaten part of the food. What if you don't have enough to eat tomorrow? Pandora shot him a glance, saying, What are you worried about? You've already mastered the alchemy house to some extent. You can deliver food to me anytime, anywhere, waiting for me here. Bai Luo suddenly felt that the skewer in his hand had lost its appeal. After tidying up the trash, he prepared to leave, reminding Pandora to return the items to the refrigerator in the secret chamber. Bai Luo. Just as he was about to step out of the attic, Pandora suddenly called out softly. Bai Luo turned back, only to find the girl silent. After a long pause, Pandora shook her head, saying, It's nothing. Bai Luo nodded silently and descended the stairs. Pandora sighed in disappointment. But just then, a voice echoed from downstairs, I remember your request. If the opportunity arises, I will uncover why you refuse to tell me directly. Surprised, Pandora looked up, and with a sudden smile, extinguished the candle. The attic fell into silence and darkness, leaving only a girl, long accustomed to the gloom, sitting alone amidst the clutter, patiently waiting. Upon returning silently to his residence in the old district, Bai Luo was surprised to find that, despite the late hour, many rooms still had their lights on. Bai Luo, where have you been? Why are you back so late? A weary Zhang Jianan inquired. At that moment, not only were the original 4 people in the room present, but several from the neighboring room had also gathered, including Qing Luo and other girls. What is going on with you all? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Bai Luo asked, casually removing his coat. An uneasy silence blanketed the room as the residents of the old district lowered their heads, their spirits dampened. Qing Luo broke the silence, saying, Master, I might not be able to earn money anymore. Bai Luo brushed off the dust from his clothes. Oh, just this minor issue. Qing Luo's mouth fell open in disbelief. Minor issue? The current Bai Luo no longer needed to rely on a maid for income. He possessed an entire vault and several bags of cash, more than an ordinary person could ever spend in a lifetime. Zhang Jianan could no longer contain himself, saying, Old Bai, everyone is troubled. Please don't joke. I'd like to hear how this situation unfolded, Bai Luo said, reclining on the sofa, surveying the weary crowd. After a moment, Qing Luo spoke in a hushed tone, Master, we may have become targets. Chapter 71. Soon to be expelled from the city after Qing Luo's explanation, Bai Luo gained a general understanding of the injustices faced by the residents of the old district in recent days. Wages from the factories had been dwindling, while the tasks assigned had been increasing. Some workers were deemed to be slacking off simply for taking a brief break. Others were falsely accused of sexual harassment for merely glancing at their attractive female colleagues from the new district. The most infuriating part was that the bosses indiscriminately blamed them, asserting that the old district was impoverished and that its inhabitants were inherently inferior. Bailuo acknowledged that not all inhabitants of the old city are virtuous. However, such a sweeping generalization, especially one so evidently targeted, raises serious concerns. Zhang Jinan interjected, stating that earlier this afternoon, some of their group could no longer endure the oppression and, in a fit of rage, assaulted their boss. After days of relentless pressure, those already bereft of family in the old city finally erupted due to their emotional instability. Once one person struck out, the rest followed suit, escalating the situation until the security personnel arrived to restore order. Yet, the boss seized this incident as a pretext to threaten reporting them to the mayor, intending to expel them from Jiangsheng. Zhang Jinan seethed. These contemptible creatures have the audacity to declare that they will protest at the mayor's press conference tomorrow, demanding that we old city residents be driven out of Jiangsheng. The very notion of being cast out of Jiangsheng darkened Bailuo's expression. I am on the verge of mastering the alchemy house. Do you expect me to walk out now and meet my demise? He would leave Jiangsheng, but not at this moment. The fog had thickened to a perilous extent, and there were already sightings of the old familiars moving in the suburbs. Damn it, we could always just kill that worthless mayor tomorrow. Let him know that the residents of the old city are not to be trifled with. Suddenly, someone shouted, and many echoed their sentiment, for they had already lost too many of their kin and could not simply be bullied into submission. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, leaving the room in stunned silence. Lu Jiaxing strode into the crowded space, casting a cold glance around, causing everyone to lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Why are you all still awake and making a racket at this hour? Lu Jiaxing gestured toward one individual. You were the one who just spoke, correct? Who do you wish to kill? The man who had been cursing earlier immediately shrank back, fearful that this captain would press further. Lu Jiaxing pointed at several people. His voice icy. Based on your earlier words, I could easily charge you with disturbing the peace, or even more severely, conspiracy to commit acts of terror. No need for Mayor Shui to intervene. You would all find yourselves behind bars. The residents of the old city quickly lost their bravado, retreating a few steps from the doorway, wary of this harbinger of misfortune. Lu Jiaxing's gaze settled on Bailuo, lounging on the sofa. And he scoffed. So, I've heard you've only accepted one commission in recent days? I wonder how much you earned, enough to sustain yourself, or do you intend to continue living off a woman? Rumors had circulated from the women in Qingluo's room, claiming Bailuo was a parasite, dependent on a woman, idling away his days without earning a penny. Lu Jiaxing pushed through the crowd, who parted for him. Tell me, what kind of man must live in such a pitiful manner? Is there any enjoyment in that? He naturally took a seat on the sofa, his piercing gaze fixed on Bailuo. The air grew thick with tension. Qingluo longed to retort but feared that her words might create trouble for her master. Bailuo yawned. Is it entertaining for you to target me all day? Lu Jiaxing, taken aback by Bailuo's forthrightness, decided to drop the pretense. I despise every individual who relies on connections rather than their own labor to secure benefits. People like you are nothing but parasites, unworthy of existence. Bailuo countered. How do you know I haven't earned wealth through my own efforts? Lu Jiaxing chuckled. Oh, are you referring to the fact that you've only received one commission since becoming a so-called civil investigator? A mere novice like you can expect to earn only a few hundred for a single job, and perhaps over 1,000 if it bears the label mysterious incident. You see, this is where my disdain for you stems from. You naively believe that investigating the old days is a simple task, yet in the end, you wouldn't even comprehend how your demise occurred. Recently, the thickening fog had led to a surge in bizarre occurrences, allowing civil investigators to profit immensely, drawing many newcomers into the field, with employment rates soaring. However, over 90% of these newcomers were inept, using flowery language and unscrupulous methods to deceive employers. Bailuo fell silent. If Lu Jiaxing were to learn that Bailuo's first commission had yielded a fortune that would elude him for a lifetime, he might well feel compelled to wallow in self-pity. Bailuo had amassed an entire room filled with gold bars and bags of cash, all without bearing any risk, effectively transforming from a destitute individual into a wealthy heir overnight. Words were futile. Lu Jiaxing continued to recline, I've come here to give you a warning. You should prepare to pack your belongings tonight. At this proclamation, the room erupted in expressions of shock. Zhang Jianan immediately inquired. Didn't you say we would only be expelled after the press conference concludes? Lu Jiaxing chuckled at the naivety of the youth. Do you truly believe that Mayor Xue called this press conference for no reason? If this matter were still unresolved, he would not dare to show his face amidst the uproar. Now, as disaster loomed, the residents grew increasingly agitated with the encroaching fog, and Xue Dongfeng's announcement of results the following day would serve as a grim reassurance for the populace. Of course, Lu Jiaxing understood that the notion of old city residents carrying ancient taint was mere nonsense. Their confinement within the community was due to the old familiars masquerading as humans, as mentioned by Jiang Mingqian. But who truly cared? Before departing, Lu Jiaxing remarked to Bai Luo, "In truth, your outcome is not so dire. According to the higher-ups, tomorrow they will be recruiting civil investigators for the press conference. All who have accepted commissions marked mysterious incident will be summoned to the front lines. Being expelled from Jiangxing at He, perhaps they might be fortunate enough to survive." At that moment, Bai Luo realized the gravity of the situation. Being thrust out at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to a brutal demise. Coincidentally, someone who had seen him converse with Jiang Mingqian reminded him, "Bai Luo, aren't you quite familiar with that Jiang captain? Could you not inquire on our behalf?" Thus, he called Jiang Mingqian, who answered with a serious tone, informing him that the situation was essentially settled, including the recruitment of civil investigators. "Prepare yourselves for tomorrow. This is also the intention of our director." Jiang Mingqian sighed on the other end. Sacrificing a few hundred individuals to secure stability for the entire city was, in their perspective, a reasonable trade. It is what it is. Reach out if you need anything. After hanging up, the group fell into a state of panic, their faces pale. Having faced death before, they were once again being led to the guillotine. Chapter 72. The Frantic Blue You by Luo, help us. You know I have a daughter to care for. A man unexpectedly knelt before Bai Luo in front of the crowd. He was not alone. Several others joined in pleading. "We were neighbors once. Please help us. Aren't you close with that Jiang captain?" Faced with the beseeching gazes of everyone, Bai Luo, feeling fatigued, yawned and replied, "I'm not particularly familiar with Captain Jiang. I am barely holding on myself. You've mistaken the wrong person." At his words, the crowd fell into despair. Bai Luo's intuition told him that should he appeal to Jiang Mingqian, the latter, due to his character, might indeed grant this favor. However, he was reluctant to seek assistance unless absolutely necessary, nor did he wish to invite trouble upon himself. Bai Luo understood human nature all too well. Once he sought Jiang's help, there would inevitably be envious individuals causing disruptions, leading to far greater complications. Thus, he opted for a different approach to resolve the matter. After everyone retired to sleep that night, he dialed a phone number. In the dead of night, within the Jiangxing Investigation Bureau's contamination isolation room, everything was composed of soft air cushions, including the floor, walls, and door, all adorned in the most soothing white, suitable for patients experiencing emotional turmoil. With surveillance monitoring every corner 24 hours a day. "Tell me, am I truly real? Speak. Am I truly real?" Blue You, an investigator under Jiang Mingqian, was in a frenzy, her hands and feet bound, the window closest to the corridor made of one-way glass. Outside, Jiang Mingqian had just ended his call with Bai Luo, his expression grave as he observed his tormented subordinate. This condition had persisted for a week since her return from the old city. Blue Yu's mental state had become exceedingly unstable, and even with the assistance of stringed instrument investigators, it was challenging to regain control. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Mingqian turned to see Hu Zhengdue and his brother Hu Lingchuan arrive. "Director, I can't sleep." Hu Lingfeng and his subordinates stood in a line, while Hu Lingchuan stared through the window at the woman who had protected him on his journey through the old city. His expression complex. "Has the lamplighter come by?" "Yes, but it was of no use," Jiang Mingqian replied solemnly. "Her cognition has been disrupted. She believes herself to be an illusion. For the past few days, her emotional fire has been erratic, flickering unpredictably, and even Blue Yu's lamplighter has been unable to assist." Investigators were perpetually on the brink of madness, and ascending to higher floors heightened the possibility of encountering ancient taint. However, the Bureau could not easily relinquish such valuable assets as ascending investigators. Thus, a specialized group was formed to assist them, trained uniformly in methods to stabilize emotional states, reigniting the extinguished lights within those investigators who had sunk into madness. These were the lamplighters, due to the prevalence of individuals who had succumbed to madness without awareness. Even altering their worldviews and self-perception, the circumstances were complex. Hence, each ascending investigator was assigned a dedicated lamplighter, whose identity remained unknown, specializing in discovering anchors for them. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mingqian remarked, "I've heard that the director and the mayor plan to return those I painstakingly rescued back to their fate." Hu Lingfeng was aware that he was addressing matters pertaining to the recent events in the Old City District. Indeed, diverting conflict has long been a favored tactic of politicians. Trading 300 or 400 lives for a fleeting stability in the new district is, from the perspective of the Investigation Bureau, not a regrettable bargain. Even if reason dictates to Jiang Mingqian that this is the optimal solution, if the residents cannot be allowed to release their pent-up emotions, the inevitable consequence will be a collapse of order. Yet, if the price to pay is the death of innocent individuals, there truly no other way. Just moments ago, he had faintly heard the surrounding pleas during Bai Luo's call. Hu Lingfeng shook his head and remarked, "Perhaps this is simply their fate. It is unjust. Yet in the grand scheme of things, sacrifices must be made. I have heard that you have taken a liking to a young man in the old district?" Hu Lingfeng inquired. Jiang Mingqian recounted the events regarding Bai Luo, noting that during the attack by the fishmen, he had displayed more courage than his own brother, even going so far as to fire his weapon. Hu Lingfeng nodded silently. Indeed, there is potential for him to ascend. Jiang Mingqian tentatively asked. Then, Hu Lingfeng revealed a knowing smile. "Do not be hasty. Even if you wish to save him, he must come to you in supplication. After all, what sense does it make for a captain to plead with others for assistance? Where there are people, there are social intricacies." Even if Jiang Mingqian harbored intentions to save Bai Luo, it was essential that he personally beseech for it. This not only represents a favor, but also serves as a reminder that there are no free benefits in this world. If one cannot humble oneself to ask for help, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Jiang Mingqian chuckled softly. Given his character, I doubt he would willingly seek me out. He recounted the content of the earlier call, and Hu Lingfeng smiled. "It seems he is attempting to indirectly solicit your assistance. It appears he may not navigate this situation unscathed." Jiang Mingqian stated, "During the fog disaster, the ordinary citizens' departure from Jiangqing would surely lead to their demise. It is entirely reasonable for him to entertain such thoughts." Hu Lingfeng expressed deep agreement, and upon observing Lan Yuelin's departure, he solemnly declared, "Leaving Bai Luo alone is sufficient. Let him observe the fog disaster. If he can survive and seize the opportunity to ascend, we may successfully weather this calamity, and I would consider personally guiding him." Jiang Mingqian smiled nonchalantly. "Then I shall convey my gratitude to the headquarters on behalf of Bai Luo." "Haha, the prerequisite is that he must lower himself to plead with you. Otherwise, all discussions are moot." Hu Lingfeng departed with his brother, while Hu Lingchuan appeared bewildered, his gaze wandering, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. The following morning, at Mayor Shui's press conference, the vast majority of residents from the Old City District were present, armed with banners to protest against the municipal government. However, on the opposing side, a much larger throng had gathered. Engulfing the square outside the conference hall, "Residents of the Old District, get out of our hometown. You do not deserve to live here. You are the source of pollution, the root of disaster. You are the cause of all misfortune. Why do you not perish? Because of you, my parents perished in the fog. You are murderers who deserve to rot in prison." No one cared for the truth. The masses merely sought an outlet to vent their long-suppressed frustrations. Soon, the banners from the Old District were yanked down in the square, and it seemed a violent confrontation was imminent, spiraling into a terrifying riot. "Enough!" Lu Jiaxing bellowed, halting the crowd. Today, he was present as a security personnel to maintain order and ensure no disturbances occurred. Journalists entered the hall, alongside several representatives from both the old and new districts who had infiltrated to observe. Before the conference began, representatives Bai Luo and Zhang Jianan went to the restroom, only to encounter a portly, greasy man upon exiting. The man exclaimed, "Is it you?" Bai Luo scrutinized him and asked, "Do we know each other?" "Oh, have you forgotten your benefactor so soon? You are truly a heartless bunch." Gu Jiaqing sneered. Zhang Jianan recalled the wretched voice and remarked, "Old Bai, this is the pig who scalded me with porridge." Chapter 73. "Let me treat you to something to eat." Bai Luo recalled the man's identity. He was the volunteer from the porridge distribution event, evidently here as a representative as well. Thus, he quietly activated the recording function on his phone. Gu Jiaqing spat disdainfully on the ground, retorting, "You mutts. I am indeed your grandfather? How dare you still shout at me when you are on the verge of being kicked out?" Zhang Jinan scoffed, "On what grounds should we leave? Do you have the final say?" "Oh, how stubborn." Gu Jiaqing squinted his eyes. "You dare not even admit to your own actions. I have heard it all. Boss Wang offered you jobs out of goodwill. Yet what did you do? Slacked off at work. Harassed female colleagues. Teased, striking and striking again. Truly the lazy folk of the old district. Your houses may be dilapidated, but your thoughts are even more antiquated. A bunch of sewer rats, now scurrying above ground due to the fog disaster." Zhang Jinan's face flushed crimson, unable to restrain his furious retort. "How dare you judge without knowing the truth? We were the ones ensnared by that brainless boss. We have worked tirelessly day and night, striving to survive. What right do you have to speak such words?" "Tisk tsk," Gu Jiaqing mocked. "What right do I have? I am a native of the new district. That is my qualification. Rats will always be rats. Never destined for the stage. The online surveillance footage is crystal clear. It spread like wildfire last night, yet you still have the audacity to speak such nonsense. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your side is too impoverished to afford the internet, right? Haha, I thought as much. Where do you get the courage to bark in front of me?" Zhang Jinan's eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the arrogant man before him, who openly displayed his disdain as if it were a matter of course. Ironically, just last night, the residents of the old district had convened, unanimously agreeing that the representatives sent out the next day must remain calm and rational. Once violence erupted, it would be impossible to clarify matters. Gu Jiaqing, noticing Zhang Jinan's reluctance to act, felt a twinge of disappointment. If a brawl were to break out, it would cement the expulsion of the old district residents. That would simplify matters considerably, and he might even find himself hailed as a hero of the new district. "You have no ability to show off here," Gu Jiaqing scoffed, adjusting his belt as he prepared to leave. Bai Luo happened to block the doorway, and Gu Jiaqing cast a disdainful glance. But to his surprise, Bai Luo remained steadfast in his position. "A good dog does not block the way. Get lost." Gu Jiaqing snapped irritably. Bai Luo chuckled. "Friend, were you not just insulting the old district? Does that include me? You still expect to be scolded here?" Gu Jiaqing assessed him, recognizing that he did not appear particularly foolish. "What, do you intend to fight me? What if I indeed have such intentions?" "Oh," Gu Jiaqing leaned in with interest. Come, let's do this. I assure you, as long as you do not kill me, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. In the end, you will be expelled from the new district, while I will leverage this beating to sell goods on online platforms, earning in one night what you could never achieve in your entire lifetime. You think you have the right to talk down to me? You are just a stray dog. Gu Jiaqing laughed mockingly, extending his hand to push past Bai Luo, but to his astonishment, Bai Luo seized his collar. This action only made Gu Jiaqing look down on him even more. However, when he attempted to pull away from that feminine grip, he found himself utterly unable to move. Bai Luo smiled. "It seems you lack strength. Have you not eaten enough?" Gu Jiaqing realized that no matter what, he could not break free in a fit of rage. He laughed derisively. "Well, just because you dared treat me this way, I could easily inform the reporters." He had never anticipated that this fellow would dare to act. After all, these people were akin to stray dogs, reliant on the new district for survival, while he was the representative of the new district's expulsion faction, tasked with protesting. Should the mayor's speech deviate from expectations, he would be ready to criticize. It could only be said that the old district's mud-footed folk were truly foolish. Instead of seeking to curry favor with him, they dared to resort to violence. "Not well fed? Allow me to assist you." Bai Luo maintained his smile. Subsequently, Gu Jiaqing's corpulent frame was swiftly dragged, and Bai Luo yanked him toward the toilet. "What are you doing?" "Let me go," Bai Luo queried. "Are you not hungry? Let me treat you to something to eat." Zhang Jinan had intended to remind his friend that it was not the right time to act. But upon witnessing Gu Jiaqing's predicament, his expression shifted dramatically, standing frozen in place, his face increasingly animated. Gu Jiaqing wished more than anything to be confronted by an old acquaintance rather than. Bai Luo kicked him inside, and his face was thoroughly thrust into a basin filled with yellow liquid, and each time Gu Jiaqing attempted to rise, Bai Luo swiftly delivered another kick, repeating this cycle a dozen times before he finally ceased. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Cough cough. Before departing, Bai Luo did not forget to advise, take your time eating. Do not stick your teeth. All the way out, Zhang Jinan wore an odd expression, torn between wanting to burst into laughter and recognizing that this act might worsen the situation for the old district. After discussing the previous night, everyone had believed that Bai Luo's earlier assistance in teaching Zhao Bin a lesson was commendable. Who would have thought he would cause such a significant uproar so early in the morning? Bai Luo, you are far too impulsive. Even more so than I, Zhang Jinan managed to say after a prolonged moment of restraint. Bai Luo retorted, in the old town, one must endure. In the new town, one must endure as well. The only time you should act is when you first arrived in the new town. Speaking of which, if no one had stopped you back then, would you have really taken action? Zhang Jinan was left speechless by the rebuttal. I still have my grandfather to take care of. After a long pause, he finally managed to respond. Bai Luo chuckled softly and patted him on the shoulder, saying, all right, then you should continue to prioritize the greater good. The two parted ways at a fork in the corridor, with Bai Luo stating he needed to find someone, while Zhang Jinan returned to the hall alone. On the way, Bai Luo sighed. Ah, this child is hopeless. Not wanting to lose anything only means he will ultimately lose everything. Bai Luo had initially intended to bring Zhang Jinan into the team, envisioning him as a future right-hand man, but it now seemed unnecessary. Having him around would only hinder progress, the end of the path. A neatly dressed man waved at him. Such formality? Bai Luo thought, surprised by the man's tidy suit. Yi Lingji fanned the playing cards in his hand and smiled. Of course, after all, we are about to meet the highest executive of Jiangxing. Bai Luo nodded. In that case, let's go. Let's inquire with Mayor Shui about whether the plan is to expel the residents of the old town, or to deal with some business owners who should be hanging from the lampposts. Chapter 74. Mayor Shui, you wouldn't want others to know, would you? In the preparation room behind the upcoming press conference, Shui Dongfeng sat in a chair, looking haggard as he reviewed the script. He needed to memorize a lengthy speech of 3,600 words before facing the reporters. This script, prepared by his secretary, was filled with unfavorable terms regarding the old town, crucial for maintaining stability in the new town. Yet for him personally, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. For 3 days, the alchemy house had been inaccessible, cut off from the outside world, with no news coming from within. He had reason to suspect that Sun Bo had met with misfortune. Yet, he remained utterly clueless about this unforeseen situation. And the uncertainty was driving him to madness. Suddenly, the doorknob was turned, and the noise greatly displeased the highest executive of Jiangxing. Did I not instruct you all to go elsewhere? I commanded that no one be allowed to enter. He shouted at the door, but the next moment, he was stunned. 2 familiar figures entered, smiling as they took seats across from him. Bai Luo crossed his legs, casually glanced over the script, and remarked, Mayor Shui, this is well written. Expelling the residents of the old town is beneficial for Jiangxing's economic development, conducive to maintaining social harmony, and will reduce the crime rate by 30. Your ability to spin tales has become quite impressive. Shui Dongfeng fixed his gaze on the two handsome faces, his mind momentarily blank, initially paling in fear at Yu. Yi Lingji replied with a calm smile, Mayor Shui, there's no need to be nervous. After all, it's not our first meeting. Inside, Shui Dongfeng was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion, his chest rising and falling rapidly, struggling to breathe. They had emerged. They were alive. What did this mean? It meant that these two likely knew the entire truth. Sun Bo had truly met his demise. At this very moment, Shui Dongfeng still clung to a shred of hope, forcing a stiff smile. What brings you here? 3 days ago, I discovered the ancient house was locked. And I feared the worst. He pretended to glance behind the two. Bai Luo tossed the script back to him, saying, Mayor Shui, you are indeed a master of feigning ignorance. You can turn black into white and white into purple. If your son were as clever as you, he wouldn't have met such a fate. Shui Dongfeng's heart sank, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, his face turning pale. What are you saying? I don't understand. Not understanding is easy to remedy. Bai Luo gestured with his fingers. If you don't understand, the forensic expert will, and if the forensic expert doesn't, the investigator from the alchemy house will. If the investigator doesn't, they will learn the methods of crafting the ghost child. Slap! Shui Dongfeng, trembling violently, grabbed Bai Luo's arm. his grip cold as iron and slick with sweat. Brother, actually I have come to understand some things. Yes, I can comprehend some aspects. He wiped the beads of sweat from his temples, forcing a smile. The most undesirable scenario had unfolded. The alchemy house not only faced problems but the most severe kind. Living people had escaped. Moreover, they were aware of the entire sequence of events. Xue Dongfeng had been utterly exhausted these past 3 days, sleepless under high pressure and anxiety, and his psychological defenses were easily breached by Bai Luo. Bai Luo continued to threaten, "It's good that you can understand. If you can't, I might have to hold another press conference next door." Xue Dongfeng obediently bowed, respectfully saying, "There's no need for you to plead." Yi Lingji produced a printed script and handed it to him. "Since you understand, let's discuss some practical matters." Xue Dongfeng received the document with suspicion, scanning it and immediately changing color. Bai Luo instructed, "Read according to what is written there. As for how to seek the truth, that is your concern." This, Xue Dongfeng shot up from his seat. You can't be serious. You want me to speak about things that are entirely fabricated. Without evidence, the residents will never believe. Bai Luo shook his head, saying, "Mayor Xue, you know better than I whether the residents will believe you. The truth of the matter is irrelevant, much like their claims that the residents of the old town are carrying pollution. You know better than I whether that's true." Seeing that Mayor Xue still had reservations, Bai Luo pressed further. "Diverting attention is simple. If what is written in the script doesn't happen, I will ensure another piece of news makes headlines tomorrow." "Mayor Xue, you wouldn't want certain matters to be known to the media, would you?" Xue Dongfeng clenched his jaw, fully aware of why Bai Luo was so confident he would comply. The alchemy house was locked. Containing his 2 living sons turned into scapegoats, along with all his assets. Even if he were to sever all ties, entering would mean a life sentence, and at his age, he could forget about ever coming out again. "You are so aggressive. Are you not afraid I might resort to desperate measures?" Xue Dongfeng glared fiercely at the two. After a few minutes, his mood gradually stabilized, and his confidence returned. Despite the fog disaster 2 years prior nearly wiping out the investigators in Jiangxing, he still had the means to hire assassins to deal with the two, though he was reluctant to provoke a conflict without knowing the situation inside the alchemy house. "Desperate measures?" Bai Luo replied with a calm smile. "Then you must possess the strength to do so." Buzz. A playing card flew out, leaving a crimson mark on Xue Dongfeng's neck. The card spun in the air a few times before returning to Yi Lingji's hand. Xue Dongfeng was taken aback, feeling the blood stain, finally understanding why the two dared to come before him in such a domineering manner. Ascending the building, Bai Luo inquired again, "Mayor Xue, are you still as confident as before?" This time, Xue Dongfeng had completely lost his temper. Resigned, he plopped back down onto the chair, tightly closing his eyes and remaining silent. In the hall, Zhang Jianan, feeling somewhat guilty, informed the other representatives from the old town about the unexpected incident in the restroom. The reactions among the crowd varied. Some were pleased, believing Bai Luo had not lost face, while others blamed him for being too impulsive. Their chatter attracted the attention of the representatives from the new town. Song Linen, the person responsible for maintaining order during the charity event, asked a teammate nearby, "What are they talking about?" "It seems to be something about the restroom and excrement or something. It's quite abstract, really." Upon hearing this, someone felt nauseated and exclaimed, "Damn, how can the people from the old town talk about such disgusting things?" Song Linen frowned, moving a few steps away in distaste from them. Today, the journalists and representatives from the new town were fully armed, bundled up tightly, and upon hearing the discussions of the old town residents, they felt their gear was indeed well suited. How could people be so revolting, discussing such filth in public? Xiao Song, after this, you should be due for a promotion. Right? A tall, thin man with a scruffy beard asked with a grin. The representatives from the new town cast envious glances at him. It was said that Song Linen's family held high office in Jiangxing, paving the way for him, and the charity event was meant to showcase his achievements. Song Linen straightened his chest unconsciously. "Of course, Uncle Wang, I have done so much for the people of Jiangxing. I deserve a promotion." Wang Guoluan, a prominent entrepreneur in Jiangxing, owned 3 large factories employing thousands, and he had taken in the disaster victims from the old town. He was also a distant relative of Mayor Xue Dongfeng. The purpose of their visit differed from the raucous crowd outside. They were either there to gain merit or to support certain factions. Chapter 75. The aggrieved Gu Jiaqing. The factional struggle in Jiangxing essentially revolved around the contest for power. One should not underestimate the significance of victory for these factions. Each time a bill or decision was passed, their future paths would become somewhat easier. Whether it was Wang Buoluan or Song Linen, both wished to seize this opportunity to advance further. Otherwise, how could two educated individuals remain oblivious to whether the residents of the old town were truly polluting? As the noise in the hall crescendoed, the time for the press conference arrived, yet Mayor Shui's figure was still absent. Bai Luo returned to sit among the representatives from the old town, accompanied by Yi Lingji. Zhang Jinan cast a glance at the stranger and turned to ask, "Is he your friend?" "Yes, he has come to assist us," Bai Luo replied with a smile. "He's a civilian investigator who has helped me gather a lot of information." Zhang Jinan expressed some doubt. "Is he capable?" These words reached Yi Lingji's ears, and he said leisurely, "You must be Zhang Jinan, right? I am indifferent to whether I succeed or not. It suffices that you do well." Zhang Jinan was perplexed, while Bai Luo patted his shoulder. "Soon, it will all hinge on you." Huh? Upon hearing this, the individual in question became even more bewildered, in stark contrast to the two others, whose lips curled into expressions of eager anticipation. At that moment, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, prompting everyone to pinch their noses and cast their gazes towards one side of the corridor. Soaked in water and with reddened eyes, Gu Jiaqing approached the delegation from the new district with a pitiful demeanor. Song Linen furrowed his brow. Even through a mask, he could detect the foul stench. "Jiaqing, didn't you go to the restroom? What on earth happened?" This untimely appearance did not escape the notice of the reporters, who quickly brandished their cameras to capture the scene. Jiu Jiaqing burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother Song, I feel so wronged. You must stand up for me." That group, those beasts from the old district, they ducked out at this. Song Linen's spirits soared, and the other representatives quickly gathered around to offer their comfort. Some patted the victim's back, while others produced tissues to help him clean himself up. This was splendid. Their bargaining chips had just increased. Song Linen lifted his chubby face, adopting a serious tone. "Jiaqing, tell me what those scoundrels did to you. We will avenge you." A single spark ignited a tumultuous wave. Those brutes from the old district had taken advantage of our people when they were alone. They deserve to be sent to the guillotine. Damn it, do they really think they can bully us just because we in the new district are civilized? Jiaqing, stop crying and tell everyone what transpired. A multitude of fierce gazes turned towards the crowd from the old district, and one could faintly see a thick finger pointing in their direction, landing on Bai Luo, who remained unfazed and composed. Upon hearing that two individuals from the old district had clashed with his subordinates, Song Linen's rage reached a boiling point. He turned to the reporters and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen of the new district, just moments ago, my friend went to the restroom and was assaulted by a couple of individuals from the old district. This is a blatant violation of Jiangxing's laws and a gross act of ingratitude towards society. You all witnessed this, right? How can such individuals be deemed worthy of sharing the same air as us? How can they reside within the Jiangxing family? They are no different from the remnants of the past." His resonant words echoed before the cameras, and as the sound of shutters clicking filled the air, Song Linen made way for Gu Jiaqing. "Come, Jiaqing, do not fear. You are the victim, and victims should not be afraid. What should instill fear is that group of violent beasts. Tell everyone how deeply you were wronged at their hands." The representatives stood beside him like an unyielding shield, while Song Linen continuously patted Gu Jiaqing's back in reassurance. Immersed in their warmth, Gu Jiaqing, with a pitiful expression, recounted, "When we met, I greeted them. And then they started to insult me." Each word dripped with boundless grievance, and the reporters furiously took notes, eager to capture this scandalous story. Zhang Jianan, on the verge of erupting, was restrained by Bai Luo's hand. Gu Jiaqing continued, "At first, they intended to hit me, but perhaps they hesitated due to the circumstances, so they held back. When I tried to leave, they blocked the door." Someone shouted in outrage, "This is illegal confinement. They must be punished. They are nothing but brutes, bullying someone just because they appear soft and chubby." Gu Jiaqing tore open the wound, voice trembling. "Later, when I attempted to rush out, they finally made a move. They pushed me into the toilet pit. They forced my face into it, making me eat excrement. I swallowed several mouthfuls. My clothes became filthy, and I spent a long time trying to wash them in the restroom. But they still aren't clean. My mouth still feels sticky." "What?" Initially poised to express their indignation, Song Linen and his companions fell silent, their expressions shifting from shock to nausea in mere seconds. Gu Jiaqing, pressed into covered in and had to eat. Pft. One representative, who had previously embraced him out of pity but harbored a cleanliness obsession, couldn't hold back and vomited. In that instant, the pretense of composure crumbled, especially for Song Linen, who had been in such close proximity. He had even cradled Gu Jiaqing's round face as if it were a precious flower. That face, so round and radiant, upon finishing his tale, Gu Jiaqing clung to Song Linen, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Song, you must stand up for me. No wonder it smelled so foul. Song Linen wanted to push him away, but due to the cameras, he could only endure the tighter embrace. Psychologically, he could accept it in pursuit of career advancement, but physically, he felt as if he had received a harsh slap. Let go, let go. I understand now. Soon, Mayor Shui will announce the results. We can discuss this later. Song Linen suppressed his disgust, gritting his teeth. You are truly kind, Brother Song. I am your mother. At that moment, the reporters couldn't help but twitch their lips, secretly thinking that the two individuals from the old district had been utterly unreasonable, refraining from violence yet humiliating someone by forcing them into a toilet. The harm might not have been severe, but the insult was profound. More importantly, they had noticed that the representatives from the new district were visibly uncomfortable, caught between the desire to distance themselves and the reluctance to appear so, unaware that this indecision made their unease all the more apparent. Even the representatives from the old district couldn't help but chuckle at the dramatic scene, with Yi Lingji, an outsider, laughing the loudest. If possible, he would have revealed that it was his friends who committed this act. The most amusing part was Gu Jiaqing's rotund figure, which made his explanation seem almost comical. Yet everyone understood that these were serious matters that warranted no laughter. Finally breaking free from his constraints, Song Linen signaled to Uncle Wang, who understood and stepped forward to speak. I believe the reporters are already aware of the origins of this incident. In fact, matters such as today's bullying, which are illegal and against regulations, are among the lesser offenses committed by those from the old district. Chapter 76. A shift in the situation. His voice captured the attention of the reporters, and in an instant, all eyes were on him, igniting a stir among the old district representatives. It was this very individual. Initially, he had offered them a modest salary, only to exploit them mercilessly days later. Wang Buoluan passionately declared, I am the factory owner who provides jobs for those in the old district. I once believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, yet I have come to realize that there truly exist those born to commit evil. Ever since the people from the old district arrived, my factory has known no peace. They exude an awful stench. They harass my female employees, bully my male staff, and whenever they feel like shirking work, they simply do so. We have failed to meet our performance targets for 3 consecutive days. My painstakingly nurtured enterprise is losing money every single moment. My original intention was to do good and accumulate virtue. Yet I find myself surrounded by this lazy and gluttonous lot from the old district. I now firmly believe that one's environment breeds its own kind. With Gu Jiaqing's earlier ordeal in the toilet fresh in their minds, many reporters felt a surge of sympathy for him, fervently jotting down notes as the camera flashes nearly sparked a fire. You are talking nonsense. A representative from the old district leapt to his feet, cursing, You dog. You are the one who assigned us all these jobs, yet you claim we are the ones who refuse to work. If you have the guts, say that again. Wang Buoluan exclaimed, Everyone, did you see that? He is threatening me. The clicking of cameras intensified. After enduring such targeted attacks while living in the old district for so long, the man could no longer tolerate it and charged at his boss. Zhang Jianan and the others restrained him, advising, Brother Zhang, let it go. Let's just endure for now. We don't need to rush. Perhaps Bai Luo was right. He had indeed been a bit too soft, merely relying on words. Yet refusing to be weak and bow down would leave him without food. Bai Luo, please lend a hand. Due to Zhang's immense strength, the others struggled to hold him back. However, Bai Luo merely chuckled from the side. What's the rush? Sit down and enjoy the show. Steady now. Song Linen secretly celebrated with clenched fists. The impulsive scene from the old district was captured on camera. Whether or not there was any physical altercation, public opinion would inevitably sway towards the new district. Wang Buoluan shrugged. Is this my fault? How could they finish their work? How could they demand higher wages? Isn't it simply that you are too lazy and not diligent enough? Greedy enough to swallow an elephant? Young man, look for problems within yourself. The representative from the old district angrily retorted, I curse your grandmother. The representatives from the new district found it amusing and shook their heads. Indeed, they were uncivilized savages. Since the old district fell behind in development 70 years ago, the inhabitants of the two districts were no longer of the same species. Sensing the opportune moment, Wang Buoluan bowed to the reporters in gratitude. That's all I have to say. I believe our Mayor Xue has discerning eyes. He can see who is in the right and who is in the wrong. He will provide us with an explanation, allowing Jiangqing to return to being a civilized and harmonious place. After this statement, smiles spread across the faces of the new district representatives. While silence enveloped the old district, their spirits utterly deflated, lacking even the strength to raise protest banners. Only Bai Luo and Yi Lingji seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation, with Yi Lingji even taking the time to teach his new friend a magic trick. As time ticked away, restlessness settled in. Reporters began to murmur about why Mayor Xue had not yet arrived. As he should have been there by now, Yi Lingji quietly asked, Do you think this kid ran away? Bai Luo replied nonchalantly, Not a chance. He can't afford to lose his life, especially not his own son. If he dares to flee, his political career will be over. Oh, well then, as the two individuals engaged in a game of poker, the sound of their chips clattering resonated throughout the room. Suddenly, a figure rushed up onto a platform elevated 15 centimeters above the ground. Here he comes. At the prompting of those nearby, everyone turned their gaze towards the arrival of Mayor Xue Dongfeng of Jiang City. However, for reasons unknown, he appeared to be drenched in sweat, his complexion far from favorable. Welcome, dear friends from the press, and to our friends from both the old and new districts. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Xue Dongfeng lowered his eyes to examine the crumpled manuscript in his hand. The sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly in his ears. After delivering his opening remarks in one breath, he first glanced at the nonchalant Bai Luo, then turned to observe the confident expressions of Song Linen, Wang Buoluan, and others seated nearby. By now, everyone should have heard the rumors circulating about the old district's refugees allegedly harassing female colleagues during work hours, alongside various negative reports, including brazen street robberies, public insults directed at innocent citizens, and the spread of past pollution. Wang Buoluan, comfortably leaning back in his chair, closed his eyes to recuperate. The past few days had taken a toll on him. According to his distant relatives' insinuations, he had managed to present the old district's grievances in a strikingly favorable light. Even he felt that these baseless accusations were terribly unjust, yet who could blame them for being so significant? If they did not leave, how could the order in the new district be maintained? If they did not depart, how could the officials address the societal unrest caused by the fog disaster? If they did not exit, how could progress be made? After a series of investigations, Xue Dongfeng proclaimed with an air of authority, all of the aforementioned claims are entirely unfounded, mere fabrications, and nothing but rumors. Upon hearing this, Wang Buoluan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, You should be grateful to me, brother. However, moments later, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. What? Wang Buoluan sprang to his feet, straightening his posture, his face a picture of astonishment. The expressions of others in the audience mirrored his shock. The journalists' fingers hesitated on their shutter buttons, while Song Linen tumbled from his chair, hitting the ground face first. And Gu Jiaqing looked as if he had just been dealt a heavy blow. Are we not being asked to leave? Zhang Jianan slapped himself across the face, ensuring he was not dreaming. Before voicing his existential query, in the next moment, the old district erupted into jubilant cheers, discarding their banners in sheer delight. No need to leave. My daughter and I won't have to go out and risk our lives. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. We have won. There is still truth in this world. The heavens have opened their eyes. Zhang Jianan sat in a daze, only to suddenly have a revelation as he turned to the orchestrator of it all. Was it you? Previously unperturbed by the uproar surrounding his expulsion from Jiang City, Bai Luo had returned from the restroom with a friend he claimed was there to help, leading to Mayor Xue's 3-hour delay. Stretching nearly to noon, all clues pointed to Bai Luo. In Zhang Jianan's eyes, it seemed that as long as he was present, miracles would continually unfold. Bai Luo, manipulating the poker in his hands, replied, It was you. Huh? Zhang Jianan displayed a look of confusion, while Yi Lingji snickered beside him. On the stage, Xue Dongfeng stated gravely, in stark contrast, after several days of investigation, we have uncovered severe violations of labor laws at the factories housing the residents of the old district, including egregious wage deductions and increased workloads. The owner, Wang Buoluan, exhibits serious legal and ethical infractions and has deliberately manipulated public opinion online, a matter of grave concern. In the audience, a large question mark seemed to float above Wang Buoluan's head. Me? Chapter 77. Am I a hero? Xue Dongfeng's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that swiftly morphed into a tumultuous wave crashing against the shore. The journalist's cameras were nearly smoking from the feverish clicking, and Wang Buoluan, turning his head, found himself momentarily blinded by the flash, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. No, this is not what we agreed upon. Brother, what do you mean by this? Although it is superficial, blood is thicker than water. How can you betray me like this? After all my efforts to pin these falsehoods on them, you turn around and sell me out at the press conference? Is that appropriate? The scene unfolded like a theatrical performance, with Xue Dongfeng bowing his head to allow the journalist to absorb and record the moment, thinking to himself, "Dear brother, it is not that I wish to betray you. I too have my own struggles," Gu Jiaqing urged. "Boss Wang, you must rise and refute this. If this continues, it will lead to significant repercussions. The backlash of public opinion would be even more ferocious than the original winds of gossip. If the allegations were confirmed, a wave of sympathy for the old district would ensue. What would they do then? Refute. I'll refute your grandmother's leg." Wang Buoluan contemplated a rebuttal, but every word Xue Dongfeng spoke rang true. If anyone knew the depth of his own criminal record, it was certainly him. Yet, why should he have the audacity to report me when he seemed to revel in it? Song Linen too was baffled as to why Mayor Xue, who had already made a decision, would suddenly reverse his stance, especially since his brother was seated beside him. There was no time for contemplation, as his name was suddenly called out. Xue Dongfeng intoned solemnly. "Furthermore, we have recently discovered a grave issue of mutual protection among officials within the government. Federal employee Song Linen has engaged in multiple acts of bribery, exhibiting severe discrimination against the refugees from the old district, threatening them to pay exorbitant protection fees, even proclaiming, 'If you don't pay, I'll kill you.' Such deplorable remarks in his work. He has threatened female subordinates, covertly engaged in corrupt exchanges, maintained extramarital affairs, bullied colleagues, and participated in numerous terrorist acts within the city, with serious criminal implications." What? The accumulation of such charges left the old district in shock. Initially astonished that such a scandal could be exposed, they then reflected, and it seemed no one had been forcibly coerced into paying protection fees. A representative from the new district turned pale, looking at her superior as though he were a viper. "Song, you are that kind of person? I misjudged you." Having only recently assumed her position, she had thought the higher-ups believed in her potential, only to discover the darkness lurking within him. "No, please, let me explain." Song Linen reached out, but the girl recoiled in fright. This moment was captured by countless cameras. "Don't touch me!" A shriek pierced the air. Causing Song Linen's ears to ring, he remained seated, feeling a chill creep over him. He knew that unless a miraculous opportunity presented itself, his political career was effectively over, and he might even find himself behind bars. He felt a deep sense of resentment, for much of what the old man on stage claimed was utterly false. Born into poverty, Song Linen had graduated from a prestigious university and gained the trust of his superiors upon entering politics. Carving out a name for himself at a young age, go say that all he craved was power was a farce. He had no interest in money or vice. If the accusation was that he sought power and climbed the ranks by any means necessary, that was one thing, but to threaten female subordinates, to maintain a mistress and bully colleagues, when had this occurred? His sole ambition was to ascend the ranks and wield greater authority. Remaining low-key and avoiding enmity was his fundamental principle. How could he possibly bully colleagues in his daily life? It made no sense. Meanwhile, Bai Luo remained unfazed, as Xue Dongfeng adhered to the script he had provided. Now it was time to welcome the true protagonist to the stage. Under the barrage of flashing cameras, Xue Dongfeng continued, "While shadows exist in this world, so too do lights. Although the aforementioned two lawbreakers have disrupted social order, we are not devoid of benevolent souls. 3 days ago, a young man from the old district, with his agile skills and sharp intellect, resolved an extremely perilous and bizarre incident. I believe that his contributions today, amidst the encroaching fog, far surpassed those of the vast majority present. The representatives from the old district were left bewildered. Dio, we have a hero who solves bizarre incidents. What is this bizarre incident? Having spent some time in the new district, they had only a superficial understanding, which could be simply described as a head-on clash with past adversaries. In their minds, this could hardly be deemed heroic. It was more akin to a monstrous figure. Only Zhang Jianan, aware of Bai Luo's recent endeavors as a civilian investigator, naturally connected the dots. Old Bai, look at you, pulling off something so significant without even informing your brothers. He turned to Bai Luo with excitement. To achieve all this, there's only you in the entire old district. Bai Luo offered a cryptic smile. Who said this was my doing? Zhang Jianan instinctively draped an arm around his brother's shoulder, chuckling. Come on, stop pretending. No one else has the talent or courage to pull this off. Or could it be me? In the next moment, Xue Dongfeng spread his hands, directing all cameras towards the representatives of the old district. Indeed, he is the hero of the new district, a righteous partner from the old district, Mr. Zhang Jianan. Who? Zhang Jianan's arms went numb, his mind blanking out as he repeatedly questioned whether he had misheard. Is he talking about me? Smack! Bai Luo clapped Zhang Jianan on the back with such force that he leaped from his seat in pain. Is it really him? He asked the hero Mayor Xue mentioned. Curious eyes turned towards him, and professionals recognized that this news would drastically alter the perspectives held over the past 10 days regarding the new district. While the old district would finally find its voice, well done, Xiao Zhang. I always knew you had it in you. Hey, just last night, you looked so glum. Turns out it was all an act. Impressive. When Zhang Leo Yizi hears of his grandson's achievements, he will surely throw a feast in celebration. The representatives from the old district engaged in cheerful banter, discarding their banners into a corner, while the representatives from the new district sat in a dismal silence. Two leaders sweating profusely as they continued receiving calls from their superior, whose furious voice echoed on the other end. Zhang Jianan turned to Bai Luo awkwardly. What on earth is going on? Bai Luo shrugged and remarked, Isn't it obvious? You consider yourself a hero. But I have no desire to be a hero. This is not my doing at all. Neither do I wish to assume that role. So, shall you allow me to take it on? Bai Luo merely sought to swiftly navigate through the fog disaster to achieve a promotion to the second lantern, then escape with the alchemy house. With the alchemy house, he would have a foothold amidst the dense fog, allowing him to paint and explore the unknown, enhancing his strength and securing a means of self-preservation in a world on the brink of collapse. It was him. He bullied me. An ill-timed roar interrupted the celebrations in the old district. Though the outcome was already determined, Gu Jiaqing erupted in anger, exclaiming, This beast is no hero. It was he and that pretty boy beside him who assaulted me in the restroom. They are criminals. Song Linen has been wronged. Chapter 78. Dressed to attend the circus opening, Gu Jiaqing insisted. I know Song Ji's character. He could never do such a thing. In contrast, this guy not only wronged me during the charity event, but also recently pummeled me in the restroom alongside that pretty boy. The crowd buzzed with speculation, unsure of who was at fault. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Luo adjusted his phone volume to its maximum, pressed the play button, and thrust it into Zhang Jianan's hands. I've edited it all for you. Zhang Jianan looked bewildered. Edited what? Of course, the irrefutable evidence. Suddenly, Gu Jiaqing fell silent, horrified as he heard his own voice emanating from the phone Zhang Jianan held, his tone unmistakably arrogant. You bastard, I am indeed your Gu grandfather. How dare you still shout before me, unaware that your downfall is imminent? Then came Zhang Jianan's voice. On what grounds should we leave? Do you think you have the final say? Have we not worked tirelessly day and night, striving to survive? What qualifications do you have to judge us? Gu Jiaqing's dismissive reply followed. What qualifications do I have? I am a native of the new district. That is my qualification. A rat remains a rat, forever unworthy of the stage. Where do you find the audacity to bark before me? Finally, the dialogue turned to Bai Luo, who spoke to him calmly while Gu Jiaqing continued to rant aggressively. Come on, I'll tell you this. As long as you don't beat me to death, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. When the time comes, you'll be expelled from the new district, and I will make a fortune online selling my story of you hitting me. More than you could ever earn in a lifetime. Do you think you have the right to act so tough here? You are nothing but a stray dog. With a thud, Gu Jiaqing collapsed back into his chair, his face ashen. The reporters present suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear. It was no wonder the representatives from the old district had resorted to violence. This compatriot from the new district had first mocked them. Regardless of how cordial others had been, his arrogance was excessive. Wait, don't believe him, Gu Jiaqing panicked. His recording is incomplete. I am innocent. He admitted to being somewhat arrogant, but insisted that the recording had been tampered with, claiming he had explained why he looked down on the people from the old district. Bai Luo exchanged glances with Yi Lingji, both smiling. Previously, Yi Lingji had edited magic videos online, honing his skills in editing, including audio. After some manipulation, all the remarks harmful to Bai Luo were cut out, leaving the audience with the impression of a domineering bully. Perhaps this required verification, but netizens would not ponder. They would only believe the first truth they encountered. Jiyu Jiaqing attempted to clarify, but the moderator, Xue Dongfeng, rapped the table and declared in a deep voice, "Enough, as a friend of Song Linen, who can guarantee the truth of your words?" The press conference is concluded. As for Wang Buluan and Song Linen, prepare to be summoned. I reiterate, do not heed unfounded rumors. Whether from the old or new district, we are all part of the same home. Residents are compatriots. Do not discriminate against one another. After delivering this message, Xue Dongfeng sighed internally and swiftly exited the scene. Once the mayor had departed, the reporters disregarded the security guards' attempts to restrain them and surged forward, encircling the beleaguered representatives from the new district. Mr. Wang, are the allegations regarding your factory exploiting employees, increasing workloads, and manipulating online public opinion true? Mr. Song, do you engage in improper transactions at your workplace and threaten female subordinates? Please respond directly. Sir, as a fellow human, do you not think your derogatory remarks about the people from the old district are rather unbecoming? The representatives found themselves in a tight spot. They had originally perceived this press conference as a victory trumpet, only to realize it had devolved into a circus opening on the other side. Numerous reporters surrounded Zhang Jianan, inquiring about the resolution of the bizarre incident, but he, knowing nothing, could only turn to Bai Luo for assistance. Bai Luo addressed the crowd. I fail to understand why we, the residents of the old district, striving to survive, have become thorns in your eyes. It is the unscrupulous officials and greedy bosses who oppress you. We are all victims. We share a common language and sentiment. And we too have contributed to the construction of Jiangcheng. Yet you would propagate such absurd rumors about contamination spreading through people to discriminate against your compatriots. This is utterly incomprehensible to us. This sentiment resonated with the victims, including Mr. Zhang Jianan, who could not accept it, leading him to refuse to answer any questions. Wow! Zhang Jianan was internally exhilarated. Although he understood nothing, Bai Luo had painted him as a heroic savior of his compatriots. Leaving the rest of the discussion to Bai Luo, he seized the opportunity to exit the hall alongside Yi Lingji. With Bai Luo's opening statement, Zhang Jianan naturally understood what to say and what to avoid. He could simply claim he did not wish to respond. Did you not regret giving such credit to your friend? Yi Lingji inquired as they descended the stairs. Bai Luo stretched lazily. I prefer not to be under too much scrutiny. For me, as long as I am not expelled from Jiangcheng for the time being, that is sufficient. Were it not for this incident, I would have wished to avoid seeing Xue Dongfeng altogether. Yi Lingji nodded, saying, I recall you mentioned wanting to leave. Yes, I threatened Xue Dongfeng. After all, he is a government official, and it isn't wise to provoke him if I linger until Jiangcheng recovers and gains sufficient strength. I will surely be targeted. He will not permit anyone who knows his secrets to live. When do you plan to leave? Shall we go together? I am not originally from this city, having been here for a year. I have yet to see signs of igniting the second lantern. I wish to seek out opportunities for advancement. Bai Luo smiled. Sure, I will call you when the time comes. After the second lantern, he would carry along an alchemy house, relying on the luxurious suite crafted by Sun Bo and that one piece of gold. Life would be far more comfortable than he could have ever imagined. Isn't that better than living in constant fear in Jiangcheng? Of course, all of this hinges on their survival through this fog disaster. Outside the building, a multitude of citizens from both districts held banners. The residents of the old district continued to shout for fairness, while those from the new district, equipped with phones and other devices, began to discern the unfolding events, leading to differing opinions. Lu Jiaxing, tasked with maintaining order, saw Bai Luo emerge and coldly remarked, Go back and tidy up. I will send you off this afternoon. I wish you good luck. His voice was filled with undeniable authority. Yet Bai Luo and Yi Lingji suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Lu Jiaxing thoroughly befuddled. Ha ha, Captain Lu, We appreciate your well wishes. Our luck is indeed quite good. You won't be able to send us away anytime soon. Yi Lingji added, Hey, big brother, don't you usually check your phone? Look behind you. The protesters with painted faces holding banners have stopped. Lu Jiaxing was left bewildered, quickly checking the online news, exclaiming in shock. How is this possible? Chaos ensued, as the protesters from the new district felt as though they were adorned with the red noses of clowns, having dressed up for a circus opening. Chapter 79. The transformation of Hu Lingchuan in the office of Jiang Mingqian at the Jiangxing Investigation Bureau. The busy Captain Jiang stood by the window, gazing at the increasingly dense streets, unable to suppress a sigh. The fog disaster would arrive as early as the day after tomorrow. There were many matters the residents need not be privy to. But the team leader must be informed. For instance, Jiangxing now epitomized isolation, with all surrounding trains halted and vast numbers of fishmen sealing off the outskirts. This was a premeditated operation, yet they remained baffled as to why the inhabitants of a city devoid of high-ranking investigators would be so obsessed. Launching 2 fog disasters within a mere 2 years. Jiang Mingqian recognized that overthinking would only lead to further distress, so he opened his phone and began scrolling through videos for distraction. Upon seeing the trending topics in Jiangxing, he did not hesitate to click on them, discovering references to the old district among the leading terms. The results were about to unfold. Bai Luo had yet to reach out to him. And while he believed the main office's assertions to be valid, he still felt inclined to lend a hand to the young man in question, having once helped him in the old district. This favor could not simply be repaid by introducing him to the features of the new district. However, as Jiang Mingqian perused the comment section, he noticed the public perception of the residents of the old district had taken a dramatic turn in just half a day. Seriously? People actually believed the residents of the old district would carry old pollutants. It seems the average intelligence online is quite concerning. Haha, a bunch of clowns, marginalized and used as pawns by politicians. They surely can't escape this predicament now. Over 90 of the commenters had never insulted the old district. Initially, as Jiang Mingqian perused the material, he encountered several dissenting voices. However, after flipping through a few pages and refreshing his perspective, he found an overwhelming tide of comments rejecting the notion of allowing compatriots to perish, alongside critiques of capitalist exploitation. Jiang Mingqian was perplexed. How did things escalate to this point after I toiled for half a day? He opened several live footage clips, the camera focusing on Xue Dongfeng, who was earnestly imploring residents not to discriminate against their fellow countrymen, while simultaneously exposing the illegal acts of a certain employer and a government official. Jiang Mingqian chuckled. Isn't that the man from the charity event? He recalled how Song Linen had been quite domineering in front of his captain. What had transpired in just a few days? A grassroots investigator from the old city, paying homage to the legendary investigator, Zhang Jianan? Who is Zhang Jianan? The name resonated with Jiang Mingqian. After some contemplation, he finally recalled the individual who had been by Bai Luo's side. He had investigated a bizarre incident and subsequently garnered Xue Dongfeng's admiration. There were numerous inconsistencies. Jiang Mingqian pondered momentarily before stepping into Hu Lingfeng's office, where the team was currently organizing a defense strategy against the fog disaster. Old Jiang, is there something on your mind? Hu Lingfeng inquired. Take a look at this. After a morning of busy work, Hu Lingfeng fell silent upon seeing the headline news, before placing his phone down and pinching his furrowed brow. Oh no, I think I might be overworked and hallucinating. I just saw Mayor Xue standing with the people of the old city. Jiang Mingqian chuckled incredulously. You're not mistaken. I thought I was seeing things too. After perusing the comments and checking several official news outlets, I can now confirm that Mayor Xue not only hasn't abandoned the old city, but has also provided assurances for their livelihoods in the new city. Publicly supporting the old city means that should any severe incidents arise, Xue Dongfeng will have to find a way to address them. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face, tarnishing his reputation in the political arena. But why, exactly? Observing the team's lingering doubts, Jiang Mingqian proposed, shall we make a call to inquire? Just then, Lu Jiaxing was present on site, and Hu Lingfeng made the inquiry. I have no idea. How would I know what's gotten into Xue Dongfeng? Lu Jiaxing replied helplessly. In any case, after the press conference, everything turned upside down. The survivors of the old city are safe for the time being. However, the situation was indeed peculiar. Lu Jiaxing recalled seeing Xue Dongfeng leave with a rather grim expression. As though someone owed him several hundred yuan, Hu Lingfeng chuckled. All right then, after today, have you all withdraw from that side? The director has a meeting tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Mingqian couldn't help but ask, what do we do about this? Hu Lingfeng shot him a glance. What can we do? Issues of public welfare must naturally be resolved by the mayor. We are not in a position to interfere. All the online discourse appeared to be tacitly endorsed by the Investigation Bureau and the government. Yet, to put it bluntly, tacit approval is merely that. If the mayor speaks, they cannot object. Otherwise, are we to hold a gun to Xue Dongfeng's head and demand to know why he is allowing the people of the old city to die? Jiang Mingqian gazed at the video on the screen, from Xue Dongfeng entering in a sweat-soaked state to his sullen demeanor, and the abrupt appearance of the legendary investigator, and a possibility dawned on him. Xue Dongfeng was not acting of his own volition. He was being manipulated. By whom? Jiang Mingqian considered himself fairly intuitive. Zhang Jinan did not seem the type to orchestrate such a scheme. By Luo? He whispered the name, which coincided with the bizarre incident Xue Dongfeng had mentioned. Had Bai Luo threatened Xue Dongfeng? He had received a mission previously, and this successful intimidation must have stemmed from something that transpired during that task, granting him leverage over Xue Dongfeng. How audacious of this lad! Jiang Mingqian couldn't help but chuckle. Tio threatened the highest administrative officer. What a reckless notion. As for what that leverage was, he didn't dwell on it. The corrupt dealings of the elite were numerous enough that exposing them could lead to their execution from the beginning of the year until the next New Year's Eve. Hu Lingfeng sighed. In this light, it seems that Xiao Chuan's matter has been inadvertently resolved. A sudden interjection broke Jiang Mingqian's contemplation, prompting him to ask, he, naturally referring to the young master Hu. Hu Lingfeng expressed a sense of gratitude regarding his brother's conduct. Indeed, my brother has been spoiled by me. He is quite arrogant, and more than one person has pointed this out. However, given that our parents passed away early, I couldn't bring myself to speak harshly to him that a few years ago, he became acquainted with a gang leader named Shen Kuan in the old city. And leveraging my connections, the gang collected protection fees from the impoverished, while he collected fees from the gang, euphemistically calling it sharing the burden and earning a living. Interestingly, he recently visited the old city with you. And upon returning, he not only ascended in rank but seemed to undergo a sort of metamorphosis. He no longer complains about the rigors of training, nor does he indulge in luxury. He even deleted the contact information of those girls from his phone. Do you know why I asked you about Bai Luo the other day? Because my brother mentioned this person, saying he was slightly older but had the audacity to fire a gun in front of the fish people, which was quite impressive. What surprised me even more was that upon learning the people of the old city would be displaced, he immediately came to me to plead for their protection. Leaning back in his chair, Hu Lingfeng smiled faintly. Such matters are typically dictated by the tides of fate, and I shouldn't interfere. However, since Mayor Xue has intervened, it wouldn't hurt for me to subtly guide public opinion. Jiang Mingqian offered no response, merely feeling that fate was indeed peculiar. In a certain sense, the protection fees paid by the old city had not been in vain. They had, at this moment, sheltered the wayward children from home. Chapter 80. Please be patient. On the afternoon of the press conference, Bai Luo had just resolved a significant matter when he swiftly received a call from the Investigation Bureau, demanding his presence at a meeting for grassroots investigators the following morning at 7. That night, the fog bell tolled at midnight, enveloping the entire city in a thick haze, leaving the residents anxious and unable to sleep. Yet, the night was abnormally quiet. No sounds of past acquaintances were heard. By the next morning, Bai Luo stepped outside to find the fog still lingering, with only the lighthouse's light flickering on the horizon. Finally, it had arrived. He arrived at the Investigation Bureau building with a sense of melancholy, fully aware that the impending fog disaster was unavoidable, and the more it differed from the previous fog, the more perilous it was. The conference room was filled with grassroots investigators of various expressions. Bai Luo arrived while the meeting was already underway, with Director Sun Yinping addressing important matters, alongside the leaders of the 5 major teams and the general team. When Jiang Mingqian spotted a familiar face arriving late, he exhibited a hint of exasperation. Bai Luo, over here, called Yi Lingji from the back row. The two sat in a row together, and Bai Luo inquired what had been discussed. Almost finished, the situation is urgent. And that old lady speaks at lightning speed, Yi Lingji muttered, cursing the Investigation Bureau under his breath. They've even called in grassroots investigators. When there's good news, they never share it with us. Most of what Sun Yinping spoke about pertained to compliance with orders, just as Yi Lingji had asserted. They had no time to waste. In the end, the old woman didn't forget to cheer them on with a dose of encouragement, rest assured. Today's Jiang City is not the Jiang City of 2 years ago. We possess a secret weapon that can guide everyone through this crisis. Bai Luo felt puzzled. He had heard of the fog disaster from 2 years prior, which had supposedly been resolved only after the fall of the former general team and squad leaders, all of whom were at least mid-tier investigators, with the lowest being 6 lanterns and the general team leader exceeding 10 lanterns. Yet, presently, the entirety of Jiang City had only Hu Lingfeng as a mid-tier investigator. From where did she derive the confidence to claim she could safeguard Jiang City? After concluding her speech, Sun Yinping intended to direct the grassroots investigators to patrol their respective areas. But Hu Lingfeng inappropriately waved the microphone. Since there seem to be no objections to Director Sun's arrangements, I have just 2 quick questions. The leaders of the 5 major teams exchanged glances. Having not been informed of this segment, Sun Yinping felt displeased but could only sit back down amidst the large audience. Director Sun, given that the fog disaster is a large-scale calamity, the rescue from Dawn City should be imminent. Correct? Hu Lingfeng squinted as he questioned. Whispers rippled through the crowd, sensing the discord between the 2 prominent figures. Sun Yinping smiled with composure. Of course, Dawn City will not abandon Jiang City. I received news this morning that they will be sending assistance through the high-tier transmission tower. Hu Lingfeng scrutinized her intently, saying little more. The investigation bureau acted swiftly, organizing hundreds of personnel within a span of less than half an hour, and soon all investigators were on the move. Amidst the flurry of activity, Hu Lingchuan, who had recently become an investigator at the String Music Building and had just completed his morning exercises, unexpectedly encountered Bai Luo. Instinctively, he raised his arm to greet him but quickly thought, "Why should I be the one to take the initiative?" He decisively lowered his arm and walked past with his chest puffed out Bai Luo, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was asked by Yi Lingji, "Is he your friend?" Bai Luo shrugged. We crossed paths before. Having heard from Jiang Mingqian that this lad had ascended, why did he seem even more foolish than before? After turning the corner, Hu Lingchuan couldn't help but slap himself mentally. What was I just doing? I just saved his life. Why am I acting shy like a girl? After brooding for a while, Hu Lingchuan reconciled with himself. Enough of these distractions. The matter at hand is what truly matters. Taking advantage of the bustling distraction, he traversed the corridor and arrived at the director's office, where a security guard was stationed outside. Soon, an indescribable sound resonated in the guard's mind, akin to beautiful music, so enchanting that it rendered his thoughts momentarily suspended. The skill of the stringed instrument. To play music that influenced the target's emotions and thoughts through the unique wave frequency of the spiritual realm. Voila! Hu Lingchuan approached with excitement, waved his hand in front of the guard's vacant gaze, and upon receiving no response, swiftly entered the office. It was his first experience engaging in such an act. Stirring a mix of exhilaration and trepidation within him, he dialed a number, and it wasn't long before someone on the other end answered. This is the headquarters of the Dawn City Investigation Bureau. Please speak. Hu Lingchuan strained to recall his brother's instructions and replied in a detached tone. This is the office of the director of the Jiangqing Investigation Branch. When will the headquarters support arrive in Jiangqing? The voice on the other end responded gently, rest assured. We will arrive before the disaster fog erupts. Hu Lingchuan retorted. It's the same response again. Are you going to keep stalling? Ever since the former team leader's death? You have failed to send anyone promptly. Now that the fog disaster is imminent, are you feigning ignorance? I apologize, but we are currently overwhelmed with official duties and cannot provide reasonable support to every city. 2 years have passed, and you still haven't found the time to offer assistance? I apologize. Please be patient. Jiangcheng cannot afford to wait, do you understand? By tomorrow at the latest, the Old Day Affection will launch a full-scale assault, and hundreds of thousands in the city will perish. I apologize. Please be patient. Is that the only phrase you have? I apologize. Please be patient. Bang! In a fit of rage, Hu Lingchuan hung up the phone, cursing, I'm waiting for you, damn headquarters. The operator is like a broken record, muddling through, and all I hear is wait. Wait until death, and never an inquiry afterward. Once he completed the tasks entrusted by his brother, he immediately returned to report this matter. Hu Lingfeng remained silent for a long time. Do not discuss this matter with others for now. Hu Lingchuan's face flushed. Brother, do you see me as such a brainless person? Hu Lingfeng's gaze seemed to convey, haven't you always been? However, out of consideration for his brother's feelings, he patiently explained. I cannot fathom why the Dawn City side has never provided a clear response. It was merely a reminder during the safety period. Hu Lingchuan asked, It's strange, isn't it? After 2 years, why haven't they sent high-level investigators over? Hu Lingfeng did not answer but solemnly stated, Regardless, our primary objective now is to survive this fog disaster. Otherwise, all else is moot. In Sun Yinping's office. After Hu Lingchuan departed, the office phone rang at an unknown time, with the familiar voice of the earlier operator echoing. I apologize, please be patient. I apologize. Gradually, the repetitive voice became increasingly mechanical, the speed quickening, the melodious female tone transforming into a coarse male voice, until the pace escalated to the point of unintelligibility, morphing into noise. Culminating in a ringing sound that surpassed human auditory decibels. Chapter 81. Patrol Point 14 days had passed since the last fog in the Old District. If Bai Luo had failed to perceive the difference between the previous fog disaster and others, this time he distinctly sensed the lurking danger within the mist. Yi Lingji concurred that their safety was enhanced by remaining together. Thus they invested some money to secure a reasonable allocation into a group. Positioned in a relatively safe area, for Bai Luo, his sole objective amidst this fog disaster was to ignite the second lamp of the painting tower and make his escape with the alchemy house. The Qiming lamp was a precious strategic resource, to be neither damaged nor privately kept, and must be returned on the same day after use. Understood? Bai Luo nodded silently as he accepted an oil lamp. On an empty street, since the tolling of the fog bell yesterday, the entire city had ceased operations, residents hidden away. Those on the streets were either armed personnel, official investigators, or unfortunate souls like him, conscripted as laborers. Nonetheless, despite being mere laborers, they had received numerous benefits due to bribing the staff, while others had no access to the Qiming lamp, which was reserved for official investigators. Additionally, they had obtained 2 walkie-talkies, 2 handguns, and 28 rounds of ammunition. The investigator counted the bills. Although they bore a damp smell, they were undeniably authentic currency. He nodded approvingly. Indeed, as civilian investigators, you've learned the ways of the world. You too will patrol the marked areas on the map. Once completed, you can take a break. While the words seemed easy, the reality of patrolling revealed the vastness of the area, which spanned 3 streets, 4 neighborhoods, and a department store. Fortunately, with Mayor Shui's investment, Bai Luo had changed into a coat, making the chilly foggy night bearable. Upon reaching a residential area, Bai Luo, holding the Qiming lamp, remarked, I remember the last fog disaster hit swiftly and was over just as quickly. In his memory, 2 years prior, it had lasted barely an hour. Outside, there had been wails of despair, followed by a rain of corpses, and then it had abruptly concluded. Yi Lingji replied, Indeed, but fog disasters are inherently unstable. While most fog disasters around the world tend to be sudden and short-lived, prolonged fog disasters are not unheard of. At least one city has endured a month-long fog disaster. According to the deductions of experts in mysticism, fog disasters are essentially activities led subjectively by high-level affections or old-day rulers. Considering this, Bai Luo recalled his experiences in the Old District. After sealing the Formless Man, it was evident that the Dragon King had set its sights on him. Yet for reasons unknown, it had relented. Furthermore, after slaying the Formless Man disguised as Wang Jiao, a puppet-like entity had emerged, and at that moment, Bai Luo had felt his demise was imminent, only to be saved by the Dragon King's intervention. One act of salvation, another of threat. Such starkly contrasting actions occurred in the span of a night. If the fog disaster was indeed orchestrated by the Dragon King, what could its purpose be? What remarkable secret did this unremarkable city hold that warranted 2 fog disasters initiated by a high-level affection over the course of 2 years? The 2 continued northward, completing their patrol by midnight. Yi Lingji yawned, Let us switch out the Qiming lamp and get some sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. As he turned, an incongruous cry for help pierced the air, accompanied by frantic footsteps. The 2 exchanged glances, chambered their firearms, and cautiously approached a residential building. Help! Someone, please! Thud at a sound of someone stumbling in the fog prompted Bai Luo to rush forward to investigate. Ignite the second lamp. One must confront the position to enhance pollution resistance. It was better to achieve this from the rear rather than on the front lines. Bai Luo aimed his gun at the figure that had fallen before him and shouted, Don't move! Investigation Bureau. Upon hearing a second voice besides his own, the man nearly broke into tears. Don't shoot, brother. I'm a resident of this building. I want to report that someone is conducting a cult ritual upstairs. And they VE summoned an old day affection. Seeing the man move forward, Bai Luo barked, "Crouch down and cover your head." The man, panicked, knelt down and complied, cradling his head. Yi Lingji approached to inspect and, after confirming he was human, allowed him to rise. "You must help me. There's someone performing a cult ritual in my apartment, summoning an old day affection. Our entire building is in danger." Faced with the man's desperate plea, Bai Luo's first instinct was to report the matter to their superior. "Stay put. I'll send someone over immediately." After a moment of static, silence fell. Meanwhile, Bai Luo sensed something amiss and aimed his gun into the depths of the fog. The sound of heavy objects scraping against the ground echoed, drawing closer. The man cried out in fear, "It's here. It's entered my home. It's coming." Yi Lingji shouted ahead, "Stop, or we will shoot." Yet the entity continued advancing, seemingly unfazed. As a plump, indistinct figure materialized, Bai Luo wasted no time and fired at the obviously non-human silhouette. To his surprise, the creature was remarkably fragile and fell with a single shot. Yi Lingji, seeing the other approach to inspect, kindly warned, "Be careful." Upon closer inspection, the creature turned out to be an astonishingly hefty pig, its back adorned with grotesque wings, its belly sliced open and stitched, and its peculiar eyes appearing unsettling, with a bullet lodged squarely in its forehead. Yi Lingji leaned in for a closer look and grimaced. "What on earth is this? Which old day ruler does it belong to?" Bai Luo muttered, "This is not an old day affection." The absence of a prompt from the old day gallery indicated that this entity was unrelated to them. "Where is your home?" The man behind them quickly pointed in a direction. "Over there. My wife and child are still inside. Please, you must save them." "I'll pay whatever it takes." In haste, they rushed upstairs, only to find the door of the household smashed to pieces, with sounds of gnawing emanating from the bathroom. The man, witnessing the scene inside, completely lost his composure. Wife? A dog with a human face was devouring a female corpse, beneath which a small girl was crying inconsolably. Upon witnessing this, the man's eyes turned red with fury. "You beast! I'll kill you." The intent was to lure away a few monsters, yet only one followed it found Bai Luo and the others, but his wife had already departed from this world. Bai Luo forcefully shoved the impulsive man aside, drawing his gun and aiming it at the dog-faced creature. The creature, sensing danger, turned and bared its gaping maw, barking menacingly with a hum. It propelled its hind legs and lunged forward. Its sharp claws aimed at Bai Luo's throat. Chapter 82. The failed ritual. Bai Luo evaded the attack, but the beast retaliated. 3 playing cards were driven viciously into its flesh, and with the sound of a gunshot, one of its legs was shattered. Lying on the ground, it howled in agony, its earlier arrogance and ferocity replaced by a profound terror reflected in its eyes. The man hastily scrambled to his feet and dashed into the bathroom, where his wife's face had been mangled, her body pinning a lightly injured 8 or 9-year-old girl beneath her. "Daddy!" The little girl rushed into her father's embrace, and the two wept together. Bai Luo drew a long sword, slicing open the belly of the grievously injured creature, revealing an inside stitched together, much like the previously encountered pig monster. Their overall strength was feeble, and their movements sluggish. At the very least, firearms or trained humans wielding knives had a reasonable chance of dispatching them. Yi Lingji observed and remarked, "So weak. It truly does not resemble the old kin. Bai Luo, you are impressive. You discerned it at a glance." Bai Luo circled the room, stopping at the doorway of a bedroom. The door stood ajar, revealing a large hole in the ceiling, surrounded by corroded rebar. Bloodied footprints marked the bed, which showed signs of being nearly crushed under weight, and the upstairs rooms were shrouded in darkness. When Bai Luo returned, he discovered the man had gone mad, wielding a fruit knife and stabbing the dog-faced creature repeatedly until it succumbed to its injuries. After a bout of weeping, the man knelt before Bai Luo and the woman, bowing deeply 3 times. "Thank you, thank you." Tears mixed with snot streamed down his face as he expressed his gratitude. Bai Luo replied, "No need for that. Please recount the events to us in detail." "Yes, you must thoroughly investigate that old man upstairs. He is undoubtedly a cultist." The man recounted the series of strange occurrences since their family's arrival. Nightly, they heard animal noises from the ceiling, sometimes chickens, sometimes ducks. More horrifying was an incident when his wife was cooking. After having cut open a chicken that was already dead, it suddenly sprang to life and danced on the cutting board. In recent days, both he and his wife had experienced sleep paralysis, waking each morning utterly exhausted. Items in their home inexplicably shifted positions. Initially suspecting a thief, they changed the locks and secured the windows. Yet the disturbances persisted. Following his wife's suggestion, he installed indoor surveillance, and then he saw something. The man, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "I saw our family of 3 standing in the living room, just standing there, cooking, chatting, playing games with our child, until just before dawn, when we returned to bed." Their memories held no fragments of the recorded footage. In it, they appeared harmonious, yet their expressions were numb, their movements stiff. The man's cries drained him of strength as he clutched his daughter. Sobbing, "Since the official investigators are currently busy, I hired a private investigator. He discovered that the old man upstairs is highly suspicious. He keeps numerous pets, chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, you name it. Neighbors say he is a severe mysticism enthusiast, obsessively studying it on clear nights. He stands on his balcony with a telescope, occasionally performing strange rituals. I should have foreseen it. Truly, I am the one who caused my wife's demise. Why now?" He was inconsolable. The remainder was apparent to Bai Luo. That night, the family prepared for bed, and just as they lay down, a massive hole appeared in the ceiling, and 2 monsters descended into their home. Bai Luo beckoned, "Let us go up and investigate." With the creatures being weak and with the protective light in hand, Bai Luo hoped to encounter the pollution to hasten his lighting process. He traced his finger in the air, conjuring a simple ladder, and they ascended through the opening to the upper floor. In stark contrast to the illuminated harmony below, this household was engulfed in darkness. And Bai Luo immediately smelled a heavy stench of blood and decay. The room lay in disarray, filled with cages housing dissected animal corpses. The floor was etched with runes, and beside a few extinguished candles was the lifeless body of an elderly man, appearing to have died not long ago. Bai Luo searched the room and discovered a notebook hidden within the man's clothing, containing a final message. "I have always believed in fate. 2 years ago, when I observed the intense mystical fluctuations from the North Star, I sensed the gaze of high beings upon me, and from that moment, I knew my days were numbered. Consequently, I prepared to gamble everything. Exchanging my sanity for a chance to alter my destiny, I intended to pray to the great old ones." Upon reading this, Bai Luo silently admired the man's bravery. He dared to pray to anything. "I purchased many esoteric secrets and prayer rituals from the black market, but regrettably, all were counterfeit offerings, and none succeeded. Thankfully, the heavens do not forsake the earnest. After wasting over 10,000 yuan, I found genuine articles from a sinister old woman. One was a gospel detailing the prayer rituals, and the other a relic of the old ones. I could distinctly feel the malevolent power contained within these items, but compared to death, they were nothing. Soon, I discovered an intriguing old one whose prayer ritual was exceedingly bizarre. It required the dismemberment of a corpse, hollowing it out, and replacing its insides with the organs of other creatures before sewing it back together, preserving only the exterior. Tonight, I would commence the ritual, not only because I felt the experiment was nearing completion, but also due to an instinct warning me that I could not escape this great fog. I record this matter in hopes that, after my demise, someone will know that a man named Wu Kai once stood against fate. The letter concluded here, and the outcome was evident. He had failed, whether due to the indifference of the old ones or other reasons. Yi Lingji commented after reading, "The old man was truly bold. Aside from a few legendary investigators at the pinnacle of humanity, no sane person would dare pray to the old ones, especially not to those less compliant ancient gods. Not all nameless entities pose threats to humanity. According to Pandora, some old ones respond harmoniously to human prayers, referred to as ancient gods. However, few know the rituals to pray to these ancient gods. Most being powerful investigators, and responses are not guaranteed." Tick-tock. Bai Luo suddenly straightened, clutching the back of his neck, his expression twisting in alarm. "What the hell just dripped onto me?" A droplet, resembling water, fell onto the back of his neck, its icy chill replaced by a searing heat. Chapter 83. The yellow-clad cross-society retreating several steps, Bai Luo dug a small hole in the back of his neck with his finger. Feeling a sense of foreboding and quickly signaling Yi Lingji to come over, He raised the protective light toward the ceiling, yet found nothing there. What's wrong? Where is the enemy? Having gained immense trust in Bai Luo after the encounter in the alchemical house, Yi Lingji immediately rolled forward upon receiving the warning. Bai Luo fixed his gaze on the ceiling, speaking in a low voice. There's something up there. Huh? Yi Lingji looked up, puzzled. Where? The ceiling appeared blank, showing no signs of anything having been there. Bai Luo pondered, did it escape? Or perhaps, under the healing of the deep-sea blessing, the hole on his neck gradually healed, yet the searing pain lingered. Had that droplet landed on Yi Lingji, it could have resulted in severe injury or worse. Bai Luo cautiously moved forward, and as his silver ring reflected the oil lamp's glow, an indistinct outline emerged in the moving shadows above. Its body the size of an adult, Yi Lingji, act unaware of what Bai Luo had witnessed and uncertain of any danger. Yi Lingji drew a large handful of playing cards and hurled them at the targeted ceiling. Suddenly, the shadow on the ceiling shifted. Its body contracted, and it then expelled a thick, foul-smelling liquid into the air. The silver ring, transformed from the initial green bead, activated through the alchemical house, pulling a classified scroll from a stack in the attic and into Bai Luo's hands. The floating life of the painting activated, morphing into a gigantic shield that stood against the torrent of viscous liquid. Sizzle! The sound of corrosive acid echoed as the shield emitted smoke, and several playing cards struck the ceiling, eliciting a piercing shriek. Bai Luo sensed an oppressive force above him and hastily shifted his position. No sooner had he moved than a heavy object crashed down from his original spot. Discarding his shield and focusing intently, he beheld the true form of the creature. It had 8 frog-like legs, coated in a viscous, adhesive substance clinging to the walls. Its corpulent body was shrouded in a thin layer of dead skin, and where it had been struck by the playing cards, pus oozed forth, quickly giving rise to a noxious white smoke. Lacking a head, it was instead crowned with a festering tumor, from which 2 fissures, one vertical and one horizontal, emerged, allowing a foul liquid to seep out, revealing a chaotic array of barbed teeth within. Bai Luo discarded his shattered shield and remarked, "The hole in the ground is its doing. This ritual has failed. That old man has conjured 3 uncontrollable monstrosities." With a click, he disengaged the safety of his pistol and, with a resounding bang, created a small hole in the pus-filled creature, splattering a pool of liquid in the process, some of which splashed onto Yi Lingji's attire. White smoke wafted from the bullet hole, and soon after, the creature's body began to mend itself. "Damn it! No, Bai Luo, this thing has reflective armor," he exclaimed. Its defensive capabilities were as frail as the 2 deceased monsters, yet its self-healing abilities were far superior. The pus within could splatter a considerable distance upon injury, a true case of wounding oneself whilst harming the enemy. Bai Luo began to retreat slowly, murmuring, "Get down. I shall handle this." Yi Lingji pondered for a moment, then cautioned, "Be careful," before leaping down the pit to urge the father and daughter to flee swiftly. The creature's form contracted once more, and Bai Luo, having learned from previous encounters, braced himself as it prepared to expel another copious amount of pus. With a swift motion, he drew forth a scroll to conjure a barrier while advancing towards the sealed window. As the creature spewed forth its corrosive liquid, he swiftly sidestepped, causing the liquid to splatter against the sealed window, rapidly eroding both the glass and the wall. Bai Luo seized a broken chair leg and hurled it downstairs, the resultant noise provoking the sightless monstrosity, which began to struggle towards the window. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Luo ascended to the air-conditioning unit affixed to the wall as the moment grew ripe. The creature dangled precariously over the edge of the precipice. "Down you go," he commanded, unleashing irregular stone shapes with bare hands to strike the creature, causing it to plummet under the weight of gravity. Bai Luo did not expect the height of the 4th floor to be sufficient to slay it, so he decisively followed up with another assault. In the mist, water molecules coalesced, and under such conditions, the abyssal piercing technique proved exceptionally effective. With a resounding splat, he exerted all his strength into the maneuver, sending hundreds of water spikes to pierce the creature's corpulent form. The densely packed water spikes were a breathtaking sight. Under his careful control, they formed a cage woven from water to counteract the corrosive liquid, resembling a carnivorous flower with a gaping maw. The corrosive liquid did not spill a drop, being wholly consumed by this deadly blossom. Only when silence reigned below did Bai Luo permit the gathered water spikes to disperse. For him, battling in foggy weather was highly advantageous. The depths of the sea bestowed enhancements upon his physical capabilities, significantly amplifying the potency of his abyssal piercing technique. Drawing a staircase in the air, Bai Luo descended to the ground floor. The creature had lost all semblance of shape, its frail body having been reduced to a misty vapor under the relentless piercing. And vast amounts of corrosive liquid bubbled up, leaving Bai Luo to wait patiently for it to dissipate. Wei Lingji and the father-daughter pair hurriedly descended the stairs, only to find that Bai Luo had arrived before them. "Weren't you upstairs?" he inquired, gesturing towards the gaping hole above. "You were too slow. I took a shortcut." Wei Lingji raised his gaze warily. "Is that creature coming down soon?" "I have a plan. We will soon." "It's already dead and no worries. We just need to." "What did you say?" Yi Lingji exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Luo pointed to the large puddle of corrosive liquid on the ground. "This is it. I turned it into water. It's blocking the entrance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be waiting here." Wei Lingji fell silent, waving his hand in a gesture of confusion, eventually managing to stammer. "You really are a peculiar one, Bai Luo." Internally, Bai Luo mused that had he possessed even a single lamp more, he would have fled long ago, as the corrosive substance subsided. A sizable pit approximately 2 meters deep was left scorched on the ground. As Bai Luo casually passed by, he noticed an object within the pit and carefully leaped down to retrieve it. This is. He clenched his fingers around a puppet, its body entirely black, with a cross etched where its facial features should be. This reminded Bai Luo of the faceless beings he had encountered in the old district that had transformed into Wang Jiao Jiao. Stripped of all disguise, they too had assumed a similar form. The terrifying sense of oppression from that time remained indelibly etched in his memory. It was perhaps the most helpless moment of his life, with no means to retaliate. Had it not been for the Dragon King's unexpected intervention, his fate would have been uncertain. Wei Lingji followed down and, upon glimpsing the puppet, remarked uncertainly, "This cross is at the Yellow Robe Cross?" Chapter 84. The drawing tower struck by lightning. Bai Luo gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "You recognize this symbol?" The only mark on the faceless puppet was indeed that cross, and the organization Yi Lingji mentioned was the only possibility that came to mind. Yet Bai Luo was intrigued as to why Yi Lingji immediately associated it with that particular cult. Wei Lingji replied uncertainly, "Perhaps it was quite a trend 2 years ago when I first arrived in Jiang City. There was a cult known as the Yellow Robe Cross that was rampant, promoting themselves throughout the city. Shortly after the fog disaster, they cut off supplies, resulting in numerous casualties across Jiang City. It is said that their followers possessed a talisman, a black puppet with A carved into its face." Bai Luo inquired further, "Are they still active in Jiang City?" "They're long gone," Yi Lingji replied, rolling his eyes. "Whether it was the investigation bureau that cracked down on them or they simply vanished. I have yet to encounter any members of their organization during my 2 years as an investigator. Well, I have indeed seen many puppets like this, but most are readily identifiable as fakes, produced by unscrupulous manufacturers and sold to enthusiasts of the occult. Yours, however, seems different. Despite being only half, just a glance sends shivers down my spine." Wei Lingji withdrew his gaze, retracting his neck. The Yellow Robe Cross. Bai Luo silently noted this name, instinctively feeling that the faceless beings in the old district were inextricably linked to them. Having rescued the family, the man embraced his daughter, continuously expressing gratitude, offering all his remaining wealth to the two. Bai Luo extracted a few bills and handed them to Yi Lingji, saying, "This portion is yours. I shall not take any." Wei Lingji protested, "Are we really going to be so formal? Either we take it together or not at all. I do not need the money. You, however, do. My refusal does not mean you must do the same." Bai Luo waved his hand, declining the remaining funds. "I am someone who does not take what I do not require. However, should I find myself in need one day, I would seize what I desire." The man bowed deeply once more, expressing, "Thank you. You truly are living bodhisattvas." Bai Luo glanced at his phone, frowning at the time. Strange. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Activating the communication device provided by the Investigation Bureau, he found the other end unresponsive, and after several attempts, he was met with a piercing electronic buzz. "Damn industrial waste. I thought the Investigation Bureau's technology was impressive." Wei Lingji concurred. "You gave too much initially. I would say a couple of bills would suffice." What good could the items given to civilian investigators be? Never mind, let us return the lantern and get some rest. Both ascended the building. After deliberation, they concluded that resting together would enhance their survival chances, thus deciding to spend the night in the nearest residential complex in the old district. As they traveled, Bai Luo's unease grew. He felt as though he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Xue Dongfeng's manor. Alchemy house addict eye in the darkness. A growl emanated from his stomach, followed by a resigned sigh from a young girl. I knew he was unreliable. It had been 18 hours since she last ate. When Bai Luo typically visited her for lessons, he would bring delightful treats, yet now, the most significant activity had been the transfer of a few drawings from the attic. Pandora sat on the floor, her arms wrapped around her legs draped in a black skirt, resting her chin on her knees as a curled-up position eased her hunger. Pandora caught a whiff of something warm and savory. Lighting a candle, she rummaged through the pile of artworks until she found a wrapped pastry. Although it paled in comparison to previous offerings, it would at least suffice to quell her hunger. A note inscribed by Bai Luo was affixed to the paper. Bai Luo, due to the fog disaster, shops have ceased operations. Please eat the pastry to stave off hunger. I found a puppet from a household, and I need your help to examine it. A friend mentioned it belongs to an organization called the Yellow Robe Cross. Pandora curled her lip, thinking to herself that he was indeed seeking her assistance. Glancing at the half-black puppet on the ground, her expression shifted slightly, and her outstretched hand recoiled. After much deliberation, she took a pen and carefully wrote a message. Subsequently, she tossed the paper into the empty space to the left of the drawing pile. After spending 3 days together, they had established a system where, due to the alchemy house's isolation from external communication, they would leave notes in a designated spot for Bai Luo to detect whenever necessary. Having completed this task, Pandora kicked the black puppet away and devoured the pastry in large bites. The fog disaster has arrived. Pandora emerged from the corner, dragging a black suitcase from which she produced an ancient tome inscribed with grotesque and terrifying unknown symbols. As she leafed through its pages, her gaze settled upon an illustration of a creature remarkably resembling a fish. Can you no longer contain yourself? Perhaps so, for you are not me. My ability to remain composed stems from my unwavering belief that I shall not perish. Unlike you, your master cannot save you. Yet, what does that matter? Your actions are but a futile dance with death, inevitably turning yourself into dried fish. After a moment's contemplation, Pandora seemed to reconsider her previous words. Shaking her head, no, that cannot be said. Perhaps it is precisely because you unleashed the fog disaster that I am still alive. The candle extinguished, the girl collapsed onto her side with a soft thud. Her stomach growling once more. Next time, I must ask him to procure a lamp. The absence of light in the attic, influenced by the hidden runes I inscribed, is rather discomforting. Gurgle, stop your lamentations. Gurgle, it is Bai Luo who has wronged you. Why must you hunger because of me? Gurgle. Pandora abruptly sat upright, realizing something was amiss. One should not feel such hunger so soon after devouring a substantial meal. There ought to be a process of starvation. She placed a hand on her belly and murmured. The drawing tower struck by lightning. On the way back to the camp, Yi Lingji took up the lantern. Bai Luo, after composing a note, paused for a moment. Just before reaching the agreed-upon rendezvous point, there were 2 additional items, a piece of paper and the puppet he had sent not long ago. Why has it been returned to me? Bai Luo pondered for a moment. Could it be that she has discerned my intentions of drawing her a pie? Unfolding the note, Pandora's elegant handwriting appeared. Pandora, an ancient relic of the Yellow Robe Cross. Severely damaged and with limited power, moreover of low rank, can only be utilized in prayer rituals. The entity they worship is beyond imagination and cannot be named. Do not inquire further. The final line read, furthermore, do not send these ominous puppets my way again. Bai Luo's lips twitched at the note, a helpless smile gracing his face. This was the first time she had refrained from answering a question. Next time, I shall bring her something delightful. If this hunger persists, she may well ignore me entirely. Bai Luo, something feels amiss. Bai Luo snapped back to reality, as Yi Lingji turned back gravely. Chapter 85. Jingguan, something feels off. The camp is eerily silent. To fortify the front lines, the investigators have stationed themselves along the outskirts of Jiang City, dividing into several combat zones. Their location is of lesser importance, lacking the presence of a squad leader. Bai Luo took a few steps forward, sharing the same unsettling sensation of an overly quiet camp. Despite the lanterns lit outside the tents, no sounds emerged from within. After searching around, he found the place devoid of people, with a bowl of unfinished instant noodles left inside one tent. Bai Luo casually grabbed another lantern, whispering, "Be cautious." The two strolled through the desolate area, soon discovering a tank cleaved in two. Its cut surface smooth and precise. Upon closer inspection, the driver had been bisected. What could have done this? Yi Lingji clenched his playing cards. Nowadays, tank armor is significantly reinforced to guard against the old ones. Even a typical fishman would only leave scratch marks on the vehicle's surface, yet this metal hunk has been cleaved in two. The surrounding air was devoid of even the sound of wind, as if the entire world had been muted. Bai Luo realized that the other end of the previous call was likely not due to poor signal, but because they could no longer respond. He quickly switched frequencies, attempting to contact other defenses based on the wave frequencies mentioned in the earlier meeting. This is the third defense line. Speak quickly. Upon receiving an answer, Bai Luo immediately stated, "This is the seventh defense line. Our camp has encountered enemies, and it is suspected that all members have perished. Requesting assistance." Assistance? Do you have any idea how many personnel are deployed across the major defense lines? We have even mobilized the logistics department. Gunfire echoed through the communicator, followed by the unmistakable sound of a grenade being pulled. "Damn it, those accursed old ones. I will fight you to the bitter end." Boom. This was the last sound Bai Luo heard before the call was cut off. The old ones have launched their assault. Bai Luo's expression turned grave. This indicated that the fog disaster had commenced, and under the current circumstances, humanity seemed almost powerless to retaliate. Bang. Something fell to the ground ahead. Both of them tensed, ready for combat. The object appeared to be quite rounded, rolling to a halt a short distance away. Bai Luo cautiously moved forward, lowering his head to reveal the object's true form, a severed human head. Frozen in a visage of terror, they had stumbled upon their second corpse, indicating that the remaining individuals had likely met the same fate. "Bai Luo, look up," Yi Lingji suddenly warned. Bai Luo's muscles tensed as he raised his head. Confronted by a triangular shadow, its size immense, resembling a small mountain piled up before them, he raised the lantern higher, and his pupils dilated. Even having witnessed countless gruesome and violent works, Bai Luo felt an overwhelming urge to capture the scene before him. A mound of flesh and blood, constructed from a torso with heads serving as material, lay before them, viscous blood slowly seeping outward. Most horrifying of all was the faint outline of a pit at the base of the mound, indicating that this was not the entirety of it. More lay concealed beneath. Yi Lingji approached, momentarily stunned. How many must have died for this? How many corpses must be piled together to achieve such a sight? Bai Luo whispered, "Jingguan." They had dug a pit to bury the enemy's heads, but it seems they had underestimated the size required. Upon witnessing this, Bai Luo turned to leave. "We must hurry. This is not something we can contend with." Thus far, he was certain of two things. First, all the individuals within the camp were dead, and their remains had been forged into Jingguan. Second, the killers possessed a fundamental level of intelligence and could kill thousands in a short span. Otherwise, they could not have orchestrated such a horrifying act. Strong, ruthless, decisive. This was Bai Luo's immediate impression. Translated, it meant, there is no way to fight back. The two exerted every ounce of strength to escape, but suddenly, a cacophony of heavy metallic clashing footsteps echoed behind them, reminiscent of a marching army. Their hearts raced to their throats. In terms of sheer presence, this was not something a single individual could overlook. In Bai Luo's perception, the only enemies that could rival this were the Black Puppet and the Dragon King in the sky. Bang! A head was hurled from the fog, landing precisely atop the mountain of corpses. The terrified expression of the person gazing downwards, as if fearing for their fellow's fate at the hands of a demon. "Huh?" Followed by a moment of confusion, Bai Luo saw a figure clad in metallic armor emerge, revealing that there was no army, only a solitary individual. The armor, a deep blue, enveloped the entire body with sharp contours. The helmet bore two horns resembling a dragon's head, and the joints were composed of several movable metal plates, akin to a human spine. Grasped in hand was a cold, piercing blade, its edge sharp enough to sever hair and slice through iron effortlessly. Beneath this armor was not the visage of a fishman, but a human corpse, its features long obscured. Bai Luo clicked his tongue. Where have the so-called fishmen gone? Is this truly the safest defense line? I see little safety here. Even more astonishingly, upon seeing the two, the wielder of the blade expressed a clear surprise, uttering human words. Have I overlooked two? This statement rendered both of them motionless, as Yi Lingji's facial control faltered. He is an old one? An old one that can speak. Bai Luo exhaled, casting a cold glance at the words. Progress of the painting. 0, certain that a fierce battle awaited them today. The blade wielder first pointed the blade at Yi Lingji, stating, You possess considerable strength, but lack a steadfast mind. Then he turned the blade towards Bai Luo. Both your strength and intellect are exceptional. To achieve such a level at a young age is commendable. Bai Luo jested. If I am indeed commendable, would you spare me? The blade wielder replied earnestly. Had we met in another time and place, I would have spared you for your potential, but not at this moment. My task is to eliminate all obstacles. Since you have entered the battlefield, you must be prepared to face death. Bai Luo smiled lightly. You seem to believe you have us cornered. The blade wielder shook his head. I am merely stating a fact. With your combined strength, your chances of defeating me are less than 1%. It would be more merciful to take your own lives, of course, if you believe my words to be erroneous. Feel free to test the blade in my hand. In truth, I would prefer to see you fight until your last breath. Suicide is an act of cowardice. Yi Lingji shouted angrily. You bastard! Why don't you go and flaunt your power to the major squads? Why must you seek to establish your presence with us? The blade wielder did not shy away. To be frank, had I possessed even 1/10 of my former strength, I would not have been assigned to this position. Yi Lingji scoffed. So you are merely a bully of the weak. This remark struck a nerve with the blade wielder, his deadpan gaze igniting with fierce killing intent. In the next moment, the blade glimmered with a cold light as it surged forward. Chapter 86. Overwhelming Buzz. The long blade swept across, and the two retreated simultaneously. Yi Lingji hurled a handful of playing cards, while Bai Luo conjured a shield with floating life to delay the opponent's advance. Too slow. The knife wielder unleashed a flurry of phantoms at an imperceptible speed. And in an instant, all techniques disintegrated. After stabilizing himself, Bai Luo felt his right thigh suddenly weaken. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a deep gash had been inflicted. With just that one strike, he was injured. Yi Lingji was in a similarly dire predicament, with blood oozing from his left arm, accompanied by a sensation of numbness. It was all too swift. In that fleeting moment, both were wounded. What manner of monster is this? Bai Luo understood that concealment was futile. He was compelled to believe the knife wielder's strength was likely on par with Jiang Mingqian, despite the fact that the two were separated by a significant gap of 4 lanterns. The silver ring transmitted the scroll from the alchemy chamber, and with a sweeping gesture, a myriad of white solids cascaded around the knife wielder, followed by a sudden ignition of flames that pierced the darkness. Yi Lingji, retreat, Bai Luo commanded. Boom! White phosphorus ignited into a roaring blaze, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. Bai Luo then produced a sealed cage composed of stone walls and a ceiling, enveloping the knife wielder entirely. Without hesitation, both made a swift escape down a narrow path. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a tremendous crash echoed behind them as the cage was violently cleaved in two. And a fiery silhouette emerged from the inferno. Don't you have any fresh tricks? The long blade dragged along the ground, scattering sparks as he aimed directly at Bai Luo to eliminate one of them first. The moment he landed, the knife wielder sensed something amiss. Looking down, he spotted a beautifully illustrated drawing depicting a set of explosives. He coldly remarked, At this distance, you will perish as well, Bai Luo replied nonchalantly. Better than dying alone. Boom! Another violent explosion ensued, engulfing the surrounding greenery in flames, igniting several buildings. The knife wielder was propelled several meters away, stabilizing himself mid-air. He admired Bai Luo's audacity in decisively detonating the explosives at such close range. A true warrior would seize any opportunity to annihilate their foe. Very well, but not enough. How many more of these suicidal assaults can you muster? Amidst the fiery chaos, the figures of Bai Luo and Yi Lingji vanished, leaving behind only a pool of blood flowing into the depths of the mist. It was peculiar. Logically, he, at the level of a single lantern, should not have escaped the explosion. Alas, It was merely a matter of exerting some effort. The metallic clatter of boots echoed ominously as the knife-wielder followed the trail of blood. The first defense line of Jiang City lay within the ruins of the old district, where tanks and rocket launchers unleashed a relentless barrage. Sealing off the position of the old familiars, Jiang Mingqian wielded dual blades, single-handedly battling a low-tier peak old familiar. Prior to this, he had already slain 3 monsters of the same rank. A sword swept through the air, decapitating the third low-tier peak with ease. Bang! Simultaneously, the 2 silver short swords, having claimed numerous lives, faltered, shattering under the force of Jiang Mingqian's desperate strike. Activating his communicator, Jiang Mingqian shouted, "I need reinforcements. Send 2 silver swords to the front line immediately." After relaying his request, he turned to face the seemingly endless tide of fishmen crawling ashore, a wave of despair washing over him. There were far too many. It was impossible to kill them all. And even if most were low-tier familiars, there would come a time when he too would be exhausted. That would be their death knell. From the depths of the mist came a chorus of roars. And Jiang Mingqian, having lost his weapon and fought for too long, felt his scalp tingle. His weary arm was forced to rise in preparation for a final stand. Boom! As a group of fishmen emerged from the mist. A fireball plummeted from the rooftop, burying them in a sea of flames, their wails echoing amidst the inferno. Following this were the second and third fireballs, severing the support of the fishmen. Lu Jiaxing leaped down from the rooftop, slowly approaching his comrade with a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "What's the matter, Captain Jiang? Can't handle the fog disaster halfway through." As he spoke, lightning crackled around his fingertips, and with a pointed gesture, a bolt descended upon the earth, leaving the remains of many old familiars in its wake. Jiang Mingqian responded to his jest with calm composure. The skills from the arcane tower are indeed effective in large-scale battles. He then shifted his tone, however. The drawbacks are equally apparent. Being caught in close quarters can be quite troublesome. Therefore, I suggest that if you've come solely to chat, you should return at once. The front line is perilous, and one misstep could lead to demise. Lu Jiaxing's expression turned cold as he replied, "There's been a problem at the 7th defense line. Reports indicate total annihilation and a request for support." Total annihilation? Jiang Mingqian's heart raced in alarm. Each defense line was overseen by investigators from the ascending tower. No matter how weak the 7th line was, it should have at least 3 investigators and countless shells for defense. How could they fall so quickly? I came to inform you that I've been ordered to the 7th defense line. The rest is up to you, Captain Jiang. Lu Jiaxing snorted disdainfully, clearly unwilling to linger. In the next instant, his body became weightless, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the upper layers of the mist, leading a team towards the 7th defense line. Jiang Mingqian pondered deeply, a twitch of his lips betraying his concern. The 7th defense line, was that not where Bai Luo was stationed? First, the old district, and now, the bizarre incidents related to Xue Dongfeng. Could this lad be a harbinger of calamity? Cough! Yi Lingji coughed up a pool of blood, his body exceedingly weak, as Bai Luo wrapped layers of gauze around him. Tio survived the fog disaster. He had stockpiled an abundance of medical supplies and emergency tools within the alchemy chamber. Bai Luo, you must leave at once. That being is beyond human resistance. Yi Lingji's condition was grave. The knife wielder's initial strike had nearly reached the bone, and even at a distance, the recent explosion had shaken him with its aftershocks. Bai Luo fared considerably better, having utilized a decoy to immunize himself against the explosion's harm, successfully aiding his teammate in fleeing the scene. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the outcome he desired. After a brief encounter, he had discerned a significant flaw in the knife wielder. He had never employed skills akin to the abyssal piercer. Whether due to arrogance or some inherent limitation, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for Bai Luo. Choosing silence in response to Yi Lingji's concerns, he swiftly sketched a blurred portrait of the knife-wielding warrior on paper. Any old familiar could be sealed, and he did not believe the opponent surpassed the capabilities of the old gallery. Escaping might be easy, but could one truly flee for a lifetime? The fog disaster had already breached one defense line, and thus far, the Dragon King showed no signs of intervening. Bai Luo resolved to gamble on his upper limits. Formulating an even bolder plan, it is said that a prepared ascending tower is invincible at lower tiers. Just how terrifying could it be when fully prepared? This was a half-finished building, and Bai Luo intended to test his limits here. Chapter 87. You will lose for the second time. The knife wielder followed the trail of blood to a half-finished building, the droplets leading unashamedly towards the entrance. At the threshold stood Bai Luo, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm. Interesting. In your human vernacular, this could be called inviting the wolf into the fold, Bai Luo inquired. And if so? The knife wielder chuckled softly. In the face of absolute power, no scheme or trick can prevail. Bai Luo shook his head. As you said, absolute power. Implicitly, he did not perceive the chasm between them as insurmountable. The knife wielder replied coolly, you may certainly attempt it. I will press your head into the abyss just as I did with those 1,000 souls. Bai Luo then posed an innocuous question. Such a confident individual, have you ever tasted defeat? No one can win forever. I am no exception, the knife wielder conceded. I have lost before. That time, I confronted a deity. His tone was casual, as if recounting a trivial matter. Bai Luo turned and stepped inside, resolutely declaring, today, you shall taste defeat for the second time. Doubt it? Step through this door and see for yourself. The knife wielder shook his head in disappointment. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If I were still at my peak, you wouldn't even have the right to stand before me, yet now you invite me to test you? Do you truly believe I have spared you time and again because I am powerless against you? Buzz. Leaving behind an afterimage, the knife wielder drew his blade, slicing through the mist towards the position where Bai Luo had vanished. His patience had worn thin. After eliminating the two, he needed to provide support elsewhere. Yet, the blade met only empty air, striking nothing. Interesting. Have you found a means to evade my strike? The knife wielder looked down at the reflection of his grotesque visage on the blade, contemplating for a moment before raising his head and slashing upwards at the ceiling. Bang! With a resounding crash, the stone slab shattered as the knife wielder violently leaped to the second floor, fortuitously encountering Bai Luo, who was engrossed in his artwork. Is this even possible? Bai Luo was taken aback. Originally, he had approached the door to verify his painting's progress and then regroup, intending to escape using a decoy. But now, the situation had grown complicated. Didn't you intend to end my life? The knife wielder's tone bore a hint of amusement. Painter, I am still here. In an instant, another slash followed. The shield conjured from the ephemeral realm proved ineffective. All weapons crumbled before that divine blade. A chill coursed through Bai Luo's abdomen as he rolled away from the blade's reach, a movement that surprised the knife wielder. That strike was aimed at a vital point. The profound regeneration granted by the favor of the deep sea bestows Bai Luo a tremendous advantage in close-quarters combat, even when faced with opponents whose martial prowess and swordsmanship are unparalleled. He can maintain an undefeated stance for a considerable duration. Alas, it is merely a matter of delivering a few more strikes. Yet, even after landing another blow, the wielder of the blade still sensed an unsettling unreality. Indeed, it soon became apparent that the phantom struck had dissipated. So it is, you possess a skill that allows you to evade physical damage. TSK. With such formidable regenerative speed and the ability to nullify physical harm. Are you truly an investigator of the tower? Such an array of skills is not particularly laudable to someone like him, who pursues the pinnacle of martial arts. However, if he were to consider this adversary as himself, he would have to concede that this is the only means by which Bai Luo can endure. Bai Luo is acutely aware of this. Were it not for the combination of a stand-in and the favor of the deep sea, he would have been dismembered 10 times over with merely his singular technique, floating life. Subsequently, the blade wielder relentlessly pursued him up 3 flights of stairs, leaving behind multiple explosives in his wake, forcing this martial arts master to be bombarded at intervals. Come out! Cease these petty tricks! The blade wielder was enraged, yet even so, he refrained from employing his extraordinary skills. Bai Luo could surmise that he likely possessed nothing beyond that astonishingly resilient body and his supremely refined martial techniques. The absence of extraordinary abilities was a boon for him, but Bai Luo now faced another significant predicament. He was troubled by the ominous blood-red words that loomed before him. Painting progress, 99. Indeed, it had stagnated at this critical juncture. Despite having meticulously rendered every visible detail, the old corridor informed him that he had overlooked a crucial aspect. Where could it be? Bai Luo's gaze fixed upon the set of deep blue armor, and a sudden question arose. The essence of painting lies in comprehending the subjects themselves. Just as Da Vinci could not depict a rural maiden as a huntress, a dog cannot be rendered as a cat. Reflecting on this, did he truly possess sufficient understanding of the blade wielder? Initially, in the old district, the formless man could not be hastily sketched. It had to exhibit a visage composed entirely of faces. As a mere disguise would render sealing impossible, Bai Luo's gaze remained steadfast on that formidable armor, realizing the crux of the issue. Beneath that armor lay details unknown to him. He needed to devise a strategy to shatter it. The blade wielder, now consumed by fury, found Bai Luo to be his natural nemesis. Had he possessed merely 3 lamps of strength, his life would surely have been forfeit. In terms of martial prowess, the blade wielder undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Mingqian. Should they engage in a direct duel, Bai Luo estimated that the blade wielder's odds of victory would be no less than 80%. Alas, he was merely a single lamp at present. Contemplating the annihilation of such a prodigy, the enraged blade wielder could not help but feel a twinge of regret for the talent. After a brief pause, he raised his blade and cleaved toward the ceiling once more. "Your footsteps are too heavy." Before he could finish his sentence, a barrel of sulfuric acid splashed down upon him, engulfing him in a cloud of white smoke. Each inch of his desiccated skin experiencing the agonizing pain of long-lost sensation. "Ha, good, very good, boom." He swung his blade, and the reinforced concrete before him crumbled as if it were mere paper. Walls being sliced apart effortlessly, soon leaving an entire floor in ruins. Bai Luo found himself cornered on an unfinished balcony, the ground below shrouded in thick mist. The blade wielder blocked his escape, yet his ire had somewhat subsided. He calmly remarked, "To have endured to this extent, I must admit, had you ignited a few more lamps, it would be my demise today." This was the truth. Bai Luo's 2 skills had effectively countered this physical powerhouse. Had he delayed the onset of the fog catastrophe by a year or 2, the outcome of their confrontation would have been uncertain. However, that opportunity was lost. I am fully aware of your trump cards: formidable regeneration and the ability to disregard physical attacks through etherealization. The former could reduce your head to mere pulp, while the latter, in a direct confrontation, I do not believe you could activate your skill faster than my blade. Moreover, etherealization must surely have its costs and time limitations. Does it not? The blade wielder's blade scraped along the ground, sparking as it did. This farce was nearing its conclusion. Bai Luo merely smiled indifferently, then spread his arms wide and leaned back, plummeting toward the earth before the blade wielder's gaze. Chapter 88. The completion of the painting. The blade wielder would not let slip any opportunity to eliminate his foe, especially after having been toyed with for so long. He leapt from the high platform, the 2 engaging in free fall. Midway, the blade wielder propelled himself off a wall, launching like a cannonball toward his target. Yet upon seeing Bai Luo's unwavering smile, an ominous premonition took root, his eyes fixated on that silver ring. Recognizing it as the storage device for the painting, seizing the moment, he denied Bai Luo the chance to activate it with a single strike, descending through the air. Bai Luo faced the heavens, perplexed at the blade wielder's certainty that he would retrieve the scroll from within. Why wouldn't he have taken it out beforehand? In the next instant, the blade wielder sensed something amiss. He braced himself to evade. But at that moment, surrounding water vapor coalesced into spears, reminiscent of the monstrosities birthed from the failed ritual of death, the abyssal piercing instantly immobilizing the blade wielder, preventing any evasive maneuvers or defensive actions. It was a trap. Bai Luo was convinced that in order to inflict harm upon his adversary, he must confine him in a fixed position. Otherwise, the blade wielder would evade with his agile footwork. After all, he had slaughtered an entire modern brigade. At that moment, a blinding white light erupted, enveloping both combatants, followed by a terrifying explosion that shattered half of the dilapidated building. A newly born sun scorched the dense fog, dispersing the surrounding mist to some extent. In the aftermath of the devastation, the battlefield lay in ruins, dust swirling in the air. Bai Luo leaned against a stone pillar, having endured one of the most exhausting battles of his life. The exertion of manifesting various artworks into reality, coupled with the self-healing from the favor of the deep sea and numerous uses of the stand-in, had severely dimmed the lights within his spiritual realm's painting tower. In this final strike, he had utilized floating life to transform into reality 10 bombs previously employed in the alchemy chamber, concealing them within his clothing against his body, so as to activate them immediately upon close proximity. Cough, cough. Bai Luo expelled a considerable amount of blood. He had sustained injuries. Despite the presence of the stand-in and the favor of the deep sea, he had nearly failed to react in the instant the blade wielder closed in, forcing him to activate the explosives prematurely, the cost being a delay in his etherealization, resulting in severe wounds. The bombs pressed against his skin, and with the first strike, Bai Luo's flesh was severely burned. His clothing was incinerated, and 4 or 5 ribs on his upper body were shattered, exposing a significant area of tissue beneath his skin. Yet, Bai Luo felt exhilarated. Such a heart-pounding act filled him with excitement. Should this reach the outside world, few would believe that he alone could contend with such a physically formidable monster to this extent. Buzz! The blade wielder swung his blade, scattering the swirling dust and revealing his battered armor. The earlier breach of his defenses had already caused considerable damage, and now, after being detonated so closely, it was rendered utterly useless. The armor on his upper body lay in tatters, exposing his emaciated torso, with the only intact item being the gleaming blade, raising questions about its material. However, from an outward appearance, the blade wielder's injuries were still relatively minor. The disparity between the two was simply too vast. As the dust settled and the fog dispersed from the explosion, Bai Luo finally discerned the aspect he had failed to depict accurately. The heart of the dried corpse lay a twisted, restless rune, resembling an octopus entwined around a human form. From the heart, its tendrils extended halfway up the body, and with just a glance, Bai Luo felt his very soul being drawn toward it. Upon realizing this, the original painting of the blade wielder clad in armor automatically completed the cursed rune in Bai Luo's mind without the need for further strokes. Simultaneously, the previously stagnant 99 finally advanced to 100. Painting progress. 100. The blade wielder tore away the remnants of his upper armor and suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha, good. I never anticipated that this time, civilization would yield a madman like you. The close placement of explosives had nearly resulted in his demise without the chance for etherealization. The blade wielder understood that Bai Luo could have easily escaped, yet he chose not to. Why? Because he was confident in his ability to kill him. Indeed, a mere lamp of a mere insect believed it could slay one who physically contended with 5 lamps, a martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft. The critical factor was that he had indeed achieved this. In a desperate gamble, he had shattered the protective armor that shielded him in terms of hardness. This armor was far more terrifying than flesh, were it not for the employment of extraordinary abilities. Relying solely on physical means to battle, even the demon-slaying tower of 5 lamps might not stand a chance against it. The blade wielder, overjoyed, proclaimed, "It would be a pity for you to die. Consider serving the great Cthulhu." Bai Luo's body writhed as the tendrils of flesh sprouted forth, the favor of the deep sea mending his wounds. "Doi appear to be one who would pledge allegiance to the old ones?" The blade wielder retorted, "Not now, but that does not preclude the possibility in the future. Once, I was a warrior of Atlantis, participating in the war between the Elders and the great Cthulhu. Ultimately, Atlantis fell, and I was cursed by that great being, condemned to serve him for eternity." As he spoke, he gestured toward the rune on his heart, evidently the manifestation of Cthulhu's corruption, which had transformed him into this ghastly form, enabling him to survive until this day. Bai Luo was not at all surprised by the presence of the Ancient One he worshipped. The deep sea had always been his dominion. Naturally, eternity comes at a price. I have relinquished the power that transcends the natural order of life. A force you seem to refer to as ascending the tower. The wielder of the blade remarked, yet it mattered little, for before the might of Cthulhu, all supernatural powers are rendered futile. He had once been a being endowed with the same ascending power as the investigators. But after being tainted by the Ancient One, everything was irrevocably altered. Bai Luo scoffed, a pitiful excuse, a cowardice of the defeated. This remark provoked the blade wielder, who raised his weapon menacingly at Bai Luo. "Yes, I was defeated once. So what? Do you know how many civilizations have been obliterated at the mere whim of the ancient rulers? In the past, this planet was home to more than one civilization whose technological prowess far surpassed that of humankind. Yet they vanished from the annals of history with a single turn of the Ancient Ones. The arrogance of humanity, believing they could stand against such boundless might, is truly astounding." Bai Luo's face twisted into a manic grin. "What of death? My greatest delight lies in witnessing the ultimate rebellion of forsaking everything for self-destruction, casting aside family, friends, and all that ought to be cherished, culminating in a final cry of existence. This is the most exquisite hymn of all life. The blade wielder paused, and after a moment, managed to utter, "Madman," in Bailuo's eyes. The beauty of human happiness seemed utterly inconsequential. Rather, it was the struggle of relinquishing everything that captivated him to madness. The blade wielder understood that his opponent would not yield and thus lifted his weapon. Since we have reached this point, if you refuse to concede, then prepare to die. Chapter 89. Mastery of Martial Arts. Wait. Are you having second thoughts? Have you ever encountered the true form of Cthulhu? A lingering fear surged within the blade wielder. If I had not, how could I assert that it is not something your kind can contend with? In his prime, he would have been regarded as a powerhouse of 10 or more by modern human standards. Yet even then, he had no recourse against the Ancient Ones. In fact, upon merely glimpsing Cthulhu from a distance, he surrendered all desire to fight, descending into a semi-mad state. Bailuo was thoroughly pleased. Then that is splendid. Splendid for what? Splendid in that I can depict him in my work, with a flick of his fingers. A long-preserved image from the alchemical chamber appeared in his grasp. The instincts of a warrior screamed in madness. Since the onset of the fog disaster, no, it should be said, since his submission to the unfathomable lord of the deep, Cthulhu, he had not felt such soul-shaking terror. Kill him. This was the blade wielder's first thought. He did not sidestep, deeming it a waste of time. With a fierce thrust of his right arm, the indomitable blade, a relic of a bygone civilization, surged forward. The blade sliced through the edge of the canvas. Bailuo, gravely injured, could not evade the blow in time, while he managed to avoid a fatal strike to the heart. His lung was pierced, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, the blade embedding itself in a stone pillar. The moment the canvas was cast aside, the blade wielder felt an overwhelming force drawing him towards it, as if his very soul was being pulled away from the embrace of Cthulhu. No. He turned to flee but stumbled suddenly. How could I, with my martial prowess, possibly fall so suddenly? Glancing back, he was horrified to see his legs transforming into a two-dimensional mass, morphing into a pool of dye embedded in the earth. What is this ability? He finally understood why Bailuo dared to attack him as a mere insect of a single light. This bastard possessed an incomprehensible power. How is this possible? To be defeated by an ancient one, I accept, but what gives you the right? What gives a mere human the ability to kill me? I refuse to accept it. He could not comprehend that he had succumbed to corruption in the past, forever becoming a slave to the Ancient Ones, slumbering for countless years, and upon awakening from the abyss, his strength had long since waned. He had contemplated dying at the hands of a high-ranking investigator or being crushed by another ancient ruler. But he had never imagined he would perish at the hands of someone named Bailuo, a mere insect. Alas, all was in vain. In the depths of the blade wielder's unbridled fury, all his resentment and rage were absorbed into the canvas, which promptly disintegrated into nothingness. Simultaneously, scenes from the ancient gallery flashed once more in Bailuo's mind, and amidst the original fishmen, sea spiders, and formless beings, an additional painting emerged. It was titled, "The Fallen Warrior of Atlantis." Bailuo extracted the blade lodged in his body, weighing it in his hand, surprised that it had not been drawn into the painting along with the blade-wielder. Seemed that as long as he captured the core essence and depicted his full form, the weapon would not be accounted for within the artwork. Indeed, if he could clearly perceive the blade wielder's body, even the armor need not be illustrated. However, to preserve it, he would likely need to sever their connection during the sealing process. Physically disconnecting them. Well, at least he had acquired a useful weapon. Congratulations, you have successfully sealed a servant of the Ancient Ones, acquiring the skill mastery of martial arts. Mastery of martial arts. You have gained the martial techniques of the mightiest warrior of ancient Atlantis. With the mastery of martial arts, Bailuo's previously vacant mind regarding martial prowess suddenly brimmed with numerous techniques. More astonishingly, these techniques felt as though they were etched into his very muscles, making every strike and thrust he executed resonate with the truths of martial arts. Now, without resorting to supernatural abilities, he could confidently claim invincibility in terms of physical prowess, even against Jiang Mingqian. Indeed, it was reasonable. The blade wielder lacked any formidable skills and relied solely on brute strength and martial techniques to overpower opponents. However, this was not the outcome Bailuo had most desired, in the realm of his spiritual world. The remaining 11 lights showed no sign of igniting. Rising, Bailuo placed the weapon into the alchemical chamber. He needed to rest. He had expended too much energy and could not continue his endeavors this night. Casting a glance at the distant lighthouse still flickering with light, he hoped that when he awoke, Jiang City had not been reduced to rubble. I have no clothes left. The explosive blast had not only severely injured him but it also obliterated his attire. Leaving him utterly exposed, he decided to wear the only available outfit. A set of hanfu adorned with the image of Bai Zhe was drawn forth, originally prepared for emergencies to deceive the investigation bureau, but now finding its use in such a context. After resting for the night, he would continue to devise ways to ignite the lights. Having donned his garments, Bailuo proceeded towards the resting place of Yilingji, who had been gravely wounded. He was uncertain if his companion had regained consciousness. Bai Zhe? Suddenly, a voice from behind exclaimed in astonishment. Bailuo stood frozen, swiftly retrieving a mask from his ring and affixing it to his face. While the ring transformed into a painting box, slung across his shoulder, and no sooner had he completed this sequence of actions than several figures descended from the sky. Bailuo cursed under his breath at the ill fortune of encountering Lu Jiaxing. The individual from the mysterious organization, the Shanghai Painting Spirit Society, mentioned by Jiang Mingqian during their last meeting. Through the mask, Bailuo's voice was altered, and he coldly uttered a single word, "Leave." Lu Jiaxing raised an eyebrow. His displeasure evident, yet he did not allow it to surface. "Are you not being overly arrogant, my lord? I am, after all, an official captain. Do you truly believe there are no high-ranking investigators within the investigation bureau?" Bailuo replied nonchalantly, "Care to guess whether any high-ranking investigators would dare to collect your corpse here today?" He was acutely aware of Lu Jiaxing's haughty disposition, which could not be placated as easily as Jiang Mingqian or Song Tao. His stance had to be assertive. He resented the abruptness of the encounter. He had just changed into his clothes and was in a weakened state, caught off guard. Lu Jiaxing had rushed here with reinforcements upon hearing the explosions. Fueled by an inner rage at the sight of his comrades turned to ruins. "You have misunderstood. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the murderer responsible for my colleague's demise. After all, I have yet to see any servants of the Ancient Ones." The implication was clear. He suspected Bai Zhe to be the culprit behind his colleague's death and deduced that he was likely sent by the Ancient Ones. "Oh, you mean that one?" Bailuo replied casually that I casually dispatched him and turned him into a collectible. His nonchalant demeanor belied the near-fatal battle he had faced moments before, and the notion of having casually dispatched someone sent a shockwave through the investigators present. They surveyed the remnants of the damaged floor, their minds swirling with disbelief. "Is this what you call casually dispatching?" Chapter 90. The unexpected visitor Lu Jiaxing was merely arrogant, not foolish. He understood that the claim of high-ranking investigators avenging him was absurd. They had not seen anyone come to their aid during the fog disaster, let alone for the death of one of 5 lights in that case. "I must thank you for your assistance." Bailuo scoffed, offering no reply as he strode past Lu Jiaxing. Throughout this process, he remained tense, reluctant to let his guard down, sensing that the captain, who bore an animosity towards him, was hesitating on whether to act against him treacherously. Forget it. In a moment of crisis, he could not afford to make more enemies. Lu Jiaxing loosened his fists, choosing not to gamble on that possibility. However, just as Bailuo rounded behind him, intending to leave with an air of confidence, a sudden shout from an investigator shattered the precarious balance between them. "Captain, we have discovered a peculiar puppet here." In an instant, Bailuo's senses sharpened like a taut bowstring, his fingers poised over the painting box, ready to unleash several explosives upon the intruder. The puppet of the yellow cloth cross, previously discarded by Pandora, fell after its clothes were incinerated by an explosion upon being placed upon its wearer. Lu Jiajun's pupils dilated as fleeting memories of this relic from a bygone era flashed in his mind. The atmosphere became palpably tense. What should he do? Strike first or flee? Regardless of the choice. Defeating an unextraordinary knife wielder was purely a stroke of luck. Encountering a captain of the Fifth Lamp would leave Bailuo at a loss for any hope of victory. After all, the opponent was not a former kin. and he could not invoke the powers of the old gallery for sealing. Thus, the answer was glaringly evident. Bai Luo sighed deeply, inwardly hoping this individual was not an investigator like the ones from the far Voyager Tower. Capable of swift, decisive action, Lu Jiajun coldly called out, "Your Excellency, I have a matter that remains unclear." Bai Luo turned his head to await the inquiry, his hand already clutching the drawing paper. Initially, Lu Jiajun's cold sweat dissipated upon seeing the seemingly advanced Bai Zhe. But he appeared to have unearthed the truth, smiling nonchalantly as he spoke. "Just now, as you passed by me, I distinctly sensed two different odors, the scent of charred flesh and the metallic tang of blood." Earlier, Jiang Mingqian mentioned he had heard an explosion in the old city and then pursued you. Today, I too heard an explosion, coincidentally while you were at the Scroll Tower, which compels me to ask, why would a Scroll Tower artist resort to painting bombs as a means to confront foes? This young man actually possessed such insight. Bai Luo couldn't he help but feel a twinge of astonishment. He usually regarded others with disdain, yet at a critical moment, his intellect shone through. "What, do you wish to experience an explosion firsthand?" Bai Luo dared not linger, leaving behind a parting remark as he ambled towards the fog. Lu Jiajun retorted with a cold laugh, "If you refuse to answer, so be it. I have a second question for you. If you truly are a high-ranking artist of the Scroll Tower, why do I detect the scent of blood upon you? The presence of blood, yet no visible traces on your clothing, indicates it is concealed beneath your garments, on your very skin. You are injured, severely, I might add. Thus far, the highest-ranking former kin observed at various defensive lines has been of low-tier peak status. There has yet to be any mid-tier involvement. So, how is it that a high-ranking investigator like yourself sustained injuries at the hands of a low-tier kin?" Each word struck Bai Luo's heart like thunder, a reminder that the explosive was indeed too ostentatious for urban use, far too easy to detect. If that were the case, then there was no alternative. Lu Jiajun pointed accusingly at Bai Zhe, claiming to be associated with the so-called Sea and Mountain Spirit Painting Society, bellowing, "Nonsense about the Sea and Mountain Spirit Painting Society. Bring me this cultist of the Yellow Cloth Cross. I intend to deliver these beasts, who severed Jiang City's resources 2 years ago, to meet their master, bearing an emblem of the Yellow Cloth Cross and presenting as an unknown ascender." Lu Jiajun could hardly avoid associating the Sea and Mountain Spirit Painting Society with the Yellow Cloth Cross. The similarities were striking, from the peculiar oversized hanfu to the yellow veil that enveloped their entire form. Suddenly, Bai Luo felt a weighty pressure descend upon him, not merely a force of will, but an undeniable increase in gravity. The Arcane Tower's 5-lamp skill, heaven and earth, gravity control. Under this skill, Bai Luo found his movements severely restricted, as two investigators seized the opportunity to advance, drawing their specialized silver swords, ready to eliminate this cultist. However, Bai Luo unexpectedly shifted his position, intercepting a sword that veered off course. Snatching it with an incomprehensible maneuver, and then swiftly wielding the silver sword to pierce through the throats of the two investigators. Mastery of martial arts? Unarmed weapon seizure. This abrupt turn of events left Lu Jiajun disoriented. For in his eyes, the martial prowess of the Demon Hunter Tower's 5 lamps paled in comparison to the fluidity with which this man had just disarmed him, a chill running down his spine. Bai Luo coldly demanded, "Are you truly seeking death? Could it be I have misjudged?" He couldn't help but question his own assessment. What if this truly was a member of a hidden organization? Bai Luo's still recovering vitals coughed up blood under the weight of gravity, yet he refused to succumb, for to do so would reveal everything. A hum. The silver sword cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Lu Jiajun's face. His fingers crackled with arcs of electricity, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike down the silver blade. In the fleeting moment, Bai Luo hurled forth a scroll. Though it was more than just a mere painting, it had been folded into a paper airplane after its completion by Pandora, who had been idly passing the time. Lu Jiajun shouted, "Conceal yourselves." All team members obeyed the command, swiftly seeking refuge. As professionals, they understood the terror that a scroll from the Scroll Tower could unleash, particularly from one who was prepared. One could never ascertain what bizarre object might be unleashed next. Raging fire ignited amidst the fog, and Lu Jiajun sought to extinguish it before Bai Zhe could manifest its reality, but it was too late. Boom! An explosion once more engulfed the dilapidated building, the remaining half collapsing in a cloud of dust and vapor. rendering the scene obscured. The guiding light fell, leaving the investigators in a pitch-black void, without a glimmer of visibility. Lu Jiajun, half buried in dust, found the hem of his coat charred away, and as electromagnetic sparks flickered around him, he employed the electromagnetic force to create a zone of isolation. Arcane Tower S3 Lamp Skill, Electromagnetic Resonance. After a prolonged interval as the dust settled, the guiding light returned to the team's possession, yet Bai Zai's figure had vanished without a trace. In stark contrast, his own personnel suffered grievously. The explosion had occurred too swiftly, leaving no time to react, even with a warning. Lu Jiajun roared to the heavens, "Yellow Cloth Cross, my investigation bureau will never coexist with your kind." At this point, he was utterly convinced that Bai Zai was nothing but a fade, lacking any genuine skill, his strength at best comparable to his own. Chapter 91. The civilization of your after escaping using a decoy? Bai Luo's first action was to hastily change out of that damned oversized garment. He hastily sketched a new outfit. Though it appeared rather shabby, it served the purpose of evading pursuit. Upon reaching the location where he had confronted the knife wielder, he discovered that Yi Lingji had regained consciousness and was preparing to prop himself against the wall to find Bai Luo. Upon learning that Bai Luo had resolved the trouble, Yi Lingji couldn't help but smile wryly. "Am I truly that useless? I keep relying on you to save me," Bai Luo replied. "Rest assured, there will be times when you can lend a hand." If the moment arrived that required Yi Lingji to risk his life for rescue, Bai Luo would undoubtedly retreat without hesitation. He wasn't foolish, only involving himself in matters where he could ensure his own survival. Observing this friend, whom he had just met in the alchemy house, wielding great power while he, an ascender for a year, could only lag behind, Yi Lingji's pride took a hit. He silently vowed that he must find a way to kindle a lamp soon. He could no longer afford to be a burden to Bai Luo. Both men were significantly injured and drained. Any lofty ideals of defending Jiang City were immediately cast aside. Had it not been for the need to ignite a lamp, they might have already hidden away. They cautiously navigated through areas patrolled by investigators until they reached the residential zone of the old city dwellers. At this moment, the squad monitoring them had all rushed to the front lines. The residents of the old city were either basking in the joy of recent victories or haunted by memories of the last fog. Once both men entered a dilapidated building, a man in black stood beside a parked vehicle. Excitedly speaking into a walkie-talkie, target identity confirmed. "It's them." A cold voice crackled from the device. "Excellent. All units, stand by. They have just returned and are undoubtedly fatigued and in need of rest. Once they fall asleep, we will act immediately." Following the crackling sound from the walkie-talkie, the lurking assassins moved with the stealth of hunters. They had spent a day scouting, seizing upon such a prime opportunity. Fresh from the front lines and with their muscles relaxed, encountering a professional assassination team like this would spell certain doom. To reiterate, both individuals were likely seasoned investigators. One could not afford to underestimate them. The head of the assassination team grinned malevolently. "Whoever messes this up will face my wrath upon return." This assassination's employer was exceedingly generous, offering an exorbitant 30 million for the lives of the two civilian investigators. Judging from past experiences, such urgency in killing suggested a desire to silence them. Nevertheless, it mattered little to the assassination team. As long as the payment was sufficient and it did not involve official investigators, they were willing to kill. Upon returning, Bai Luo's first order of business was not to sleep but to take a shower, cleansing himself of the scent of blood, then changing into fresh attire, thereby dismissing the clothing he had sketched. When he emerged, he found Yi Lingji engaged in conversation with the visiting Qing Luo, who, upon seeing him, wore a look of astonishment and asked, "Is this your maid?" Qing Luo nodded proudly. Bai Luo, towel in hand, replied, "Just a catch while fishing. She is currently doing hard labor to repay me." In truth, he was contemplating how to deal with this girl, for he did not keep idle hands in his employ. He had taken her in initially for her ability to earn. With the substantial startup capital given by Xue Dongfeng, Bai Luo was no longer worried about finances and had no need to retain a burden. Yi Lingji gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Coming from the old city, not only is she exceptionally capable, but she also has the audacity to accompany you. A true rags to riches success story." Qing Luo smiled. "Thanks to the master. We old city folks are still here." Bai Luo had cautioned Zhang Jianan against disclosing the matter to outsiders. Yet that young man considered Qing Luo not to be an outsider. Consequently, she had already learned from Zhang Jianan that it was Bai Luo who orchestrated those affairs. Though this knowledge was confined to her alone, it is rumored that many, what were they called, journalists, I believe, have expressed a desire to interview us and sought to engage him in some sort of live-streaming sales. I couldn't quite grasp the meaning of it all. Bai Luo, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the phenomenon of explosive popularity often hinges on live-streaming sales. A significant generational gap exists between the old district and the new. And now the conflict has shifted, with the lives of those in the old district perceived by the media as an untapped treasure trove. They could sell their misfortunes, recount tales of their experiences during the fog disaster, and speak of how they were exploited by gangsters, reaping a windfall in the process. Qing Luo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "They are chatting next door right now, claiming the company has promised them a substantial sum of money. Master, we shall be wealthy in the future." "You may be speaking of the future, but I am wealthy already," Bai Luo replied, reclining on the sofa to rest. "Then you should accompany Zhang Jianan in the live streaming. Try not to sign any contracts, just assist him and earn some money to support yourself." His past experiences had taught him that the machinations of capital run deep, and a naive young girl would be unable to withstand the persuasion of others. "All right, I will double my efforts and buy a grand house for you in the future," Qing Luo declared, shaking her fist before leaving the room in a spirited run, unaware that her master was already preparing to abandon her. Before long, Yi Lingji also succumbed to slumber, while Bai Luo, lying on the sofa, suddenly sat upright, smacking his forehead. He rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a bucket of instant noodles, which he then prepared and sent to the alchemy room. Soon after, a new note appeared in the chat segment of the alchemy room, which he glanced at, reading, "Soul query. Is this instant noodle authentic?" Bai Luo replied, "Absolutely genuine. A bucket costs 7 yuan. Pandora responded, "Next time. Bring something better. Do not deceive my stomach again." Bai Luo replied, "A trifle. Just tell me what you want, and I shall draw it for you next time." Pandora remarked, "Do not speak of exchanging knowledge for 4 meals a day." Given Pandora's vast reservoir of knowledge, even trading that golden house for Bai Luo would not seem a loss, but rather a lucrative bargain. Out of curiosity, he inquired about the civilization of the knife-bearers. To which Pandora swiftly responded, "There are not many planets in the universe that have given rise to civilizations, and even fewer suitable for habitation. The land beneath your feet, seemingly unremarkable, was once home to renowned races from the cosmos billions of years ago. The ancients, the deep divers one after another, the great races that once existed in the world leapt onto the page. Yet today they lie buried in the dust of history. According to Pandora, some of these races could create civilizations. Some could traverse time and space, and others descended to this realm alongside the ancient rulers. In comparison, humanity is negligible." Bai Luo pondered, "Such powerful civilizations have perished. Was it due to civil wars?" The only response he received was a few terse words, "Ancient rulers." Pandora continued, "Billions of years ago, the circumstances were unlike those of today. The ancients are but beginning to awaken now, most still sealed or in slumber. Humanity can survive in the narrow gaps, yet the ancient rulers of that time had not yet fallen into slumber. Cthulhu awakened, commanding countless oceans, while Tsathoggua greedily feasted on the northern continent, and at last wove the web of fate. Each breath of the ancient rulers would transform into a storm that buried civilizations, which were interred in the grave of time with every inhale and exhale." Chapter 92. Bai Zhe is not to be feared. Upon concluding the conversation, Bai Luo understood that the ancient rulers were nearly synonymous with his own understanding of the ancients. They were not entities that mere human advancement could rival. The homeland of the knife-bearers, Atlantis, was destroyed by the ancient rulers. Perhaps Cthulhu had no subjective intention in this regard, merely an unintentional act that led to the downfall of a great civilization. Yet, such monsters could be sealed within the ancient gallery, rendered into slumber. Bai Luo's first thought was not of his own remarkable abilities to accomplish what ordinary humans could not, but rather, why he was capable of such feats. After all, he was still unaware of the origins of the ancient gallery, which had simply existed upon his arrival in this world. This uncertainty was unsettling. Bai Luo inquired, "What was the reason for the last slumber of the ancients?" Pandora replied, "It is unclear. Many speculate it was due to the shifting of celestial positions, while others believe internal strife led to it. In any case, to this day, There is no conclusive explanation. A bowl of entirely consumed instant noodles, along with the note, was transmitted back to him. Bai Luo, resigned, disposed of the trash and returned to open the note, which contained information regarding the weapon from Atlantis. This knife is quite remarkable, at present. Humanity lacks the capability to forge a weapon of this caliber. You need not replace it until you reach a higher tier. According to her, this knife was more than sufficient for high-tier demon hunters, while others could utilize it at mid-tier, for their output did not rely solely on brute force with steel blades. Satisfied to have acquired a fine weapon, Bai Luo drifted into slumber, soon accompanied by the sounds of 2 snores filling the room. In the makeshift tent erected in the Jiangqing Defense Zone's rest area, Hu Lingfeng and the 5 major teams convened, each with a cold cup of tea before them. Hu Lingfeng took the lead. Speaking in a grave tone, let us discuss the situation at each defense line. First defense line, losses at 67. Second defense line, losses at 79, and the 5th defense line at 88. Third it was now Lu Jiaxing's turn. 7th defense line. Total annihilation. An immediate silence fell over the tent, broken only by a collective, deep sigh. The fog disaster had been temporarily repelled, yet no one felt any joy, for the lighthouse had detected the presence of mid-tier followers on the battlefield. And not just one. In contrast, only Hu Lingfeng remained in Jiangqing. Hu Lingfeng declared solemnly, "We shall enlist residents for the battlefield." Enlist residents? To the battlefield without training? Jiang Mingqian interjected, unable to contain himself. "Commander, I do not oppose this. But I have heard reports from other defense lines about civilian investigators fleeing the front lines. Adding residents to the mix may complicate matters further." Song Tao, also from the Demon Hunter Tower, remarked, "There is no alternative. Either we fight on the battlefield or become food for the ancient followers." Hu Lingfeng affirmed, "Exactly. This is not a matter of 2 nations at war, where defeat could lead to surrender. If we lose, all the inhabitants of the city will perish. Rather than being devoured by followers, we should fight with all our might," he added. "This is also the director's directive. She has already issued notifications through various communication devices." Jiang Mingqian questioned, "How many people can we expect to come?" Unknown. The atmosphere grew cold once more. In dire circumstances, humanity's greed and instinct for survival are magnified infinitely. Without enforcement or conscription, they would not come. Knowing that inaction could lead to death, yet clinging to the belief that their absence would not matter, they would allow others to face the battlefield while they awaited the dawn of another day. There was no choice. Perhaps there would be repercussions for non-compliance, but one must first survive to face punishment. After reassessing troop allocations, the Investigation Bureau decided against a comprehensive blockade, opting instead to concentrate forces to intercept the main body. Nevertheless, Sun Yinping's claims of possessing secret weapons left Hu Lingfeng feeling uncertain about the upcoming battle. Last time, during the fog disaster, the master had fallen, taking many mid-tier followers with him. Otherwise, this battle would have been even more challenging. Finally, it's my turn after 2 years, he mused. Compared to the massive offensive of 2 years prior, this time was significantly weaker. One must remember that back then, mid-tier followers had emerged in droves, and it was the previous commander who had fought valiantly to halt them. "I have one more thing to discuss." At that moment, Lu Jiaxing raised his hand, signaling his colleagues to sit down. He recounted his encounter with Bai Zhe and shared his assessment with the group. Hu Lingfeng furrowed his brow and said, "The Yellow Cloth Cross Society. There is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could such a mysterious and powerful organization arise?" Lu Jiaxing added, "Based on my assessment, his strength differs from what Jiang Mingqian described. He is not a high-tier investigator, at most a low-tier peak cultist." Jiang Mingqian and Song Tao immediately retorted, "Are you implying we are lying?" Lu Jiaxing shrugged, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely stating facts. If he were truly of such caliber, I would not have returned alive." Jiang Mingqian's eyes flashed with anger. Both Song Tao and I witnessed him effortlessly sealing a mid-tier follower within a painting. There can be no mistake. You have offended a potential game-changer out of impulsiveness. Lu Jiaxing scoffed, "Do not lecture me on this. You are both aware of the means employed by these cultists. With their various rituals dedicated to the dark gods, it is likely he deceived you 2 fools through such methods." "You?" Song Tao slammed the table in outrage. Hu Lingfeng rapped the table. "Enough. Lu Jiaxing's perspective is not without merit. Even if he is a high-tier figure from the Scroll Tower, he may not stand on our side." The timing of Bai Zhe's appearance was too convenient, coinciding with the fog disaster, mirroring the emergence of the Yellow Cloth Cross Society 2 years ago. And the similarity in their names was hard to overlook. Jiang Mingqian countered, "If he were truly an enemy, why would he save us?" Lu Jiaxing laughed, "Isn't that obvious? Only if we win can they reap the profits of war as they did 2 years ago. With 2 team leaders deceased, the balance of victory would shift." While this argument was undeniably sound, Jiang Mingqian remained convinced that Bai Zhe and the Yellow Cloth Cross Society exuded a distinctly different aura. He did not carry that sense of foreboding. Hu Lingfeng inquired, "Are you certain he is not from the high-level scroll tower?" "Absolutely," Lu Jiaxing nodded affirmatively. "He would sustain serious injuries even when dealing with a low-tier minion. When confronted by me, he only dares to throw bombs and flee. How could he possibly handle more than 10? I can assure you, Bai Zhe and that so-called mountain and sea-painting spirit are not to be feared." Hu Lingfeng silently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an investigator burst in, interrupting the conversation among the officials. The SEA. Hu Lingfeng urged, "Calm down. What has happened?" The investigator, in a state of panic, responded, "The tide has risen, and we have detected no fewer than 5 mid-tier Old Ones surfacing. Furthermore, we have also identified that terrifying life form." Chapter 93. Have we crossed again? Hu Lingfeng felt the world tilt, gripping the armrest of his chair as he rose alongside the other 5 team leaders. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a critical moment for Jiangxing, with success or failure hinging on this very point. Having eliminated the majority of mid-tier minions killed by the Master, what remains should belong to the initial stages of mid-tier, possessing low levels yet undeniably serving as the backbone of the sea. The Dragon King also seems poised to strike. It is evident that this fog disaster is approaching its conclusion. The closer it gets to the end, the more composed Hu Lingfeng appeared. "It has been a pleasure working alongside you all for the past 2 years. May you all emerge unscathed from this battle in a days." Bai Luo opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What began as confusion quickly transformed into horror, prompting him to sit up abruptly from the hard coral bed. "Where am I?" Glancing around, he realized he was no longer in the familiar old neighborhood, but rather inside a narrow cave. Its walls overgrown with moss and coral, with a slight accumulation of water beneath his feet and a pungent odor of decay filling the air. "Did I fall asleep and somehow cross over?" Bai Luo questioned uncertainly, pinching himself hard, feeling the pain, confirming its reality. He then felt for his ring. It was still there and able to connect with the alchemy house. He hurriedly inquired about Pandora's location and withdrew the recently confiscated dagger. No, this is not how things are supposed to develop. I should not be here." Recalling his last moments before sleep, Bai Luo was certain he had been on the couch, with no memory lapses occurring. The question now was, how did he end up in this place? What is this location? Exiting the cave, he decided to explore a bit before awaiting Pandora's reply. Outside, it still resembled a cave, but he could faintly discern some light. He cautiously moved toward it. Upon emerging, Bai Luo found himself on a precipice, with an endless ocean and numerous reefs below. A storm loomed in the distance, sucking seawater into the sky, while dark clouds enveloped the heavens. Thunder rumbling ominously, painting a vivid picture of doom. Could it be that I have truly crossed over again? Bai Luo quickly dismissed this possibility, for the long knife in his hand and the skills from the scroll tower indicated he was still within the world of the Old One's resurgence. To ascertain his position, he had no choice but to tread along the narrow path at the cliff's edge, as only by ascending higher could he gain a better perspective. After a few steps, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He cursed under his breath and swiftly sought refuge behind a protruding rock. Moments later, a fishman emerged from the cave he had just left. Unlike the fishmen Bai Luo had encountered before, this one resembled a deep-sea anglerfish, sporting a bulbous light atop its head to illuminate its path. It scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. "I'm still injured and my mental state is far from optimal. I cannot afford a direct confrontation." Quickly, Bai Luo made his decision. In this unfamiliar territory and in a less than ideal state, he would avoid combat. Seizing the opportunity while the fishman was distracted, he turned and ran upwards. This place resembled a mountain. If the fishman had come to capture him, it appeared he had been brought here by the Old Ones. Bai Luo's first thought was of the Dragon King. Only it would have the motive and capability to teleport someone instantaneously. The question remained, why was it so invested in him? What was so special about him? Surely, This fog disaster could not have been orchestrated solely for his benefit. While lost in thought, something suddenly rolled out from around the bend at the end of the path. Looking down, he discovered a soft, oval-shaped orange ball roughly the size of his fist. Bailuo frowned and gently prodded it with the blade. Feeling a slight elasticity, seems harmless, but before he could finish his thought, the ball exploded, splattering its soft contents all over him. An intense pain surging through his body. Damn it. This thing has corrosive properties. I let my guard down. The fish egg-like substance burned against his already injured skin, worsening his condition. Turning his head, Bailuo locked eyes with a fishman that had crawled up from the cliff's base. A chill running down his spine. When did it get up here? Bailuo cursed himself. He had forgotten that fishmen naturally thrive in dark, damp environments and are adept swimmers, making their ascent inevitable. With a buzz, he slashed his blade, severing one of the fishman's arms, its piercing scream echoing in his ears. Yet Bailuo felt no sympathy, swiftly delivering a second and third strike, successfully decapitating the creature. As stones tumbled down the cliff, Bailuo looked up to see several fishmen scaling the wall from above. To his astonishment, they wielded tools, each brandishing a powerful crossbow. With a buzz, the bolts rained down like a storm. Despite Bailuo's desperate attempts to fend them off, several found their mark, inflicting further injury. What kind of crossbow is this? Its power is staggering, whether in strength or speed. It exceeded Bailuo's expectations. Even modern crossbows could not match such force. Planting his foot on a jutting rock, Bailuo drew the scroll from the alchemy house, transforming it into a shield that blocked countless arrows. Then, with a mighty leap, he soared to heights unattainable by mere mortals, spinning midair to slice through the fishmen, severing them in an instant, their crossbows shattering to pieces around him. He mused, if I'm not mistaken. This must be a significant stronghold for the fishmen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such fine equipment. Steadying himself upon landing, he barely had time to regain his balance before another barrage of orange fish eggs rained down upon him. While nearly 10 fishmen armed with crossbows charged from the corners. Interesting, they actually employ tactics, Bailuo exclaimed in astonishment. He had always considered fishmen synonymous with low intelligence. He never expected them to devise such a coordinated attack from multiple angles. This would be effective against an ordinary person, as if painting a scene of life. A rock suddenly emerged from the wall, blocking all the fish eggs. With the enhancements granted by the deep-sea entities and his newfound martial mastery, Bailuo moved like a fish in water, swiftly reaching the front ranks of the fishmen. This single moment of surprise caused the fishmen to lose their composure before they could release their bolts. One half of a fishman was cleaved away. Turning, he drew another scroll, throwing it to conjure 5 flying daggers that struck the fishmen behind him, followed by a dark shadow appearing before them, resulting in severed fish heads rolling to the ground. Indeed, martial mastery has elevated my combat skills, timing, and bodily coordination significantly. Bailuo now possessed heightened combat awareness, with a greatly increased response speed to various tactics. He was confident that, in a direct confrontation, he could reliably defeat a high-tier opponent, and even 2 would not be without potential for counterattack. After shaking off the remnants of the orange fish eggs from his body, he experienced a surge of pain but waved his hand to make the rock created by the life force above him vanish, still able to spot a few panicked fishmen above. Since he had been discovered, taking the straightforward path was no longer an option. Chapter 94. Anomaly. With a resounding clang, his blade embedded into the rock as Bailuo ascended the cliff with agility. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld the astonished expressions of the fishmen, who frantically unleashed bolts to impede him, but it was too late. With a buzz, the arrows were deflected by his long knife as he perched on the cliff's edge. The fishmen retreating in fear of their prey. Your intelligence is not lacking. I'll offer you a chance. Inform me of this place, and I shall spare your lives. The fishmen exchanged glances, remaining silent and maintaining a battle-ready stance. Bailuo shrugged. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss in that case. There is no need to spare you. He could hardly be bothered to engage. With a swift thrust, he pierced through his foes with the abyssal stab. Although these fishmen were well-equipped, their inherent lack of strength rendered them frail as paper, perhaps a result of prolonged residence in their lair leading to physical regression. Standing at this vantage point, he gazed into the distance and realized he was on a moderately sized island amidst the sea, surrounded by several similar peaks, each adorned with numerous cave-like structures resembling beehives, where peculiar old entities occasionally peeked out. The sky was drenched in torrential rain, thunder howling, and waterspouts sweeping across the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere suggesting an impending apocalypse. The horizon merged with the ocean, devoid of any visible land, leaving Bailuo convinced he was trapped. This is troublesome. Not only can I not determine the direction of Jiangsheng, but I can't even tell east from west. Though make matters worse, there are no materials around to craft a vessel for escape. With no options left, Bailuo sat down on the damp ground, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. First, it is evident that my arrival here was orchestrated by someone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have coincidentally woken up on a stone bed. Secondly, the one who brought me here has not confined me, which implies they either do not wish to harm me or are certain I cannot escape. Clearly, they lean more towards the former. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many fishmen to pursue me in the span of a single slumber. I found myself here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the power is transcendent. To possess such strength must belong to a high-tier vessel of distant navigation, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. If a formidable presence were to descend upon the city of Dawn, the transfer would undoubtedly be executed directly by the vessel of distant navigation. While Bailuo pondered, he remained oblivious to the increasing intensity and frequency with which his fingers pressed against his forehead, ultimately leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. The torrential rain drenched him, and his fingers suddenly shifted, scratching at the interlaced arms and sides of his body. This is utterly unacceptable. I should not feel so numb. As if waking from a natural slumber, the urgency of his scratching escalated. Yet Bailuo found himself unable to cease, unaware of the insidious itching that had taken hold of him. Something is amiss. He rose abruptly, lifting his garment to reveal numerous large welts beneath, reminiscent of a swarm of mosquitoes having feasted upon him. Is it that fish roe? The only thing I encountered upon arriving here was that suddenly bursting fish egg. A careless moment had left me splattered with it, which must have left some residue on my body. With a pop, one of the welts burst, crushing a tiny fish larva within, leaving Bailuo feeling nauseated for a spell. Are they using my body's nutrients to spawn? Upon grasping the entire situation, Bailuo swiftly reacted, puncturing each blood-filled sac on his body to extract the underdeveloped fish larvae. Soon after, his body returned to normal under the benevolent gaze of the deep sea. The heavy rain washed away the foul stench and sanguine stains of his misdeeds, and Bailuo let out a sigh of relief, feeling his body relax. This strange place is not meant for prolonged stay. I must devise a means to escape. With that thought, he rose and ventured to the other side of the cliff, only to furrow his brow upon noticing the multitude of fishmen, corpses strewn about. Sensing that something was amiss, it seems, there is an underlying issue. Upon deeper reflection, he recalled awakening on the isolated island, encountering that fishman resembling a deep-sea anglerfish upon leaving the cave, and subsequently meeting the more intelligent fishmen. What seemed an unremarkable sequence of events now felt as if it had omitted a crucial clue. I must have forgotten something. There is certainly something I overlooked, something of great significance. What could it be? Yes, it must exist. How could I not recall it? Bailuo tugged at his hair, his thoughts becoming a tangled mess, his body radiating heat and discomfort. I forgot something. That much is clear. Think, I must remember. Uncharacteristically, Bailuo grew impatient, discomfort enveloping him, his mind akin to a bull rampaging within, hindering any coherent thought. The heat coursing through him compelled him to shed his upper garment, exposing himself to the wild winds and torrential rain, which, under the deluge, provided him with a modicum of clarity. As he lowered his gaze back to the fishmen corpses, he suddenly recalled the source of the problem. Aha, no wonder, it is thus. These fishmen lack the reminders of the old gallery. They bear no indications. The realization that he had found the answer ignited a manic laughter from Bailuo, his crimson eyes gleaming with a frenzied delight. His spirit lifted considerably. Wait, stop, something feels off. After his frenzied laughter, Bailuo suddenly collapsed to the ground, an overwhelming dizziness overtaking him. He reached out to touch the cold corpse of a fishman, each scale feeling alarmingly real. What is happening? Why have I suddenly become so irritable? A moment of clarity revealed to him a far greater issue. His emotions seemed to have been inadvertently influenced by some external factor, with his eyes gradually glazing over. Bai Luo hastily slapped his own face, gasping for breath. When he withdrew his hand, the scene before him shifted dramatically. The fishman had morphed into a man clad in pristine black attire. This is? Bai Luo quickly rubbed his eyes, the dizziness intensifying. Yet his vision reverted to the fishman's corpse. The man's body vanished. Had I exhausted myself while dispatching the knife-wielding kin? Pandora once stated that an investigator's mind could easily become tainted when overly fatigued, especially in foggy conditions or near remnants of the old. Just as Bai Luo sought a place to rest, a sudden sharp pain struck from behind. He grit his teeth, glaring fiercely over his shoulder, only to freeze in shock. A warrior clad in armor, wielding a blade, was coldly staring at him, the armor encasing a long-dead corpse. The knife-wielder chuckled. "Are you so surprised to see me? You." Bai Luo retreated several steps, gripping the long knife tightly. Where did he come from? Wasn't he supposed to be sealed away? The memory of sealing the knife-wielder was vivid in his mind. This was impossible. If so, who is this individual before me? The knife-wielder erupted with a chilling laughter, charging at Bai Luo with his blade raised. Bai Luo's body froze in place, his horrified gaze locked onto the identical knife that was being swung at him. In the next moment, he suffered a grievous wound from a delayed dodge, the knife-wielder roaring as he struck at Bai Luo's form. Chapter 95. Mirage. After sustaining multiple cuts, drenched in his own blood, Bai Luo suddenly grasped the knife-wielder by the throat, rising from the ground with fervor. His eyes wide